Yin Muqing, under his father's orders, sought to cultivate a friendship with Gu Xinshi, the eldest grandson of the Gu family, that he took Gu Xinshi to a lavish entertainment venue to meet a certain Xiao O. To his surprise, Gu Xinshi behaved as innocently as a high school student, not only maintaining a pristine reputation, but also asking Yin Muqing to redeem Xiao O. Through these interactions, Yin Muqing successfully befriended Gu Xinshi. Little did he know, the reason for their newfound camaraderie was that Gu Xinshi would one day become his brother-in-law. Chapter 1. The Father's Wound. With a resounding gunshot, the man kneeling on the ground collapsed heavily, blood oozing from the bullet wound in his forehead, staining a large portion of the carpet. Yin Muqing disdainfully removed his bloodied gloves, tossing them onto the corpse. Bailey, ever efficient, presented him with a fresh pair of gloves, but Yin Muqing waved him off, opting instead to light a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Young master, how shall we dispose of this individual? Yin Muqing regarded the lifeless body with indifference and replied, "Burn it." Bailey suggested, "Isn't it a bit wasteful to incinerate just one? Perhaps we should gather a few more first?" Yin Muqing considered this and nodded, "Very well." His subordinates, well-trained, swiftly dragged the body away, meticulously cleaning up the bloodstains, opening windows for ventilation, and ultimately replacing the carpet. It was as though nothing had ever transpired in that space. Seated on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yin Muqing gazed at the bustling nightscape outside, his expression obscured by the swirling smoke. Bailey stood quietly to his right, taking the half-burnt cigarette from Yin Muqing's hand. "Young master, smoking is detrimental to your health." Yin Muqing retorted, "Less talk, more action." Understood. The Yin family had long been entrenched in the arms trade within country S, their transactional history stretching back a century. However, under Yin Muqing's father, the family had begun an inevitable decline. Various factions eyed this lucrative prize, eager to seize it, yet even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Despite their troubles, the Yin family remained a formidable force. In country S. Last month, during the grand celebration of the Yin family's patriarch, Yin Yinshan, for his 50th birthday, an assailant shot him in the chest, subsequently committing suicide. On the spot, chaos ensued, and, as the eldest son of the Yin family, Yin Muqing was compelled to take charge. He first instructed his trusted allies to rush Yin Yinshan to their hospital for emergency care, then stood under the dazzling lights of the Yin family's hall, microphone in hand. The scent of brandy wafted through the air, a pheromone that silenced the guests, a display of the alpha's suppressive power. "It appears that some among us are feeling uneasy. What's the matter? Are you feeling guilty? The Yin family guarantees your safety, provided that none of you are connected to the unfortunate individual sprawled on the floor. I ask for your cooperation with body searches. Those who refuse, well, I trust you do not wish to discover the consequences." As Yin Muqing's words echoed, several armed subordinates surrounded the guests with precision. A few Omegas in attendance began to weep, having been sheltered from such scenes throughout their lives. Gu Xinshi observed the unfolding events with a stoic expression. When a servant approached him to indicate a search, he calmly set down his glass of red wine and stated, "I refuse." The news swiftly reached Yin Muqing's ears that he glanced at Gu Xinshi from a distance. The man was clad in a sleek black suit, his tie impeccably knotted, even the cuffs fastened tightly. Bailey whispered behind him, "Gu Xinshi, Alpha, currently the chairman of the Gu Corporation, has connections with the military." Yin Muqing chuckled softly, "I am well aware of that." "What are you implying?" Bailey sighed, "We cannot afford to provoke him." Yin Muqing understood the implications. The Gu family had been politically active for 3 generations, with the elder Gu having once been a general at the founding of country S, commanding the military. However, a twist of fate had occurred in Gu Xinshi's generation. He had little interest in politics, instead establishing Gu technology during his university years, propelling it to one of the top 3 companies in country S within just 5 years post-graduation. Many believe that Gu Xinshi's success was due to the Gu family's substantial backing. In fact, rivals had even reported Gu technology, only to be met with astonishment. Gu technology had always operated independently of the Gu family. Yin Muqing was skeptical. The moment Gu Xinshi's name was uttered, countless individuals would vie to offer him resources. While Gu Xinshi had not leveraged his family, he certainly had capitalized on its influence in a moment of introspection. Yin Muqing realized that had he been in Gu Xinshi's position, he would undoubtedly seize the advantageous identity of being the Gu family's eldest grandson. Approaching Gu Xinshi, who stood slightly shorter than him at 1.87 meters, Yin Muqing frowned and discreetly increased the distance between them. He extended his hand. Chairman Gu Xinshi did not decline the gesture. Their handshake was brief yet firm. Mr. Yin, I wonder, in what capacity does Chairman Gu attend the birthday celebration today? Gu Technology, Gu Xinshi replied. Yin Muqing feigned disappointment. If you represent Gu Technology, then you cannot refuse a search. The alpha before him lowered his gaze, long, thick eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes, the superiority of his genes evident in his striking features. Fully aware that Gu Xinshi was merely teasing him, Yin Muqing nonetheless found himself inexplicably following his lead. Why is that? Yin Muqing had awaited this question, pivoting to stand at Gu Xinshi's side. He smiled and remarked, "We dare not offend the Gu family, but Gu Technology, HM, is merely a powerless tech company." Bailey nearly choked on his own breath. Yin Muqing shot him a glance. "Is your throat bothering you?" Bailey, resigned, offered a silent apology to Gu Xinshi with a nod. "Young master, the results are in." Bailey presented a tablet to Yin Muqing, displaying the surveillance footage of the assassin from the moment he entered the Yin residence until his suicide. Upon entering, the assassin behaved like any other guest, socializing in the hall, until the moment Yin Yunshan took the stage. He glanced towards the side door, seemingly confirming something, then stealthily approached Yin Yunshan, drawing his gun and pulling the trigger. As Yin Yunshan clutched his chest and fell, Yin Muqing clicked his tongue, as if the fallen figure were not his father, but rather an inconsequential stranger. The result of the search? We found a miniature pistol on both a guest and a waiter. Who is that short fellow standing to the left in the hall? That would be Lu Bo, the son of Butler Lu. Yin Muqing ran a hand through his hair, revealing his frustration. His life had been a whirlwind. And just when Yin Yunshan had entrusted the organization of the birthday celebration to Yin Chen, such a significant oversight occurred. Allowing an armed intruder to infiltrate was an embarrassment for any noble family, and now it fell to him to clean up the mess. A traitor in the Yin family. Yin Muqing despaired. There was nothing more humiliating than this debacle. With no desire to engage further with Gu Xinshi, he strode away decisively. Yin Muqing kicked Lu Bo, sending him flying 5 meters and crashing into the champagne tower, causing an Omega youth to scream in fright. Realizing his error, he turned and offered a sheepish smile to the BOY.MY. "Apologies for startling you." The Omega youth blushed fiercely, murmuring, "It's all right." Yet the dashing alpha before him had no intention of hearing his response. Seizing the microphone from a servant, he maintained his arrogant tone. "Everyone may leave. The ensuing events are not suited for public display." The guests, unable to contain their impatience, left one after another, while the Omega youth followed in his family's wake, overhearing hushed discussions around him. "This lad is utterly arrogant. His father would never dare to search guests in such a public setting. Among these distinguished families, what audacity does Yin Muqing possess to act in this manner?" The Yin family is gradually declining. If Yin Yunshan does not survive this ordeal, a spectacle awaits us. Country is on the brink of upheaval. The Omega youth yearned to defend Yin Muqing, but his family forcibly ushered him into the car. Yin Muqing pressed Lu Bo's head into the alcohol, inquiring, "Who is the master behind you?" Lu Bo tilted his head and spat out blood, stammering, "Young master, I am innocent. I have no connection to the assassin." Steward Lu, already dazed from witnessing his son being kicked away, knelt on the ground in a panic, pleading, "Young master, my son is fiercely loyal to the Yin family. There must be some misunderstanding. Someone is surely framing him." Yin Muqing chuckled lightly. "Are you implying that I am foolish? That I have mistaken the wrong person?" Cold sweat cascaded down Steward Lu's face. "No, that is not what I meant, young master." Yin Muqing interrupted him. "Since Steward Lu and Lu Bo are father and son, their involvement in this matter raises significant suspicion. Let's apprehend them both." Bailey, a trusted confidant of Yin Muqing, executed his commands with unwavering precision, regardless of their nature. Steward Lu attempted to struggle, only to be met with a punch to the nose. leaving him dazed and disoriented. Bailey effortlessly lifted him and tossed him into the basement. A bodyguard answered the phone, his expression tense as he whispered, "Young master, the head of the family." Chapter 2. Doubts about the legitimacy of my brother. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yin Muqing found his brother, Yin Yunshan, still in the emergency room. The red light illuminating the somber scene. Yang Xuanzheng, draped in a blanket, sat on a chair in the corridor outside the emergency room, his head bowed, revealing a slender neck. His slightly long hair obscured his face, rendering his expression a mystery. He was Yin Yunshan's second wife, a male Omega who married Yin Yunshan at the tender age of 18 and soon bore him a second son, Inichen. Alas, as Inichen was also an Omega, his standing in the family was limited. Otherwise, it could have been so much more. An Omega, destined to bear offspring for other families, found himself devoid of any rights within his own, relegated to the role of a mere marriage tool, while his biological mother was fated to wield no real power. Yin Muqing's mother was Yin Yunshan's first wife, a female Omega who tragically perished during childbirth, leaving Yin Muqing with no memories of her, nor any emotional ties. All he possessed was a yellowed photograph in the attic, depicting a radiant woman who was his true mother. However, Yin Yunshan had not been overly reckless. After the death of his first wife, he had spurned the advances of all the beautiful women around him, dedicating himself to raising his children with sincerity. Waiting until Yin Muqing turned 10 before marrying a stepfather, Yin Muqing glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. "Uncle Yang, I am here. You should rest now." The Omega's physique had always been fragile, both physically and psychologically, significantly inferior to that of an alpha. After such a harrowing experience, he was susceptible to illness. Yang Xuanzheng lifted his face, his nose slightly reddened and his eyelashes damp, clearly having shed tears recently. At merely 36 years of age, he bore no signs of aging, possessing a breathtaking beauty granted by his Omega genes, making him appear nearly the same age as Yin Muqing. In truth, they were only 8 years apart. Wiping the moisture from the corners of his eyes, the fragile Omega spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Is it Muqing? Has everything been taken care of?" "The person has been apprehended." Yang Xuanzheng did not inquire further. He was astute, always knowing when to refrain from probing, never involving himself in the family business or the challenges faced by the Yin family. He dutifully played the role of the matriarch, a beautiful vase, a tendril of mistletoe entwined around the grand tree of the Yin family. Tightening his blanket around him, Yang Xuanzheng stood up with the support of the wall, as a nurse awaited nearby to escort him to the room prepared for him. As he passed by Yin Muqing, he suddenly faltered, inexplicably leaning toward him. Yin Muqing instinctively sidestepped, and the Omega fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Inichen happened upon the scene, rushing over to assist Yang Xuanzheng. "Dad, are you all right?" He then turned, confronting Yin Muqing with fierce indignation. "Yin Muqing, what were you just avoiding?" Yin Muqing remained silent. Yang Xuanzheng, having resumed his seat, shot a glare at Inichen. "Muqing is your brother. What is this attitude? Is this how you typically address your brother?" Inichen, having been spoiled since childhood, had grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, never truly fearing the consequences of his actions. Even Yin Yunshan had only scolded him a handful of times. When reprimanded by his father, he merely rolled his eyes, maintaining his irreverent demeanor. Does he even regard me as a brother? If he truly did, he wouldn't have dodged just now, and you wouldn't have fallen to the ground. The floor is so hard. Ichen. Yin Muqing's expression remained impassive as he coldly commanded, "Nurse, please escort the lady to rest." Yang Sun wished to interject, but before he could utter a word, the nurse firmly led him away. Yin Muqing twisted his neck and let out a derisive laugh. "Inichen, had you not been an Omega, but rather an Alpha or Beta, you would currently be unable to rise after a sound thrashing." Inichen quickly conceded, whimpering as he hid behind Bailey, trembling and pleading for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. You're quite audacious. Can your feeble mind elucidate why you chose to replace the waiter with a classmate?" "Brother, my classmate expressed a desire to witness a grand family banquet. He said he had never attended one before. I inquired about the invitation, and you told me only those from prestigious families could receive one. Since I couldn't obtain an invitation, I had no choice." Yin Muqing closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. How long have you known each other? 3 months. Yin Yichen's voice dwindled. So foolish, so foolish. Suddenly, Yin Muqing opened his eyes, seized Yin Yichen by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. At a height of 1.70 meters, Yin Yichen appeared pitifully frail before Yin Muqing, resembling a fledgling chick. Brother, brother. Ooh, I truly realize my mistake, brother. You once said you wouldn't hit an omega, and I am an omega. At that moment, the surgery room door swung open. The doctor, upon witnessing their predicament, paused momentarily before regaining his composure, a result of years of professional training. Young master, the operation was a success. Yin Muqing released his grip, and Yin Yichen collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Disgusted, he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands and directed his subordinate, who stood as a mere backdrop, Bailey, collect Yin Yichen's DNA for a paternity test with my father. Bailey nodded. Yin Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He rose, eager to confront Yin Muqing, but quickly recognized the futility of such an endeavor. His raised fist fell back down, and he stared vacantly at the cold hospital floor, ultimately deciding to lie down and throw a tantrum. Yin Muqing, you have lost your mind. You are insulting me. You are insulting my father. I knew all along you looked down on me, never considering me your brother. The doctor stood in shock. Even his extensive professional experience could not equip him to handle the current scene of chaos, as one party was the second son of the family, while the other was the eldest son. He dared not provoke either. In the clamor of the hospital corridor, he weakly added, patients require a quiet environment to rest. Unfortunately, no one heeded his words. Yin Muqing coldly observed as Yin Yichen was wheeled into the intensive care unit. It indeed seemed serious. Even amidst the uproar, he remained unresponsive. As Yin Yichen lay on the ground, panting after venting his frustrations, Yin Muqing coldly interjected, Bailey, conduct 2 paternity tests, one between my father and Yin Yichen, and the other between Yang Xuanjin and Yin Yichen. I expect to see the results by tomorrow. Bailey rubbed his forehead, replying, young master. Yin Muqing narrowed his eyes. Bailey responded earnestly, as you command, young master. The 2 paternity reports will be placed in your office tomorrow. Without further ado, Yin Muqing departed. On the ground, Yin Yichen rolled and crawled, crying out, Bailey, why are you siding with him? Don't you think Yin Muqing is being excessive? Are you really going to conduct a paternity test on me? Has Yin Muqing lost his mind, and now you have to? Bailey adjusted his glasses, stating, I merely heed the orders of the young master. He then turned to create space for the nurse to collect Yin Yichen's genetic samples. Before long, the nurse had gathered a hair follicle sample, while Yin Yichen cradled his head, weeping softly. After a moment of contemplation, Bailey surveyed Yin Yichen, instructing, collect blood and oral mucosal cells as well. The nurse hesitated, instinctively responding, the DNA from the hair follicle is sufficient to ensure the accuracy of the paternity test. The results will be identical to those from blood and oral mucosal cells. Bailey narrowed his eyes. The nurse complied. Understood, sir. With efficiency, the nurse drew Yin Yichen's blood, performed a throat swab, and respectfully presented the samples to Bailey for inspection. Satisfied, Bailey nodded and briskly made his way to find his young master. However, upon arriving at the exclusive room for the young master in the hospital, he found it unoccupied. Chapter 3. The culprit is Muck. Yin Muqing stood before the door of the intensive care unit, staring intently through the glass at the lifeless figure within. This once mighty alpha now lay in a hospital bed, tubes protruding from his body, relying on the cold numbers of the monitoring equipment to affirm his existence. Was the young master grieving? Bailey silently positioned himself behind Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing's hands, hanging at his sides, trembled violently, and a vein throbbed on his forehead as he turned his expressionless face. Are you a ghost? You tread so quietly. Bailey retreated a step. I did not wish to disturb the young master. The doctor had mentioned that the bullet grazed the heart, missing it by a mere 5 millimeters. If it had been an ordinary person, they would not have survived, yet he had managed to pull through, with bodily functions even better than those of younger individuals. Perhaps he would even have a new younger brother by next month. Bailey chuckled awkwardly. The head of the family likely has no such intentions. Yin Muqing regarded him quizzically. Was that not a jest? Did you not perceive it as such? Bailey smiled through his confusion. Very well, young master. The two fell silent. The only sound resonating from the clock at the end of the corridor, ticking away. With a chime, it struck midnight. Yin Yunshan's hospital room was located on the top floor, guarded by 6 loyal aides who took turns keeping watch. The entire floor was patrolled by subordinates around the clock. Without Yin Muqing's authorization, no one could enter. From the hospital entrance, no vehicles were permitted access. All individuals and items entering the premises underwent security checks, and every floor required a thorough search. If, under such stringent surveillance, one were to still fall victim to an attack, the only possible culprit could be none other than Yin Muqing himself. Yin Muqing rubbed his fingers together. Today he had not donned gloves, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. Just as he contemplated departing, before he could even turn around, he noticed Yin Yichen, supporting Yang Xuanjin, striding towards him with a face full of fury. Yin Yichen's expression contorted as he opened his mouth, only to have Yin Muqing swiftly silence him with a handkerchief pressed to his lips. With a benign smile, Yin Muqing raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Their father was gravely injured and required tranquility. If Yin Yichen wished to cause a scene, he ought to leave at once. Yin Yichen spat out the handkerchief, refraining from further provocation as he bowed his head and retreated behind Yang Xuanjin. He dreaded the sight of Yin Muqing's smiling face, which invariably led to his own misfortunes. Yang Xuanjin sighed, inquiring about the doctor's assessment. He has been stabilized, but he requires rest. After a moment of silence, Yang Xuanjin calmly declared, Yichen and I will stay with your father for a while longer. You have exerted yourself throughout the day. It is best you take some rest. Yin Muqing nodded to Yang Xuanjin before departing swiftly. Eldest young master, that handkerchief was mine. Ah, I shall return it to you tomorrow. Luhua Hospital is the private medical facility of the Yin family, where the top floor exclusively accommodates family members. In addition to comprehensive medical amenities, it offers several luxurious suites for the comfort of caregivers. As a regular patron after reaching adulthood, Yin Muqing had a designated suite, from which he expertly retrieved a change of clothes from the wardrobe. Unlike Yin Yichen, who was sheltered within the confines of the estate, Yin Muqing had been introduced to the family business at the tender age of 8. Yin Yunshan, a quintessential stern patriarch, believed that only through the trials of adversity could one emerge as a true alpha. Thus, at the age of 10, Yin Muqing was sent into military service. During his 3 years in the army, he excelled in every aspect, possessing no other aspirations. His primary battlefield lay within the confines of the Yin family. He intended to graduate in a conventional manner based on his commendable performance. Yet during a field exercise, he fell victim to an adversary's treachery. The graduation drill took place in the undeveloped mountainous regions of Country S, where foes had bribed a forest ranger to infiltrate from the rear. Yin Muqing retained no memory of the exercise. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital bed. The doctors diagnosed him with transient amnesia caused by an imbalance of pheromones affecting his neurological system. As for the reason behind the pheromone imbalance, the doctors could not provide a definitive explanation. Yin Yunshan was unconcerned with the process. His focus lay solely on the outcome. The enemies who had infiltrated the exercise were swiftly eliminated by his own hand, and all injured students were admitted to the hospital. The graduation drill resulted in the deaths of 3 students and 1 instructor, with 4 others severely injured, and 1 student remained in the ICU for half a year. Aware that the Yin family bore responsibility for the tragedy, Yin Yunshan compensated the victims' families generously. He felt fortunate that the students were ordinary individuals, easily compensated with money. He recognized the selfishness of his thoughts, yet felt he had no other recourse. Yin Muqing was not gravely injured and soon recovered enough to be discharged. When Yin Yunshan inquired whether he wished to visit his classmates, Yin Muqing declined, stating, "What would visiting accomplish? It changes nothing." He turned on the hot water, allowing the warmth to cascade over his head and down his neck, enveloping his shoulders in soothing streams. As the water washed over his neck glands, he let out a deep sigh of relief. He preferred to recline in a bathtub filled with warm water, as it bestowed upon him a profound sense of freedom and comfort. The gentle currents caressed his muscles, rendering him as if he were floating in midair. At times, He would doze off in the tub. A soft knock echoed at the door. "Young master, it is Bailey. Are you asleep?" Yin Muqing returned to his senses, casually donning a white bathrobe before emerging from the bathroom to open the door. Bailey stepped inside and quietly closed the door behind him. Yin Muqing sat silently on the sofa by the wall, his head bowed, a white towel in hand, silently drying his damp hair. "Young master, we have investigated thoroughly. The identity information of a young master's classmate is entirely fabricated. The assassin who committed suicide by gunshot also appeared in Deep City suddenly 3 months ago. As for Lu Bo, we discovered he has opened a new account abroad with 30 million in it. Who are the suspects? The Gao family, Gu Xinshi. The Gao family differed from the Yin family. While the Yin family engaged in the arms trade, the Gao family ostensibly operated in real estate, yet secretly dabbled in every vice imaginable, gambling, drugs, and more. However, Gu Xinshi, the head of the Gao family, was astute and maintained robust connections, resulting in only minor fines over the years. To quote Yin Yunshan, the Gao family was merely rats in the gutter, mud in the alley, unworthy of attention. He found them distasteful, even a glance at. Reflecting on this, Yin Muqing couldn't help but let out a mirthless chuckle. Bailey inquired, "What is it?" Yin Yunshan once remarked that the Gao family was akin to rats in the gutter. It was ironic that they were ultimately shot down by the very mud they embodied, landing in the emergency room. Bailey had grown accustomed to Yin Muqing's unyielding demeanor towards familial ties. "We have traced the hired assassin to a man named Lu Bingren, an orphan with no political affiliations. The Gao family had previously funded him, but he severed ties 2 years ago, even making headlines at the time." Headlines? I was unaware. We had received a significant order from the Soraya family at that time, and you were preoccupied with that, Bailey said, pulling out a tablet and navigating to the news page from 2 years prior. The screen boldly displayed, "New Farmer and the Snake. Gu Xinshi furious at Lu Bingren's lack of conscience." Yin Muqing scoffed, not bothering to read further. Gu Xinshi, that lump of mud, believed that without substantial evidence against him, he was beyond reproach. How naive. Gu Xinshi was rather foolish. The average person might conclude that another faction had hired Lu Bingren to shift suspicion onto the Gao family, given Lu Bingren's apparent enmity with Gu Xinshi. However, whether it was animosity or gratitude remained uncertain. Gu Xinshi, leveraging this cognitive trap, could easily argue that if he were responsible, he would not hire someone with a clear connection to him, or he could simply state that his rupture with Lu Bingren was well known, making it implausible for the latter to risk himself for Gao. Yin Muqing detested such convoluted reasoning. He firmly believed in the Gao family's guilt. Thus, they were guilty. Such schemes and stratagems held no sway over him. He would demonstrate through decisive action the consequences of attacking the Yin family. Where's Lu Bingren now? The dark web revealed that he made a transaction at 8:28 a.m. yesterday in a remote town in Country Y, and personnel have already been dispatched to pursue the lead. Chapter 4. The underground city. The following morning at 6, Yin Muqing found himself in Yin Yunshan's hospital room, where Yin Yunshan remained in a state of unconsciousness. The doctor conducted a series of examinations, all of which returned normal results. The family head had escaped danger, and his current slumber was attributed to the lingering effects of anesthesia, compounded by the weakness caused by excessive blood loss. Once the anesthesia was metabolized and his body regained some strength, he would awaken. Yin Muqing responded with a curt acknowledgement, glancing at his watch. He had numerous matters to attend to that day. The Yin family was no ordinary clan, and there was no need for him to linger outside the hospital room playing the dutiful son. The situation was precarious, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. He turned to the bodyguard stationed nearby and commanded, "No one is to enter without my permission." He also ordered the complete lockdown of any information regarding Yin Yunshan's condition. The outside world was rife with anticipation for news of Yin Yunshan's potential demise. Since they relished such expectations, they might as well continue to do so. Yin Muqing settled into his car, a laptop resting on his lap, and a stack of documents on the seat beside him. He had headphones in, listening to financial news. Just as the vehicle was about to start, a slender figure obstructed its path. With alabaster skin and delicate limbs, it was evident that the individual was an omega. Li pressed the horn, causing the omega to shudder, appearing as if on the verge of fainting, yet valiantly extending both arms to block the front of the car. Li glanced back at his master. "Young master, there's an omega boy standing in the way." Yin Muqing did not catch Li's words clearly, but he perceived the situation outside. He retrieved a pair of gloves he had prepared in advance, donned them meticulously, and rubbed his fingers together, gazing on with indifference and annoyance. The faint golden light, seemingly imbued with dust, cascaded onto his face as he lowered the car window. Instinctively, the omega rushed over, pressing small hands against the window, eyes glistening with tears that seemed capable of drawing one in, exuding an aura of fragility and beseeching the mercy of the strong. Yin Muqing removed his headphones and, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired of Li, "Who is he?" Li, perplexed, replied, "Young master, I do not know. I thought you lowered the window because you recognized him." With a quivering voice, the boy spoke, "I am Wei, the boyfriend of Chu Yong." "Mr. Yin, my boyfriend is innocent. Please let him go. I will do anything you ask if you release him." Li's eyelids twitched violently, quickly interrupting, "Young master. Chu Yong is the classmate of the second young master, the one who disguised himself as a waiter to infiltrate." Yin Muqing smirked coldly. "So, you're a classmate of Chen?" The omega's eyes glistened with tears. "I'm also a classmate of Chen's. We share a close bond. It was Chen who informed me of your presence here. Brother Yin, I implore you, Yong is truly innocent." Li's expression twisted in concern. To prevent his master from losing his temper, he hurriedly exited the vehicle, intending to drag this oblivious omega away. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The omega boy, clinging desperately to the car window, suddenly felt his body weaken and slid down against the door, gasping for breath and trembling all over. A potent scent of gardenia pheromones swiftly permeated the air. Li, a beta, could not perceive it, yet he understood what this condition signified for an omega. He was in heat. Li's expression shifted from blankness to alarm. Just as he intended to drag the omega away, a gust of wind blew in, flooding Yin Muqing's face with the pheromones. Li thought to himself, "This is bad." The bodyguard at the hospital entrance rushed over upon witnessing the scene. Li succinctly instructed, "He-s in heat. Take him for a suppressant, and then confine him." After handing the omega over to the security personnel, Li quickly got back in his car, rolled up the windows, and pressed the accelerator to distance himself from the location. Yin Muqing's expression was inscrutable. Although omega pheromones did not incite alpha arousal directly, they were not devoid of effect, particularly in heightening desire. The scent of gardenia filled the car, undetectable to Li, who naively believed he had successfully mitigated the situation. Yin Muqing, with a darkened countenance, commanded, "Open the window." Li obediently complied, and after a moment he timidly inquired, "Young master, where to now?" Yin Muqing loosened his tie and leaned back against the rear seat, revealing a small portion of his healthy skin. He tilted his head back, his pronounced Adam's apple moving as he closed his eyes. "To the underground city." After speaking, he covered his eyes with the back of his hand, seemingly unable to endure it. Moments later, Yin Muqing cupped his mouth and bent over to dry heave. His pale complexion turned slightly rosy around the cheeks due to the retching. Li bit his lip tightly, afraid to utter a word. Yin Muqing had always harbored a strong aversion to the pheromones of strangers. Had it been a more ordinary concentration, it might not have affected him so severely. Today, however, his misfortune was compounded by encountering a heat-stricken omega, particularly one with the scent of gardenia, which consistently ranked at the top of the pheromone longevity chart. Yin Muqing took a sip of water to suppress his urge to vomit, his gaze meeting Li's inquisitive reflection in the rearview mirror. He huffed. "What about the paternity test results?" Li offered an awkward smile through the mirror. "In the document bag to your right." Yin Muqing flipped to the last page, where the paternity test clearly stated, based on existing data and DNA analysis, it is supported that Yin Yunshan is the biological father of Yin Chen. He opened another document, which similarly affirmed that Yang Xuanjin was also the biological father of Yin Chen. Disappointed, he casually tossed the papers onto the adjacent seat. Do you think Inichin could have bribed the paternity testing agency? Bailey felt a flush of embarrassment. Young master, the agency belongs to you. Yin Muqing appeared lost in thought. Perhaps they have betrayed me. Bailey explained, the underground city is a public term for the black market. It is not a closed-off area, but rather a vast urban expanse, rife with both light and darkness, teeming with vice and desire. Here, the morals and dignity of daily life dissipate, creating a haven for those willing to gamble their lives for wealth. Although Yin Muqing does not frequent this place, he is well acquainted with many individuals, and upon disembarking from a vehicle, he encounters a familiar face. The scruffy bounty hunter attempts to pat him on the shoulder, but is firmly restrained by the bodyguard, who tightly grips his wrist. Yin Muqing casts a sidelong glance at him. Eric, I have repeatedly stated not to touch me. Eric's expression is exaggerated as he exclaims, ouch, ouch, ouch. Mr. Yin, please have your bodyguard release me. I was merely greeting you. May God forgive me, but even my enthusiastic approach cannot thaw your icy demeanor. Let go. The bodyguard, upon hearing this, releases his grip and expressionlessly retreats behind Yin Muqing, while Eric clutches his wrist and hisses in pain. Bailey, standing nearby, revels in the situation, saying, congratulations. Eric, this marks the 4th time. Keep up the good work. What brings you, citizens of S country, here on this occasion? Have you made any progress on the task I assigned you last time? As the conversation shifts to business, Eric's demeanor turns serious, and they move to Eric's studio. The studio, converted from an apartment, features an office desk on the 1st floor serving as the workspace, while the 2nd floor is Eric's personal space. The entire apartment appears dilapidated, shrouded in darkness where sunlight scarcely penetrates. Mr. Yin, I have spent 3 months investigating, and the amassed materials fill my studio. However, the results remain elusive. It has been over a decade since the events transpired, and those in the know are either deceased or missing. I have questioned the few survivors, yet they were not present during your ordeal and possess no knowledge of what transpired. The individual you seek may not even exist. Alternatively, it is possible that he perished at the training ground, and no one is aware of it. If you wish to ascertain the veracity of this latter possibility, you will need to hire more individuals to scour the mountains, as the area is vast. However, even if remains are discovered, it cannot definitively prove that he is the person you're searching for. I understand, Yin Muqing replies. Chapter 5. This director, Gu, seems a bit hollow after driving a short distance. The vehicle becomes ensnared in traffic before exiting the underground city. The soft golden sunlight streams through the car window, casting a slanted glow upon Yin Muqing's dark hair, creating a halo of light. In a nearby alley, a brawl unfolds as a man in a suit valiantly fights off several armed assailants to protect his girlfriend behind him. However, his 2 fists are no match for their numbers, and he gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. Yin Muqing watches with keen interest, and as the spectacle unfolds, he straightens up. The man in the suit appears somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Yin Muqing's expression shifts to one of surprise. How could Gu Xinshi be here? With an accident ahead causing a delay, Yin Muqing decisively exits the vehicle. Rather than sitting idly, he prefers to stretch his legs. Bailey, confused by his actions, follows suit. 4 assailants block the exit, slowly advancing toward him, while the Omega girl stands behind Gu Xinshi, who finds himself cornered. Resolute, he raises his elbow to deflect a baseball bat and delivers a swift kick, sending one of the assailants flying. However, as he lands, Gu Xinshi stumbles, momentarily losing his balance amidst the chaos. Under ordinary circumstances, dealing with these 4 individuals would be a walk in the park for him. However, he had just undergone treatment at the Research Institute yesterday, and his body had yet to fully recover. The pheromones in his glands have been nearly depleted due to the treatment process, rendering him temporarily unable to suppress them. He raised his elbow to block the swing of a baseball bat, catching a glimpse of a kidnapper attempting a sneak attack from behind. Gu Xinshi, lacking the strength to evade, gritted his teeth and braced himself to endure the impending blow. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, Gu Xinshi swiftly turned around. Yin Muqing, clad in black gloves, had ensnared the kidnapper's wrist with his long fingers. With a slight twist, The kidnapper writhed in agony, and the raised club fell to the ground. Backlit, Yin Muqing's expression was teasing as he remarked, "Oh, Mr. Gu, what a coincidence." With that, he delivered a swift kick to the kidnapper's chest, sending him flying 5 meters away. Yin Muqing lifted his chin slightly, gesturing toward the corner where an Omega girl was attempting to conceal herself. Has Mr. Gu failed in his valiant attempt to rescue the damsel in distress? How unfortunate. To his surprise, Gu Xinshi, despite his tall stature, appeared rather feeble. It was no wonder he had not joined the military. Perhaps he'd been deemed too weak to enlist. Gu Xinshi could only respond with a wry smile. "I apologize for causing Mr. Yin any amusement." The arrival of Yin Muqing had dramatically shifted the tide of the situation. Realizing their predicament, the kidnappers turned to flee, only to find themselves confronted by Li, who held a gun to the leader's head, compelling him to raise his hands. With sunglasses perched on his nose, Li scoffed, "Did our young master permit you to leave? Such a lack of decorum." The 4 kidnappers knelt in a row, lamenting their ill fate that day. Their intention had merely been to abduct a solitary Omega, but a righteous bystander had intervened. While the newcomer was an alpha, his evident weakness had prompted them to consider overpowering him to complete their task. Just as they contemplated abandoning their mission to escape, they found themselves at gunpoint. Those capable of wielding firearms were typically not to be trifled with. The leader of the kidnappers, breathing heavily, deliberated. "We apologize for the inconvenience caused, and we assure you it was not our intention to trouble you. If you could find it in your heart to spare us, we would be grateful to report back to our employer." His words suggested the presence of a powerful entity behind them. If Yin Muqing were to take action, he would need to carefully consider whether he could contend with their backing. After a moment of silence, Gu Xinshi suddenly inquired, "Who is your employer?" Yin Muqing chuckled softly. "Oh, does Mr. Gu wish for his family to intervene?" The kidnappers, perplexed by their exchange, only recognized Gu Xinshi as the chairman of a seemingly insignificant company and dismissed him. They boasted unashamedly, "Our employer, revealing his identity, might frighten you both." Impatient, Yin Muqing delivered another kick to the kidnapper. "Speak." All right. It is the Yin family. Our employer is the Yin family." Yin Muqing fell silent. "You mean the Yin family of Yin Yanshan?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinshi couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile, which Yin Muqing, possessing keen eyes, noticed immediately. Yin Muqing narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Gu, that seems rather ungracious." Following the earlier skirmish, Gu Xinshi's hair was somewhat disheveled, with sunlight glinting off his temples and a few unruly strands resting on his straight nose. Yet his tie remained impeccably fastened, showing not a trace of slack. Gu Xinshi stood there, as solemn as though he had just attended an international conference. He suppressed the corners of his mouth, restoring his indifferent expression, the fleeting smile appearing to be a mere illusion of Yin Muqing. Retracting his gaze, Gu Xinshi's face seemed slightly paler than when they last met. Yin Muqing directed his attention towards the leader of the kidnappers. "Do you recognize me?" The kidnapper remained silent, yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed a message of ignorance. As if to say, "Who are you?" Yin Muqing looked at him with pity, extending his hand backward to receive the gun offered by a bodyguard. "I will ask you once more, who is your master behind this?" The kidnapper's gaze flickered, clearly flustered. "Our master is the Yin family. Can you afford to provoke them? Have you considered the consequences of their vengeance?" Yin Muqing ceased his idle chatter, aiming at the temple of a nearby kidnapper, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the body crumpled to the ground, blooming into a crimson spectacle against the wall. Silence spread through the narrow alley, and Gu Xinshi was taken aback by Yin Muqing's decisive action, yet the members of the Yin family appeared unfazed. The man's icy demeanor, tinged with impatience, was accentuated by his slightly loosened tie, carelessly askew. The gun was redirected towards the kidnapper leader's brow. "Speak." The kidnapper leader's eyes widened in fear, fixated on the gun's muzzle, stammering, "The Gao family, our master is the Gao family. The higher-ups instructed us to say that we are working for the Yin family if anyone inquires." Yin Muqing tilted his head. "Mr. Gu, did you hear that? He mentioned the Gao family." Gu Xinshi replied, "What is your purpose in kidnapping the Omega?" "To sell to others." Omegas have a higher reproductive capability. Most of the children born are alphas or omegas, making them highly sought after in the market. If one cannot afford a whole, they can opt for surrogacy. Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze in silence. Omegas constitute a minuscule fraction of the global population, and trafficking them is an egregious crime in S country. Yet, in the mouth of the kidnapper, it seemed like a trivial matter, almost a given. Yin Muqing twirled the gun. Mr. Gu, are you finished with your inquiries? Gu Xinshi returned to the present. What do you intend to do? These men were merely pawns of the Gao family, incapable of divulging anything more profound. Keeping them alive would only serve as a waste. Better to eliminate them entirely. Gu Xinshi remarked nonchalantly. Do as you please. Yin Muqing feigned surprise. Raising an eyebrow. You would actually leave it to my discretion? Murder is illegal. Does Mr. Gu not know this? I assumed someone of your esteemed reputation would be more law-abiding. He shifted his tone. Regrettably, having already killed one, there is no turning back. It will be best to eradicate all. Yin Muqing stepped back, and a bodyguard advanced, drawing his weapon and aiming at the kidnapper's brow. After 3 gunshots, 3 more crimson blossoms appeared on the wall. It seemed today would incur further expenses. In the underground city, when one opts to kill, if one is too lazy to dispose of the bodies, a simple fee to the underground city's refuse disposal personnel would ensure a thorough cleanup, leaving no trace behind. It was precisely because they were in the underground city that Yin Muqing felt emboldened to act so recklessly. Ordinarily, he maintained a more restrained demeanor. Returning to the car, Yin Muqing noted that the earlier incident had been resolved and the traffic had cleared. Gu Xinshi tapped on the car window. Yin Muqing rolled down the car window, inquiring, What is it, Mr. Gu? Gu Xinshi replied, Mr. Yin, would it be too much trouble for you to give us a ride? My car has been deflated. Yin Muqing paused for a moment before responding, Of course. Chapter 6. This seems a bit unscrupulous. The scene was stark, for lifeless bodies lay on the ground, blood oozing from their foreheads, gradually pooling into a small puddle. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air. The underground city's environment was intricate. Behind the bright and tidy buildings lay damp, shadowy alleys, cloaked in darkness where bloodshed and malevolence lurked unseen. The phone rang. Gu Xinshi answered. Speaking softly, There's no need to come. It's already been resolved. The Omega girl appeared visibly shaken, cowering in a corner, her back turned to him, her long, dark hair cascading like seaweed down her back, the ends brushing against her slender waist. She wore a loose, oversized shirt that barely covered her thighs, revealing 2 legs as white as jade. Gu Xinshi pinched the bridge of his nose. It's all right now. May I ask your name? The girl trembled, her fear intensifying. Gu Xinshi had no prior connection to her. His presence here was purely coincidental. He had come to the underground city seeking Dr. Smith, hoping to consult her on certain matters. Dr. Smith was a beta female who shattered the stereotype that the industry was dominated by alphas. Having gained admission to the world's foremost medical institution as a beta and graduating with top honors. After 2 years of service at a national research institute in D country, he had learned she had resigned. Shortly thereafter, she published her latest research findings on a medical program, boldly asserting that certain alpha pheromones possess the capacity to treat specific pheromone dysregulation disorders. If this statement were conveyed to an elementary school student, they would undoubtedly declare it impossible. Alpha pheromones are known for their aggressive, suppressive, and tumultuous characteristics, whereas pheromone dysregulation requires the soothing qualities of gentle and comforting pheromones. This explains the absence of alphas in pheromone departments and the popularity of omega doctors within them. However, patients suffering from specific pheromone dysregulation disorders require an omega whose pheromones are compatible to provide solace. Many spend their entire lives searching in vain, ultimately descending into madness and despair, leading to tragic ends. Someone had reportedly seen Dr. Smith in the underground city last month, prompting Gu Xinshi to dispatch individuals to search for her, but to no avail. He had not originally intended to venture into the underground city in search of Dr. Smith. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Unsurprisingly, he returned disappointed. On his way out of the city, the girl had flagged down his car. Initially, Gu Xinshi had no intention of assisting her. His own discomfort weighed heavily on him. Yet, in her, he discerned the shadow of a bygone acquaintance, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Had Yin Muqing not appeared, Gu Xinshi would have found it challenging to extricate himself from the situation. The Omega girl composed herself enough to turn and face him, stating with newfound courage, "My name is Xiao O." Gu Xinshi patiently reassured her, "All right, Xiao O. It's all over now. Where do you live? I shall take you home." Upon hearing his words, Xiao O seemed to glimpse some horrific specter, her gaze becoming vacant as she retreated incessantly. "I won't go back. Help! I'm so scared." Gu Xinshi furrowed his brow, urging her to remain calm. Yet, Xiao O's mental state was on the verge of collapse. She could not hear Gu Xinshi's words, as fear enveloped her completely. She only understood that returning home felt worse than death. Gu Xinshi delivered a swift chop to the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He bent down and gently lifted her into his arms. Xiao O's condition was far from normal. She required hospitalization for treatment. As a red-blooded alpha from a prominent family, Gu Xinshi had been educated from a young age to protect the vulnerable. Abandoning an Omega was simply inconceivable to him. His vehicle was parked not far away, and he placed Xiao O in the back seat before closing the door, only to suddenly sense something amiss with the car. One of his tires had been punctured. The underworld was a den of malevolent beings. Merely having a tire slashed left Gu Xinshi uncertain as to whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He scanned his surroundings and noticed that Yin Muqing's car had not yet departed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he approached the bulletproof armored vehicle. Gu Xinshi tapped on the window, which lowered to reveal Yin Muqing's face, marked by an unmistakable aggression and surprise. "Mr. Gu, is there something else? Could Mr. Yin give us a ride?" The other man hesitated for a moment. "Of course," he replied. Yin Muqing had taken 2 vehicles out that day. 2 bodyguards shared one car, while he and Bailey shared the other. Naturally, Xiao O was placed in the back seat with the bodyguards. Gu Xinshi opened the door and took a seat inside, where the scent of gardenia pheromones wafted through the air. He casually speculated that it must belong to an Omega. Alpha pheromones tend to be more stimulating, whereas Omega pheromones are sweet and fragrant. His mother-S pheromones, for instance, had a jasmine essence. With 2 towering alphas occupying the back seat, Bailey immediately felt the air within the vehicle thicken. He discreetly observed his young master's expression through the rearview mirror, only to be met with a fierce glare from Yin Muqing. Gu Xinshi sat in the back seat out of habit, and, upon entering, he realized the impropriety of his position. However, the vehicle was already in motion. Yin Muqing inquired, "Where is Mr. Gu headed?" "Mr. Yin, if it is convenient, could you take us to the hospital? That Omega is in poor condition." Yin Muqing donned a fresh pair of gloves. "Convenient. I was just about to head to the hospital. Thank you." The vehicle glided smoothly along the highway as Yin Muqing flexed his fingers, the clear lines of his knuckles resting casually on his thigh, the black gloves accentuating their slenderness. Gu Xinshi diverted his gaze, only to inadvertently feel something beneath his legs. As he shifted slightly, he brushed against Yin Muqing's knee, the warmth permeating through the thin fabric to his own leg. Gu Xinshi's mind fixated on a single thought. Yin Muqing's body temperature was exceedingly high. Yin Muqing lowered his gaze, his fingers curling slightly. He felt that moving away would be overly sentimental, yet staying close was somewhat uncomfortable. Gu Xinshi withdrew his leg, now holding 2 sheets of paper that he intended to return to Yin Muqing, but his eyes were uncontrollably drawn to the contents inscribed upon them. "This is a paternity test report." Without taking a closer look, the alpha beside him lazily extended his hand, beckoning. "Mr. Gu, this is private. My apologies." The 2 fell silent. Gu Xinshi slowed his breathing. The scent of Omega pheromones in the car was overwhelmingly strong. He was not accustomed to the scent of others' Omega pheromones. He casually pondered that with Yin Muqing's flamboyant character, it was not unusual for an Omega to be playful in the car. However, was she pregnant? Did that paternity test imply that Yin Muqing did not trust his Omega? Was conducting a paternity test excessively hurtful? Had he not marked the other? Or was it possible that the Omega frolicking in the car was not the same one who was pregnant? Gu Xinshi's emotions were somewhat complicated. Yin Muqing remained unaware that, In the other's eyes, he had become a disloyal partner, irresponsibly causing an Omega's pregnancy. The scent of gardenias in the air was too overpowering. Yin Muqing felt a twinge of irritation, not wishing for Gu Xinshi to discover this flaw of his. Bailey rolled down the window. Yes, young master. Gu Xinshi feigned ignorance, asking why roll down the window. Yin Muqing shot him a sidelong glance, a peculiar smile on his lips. Mr. Gu, can't you smell it? The scent of Omega pheromones. Gu Xinshi sat up straight. I can, Mr. Yin. You certainly have a lot of energy. Yin Muqing refrained from elaborating, relishing in his misunderstanding. What can I say, Mr. Gu? He asked, just too clingy. It seemed Yin Muqing had found amusement in attacking him, resting his chin on his hand. Haven't you tried it, Mr. Gu? Xiao O Sin. No. The alpha across from him did not let him off easily, his tone laced with clear mockery. Mr. Gu, at 25 or 26. You're still a novice. I wonder how many prominent families would rush to present you with an Omega. However, he deliberately paused before adding with a smile. Perhaps Mr. Gu has his own intentions, appearing as a hero today while secretly feeling his heart stir. Gu Xinshi chuckled lightly. Not as experienced as Mr. Yin. Yin Muqing slightly lifted his chin. That is certainly true. Bailey, one hand on the steering wheel, vigorously rubbed his face to ease the tension from suppressing laughter. Chapter 7. Secretary Xiao Li's reputation under siege. Yin Muqing lit a cigarette, leaning against the car door as he took a puff. A cloud of white smoke escaping his lips. Gu Xinshi hurriedly carried the Omega into the hospital, quickly attracting the attention of a nurse, who expertly grabbed her intercom to call for emergency personnel. Within half a minute, 2 doctors clad in white coats arrived with a stretcher, taking the Omega from Gu Xinshi and swiftly entering the emergency room. Subsequently, a nurse began spraying pheromone neutralizer in the hospital lobby. High concentrations of Omega pheromones could induce other Omegas to enter heat and provoke the desires of alphas. Thus, to avoid such dangerous and awkward situations, many public places were equipped with pheromone neutralizers. Omegas were indeed troublesome. Yin Muqing mused, biting the cigarette, but as he and Gu Xinshi opened the back door of the girl's car, a powerful scent of creamy Omega pheromones surged forth, its intensity akin to a wall that nearly knocked Yin Muqing off balance. He nearly vomited on the spot. The 2 bodyguards accompanying him today were betas. Hence they failed to notice that the Omega was in distress. Contemplating this, Yin Muqing darkened his expression and took a deep drag from his cigarette, leaving a long trail of ash. Bailey held the ashtray, and Yin Muqing shot him a sidelong glance, sneering coldly. Bailey, feeling wronged. Gu Xinshi sat in a chair outside the emergency room, pinching the bridge of his nose. He opened his phone, swiped a few times, and dialed his secretary. The call connected swiftly. Chairman, Secretary Fong, take a few people to the southern district of the underground city, number 148, retrieve my car, and have Xiao Li come to Luhua Hospital. Unlike most hospitals, Luhua Hospital was not crowded. Although it boasted top-notch medical equipment, it was a private institution with exorbitant prices, attracting primarily the affluent, resulting in a relatively sparse patient flow. The entire hospital felt somewhat empty. Gu Xinshi hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. He had a meeting to attend that evening and was scheduled for a business trip abroad the following day. The hospital, with its generous finances, had genuine leather seating in the corridors, and Gu Xinshi began to drift into a light slumber. After an indeterminate period, the emergency room door swung open, and the doctor removed his mask, calling out, "Family of the patient." Gu Xinshi opened his eyes, realizing he was alone in the corridor. Just as he intended to rise, he caught sight of Secretary Li hurrying towards him. He relaxed and sank back into his seat, raising a finger to indicate Secretary Li while adopting a more languid tone. "Doctor, he's the family member." Secretary Li looked bewildered, pointing to himself in confusion. "Me?" Gu Xinshi nodded, now involuntarily designated as a family member. Secretary Li dared not express his frustration and focused intently on the doctor's instructions. The doctor scrutinized him. "You're the family member of the patient?" Secretary Li firmly nodded in affirmation. "The chairman said I am, thus I am." The doctor maintained a stern demeanor. "The patient is pregnant." She nearly suffered a miscarriage due to shock, which caused an imbalance in her pheromones. The fetus has been stabilized, but she requires strict bed rest. Secretary Li's mouth formed an O shape in shock. The doctor, accustomed to dealing with wealthy young masters and second-generation heirs, reflected on how family unions often lacked affection, with many maintaining a facade while supporting numerous outside relationships, knowing they lacked the means to reclaim their illegitimate offspring, yet failing to take proper precautions. They would inadvertently complicate matters. With this in mind, the doctor coldly added, "Do you want the child? With her current condition, if she aborts, she may never conceive again." Secretary Li now faced a daunting dilemma, a substantial challenge affecting his career. Should he assist the chairman in acknowledging this child, or prioritize his own reputation by distancing the chairman from the situation? Tears streamed down his face internally as he thought, "Chairman, I never imagined you to be this kind of person." Feeling he lacked the authority to decide on the child's fate, he cast a desperate glance towards his chairman. "Chairman, please say something. Do we want this child?" Gu Xinshi stared blankly into the air, replaying the events of the day in his mind, returning empty-handed from the underground city, rashly attempting to be a hero, being saved by Yin Muqing, and inadvertently acquiring an Omega as a buy-one-get-one-free deal. The doctor, growing impatient, reiterated, "So, do you want the child or not?" The doctor, with an unwavering disdain for malevolence, felt a pang of sympathy for the patient who had just emerged from peril. The man before him was palpably indecisive, shrinking back and wavering. Secretary Xiao O was on the verge of tears. At last, Gu Xinshi extricated himself from his stupor, his gaze shifting to the expectant expression of his secretary, and he numbly nodded. Receiving this affirming signal, Secretary Xiao O swiftly turned to the doctor and responded emphatically, "Yes." The doctor regarded him, muttering softly, "At least he is a person." Secretary Xiao O proudly lifted his chin. Gu Xinshi covered his face in exasperation. The girl on the hospital bed lay with her eyes tightly shut, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains to grace her face. Her skin so pale it appeared almost translucent, and 4 needles pierced her right hand, with drops of liquid steadily descending from the infusion bottle, while the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor punctuated the silence. Gu Xinshi briefly instructed Secretary Xiao O to care for Xiao O at the hospital before he drove back to the company in Xiao O's car. The routine meeting within the building proceeded in an orderly fashion, with executives gathered on either side of the long conference table, save for the central seat, which remained vacant. Gu Xinshi sat in his office, one finger methodically tapping a report on the desk, while he held a phone to his ear, conversing in German with impeccable pronunciation. Fong Nan, hearing the call disconnect, adjusted his thin-framed glasses perched on his nose and instinctively looked up, meeting a gaze that appeared slightly fatigued. It seemed that the chairman always bore a certain weariness on this day of the month. Once Gu Xinshi finished signing, he set down his pen and announced, "Let us head to the conference room." Fong Nan's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Xinshi pressed his temples. Today's events had been exceedingly surreal, and he sought clarity through work, entering the conference room under the curious gazes of the upper management. He approached the empty central seat at the conference table and sat down, nodding in acknowledgement to the subordinates awaiting his direction. "Let us begin." Gu Xinshi tapped his intertwined fingers upon the table. The executives gathered before the LCD screen responded in unison, and he cleared his throat, adjusting his suit before launching into an enthusiastic presentation. Fong Nan placed the organized materials before Gu Xinshi, who became engrossed in his discourse, oblivious to the executives exchanging furtive glances filled with gossip. Noticing a tap on his foot beneath the table, Fong Nan glanced inquiringly at a colleague beside him. That colleague wore a serious expression, nodding occasionally to express admiration for the speaking executive, while simultaneously slipping a note beneath Fong Nan's elbow. Adjusting his glasses, Fong Nan discreetly retrieved the note. The surrounding executives, flipping through documents, astutely redirected their attention to observe his reaction. He shifted his fingers to reveal a haphazard line of text. "The chairman's girlfriend is pregnant." He inhaled sharply. Gu Xinshi's pen momentarily faltered as he looked up, inquiring, "What is it?" Fong Nan responded calmly. My girlfriend is pregnant. I'm a bit excited, my apologies, Chairman. A chorus of executives turned to him in unison. Gu Xinshi replied, Congratulations. He paid little heed to the private lives of his subordinates, momentarily taken aback, pondering why so many seemed to be expecting today. Pregnancy is a joyful occasion, and even the typically composed Secretary Fong finds herself distracted during meetings. Gu Xinshi is not an autocratic leader. He is even contemplating granting Fong Nan a day off. Fong Nan, however, sits expressionless, devoid of any paternal joy, particularly given that he does not even have a girlfriend. After the meeting, he receives the chairman's concern. Secretary Fong, tomorrow when you go on a business trip, let Secretary He accompany me. You can have a day off to spend with your girlfriend. Fong Nan replies calmly, Chairman, my girlfriend prefers ambitious alphas. If I take leave because she is pregnant, she will be upset. Gu Xinshi does not press the matter further. Chapter 8. I am an alpha. Alphas cannot become pregnant. The Gu family's ancestral home is perched upon a hill, a grand traditional residence that, from a distance, resembles an exquisite chessboard of agate and jade nestled among the mountains. The estate boasts 5 levels above ground and 3 below, with a series of courtyards. As the car approaches the Gu residence, the iron gates open automatically. Gu Xinshi drives to the main house, where the security personnel and housekeeper await his arrival. The housekeeper, nearing 50, approaches with a beaming smile upon seeing Gu Xinshi exit the vehicle. Young master, you have finally returned. Your mother has been asking about you incessantly. Having spent his youth in the Gu residence, the housekeeper, whose father was the former steward, has been managing the household affairs since his youth with remarkable efficiency. He quickly summons staff to retrieve Gu Xinshi's luggage and prepare his room. Since graduating, Gu Xinshi seldom stays overnight at the Gu residence. Initially due to the burgeoning demands of his company, he has since become accustomed to residing in an apartment. As a group of people approaches to retrieve his luggage from the trunk, Gu Xinshi timely intervenes. There is no need to take the luggage down. The housekeeper, puzzled, receives the explanation. I won't be staying here tonight. I have a business trip early tomorrow. The housekeeper, who has watched him grow up, feels a pang of sympathy. You are working so hard. Gu Xinshi smiles lightly. It's manageable. Upon entering the living room, the entire family is already gathered. He removes his suit jacket and hands it to the maid, replacing it with a pair of gray slippers as he takes a seat at the empty space. Father, mother, aunt, uncle. Gu Ran grins widely. Ah, dear nephew, it's a pity I sent New Year's. There's no red envelope for you. Gu Xinshi smoothly retrieves a red envelope from his pocket and hands it to his cousin Li Xiao, whose mouth is stuffed with cherry tomatoes. Here, a red envelope. Li Xiao, taken aback, looks up with surprise. Thank you, brother. Gu Ran interjects. How stingy. Today marks the 49th birthday of Madame Gu, who prefers her birthday not to become a social affair. Thus, the family typically gathers for a simple meal. Gu Xinshi presents his gift, to which Madame Gu playfully retorts, You still remember your mother. Gu Xinshi responds with feigned exasperation. How could I forget? Madame Gu unwraps the gift, revealing a grandmother-sized emerald ring, which she carefully adorns. Under the light, the gemstone glimmers, enhancing the delicacy of her fingers. Mr. Gu, in a casual tone, inquires, Are you busy with work? Not particularly, Gu Xinshi replies. Madame Gu eagerly adds, Since you're not busy, stay at the ancestral home for a few days. She treasures Gu Xinshi, her only child, like a precious gem. Now that he seldom returns home, the grand house feels quite empty to her. Gu Xinshi comprehended his mother's intent and felt a sense of helplessness. Mother, I am no longer a child. Even at home, I cannot engage in childish antics with you. Madame Gu, realizing her thoughts had been exposed, cast a mournful glance at her husband. A son grows beyond his mother's control. Mr. Gu swallowed his red wine. His tone neutral. What our son says is indeed correct. Gu Xinshi felt as if he were a 1,000-watt light bulb. He had finally endured until his son grew up and left. So how could he possibly allow him to return? Seeing her husband offer no support, Madame Gu raised a trembling finger towards Mr. Gu. I suggested having 2 children back then, but you refused. Now look at this. Our son is unfilial. and with no younger sibling, I can only remain here as a lonely elder. Mr. Gu gazed at her intently. Madame Gu instinctively touched her face. Suspicious, what are you staring at? Do you see any signs of aging on your wife? He stroked his chin, clearly. You appear as youthful as you did when we married. A blush swept across Madame Gu's cheeks. Gu Xinshi, unperturbed, continued to eat his meal. Gu Ran gazed wistfully at her brother and sister-in-law, who were playfully bantering, and defiantly turned to her husband. Darling, do you think I am getting old? Li Ping's face flushed as he shook his head. Not at all. Gu Ran's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Really, dear? Li Xiao was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard her mother refer to his father as darling. The competitive spirit among Omegas was truly astonishing. His mother was a unique flower among Omegas, playfully teasing his father daily, while his father, a beta, blushed and fumbled under her playful advances. How embarrassing. After a moment, Madame Gu recalled the purpose of the day. She cleared her throat. I believe this vast residence feels rather desolate. We ought to have a child to liven things up. Gu Xinshi frowned in disagreement. Mother, you are already 49, considered an advanced maternal age. Bearing a child poses risks. Madame Gu retorted vehemently. I am suggesting that you have a child. Gu Xinshi shook his head. But I am an alpha. Alphas cannot become pregnant. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Gu Ran burst into laughter. What your mother means is for you to find an Omega to marry, so that your Omega can conceive and bear children. Gu Xinshi forced a smile. What is going on today that we are fixated on pregnancy? His mind, already clouded from work, began to spin again. After calming his wife, Mr. Gu looked at his son with a disapproving gaze. We plan to arrange a blind date for you. What is your opinion? Gu Xinshi replied. That is acceptable. Although he harbored no desire for romance, he was not averse to the idea of a blind date, and even felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of meeting his destined Omega, falling in love, and embarking on marriage. Mr. Gu still regarded him as his son, and, upon hearing this, expressed satisfaction. Do you prefer male or female Omegas? Gu Xinshi pondered for a moment, having had no prior experience, and replied, either is fine. Mr. Gu clucked his tongue, truly indecisive. When I first laid eyes on your mother, I knew she was the one. With plenty of time remaining, Gu Xinshi settled onto a nearby sofa, casually picking up the newspaper from the coffee table. Li Xiao crept up stealthily behind the sofa. Brother, are you really going on a blind date? Yes. However, did you not previously state that arranged marriages resemble an assembly line? Gu Xinshi set down his newspaper. I did say that. Yet it does not imply that I am averse to arranged marriages. Li Xiao curled his lip. Well, you adults are truly peculiar. Gu Xinshi glanced at him. How old are you? 17. Gu Xinshi averted his gaze. In a year, you too shall transform into a peculiar adult. Li Xiao dismissed the notion. He would never become such a person. Love is love, while arranged marriages are purpose-driven, forced unions that lack purity from the outset. A melodious piano piece filled the air as Gu Xinshi's phone rang. It was Secretary Li calling. He answered, and Secretary Li inquired urgently. Chairman, are you still in Deep City? Yes, what is it? Secretary Li's voice was fraught with anxiety. Chairman, Xiao O has awakened. I informed her about the pregnancy, but her mental state is rather unstable. He had anticipated that Xiao O would be overjoyed, and thus he hastily conveyed the news, but to his astonishment, upon hearing about the pregnancy, she suddenly contorted her face and struck her abdomen with her fists. Is the chairman engaging in forced affection? What is happening? She stated her intention to terminate the pregnancy. Gu Xinshi had always respected the decisions of others. Very well, arrange it for her. Secretary Li's voice rose. Very well. Realizing his lapse in composure, he cleared his throat. However, Chairman, the doctor has stated that if she terminates, she will never be able to conceive again. Chairman, I advise you to act promptly to avoid a future chase that leads to despair. I will come over. Gu Xinshi ended the call, reclining against the sofa's backrest. Omega is quite troublesome. In the hospital room, Xiao O had regained her composure, lying on the bed with a blank expression, tears streaming down her face. Secretary Li could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. What kind of trauma had she endured? What exactly had the chairman done? Was it confinement? Due to her recent struggles, her clothing was somewhat disheveled, revealing a slender waist with unsightly bruises stark against her fair skin. Secretary.Li widened his eyes and took a step back. Could it be domestic violence? Chapter 9. The temptation of the bellboy. Gu Xinshi stood by the bedside. Xiao O, there are matters I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you can remain composed. I must state beforehand that I will respect all of your thoughts. Xiao O nodded. The man before her brought her a sense of security. This morning, after Mr. Yin departed, I inquired about your home address, and you resisted so vehemently that you became mentally overwhelmed, leading me to faint you, for which I apologize. It's fine. I do not wish to return home. I have nowhere to go. Gu Xinshi nodded. Understood. After the doctor's intervention, they discovered that you were 3 months pregnant. Xiao O became agitated. I do not want this child. I understand, but the doctor has stated that if you terminate this pregnancy, you will never be able to conceive again. Do you still wish to proceed with the termination? Xiao O began to nervously tug at her hair. Terminate? I do not want the child. Gu Xinshi spoke firmly. Your mental state is currently unstable. If you cannot find calmness, I cannot ascertain whether this is your true desire. The girl trembled abruptly, loosening her grip, blinking as if to confirm. You truly will respect my thoughts? Yes, provided that your mental condition is stable. Xiao O's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she calmly declared, I do not wish to keep this child. Gu Xinshi, resolute in his decision, instructed very well. Secretary.Li, arrange for her to have an abortion. Secretary.Li, as if awakening from a dream, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He dared not meet the chairman's gaze and lowered his head, replying, Understood, Chairman, I will attend to it immediately. Upon exiting the hospital room, he hastily retrieved his phone and messaged a close colleague, revealing, it turns out she is not the chairman's girlfriend, but a stranger he saved. The response was an astonished. Secretary.Li, feeling increasingly anxious, followed up with, You haven't told anyone, have you? The swift reply of no eased his mind. After a medical examination, it was determined that Xiao O's health was currently unsuitable for an abortion. She would need to recuperate for a period before the procedure could be performed. Xiao O felt a sense of urgency, as every moment the child lingered within her brought waves of nausea. It was not until Gu Xinshi half-heartedly threatened her, stating that if she did not comply with the doctor's orders, she would not receive the abortion, that she felt the weight of her predicament. With no financial means to arrange the procedure herself, she realized that if Gu Xinshi were to withhold his assistance, she would be left with no choice but to carry the child to term. Acknowledging Gu Xinshi as her benefactor, she understood that she could not take advantage of his kindness. Secretary.Li was assigned to assist Xiao O, while Gu Xinshi embarked on a flight to Country D with Fengnan. Seated by the window, Gu Xinshi gazed down at the diminishing landscape below, shrouded in the morning mist that enveloped the fields and mountains. As the plane ascended, the world below became increasingly indistinct. He often traversed the globe, engaged in meetings and negotiations conducted in various languages. At times, his schedule was so hectic that he found himself in S country in the morning, W country by noon, and D country by night, leaving him disoriented regarding the appropriate hour for rest. Upon landing, he took a brief respite at his hotel before meeting with the chairman of a major corporation in Country D, where they successfully negotiated a partnership over drinks. Although he initially planned to return that afternoon, a sudden downpour at noon led to the cancellation of flights, necessitating an additional night's stay. The sky darkened. Clouds piled high like a black curtain, and by 3 in the afternoon, the streetlights began to illuminate the gloomy surroundings. Rain fell steadily, transforming the ground into a deep hue. Car headlights pierced through the mist, while windshield wipers carved arcs through the downpour. Yin Muqing slammed the car door shut, and the hotel doorman raised an umbrella high for him. Catching sight of the doorman's tiptoed stance, he smirked, bending slightly to evade the umbrella, and stood amidst the rain. A gust of wind swept past, carrying a slight chill, prompting Yin Muqing to glance skyward and remark, The weather in Country D truly is unpredictable. Another doorman efficiently retrieved luggage from the trunk, and upon hearing this, chuckled, The weather here is always like this. Noticing Yin Muqing's tailored suit and the watch peeking from his cuff, the doorman's smile grew brighter as he inquired, Which country do you hail from, sir? Are you here on business? Yin Muqing flicked his damp hair and casually replied, I am from country M, here for leisure. The doorman, holding the luggage, gestured to lead the way, saying, Would you like me to recommend some attractions, sir? I am at your service for any needs you may have. The doorman tucked his wind-tousled hair behind his ear, revealing a pure and innocent visage. The implication was unmistakable. The striking man before him shifted his gaze to the doorman's face, offering a fleeting smile. Oh, any whim can be fulfilled? Even the prospect of a complimentary night's companionship seemed worthwhile. The doorman felt a stirring in his heart at that smile. Indeed, any desire. Yin Muqing, frequently traversing the realm of indulgence, was no stranger to the doorman's entrepreneurial exploits. He appraised the obviously youthful figure before him. Are you a beta? The other seemed to anticipate the inquiry, pride radiating from his expression. Yes, sir. Betas are not as delicate as omegas. We can indulge in our whims without the fear of pregnancy. Indeed, I have a penchant for betas. What is your name? Snooker. Yin Muqing accepted the contact information proffered and tucked it into his suit pocket. Very well, Snooker. I shall be in touch. Currently, it was not the peak tourist season in D country. The hotel was sparsely populated, and beneath the opulent chandelier adorned with artificial crystals, only a scattering of figures could be seen. Bailey followed closely behind, holding an umbrella, entirely unscathed by the rain. However, a sudden gust of cold wind compelled him to sneeze, prompting him to rub his nose and meet Yin Muqing's disdainful gaze. Yin Muqing scoffed, Is this your physical condition? How on earth did I choose you? Upon returning from military academy, to ensure his safety, Yin Yinshan had instructed him to select a trusted aide from a group of children, all of whom had been cultivated by the Yin family, predominantly alphas of similar age. Around 10 years old, after much deliberation, he chose Bailey, whose eyes resembled those of a puppy, albeit Bailey was a beta. In the crowd, Bailey appeared diminutive, akin to a malnourished sprout, giving the impression of being much younger. Later, Yin Muqing took Bailey for a medical examination, confirming his suspicion. Bailey was merely 8 years old. Yin Yinshan vehemently opposed this decision, arguing that he had tasked Yin Muqing with selecting a bodyguard to protect him, not to choose a beta who would protect whom. Little Bailey's eyes widened, further enhancing his puppy-like demeanor. Yin Muqing resolved to keep him. When asked by Yin Yinshan why he chose Bailey, he recalled stating, He has discernment. The echo of his voice in memory intertwined with the present sound of Bailey's voice. Yin Muqing snapped back to reality, contemplating whether he had been blind to the truth. After checking into the hotel and securing a luxurious suite, they rebuffed the front desk attendant's eager pitch for fine wine, leaving her visibly disappointed as Yin Muqing collected the room key. Many hotel staff engaged in side occupations. For instance, the front desk clerk earned commissions through beverage sales, and the doorman made his profits similarly. Given Yin Muqing's wealth and influence, if he had such desires, there were countless reputable individuals for him to select from. He harbored no inclination for the illicit. With a stern demeanor, he strode a few paces before abruptly halting, his gaze incredulously fixed on the transparent glass that spanned the entirety of the hotel. Gu Xinshi? Could it be that he truly was blind? Yin Muqing extended his arm, pulling Bailey in front of him, pointing at a man clad in a black suit dining in the hotel restaurant. Do you not perceive a resemblance to someone? Bailey, he is simply one person. Yin Muqing gave him a light tap on the head. Do you think he resembles Gu Xinshi? Bailey clutched his head. He is Gu Xinshi. Yin Muqing gently ruffled Bailey's hair. Yes, good boy. Chapter 10. A chaotic rainy night under the warm yellow lights of the restaurant. A melodious violin piece gently ascended, while a waiter approached with a cart, inquiring if they desired freshly prepared dishes. Gu Xinshi shook his head. He was not hungry, merely descending to enjoy a cup of coffee. Fong, and swallowed his food. Having fully adapted to the chairman's habit of dining solely in the hotel restaurant during business trips, it was not a matter of wealth. The chairman genuinely lacked interest in affairs beyond work, such as casually visiting attractions or seeking out popular restaurants for a meal. Secretary Li had once suggested this idea to the chairman. He remembered the chairman's momentary surprise, as though he had not anticipated such a question, followed by an understanding look. akin to that of a child, stating that he had no interest in such matters. If the secretaries wished to indulge, he would reimburse them. Initially, Fong Nan and the other secretaries dared not abandon their boss for leisure, uncertain if the chairman was merely jesting. However, as they grew more acquainted with Gu Xinshi, they realized this was his genuine perspective. They began to scout popular restaurants in advance, proposing locations to Gu Xinshi once their work was completed. The chairman generally did not decline. On occasions when the chairman was not inclined to join, they would venture out themselves, knowing the chairman had permitted reimbursement. Consequently, the company expanded rapidly, its business flourishing. Frequent business trips meant that the secretaries had nearly exhausted all the attractions to explore, and even the most exquisite restaurants began to feel mundane. They soon understood that Gu Xinshi had grown numb to it all. In Country D, they had visited countless times, having thoroughly reviewed the restaurant rankings. Noticing the secretary's distraction, Gu Xinshi reiterated, "You may go wherever you wish. I will reimburse you." Fong Nan jolted back to reality, hastily shaking his head. No. His familiarity with Country D rivaled that of a second hometown. Gu Xinshi ceased to press the matter. He did not wish to venture out today. The dark, gloomy sky outside irritated him, for he detested rainy days. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone approach and stand before him. He did not look up. The man inquired in English, "May I share a table?" This was, in fact, an exceedingly cliched pickup line, inappropriate in this context, as the hotel restaurant had few patrons, with most tables remaining unoccupied. Fong Nan dutifully rose to assist his boss in warding off unwelcome advances. "Apologies, sir, but we must decline." The man persisted, moving to stand in front of Gu Xinshi. "I merely wish to make a friend." Fong Nan emphasized, "Not interested." The man was restrained by his companion, muttering disgruntledly before departing in disappointment. After finishing his coffee, Gu Xinshi silently departed with Fong Nan, not uttering a word throughout. In a corner of the restaurant, Yin Muqing set down the menu and ordered steak. Bailey, with his mouth full of cantaloupe, mumbled incoherently. Chairman Gu was teased. Yin Muqing nearly choked on his saliva. Moreover, it was by an alpha. Bailey was relentless in his remarks. The waiter placed the steak before Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing deftly wielded his knife and fork, skillfully slicing into the steak. Perhaps he genuinely sought companionship. After all, Gu Xinshi appeared to be no ordinary individual. Bailey pondered it made sense, as the esteemed Xiao O exuded an air of elite distinction. Perhaps that alpha recognized him as the chairman of Gu's technology and desired collaboration. "Young master, do you intend to invite that beta to accompany you tonight?" Bailey inquired, discarding his fruit fork and leaning forward, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, subtly suggesting his eagerness. Yin Muqing savored a piece of steak, chewing leisurely before responding, "Let me think." After a prolonged silence, Bailey urged, "Young master, will you or won't you? The beta lacks pheromones, so he won't overwhelm you." Yin Muqing rolled his eyes, his tone nonchalant. "Why do I feel like you're more anxious than I am? Are you smitten with him?" Bailey, candid and earnest, replied, "No. I just think your temper has been a bit fiery lately. They say that kind of thing helps cool it down." Yin Muqing flexed his fingers, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. "I could always take my frustrations out on you." Bailey fell silent. Seated on the sofa before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxurious suite, Gu Xinshi gazed out at the broad, dark river that traversed the city, reflecting the vibrant lights and bustling nightlife. The piercing wail of police sirens echoed from below, red and blue lights casting a mesmerizing glow upon the glass, while the wind drove rain against the windows, leaving distorted trails. Through the rain-soaked glass, the reflections danced in his downcast eyes. Whether under the cloak of a stormy night or the brilliance of a sunny day, the city's underbelly of crime perpetually unfolded in its shadows. Leaning back on the sofa, Gu Xinshi felt the silent spread of pheromones saturating the room, his eyes dark and inscrutable as the depths of the abyss. He loathed rainy nights. Suddenly, the sound of a notification broke the silence. He staggered to his feet, retrieving his phone from his coat pocket. The blue light illuminated half his face, leaving the other half shrouded in darkness. Gu's mother exhibited remarkable initiative, gathering a plethora of pictures of accomplished omegas within merely a day, raising suspicions of prior scheming. "Son, do any of these appeal to you?" she inquired. Gu Xinshi, disinterested, tapped twice on the screen. "None." "Did you even bother to look closely?" she pressed. Gu Xinshi set the phone down. The air conditioning dutifully filtered the bitter pheromones lingering in the atmosphere. Fong Nan stood before the suite door, knocking gently. "Chairman." Staying overnight in D country had not been part of their plans. Certain schedules needed to be postponed, yet numerous documents required the chairman's prompt review and signature. A moment of silence lingered behind the door. Eventually it opened. Gu Xinshi remained clad in the black suit he wore during dinner, having only shed his coat. His mind buzzed with excess energy. In a calmer state, he would not have allowed the room to be permeated with pheromones, thus inviting other alphas inside. The pheromones of a high-ranking alpha generally suppressed most others. The instant Fong Nan opened the door, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, as if his very stability was compromised, and he took a step back. The malice lurking deep within Gu Xinshi was magnified at this moment. The alpha daring to encroach upon his territory would undoubtedly face retribution. Yet, he remained composed, the malevolence only sufficient to propel him to open the door. Thereafter dissipating like mist. Gu Xinshi steadied the door. "I apologize." The alpha's apology bore little weight, as the pheromones lingering in the air remained feral and unruly. Fong Nan's Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils constricting as he pressed tightly against the wall. "Chairman Dong, heavy rain is forecasted for tomorrow. All flights have been canceled." In the meeting, Gu Xinshi interjected, "Let us move it online." Fong Nan struggled to extend the documents in his hand, but the moment their fingers brushed, he recoiled sharply, his back pressed against the wall. Gu Xinshi's expression was impassive, his gaze indifferent. The unshut window in the corridor allowed the sound of rain to permeate the length of the hallway, enveloping him, rendering Gu Xinshi akin to a grim reaper harvesting souls on a rainy night. He should return and rest. The metaphorical axe that had loomed overhead was finally withdrawn, prompting Fong Nan to hastily depart. The door was slammed shut, and Fong Nan rubbed his face, muttering to himself, "I've never encountered such an overbearing pheromone. The chairman must be a monster." Chapter 11. Coercive interrogation on the desolate, shadowy street. A man hastily walked along the sidewalk, occasionally glancing back, as though some hidden devil lurked in the depths of the darkness. His labored breaths blended into the cacophony of the rain-soaked night, his pace quickening, escalating to a full sprint down the street. Suddenly, his foot struck an object, and a feeling of weightlessness overtook him as he fell heavily to the ground. Lu Bingrun, disregarding the searing pain in his palm, gasped and scrambled to his feet. His peripheral vision caught sight of the elongated object that had tripped him, feet clad in sneakers, lying in the rainwater. His gaze involuntarily traveled upward from the sneakers. Legs, body, head. Terror seized him, and he collapsed into the filthy puddle. The man's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide open, exuding a lifeless gray, while the bullet hole in his forehead was bleached by the rain. He had long since departed this world. Footsteps echoed, each sound seemingly pressing down on his fraying nerves. Yin Muqing, holding an umbrella, cast a cold gaze upon the broken man on the ground. Lu Bingrun? The name struck the man like a thunderclap. He trembled and shook his head vehemently. "I am not Lu Bingrun. You have mistaken me for someone else." A bodyguard seized Lu Bingrun from behind, dragging him into the shadows of a nearby building. Bali set down his laptop. "Young master, I intercepted an email Lu Bingrun sent to Gu Xinshi. What did it say?" "I love you," Bali replied solemnly. Yin Muqing coughed slightly. "What?" Bali reiterated with gravity. The email contained only 3 words. "I love you." Yin Muqing scoffed. "A last testament, perhaps? If it is indeed a farewell, then do not intercept it. Send it to Gu Xinshi unaltered." Bali tapped a few keys on his computer. "Very well, if Gu Xinshi opens this email, my computer will notify me. This is an exceedingly dilapidated neighborhood, where the dim streetlights flicker incessantly." Lu Bingrun swallowed hard, fear causing him to inch backward, only to be seized by a bodyguard who yanked him by the collar and threw him onto the cold, lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Yin Muqing called out to him, "Lu Bingren, are you truly willing to serve Gao Yihan?" Lu Bingren managed a disheveled smile. "I do not know Gao Yihan. My hatred is directed solely at Yin Yinshan. I hired someone to kill him out of my own volition, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." How delightful it is. You must be an Omega." Lu Bingren's complexion turned pale as he retreated in terror. "How do you know?" "Umph. I can smell the scent of desire emanating from you, even from this distance. Gao Yihan hasn't T-marked you, has he?" The derogatory words from the Alpha pierced his heart like a blade, and Lu Bingren's face flushed crimson. Once, he had been a revered senior in school. But after that incident, he was merely branded a traitor. "Oh, are you blushing? Don't even think about touching me." Yin Muqing's gaze was filled with unabashed disdain. "You, a discarded plaything of Gao Yihan. What are you imagining? I would find you filthy even if you begged me." His disgust was palpable as he maintained a distance of 5 meters from Lu Bingren. The humiliation was etched clearly on Lu Bingren's face. Yin Muqing chuckled. "Can you not endure this? We've merely scratched the surface. How about I find an alpha to mark you?" With that, he disregarded Lu Bingren's resistance and gestured to the bodyguards behind him, who would be so kind as to help him. An unclaimed Omega wandering the streets at this hour is perilous. During this visit to Country D, apart from Bailey, the remaining 4 bodyguards were all alphas. After a brief exchange among the bodyguards, one stepped forward. "Young master, I shall handle it. They all have partners." Yin Muqing smiled. "I appreciate your sacrifice." Lu Bingren trembled with rage, casting a desperate glance at the dilapidated statue beside the trash bin. In a moment of recklessness, he charged toward the statue, wishing to understand himself through the impact. The nearest bodyguard swiftly extended his arm, gripping the nape of Lu Bingren's neck, brutally squeezing his vulnerable gland, causing him to shudder and scream. The bodyguard kicked his knee, forcing him to kneel, one hand restraining his arms while the other pressed down on the back of his head, exposing his neck gland. He was on the brink of collapse, continually pleading, "Mister Yin, I beg you, just kill me. I was wrong." Yin Muqing had never been one to abandon a task midway. Once he had made a decision, he would see it through. The bodyguards dutifully obeyed, disregarding Lu Bingren's pleas, and soon the marking was completed. Lu Bingren's complexion began to flush. An Omega would swiftly enter estrus after being marked. Yin Muqing donned a mask, revealing only his dark, icy eyes. The sweet scent of pheromones had yet to disperse before being washed away by the rain, and Lu Bingren curled up in a corner, his skin unusually flushed. The bodyguard grasped his hair, revealing the dazed expression hidden within the crook of his arm. Turning to Yin Muqing, "Young master, confirmation of estrus. We may proceed to question him." An Omega in estrus would lose their rationality and become obedient to the Alpha who marked them, a natural law to ensure reproductive viability. The question remained, why did Gao Yihan target Yin Yinshan? Who was the mastermind behind it all? The businesses of the Gao and Yin families diverge significantly, venturing into distinct territories. One is a real estate developer. Does it truly necessitate such great risks to conspire with a weapons magnate? Moreover, this magnate possesses a clear air. Speaking blasphemously, should Yin Yinshan meet his demise, Yin Muqing undoubtedly has the capacity to uphold the Yin family. He has not squandered these past years idly on the front lines. Yin Muqing harbors little hope for Lu Bingren, viewing him merely as a disposable pawn, an expendable entity to appease adversaries. Gao Yihan would never divulge confidential information to him. He simply cannot fathom that this Omega would be so selfless as to lay down his life for Gao Yihan. Lu Bingren, in a dazed state, writhes as his hair is gripped, rendering him immobile. The bodyguard reiterates Yin Muqing's inquiry. "I do not know why Mr. Gao claims Yin Yinshan obstructed his path and must be eliminated." "Obstructed what path?" "I do not know." Lu Bingren replies, "Mr. Gao said that if Yin Yinshan is not removed, he will perish." "Did you not inquire why?" "No." Yin Muqing remains skeptical that anyone could be so debased as to willingly die for one who discards them like a worn-out shoe. He further questions, "Did he not promise you anything? Perhaps to send you abroad for refuge once the matter is resolved, to ensure your safety?" Lu Bingren clutches the bodyguard's hand, his expression vacant as though he cannot hear. The bodyguard pries his hand away, pinching Lu Bingren's face to repeat the question. Lu Bingren weeps, yes. He assured me I could reside here peacefully. It is very safe, and he would fetch me back once the storm is past. Yin Muqing strokes his chin, asserting that it is inconceivable for anyone to be so contemptible. Suddenly, Bailey interjects, Young master, I have uncovered the identity information of the deceased. Yin Muqing regards him. Bailey's eyes are fixed on the computer. The blue light from the screen illuminates his face, making his eyes shine brightly. This individual is Lu Bingren's neighbor, residing directly across from him. He is fond of gambling, with losses far exceeding his wins. His most recent gambling bout resulted in a loss of $2 million, and the casino granted him a week to raise the funds. We found him in Lu Bingren's home, shot in the head, and the room was in disarray, clearly indicating he intended to steal. Yin Muqing chuckles, so you imply that someone sought to kill Lu Bingren, only to mistakenly slay a thief. Bailey nods. Had Lu Bingren been home at that time, he would undoubtedly have met the same fate. Thus, our efforts may be in vain. Chapter 12. The awakening of the biological father. The cold rain drenches the hapless Omega on the ground, rendering him somewhat pitiful. Yet in this world, there are no truly pitiable individuals, only fools and the foolish who remain oblivious to their folly. Yin Muqing lights a cigarette, allowing it to burn without drawing a puff. The pale blue smoke melding with the rain, which shows no signs of abating. He inquires, Bailey, has Gu Yihan seen that email? Not yet. Yin Muqing finds himself curious about how Lu Bingren initially became involved with Gu Yihan. Gu Yihan, already in his 40s, has a wife, children, and numerous mistresses, with illegitimate offspring, likely not much younger than Lu Bingren. Upon reflection, it is not so surprising that he could engage with someone so much younger. Wealth, power, and life itself all possess the ability to bend individuals to their will. Even the most principled among us have their vulnerabilities, and no one would stake their life for the sake of an abstract virtue. But why the sudden rupture? The discord reported in the news appears far too genuine. If there was initial willingness, what could have led to such a schism? Yin Muqing admitted to having a touch of curiosity. Lu Bingren sat on the ground, his head deeply buried in his knees, revealing the crimson nape of his neck. The bodyguard gently patted Lu Bingren's face, eliciting a sticky gasp. The aroused Omega's every movement was laced with seduction, and if confronted by an inexperienced youth, he likely wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Yin Muqing languidly stifled a yawn and glanced at the time. It was only 11 o'clock. This street was sufficiently secluded and chaotic. Hours had passed without a single soul in sight, and even the loudest commotion would garner no attention. As for surveillance, it would be smashed the moment it was installed. Young master, he's nearing collapse, dehydrated, the bodyguard reported, and Muqing momentarily lost focus. Give him some water. If hydration was not administered promptly, the Omega would soon succumb to unconsciousness. The bodyguard, upon hearing this, produced a water pouch, roughly prying open Lu Bingren's mouth to pour the liquid inside. Instinctively, Lu Bingren swallowed, causing water to spill from the corners of his mouth. Yin Muqing cleared his throat. Ask him how he initially got involved with Gu Yihan. After all, there was still ample time to evaluate Gu Yihan's brainwashing tactics. The bodyguard, without much thought, echoed the inquiry word for word. No response was forthcoming. The Omega remained motionless, his head buried in his knees. Upon inspection, the bodyguard frowned. Young master, he has fainted. Yin Muqing waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. There are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Whatever he wished to know could always be found. Two armored vehicles turned the corner, and Yin Muqing and his entourage boarded, while Lu Bingren, his hands and feet bound and mouth sealed, was shoved into the trunk. Their arrival in Country D had merely been incidental. Capturing Lu Bingren had originally been assigned to others. After all, he was merely a pawn. Seizing him held little significance, unworthy of Yin Muqing's direct involvement. However, since Yin Muqing was already en route to Country D, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Their primary objective lay ahead, scheduled for the following day, involving a substantial order from a long-time client. In the dimly lit hotel suite, darkness enveloped the surroundings save for a door slightly ajar, emanating a warm, white glow, with faint sounds seeping through. Only a desk lamp was lit. Gu Xinshi rifled through documents, selecting the more urgent ones, meticulously reviewing and signing each before calling Fong Nan to discuss the next steps. It was nearing midnight. He unlocked his phone to check the weather forecast. Unsurprisingly, it remained rainy. However, the company had not been particularly busy lately, allowing many tasks to be delegated. Gu Xinshi rose, his towering shadow instantly filling the room. He picked up his phone, scrolling through the contacts until he located Fong Nan's profile, the call quickly connecting. Fong Nan's tone was serious. "Chairman, you may speak." Gu Xinshi pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Secretary Fong, postpone tomorrow's meeting. Let us take a day off." "What?" Fong Nan was momentarily bewildered. Gu Xinshi continued, "Delegate the urgent tasks to others. I apologize for making you work late today." Fong Nan was still lost in thought, instinctively nodding his head, only to remember that the chairman could not see him, and hurriedly said, "All right, Chairman, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Gu Xinshi found himself wide awake. He recalled the Omega photos sent by Madame Gu, all of which depicted top-tier Omegas. It seemed everyone believed he should be with an Omega. Madame Gu had not provided any identity information about the Omegas, but they must all come from prestigious backgrounds. As he flipped through the images, he encountered a pair of familiar black eyes. In the corridor outside, Yin Muqing walked ahead. Bailey was chewing something, his words unclear. "Young master, the head of the family has awakened." Yin Muqing continued walking without pause. So what if he is awake? It was bound to happen eventually. Suddenly, Bailey exclaimed with surprise and then burst into laughter. Yin Muqing ignored him, thinking the boy's acting was too poor, feigning astonishment ineffectively. He was still too inexperienced. Bailey quickened his pace to catch up with Yin Muqing, producing his phone to show him, "Young master, the bodyguard's 1T let the head of the family leave. He claims you are plotting to usurp his position." Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow, momentarily bewildered by the abundance of information. He glanced down at the photo, which captured Yin Yunshan's furious face, clad in a hospital gown, sitting upright in bed, pointing towards the camera with his mouth agape. Although the image could not convey sound, it was evident he was not uttering pleasant words. "What's going on?" Bailey continued to chuckle. "Didn't you say that without your orders? No one should approach the door of the sick room? Ha ha! The bodyguards couldn't reach you and wouldn't allow the head of the family to leave." Yin Muqing staggered slightly, leaning against the wall. "What else?" Bailey added, "The head of the family accuses you of imprisoning him and plotting to usurp. He intends to deal with you upon your return." With a darkened expression, Yin Muqing pulled out his phone, ready to scold the bodyguard. Bailey interjecta. On the bright side, he is quite loyal. Just like me, eternally loyal to the young master. Bailey felt a kinship with the bodyguard and resolved to form a brotherhood upon returning home. Yin Muqing closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and addressed the silent security guard on the other end of the line. "You have done well. From now on, maintain security at the hospital. Follow the head of the family's directives for everything else." The voice on the other end responded dully. "Understood, young master." Bailey could not resist asking, "What is your name?" After a 2-second silence, the reply came, "Quan Gue." After hanging up, Yin Muqing stared at Bailey with a blank expression. Finding the boy increasingly audacious, he dared to interject during a phone call, chattering incessantly like a hamster, though his actual capabilities were decent. Yin Muqing's expression softened slightly. "Bailey, how old are you?" 18, young master. "I've just come of age." Yin Muqing maintained a stern face. "Are you still pretending?" Bailey quickly corrected himself. EM20. Their rooms were adjacent, and although Bailey claimed he didn't mind sleeping on the sofa, Yin Muqing was not one to mistreat his subordinates. He halted Bailey's inquisitive movements with one hand and forcefully pushed him out with the other, swiftly shutting the door. Bailey rubbed his nose. "Young master, you bumped my nose." The door's soundproofing was exceptional, allowing only the faintest whispers to seep through. "Go back to your own room and sleep." Bailey felt a twinge of curiosity regarding whether Yin Muqing had summoned someone to share his bed. Surely, the eldest son was overly cautious. With this thought, Bailey pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for a time, but heard nothing and returned, disheartened. He sighed. acknowledging the challenges faced by his subordinates. They not only had to worry about their employer's safety, but also the significant matters of his life. The eldest son had been solitary for many years. Could it truly be that he was incapable of finding companionship? Moreover, he harbored a distaste for the scent of pheromones, making it evident that he was fated to remain distant from an omega. Chapter 13. Well done in the deep city of Country S, at the prestigious Lu Hua Hospital. Yin Yunshan lay in his hospital bed with a dark expression, his son's words of encouragement, "Well done," causing his lips to twitch. The bodyguard stationed at the door, after putting down his phone, approached the bed with utmost respect. "Master, the eldest son has instructed that everything be arranged according to your wishes." Yang Xuanjin stood outside the ward, his expression neutral as he gazed at Yin Yunshan's profile. The man, nearly confined by circumstances, was not in the best of spirits. "Let my wife in." The bodyguard opened the door. "Madam, the master requests your presence." Yang Xuanjin adjusted his slipping shawl and stepped inside. Yin Yunshan extended his hand, and Yang Xuanjin obediently approached the bedside, placing his hand in Yin Yunshan's palm. Unable to restrain the tears that welled in his eyes, Yin Yunshan gently patted his shoulder, prompting Yang Xuanjin to sit on the bed. Leaning half of his body against Yin Yunshan, the bodyguard, regrettably interrupting the tender moment, reminded them, "Madam, the master's injury is on his chest." Yang Sunzhen froze. Yin Yunshan, unable to endure the intrusion any longer, barked, "Get out." The bodyguard quickly retreated, peeking back in before closing the door. The doctor said not to apply pressure to the wound. With that, he swiftly shut the door. Yang Xuanjin, tears in his eyes, smiled through his sorrow, exuding a poignant beauty. "Master, the bodyguard is right. It was my oversight. You truly frightened me yesterday." He tenderly brushed Yin Yunshan's graying temples, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. "In just 2 days, your hair has turned white." Yin Yunshan could not see his own reflection, but as he rubbed his temples in response to Yang Xuanjin's touch, he dismissed it nonchalantly. "If it has turned white, so be it. My health remains intact." Seeing the concern etched on his lovely wife's face, he could not resist making a jest. "Perhaps we could still bear a sister from Muqing and Yi Chen." His words finally elicited a laugh from his delicate spouse. Meanwhile, in Country D, Yin Muqing had just finished his shower and sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. "Who summoned me?" Yin Yunshan had been awake for barely half an hour, yet the weight of fatigue surged upon him like an irresistible tide. The man in his 50s, refusing to surrender, found himself inadvertently revealing his fatigue before his wife. He swallowed a yawn with great effort, the moisture gathering in his eyes becoming unavoidable. Yang Xuanjin, with a perceptive flutter of his eyelashes, offered a graceful exit. "Master, it is quite late. You should rest now. I will prepare some soup for you, and you can enjoy it first thing in the morning." Yin Yunshan feigned insistence. "Such menial tasks can be handled by the servants. You're the matriarch of the Yin family, and need not concern yourself with these duties." Yang Xuanjin rose with a smile, saying, "You are my husband. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a wife. No matter how well the servants perform, it cannot reflect my true feelings." Yin Yunshan gently patted her hand and remarked, "With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Go now, do not tire yourself, and rest well." He stifled a yawn, his eyes reddening. Yang Xuanjing suppressed a smile and gracefully departed. Once the door closed, Yin Yunshan found himself alone in the hospital room, while the bodyguard at the entrance remained alert. Headphones on, Yin Yunshan slowly reclined, the sound of creaking joints accompanying his movements. With his eyes closed, he could not deny the truth. He was aging, over 50, no longer capable of weathering life's storms. In his youth, he had triumphed in the fierce power struggles among his brothers, a perilous endeavor. His father, a notorious philanderer, scattered his seeds far and wide, claiming he would only pass the mantle to the most capable. Yin Yunshan's mother, the matriarch, could not reign his father, and she wept daily. Thus, Yin Yunshan vowed quietly to have fewer children and to prevent them from turning against one another. Regardless of their gender, he would pass on his legacy solely to his eldest son. This sentiment he had never shared with anyone, not even with Yin Muqing. He understood his son well. The boy likely suspected he had an illegitimate child hidden away. His eldest son, though capable and opinionated, displayed a certain filial disrespect, treating him more as a stranger than a father. As Yin Yunshan drifted into slumber, he grumbled to himself that even if he were to succumb, Yin Muqing would shed not a single tear, that ungrateful child. In a luxurious VIP suite in Country D, Yin Muqing awoke abruptly, startled by a series of sneezes. Sitting up in bed, he rubbed his hair, momentarily dazed. Then his expression turned grim. Damn it, am I really coming down with a cold? The following morning, Yin Muqing flung open his door with an air of indignation, colliding directly with Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi, clad in a suit and tie, appeared momentarily surprised at the encounter, and smiled. Mr. Yin, what a coincidence. Yin Muqing scrutinized him coolly, responding in a nonchalant tone. Oh, Director Gu on a business trip, I see. Gu Xinshi's taken aback demeanor revealed his discomfort at the aloofness. A glance into Yin Muqing's deep-set eyes reflected his own image, and upon sensing the breach of their gaze, he averted his eyes, hiding them. And you, Mr. Yin, are you also on a business trip? Yin Muqing turned away, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Director Gu, you have misjudged. I am here on vacation. Vacation? Gu Xinshi found it hard to believe that, with Yin Yunshan's life hanging in the balance, the presumptive heir, Yin Muqing, would have leisure on his mind. He swallowed hard, about to speak when a hotel staff member interjected. With bright eyes, Snooker rounded the corner, spotting Yin Muqing and nearly bouncing with excitement. Mr. Vacation, do you remember me? Yin Muqing's expression stiffened. As Snooker attempted to embrace him, he sidestepped, clearly uninterested. The boy fidgeted with his clothing, feigning a shy demeanor in hopes of winning the guest's favor. Yet, Yin Muqing remained unmoved. This is a seasoned sex worker, Gu Xinshi, who understands the dynamics well. He tactfully remarked, since Mr. Yin has a guest, I shall take my leave. Gu Xinshi departed, feeling a sense of pity for the nameless pregnant Omega, destined to be betrayed by such a fickle alpha. Yin Muqing turned to the hotel doorman, who was feigning modesty with his head bowed, and inquired, What do you want from me? Snooker, somewhat aggrieved, replied, Sir said he would contact me. I waited by my phone for quite a while, but received no call. Yin Muqing widened his eyes and nonchalantly responded, I found someone else last night, an Omega far more attractive and entertaining than you. Several people had a splendid time with him yesterday, without exhausting him. Snooker swallowed hard, incredulous. Do you enjoy group activities? And with multiple alphas and just one Omega, how exceptional must that Omega be to satisfy so many alphas? Yin Muqing smiled. Indeed, I do. Gu Xinshi had not ventured far when his steps faltered momentarily upon hearing this exchange. Yet he continued on, as if unaffected. Snooker clenched his teeth. If the money is ample, group activities could be arranged. Yin Muqing smiled. That Omega allowed us to play for free. Snooker gasped, his voice high-pitched and incredulous. Free? How cheap must that Omega be? Yin Muqing's smile widened. Quite cheap, indeed. Observing the aggrieved figure of the hotel doorman as he stormed away, Yin Muqing shook his head, reflecting on the impatience and lack of courage of youth in entrepreneurship. One must first invest to reap rewards. After dismissing the door-to-door salesman, Yin Muqing stood in the empty corridor, contemplating his purpose for being there. Chapter 14. Invitation. The hotel restaurant was adjacent to a bustling street, separated merely by glass. Through the restaurant's windows, the vibrant reflections of streetlights danced. Gu Xinshi chose a table away from the street. The rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, with ominous clouds looming close to the ground, hinting at impending storms. Such a scene made it hard to believe that tomorrow would bring bright sunshine. Pedestrians hurried past, their fluttering garments suggesting a strong wind sweeping through the streets. Fong Nan appeared at the restaurant entrance, his demeanor weary, scanning the room until he spotted Gu Xinshi seated in a corner on the west side. He yawned, contemplating the toil of work. Even in a foreign land where the boss might take a holiday, he had only managed to sleep until 2 a.m. after dealing with matters the previous night. And this morning, he had to confirm with the headquarters to ensure there were no discrepancies in information. Fong Nan approached and called out, Chairman, glancing at the table, noting that the chairman exhibited far more discipline than he did, with just a cup of coffee and a sandwich sustaining him. Gu Xinshi took a sip of his coffee, inquiring about his subordinate. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Fong Nan smiled wryly. I wish I could, but my biological clock is too punctual. Catching sight of a waiter, he raised his hand. Waiter, I'd like to order. The charming foreign server approached gracefully, handing him the menu with a playful remark. Would you like the same meal as your companion, sir? Fong Nan replied cheerfully. Yes, I'll have a large fried chicken, a double burger, large fries, and a large cola. Thank you. During the holiday, one begins by indulging their palate. For professionals, particularly secretaries, their appearance holds immense significance. If one appears both overweight and unattractive, how can a superior present them with pride? Consequently, Fong Nan maintains a disciplined lifestyle, allowing herself the occasional indulgence. Upon the arrival of Fong Nan's fast food, Gu Xinshi's sandwich and coffee seemed pitiable by comparison. Fong Nan glanced up, and Gu Xinshi, exuding an air of aristocratic aloofness, inquired, Boss, would you care to try? Unsurprisingly, she received a refusal. Fong Nan merely acknowledged the question, taking a hearty bite of her burger. Footsteps approached and halted before Gu Xinshi. A familiar voice broke the silence. Sir, may I share this table? With greasy hands, Fong Nan stood, her expression cold. Sir, we must decline. Gu Xinshi lifted his gaze. Yin Muqing, backlit, had hair that shimmered with a silvery sheen, and they exchanged glances across the table. Gu Xinshi concealed a smile within his eyes. It is permissible, Fong Nan pondered. Could it be that the handsome Alpha, the chairman, has an affinity for this? Her mind raced. Wasn't the chairman involved with a pregnant girlfriend? Was he truly indiscriminate? Yin Muqing, tasked with cultivating a rapport with Gu Xinshi, felt a twinge of annoyance. Who could have predicted that the first call from his father upon his revival would be to ensure he befriends Gu Xinshi? Could it be that the military in S country was in disarray, prompting him to leverage the chairman's influence? Fong Nan shifted her position, her demeanor changing rapidly. What would you like to eat, sir? A good subordinate inevitably makes for a good ally. The dashing Alpha regarded her briefly, reluctantly requesting a cup of coffee and a sandwich. This wretched restaurant has little of merit. Fong Nan dutifully placed his order, then added a touch of encouragement. You and our chairman share similar tastes. Gu Xinshi sipped his coffee. Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow, realizing that Gu Xinshi's secretary seemed to have misinterpreted the situation. He forced a smile. What type does your chairman prefer? This ambiguous inquiry was a common tactic to flirt, and, typically, a naive Omega would assume it was a question about their ideal partner. Unfortunately, Fong Nan was a straightforward Alpha. She searched her memory and concluded that the chairman's breakfast consisted solely of sandwiches and coffee, which was dreadfully dull. However, as an ally, she could not voice such sentiments. Thus, she replied, that depends on the company. Indeed, she was rather astute. After a brief exchange with Gu Xinshi's secretary, Yin Muqing tapped the table to gain Gu Xinshi's attention. Gudong, are you free this evening? The simplest way to forge a connection with a normal adult Alpha is to escort him to the vibrant, indulgent nightlife, where one can appreciate the diverse charms of individuals from around the globe. If there is a mutual attraction, one might even experience a fleeting romance. Yin Muqing excelled at this method of socializing, as few could resist the allure of the companions he offered. Gu Xinshi, presenting an austere demeanor, likely interacted only with dutiful Omega types. In D country, the gray areas of society were notorious. The government's revenue was largely sustained by these shadowy enterprises, publicly condemned, yet privately overlooked. Yin Muqing rested his chin in his hand, languid and bored. If you're free, I'll take you out tonight. Fong Nan was taken aback. So soon? Could you two tone it down? There's a straight man right next to us. You've only just met, and you're already thinking about the bedroom. Is this how AA operates with such haste? Gu Xinshi interjected. What are we playing? Fong Nan responded. Chairman, how can you be like this? Aren't you ashamed? Yin Muqing stirred his coffee with a spoon, not lifting his gaze. I'll introduce this obedient A to the world of adults. Gu Xinshi was baffled by the antics of the Alpha before him, yet the other's fox-like, spirited nature intrigued him. It was akin to witnessing a vibrant rainbow cutting through the dreary, lifeless rain of the season, a burst of vitality in a desolate world. Then I shall not refuse your invitation. So readily agreeable? Yin Muqing eyed his calloused fingers suspiciously. Could it be that this individual was also tasked with forging a connection with him? If so, it would appear that the government of S country was indeed preparing for a shift, possibly seeking collaboration with the Yin family. The Yin family was, after all, regarded as a patriotic lineage. When the nation faced adversity, the previous head of the family had resolutely taken the lead, providing the country with a substantial supply of armaments free of charge, nearly leading the family to bankruptcy due to the immense loss of resources. Subsequently, the new head of the family, possessing great foresight, established factories worldwide to safeguard against potential shifts in national policy that could leave them utterly bereft. In fact, the main factory of the Yin family was not located in S country. The facilities there were solely for internal use. Now, as the nation's strength grew and sources of armament stabilized, it seemed the opportune moment to consolidate and absorb the various arms dealers within the country. 3 months prior, Yin Yinshan had vaguely inquired whether he wished to emigrate, to which Yin Muqing had derisively remarked that he was becoming increasingly untrustworthy with age. In retrospect, if there were to be stringent prohibitions against the private manufacture of arms, consolidating the Yin family would indeed be the most prudent course of action. Gu Xinshi repeated, Mr. Yin? Yin Muqing snapped back to reality. What is it? The other pointed at his coffee. It's gone cold. Would you like to have a fresh cup? Yin Muqing cast aside his spoon. No need, it tastes awful. He rose and gestured toward Fongnan. You should come too. The more, the merrier. Fongnan, curious yet astonished, hesitated. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Perhaps I'll sit this one out. Yin Muqing patted him on the shoulder. What s with the hesitation? A fine day like you should come along. I'll show you a good time tonight. After Yin Muqing departed, Fongnan quelled his rising excitement and turned to his boss, only to find Gu Xinshi staring blankly at his shoulder. Fongnan instinctively touched his shoulder. What's wrong? Chairman? Is there something on my shoulder? Gu Xinshi averted his gaze nonchalantly. It's nothing. Chapter 15. The world of mortals. As night fell, the rain drizzled down. An armored vehicle pierced through the downpour, making its way slowly toward the bustling streets of Linjiang. A silver edifice stood silently by the riverside. This was the world, the largest entertainment venue in D country, a playground for the affluent. By day, the world served as a landmark of creative architecture in D country, while by night, it transformed into a gilded paradise, generating millions in revenue every minute. Beauty, wealth, and desire epitomized. Bailey deftly maneuvered the steering wheel around a bend, the car's headlights casting 2 blurred beams of light through the fine drizzle. The location of Country D is quite remarkable, positioned as a nexus in global trade. Most of Yin Muqing's business dealings are conducted in the mortal realm. However, the eldest son typically only brought him along. As the personal bodyguard and secretary to the heir of a prominent arms family, Bailey possessed a keen ability to adapt to circumstances, as evident in the current situation. The eldest son sat in the left rear seat, while Director Gu occupied the right rear seat, and Director Gu's secretary occupied the front passenger seat. Despite the eldest son failing to inform him of the presence of 2 additional individuals today or the plans for the evening, as a competent subordinate, he certainly could not voice any grievances against his employer. Bailey sighed softly. Yin Muqing, eyes closed, responded curtly, "Be quiet." Bailey, feeling aggrieved, merely wished to lighten the atmosphere. Among the 4 occupants of the vehicle, he was the only beta, and he felt somewhat marginalized. Gu Xinshi tightly gripped the outer side of his thigh, controlling each breath. Raindrops coursed down the car window, mirroring the deterioration of his mood. Yin Muqing sat beside him, acutely aware of every movement. He retrieved a pair of gloves and donned them. Is Director Gu motion sick? Just bear with it. We'll arrive shortly. Yin Muqing opened his eyes, his dark orbs seemingly fathomless. Having just opened his eyes, they were devoid of emotion, exuding a chilling stillness. He blinked, as if casting a pebble into a tranquil abyss, creating ripples of emotion within his gaze. Gu Xinshi felt as though he had encountered such eyes before. A long-buried memory stirred within him. Yet, with each deeper thought, a faint pain emerged in his glands, a perilous signal causing his gaze to waver. His mind instinctively shifted to self-preservation, conjuring an image of a smiling omega from recent memories. Gu Xinshi regained focus, comprehending the signal transmitted by his brain. Indeed, those eyes resembled the omegas. Yin Muqing fixed his gaze on the beads of sweat on Gu Xinshi's forehead. The information Bailey had gathered was undoubtedly erroneous. It did not indicate any congenital ailments afflicting the Gu family's eldest grandson. Gu Xinshi's inexplicable perspiration was certainly indicative of some malady. The vehicle entered the underground parking facility. Yin Muqing was a frequent visitor here, possessing a private room. Upon entering the enclosed space, Gu Xinshi reverted to his composed demeanor, alleviating Yin Muqing's concerns. He had no desire to escort an ailing individual to a stimulating venue for forbidden games, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophe. In this environment, Yin Muqing thrived, encountering numerous acquaintances along the way, accepting both compliments and banter with ease. Gu Xinshi's expression remained somber. Venturing out in the rain inevitably exacerbated his condition. Yin Muqing accepted a rose from a beautiful woman in a red dress, its crimson hue strikingly vivid. Why was Yin Muqing so debauched? Why play with the emotions of so many? Juggling multiple partners, abandoning a pregnant omega, indulging in group escapades, welcoming all. What was his purpose in coming here? He held disdain for forming friendships with those of questionable character. Why was he here? Yin Muqing deftly dismissed the employees eager to approach him, brushing off the white and red powder from his gloves with a look of distaste. Noticing Gu Xinshi standing silently, he strode over and attempted to grasp Gu Xinshi's shoulder, only to have his hand effortlessly evaded. Yin Muqing followed the direction of Gu Xinshi's gaze towards his own hands and, with a hint of resignation, mused, "Does Director Gu have a penchant for cleanliness?" As he spoke, he removed his gloves and casually discarded them into a trash bin in the corridor. When he reached out to Gu Xinshi again, the latter did not shy away, though his tone was less than amiable. "Mr. Yin seems quite familiar with this place." Yin Muqing unabashedly replied, "Indeed." Unlike Yin Yinshan, who deemed such venues as sordid and beneath him, Yin Muqing held a different perspective. Here, human desires were magnified, making it easier to discern and address the underlying issues. Outside, individuals wore the guise of humanity, feigning camaraderie, while within these walls, everyone discarded the mask of morality, revealing their truest selves. "Director Gu, this room is my private domain. Should you require anything, feel free to summon the waitstaff or order via the tablet in the room. I have matters to attend to and shall return in 20 minutes. With that, he signaled to a server, who, understanding the unspoken cue, winked and assured Mr. Yin, "Is this a new partner? Rest assured, I will cater to your needs." The staff here were adept at gauging the preferences of their clientele with a mere glance. Gu Xinshi settled onto the sofa, watching as Yin Muqing departed. Fong Nan sat silently on the opposite side. His boss was a serious businessman, typically conducting negotiations in tea houses, golf courses, and upscale restaurants. This was his first visit to such an entertainment establishment. A server handed him a tablet, not waiting for him to take it. Gu Xinshi's cold voice resonated in his ears. "Secretary Fong, isn't your girlfriend pregnant?" Fong Nan froze, suddenly recalling the oversight. Should he inform the chairman that he didn't even have a girlfriend? After all, it was the chairman whose girlfriend was supposedly expecting. How had this become his predicament? Once Gu Xinshi uttered that remark, he fell silent again. To him, disloyalty was a grave shame. Yet he felt no right to intrude upon his employees' personal affairs. He merely found the plight of a pregnant omega unfortunate, prompting his unsolicited comment. Due to his upright upbringing, Gu Xinshi held fidelity in relationships as a given, ingrained in him as deeply as his very genes. He harbored a visceral aversion to illegal and immoral conduct. Yet there was one exception, Yin Muqing. The latter's actions, including murder, infidelity, and a morally reprehensible private life, could easily earn him a spot on Gu Xinshi's blacklist. Yet perplexingly, Gu Xinshi found himself inexplicably lenient towards Yin Muqing, often choosing to selectively forget the distasteful past and repeatedly granting him opportunities for redemption. Conversely, Yin Muqing remained indifferent, continuing on his own path. Gu Xinshi found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt, questioning the integrity of his own values. The guest suddenly straightened up, refusing to place an order. The waiter wore a stiff smile, internally questioning the absurdity of such solemnity. Isn't the essence of life to indulge in such matters? Fong Nan remained steadfast for his unfounded pregnant girlfriend, while Gu Xinshi grappled with self-doubt. Chapter 16. Deception. Yin Muqing donned a fresh pair of gloves and secured a mask over his face. Ahead lay a grand ballroom, where ABO revelers danced with abandon, and omega pheromones wafted through the air like an ambient perfume. Occasionally, a playful omega would liberate a torrent of pheromones in the ballroom, if their alpha was sufficiently strong. All be well. However, if not, the omega would be overwhelmed by other alphas, leading to a rather grim fate. Thus, few omegas dared to release their pheromones in such a setting. In an effort to ignite the guest's enthusiasm, the establishment procured omega pheromones at exorbitant prices, akin to selling blood. Though the repercussions of pheromone depletion far exceeded the dangers of blood selling. Nonetheless, there were always impoverished omegas willing to sell their pheromones for money, ensuring a perpetual supply that maintained a faint aroma in the ballroom. Yin Muqing found this scent quite distasteful and typically wore a mask, expressing his aversion to the lifeless odor of pheromones, favoring something more vibrant. While he pushed open the door, Yin Muqing strode in, seemingly oblivious to the entangled bodies and vivid scenes around him. A tanned, muscular figure emerged from a sea of pale flesh, gasping for breath. Yin, you're late. I am Stadavan. Let's eat first, if you don't mind. Yin Muqing chuckled lightly. Bailey, what time is it? Bailey bent down, presenting his wristwatch. 7:59, young master. We're a minute early. The man chuckled mischievously, giving a firm squeeze to the pale body seemingly melded with the bed, eliciting a soft whimper of pain. My dear, do you think Mr. Yin is being too stingy? With a dazed look, the beauty was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Neither of these two was one to provoke. However, she raised her snow-white thigh, brushing against a man's robust waist. Boss, I want more. Bali rolled his eyes, finding the situation lacking in decorum, burdening his employees. Yin Muqing, growing impatient, declared, Fox, I'm giving you 1 minute. Fox responded incredulously. Are you serious? Do you think so little of me? 1 minute is hardly sufficient. I could engage in a battle for 300 rounds. Bai Li, start the countdown. Understood. 59, 58. Reluctantly, Fox rose, brazenly parading around the room. The beauty gathered her discarded clothing, dressing delicately as she made her exit, closing the door behind her. Yin Muqing exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Li, who expertly retrieved a bathrobe from the room's cabinet and handed it to Fox. Mr. Fox, please put on some clothes. Fox nonchalantly replied, We're all alphas here. What's the fuss about clothing? Ah, little Bai Li, you're a beta, right? My apologies. I understand how one might feel inferior in the presence of such a magnificent alpha physique. Bai Li was left speechless. Yin Muqing cut to the chase. How much do you want this time? Fox smiled mysteriously, gesturing with his hand. Yin Muqing paused, glancing at him. That much? Are you preparing for war? The arsenal at hand is sufficient to bring down a string of small nations. Fox, the commander of the military in Country F, presides over a medium-sized nation plagued by frequent civil wars, where the government remains in a perpetual state of guerrilla warfare against the rebels, engaging them when encountered, yet allowing peace to prevail when they do not. It resembles a child's game of house, wiping the sticky sweat from his body with a white towel. Fox nodded in acknowledgement. I shall not conceal my intentions. I plan to annihilate the rebels in one fell swoop. Yin Muqing, lightly massaging his neck, replied with a tone of indifference. With this quantity of arms, it would suffice to annex several neighboring small countries, wouldn't it? Fox, relentless in his motions of wiping, exhibited a glint of ambition in his eyes. Indeed, it is the esteemed young master Yin who dares to envision such grand designs and understands my innermost thoughts. Yin Muqing remained unfazed. I am but an ordinary merchant, solely versed in the art of trade, oblivious to these convoluted intricacies. Rising to his feet, he asserted, the price remains unchanged. If you agree, we shall sign the contract. If not, so be it. Fox, incredulous, exclaimed, You won't offer a discount for such a substantial purchase? Yin Muqing retorted, What discount? Do you believe anyone other than the Yin family could provide such a vast quantity of goods? Fox's expression contorted as he inhaled deeply. Very well, it is a deal. Bailey produced the contract, and Fox, with a mix of indignation, affixed his signature. Yin Muqing extended his hand for a handshake. I expect to see the deposit credited to the Yin family account by tomorrow. I also welcome payment in gold from your nation. A merchant, after all, trusts only in tangible currency. Fox reclined on the sofa. Yin, are we not friends? Yin Muqing countered, No, our relationship is merely that of merchant and customer. Upon returning to his private chamber, a mere 15 minutes had elapsed. Such is the advantage of long-standing clients, decisive and devoid of unnecessary delays. As Yin Muqing opened the door, a distressed server lamented to him. 15 minutes prior, the server, having encountered many peculiar patrons, recognized that some, like Gu Xinshi, initially considered themselves noble, yet after indulging in their lavish offerings, they behaved no differently than others. After all, if one were truly noble, why would they frequent such establishments? With the intention of broadening A's horizons, the server suggested the renowned Little Chili Pepper, a male omega who had lost his fertility due to drug use, thus requiring no precautions against pregnancy. With a voluptuous physique and exceptional skills, he was the establishment's signature offering. Even the owner granted him the privilege to select his clients. Little Chili Pepper eagerly anticipated the order for room 888. Having already set his sights on Yin Muqing and had dressed extravagantly for the occasion, he knocked flamboyantly on the door of room 888, ignoring the server's suggestive glances. Upon entering, he first noticed Fong Nan, who appeared serene and detached while sipping tea. Frowning, he realized he did not recognize him. In his second glance, he spotted Gu Xinshi lounging on the sofa, half-closed eyes revealing a sense of languor. Little Chili Pepper licked his lips. Though unfamiliar, he found him appealing. Unperturbed, he approached Gu Xinshi, feigning a graceful collapse into his embrace. Gu Xinshi, quick to react, stood up, causing Little Chili Pepper to crash heavily against the armrest of the sofa. Ouch! Little Chili Pepper rubbed his shoulder, exasperated. Why are you dodging? Glancing at the clock, Gu Xinshi noted that only 5 minutes had passed, merely a quarter of the 20 minutes. He cast a cold glance at the waiter, the aura of authority palpable in his every gesture. Gu Xinshi stated icily, Have him leave. Little Chili scoffed, What are you pretending for? You've come to the mortal realm, yet still wear the guise of chaste maiden. Aren't you tired of it? Gu Xinshi fell silent, his innate nobility suffocating the atmosphere. Leaving the waiter too intimidated to utter a word. Fong Nan felt immense pressure. Chairman, shall we take our leave? It became evident to him that Mr. Yin had no interest in their chairman, but was instead here to engage in illicit dealings. Poor Chairman Gu, experiencing his first romantic endeavor in his 20s only to find himself entangled with a procurer. Gu Xinshi shook his head. Let us wait a little longer. Fong Nan covered his face, still harboring hope for that handsome individual despite the circumstances. Chapter 17. The pure and adorable little white flower, Little Chili, seethed with indignation. Never had anyone dared to disregard him so brazenly. He spat, Country bumpkin. The waiter discreetly signaled to him, Mr. Yin will be back shortly. Reluctantly, he endured and remained. When Yin Muqing returned, he was greeted by the sight of Gu Xinshi perched like an exquisite flower on the west side sofa, while Fong Nan stood like a sentinel behind him, acting as a protector of his interests. The top courtesan, Little Chili, sat fuming on the east side. The waiter looked upon Yin Muqing as if he were savior. Yin Muqing, still donning gloves, inquired what is going on. Before the waiter could respond, Little Chili rushed forward, pitifully exclaiming, Mr. Yin, you've finally returned. I don't understand why these two are in your room. Typically, the guests Yin Muqing brought would occupy separate chambers. He only permitted Bailey into his private space. Yin Muqing paused in removing his gloves, casting a glance at him. His tone unfriendly. They're my guests. What? Did you fail to attend to them properly? Little Chili stiffened. Didn't you request me? Yin Muqing's icy gaze met him. What I do or do not do is irrelevant. Your duty is to serve the guests in this room. Remember, unless specified otherwise. That includes all guests. Little Chili stammered. It's not that I didn't serve. It's that this gentleman refused. Yin Muqing interrupted him, expressionless. Then he simply does not find you appealing. Is that difficult to comprehend? The top courtesan lacks this basic insight. Little Chili's face turned crimson with embarrassment. I have overstepped. Yin Muqing's patience wore thin. It was akin to inviting guests to a grand banquet only for the appetizers to trigger an adverse reaction. The waiter, visibly pale, stated, Mr. Yin, it was I who placed the order. Both gentlemen declined to order and I. Little Chili seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations, slapping the waiter across the face. So, it was you. How dare you? The waiter's head turned to the side, not daring to shield his face. Here. The guests were deities, the food was worshipped, and the waitstaff were the lowest of the low. Yin Muqing's expression darkened entirely. Li, sensing the shift, discreetly glanced at Gu Xinshi on the sofa, noticing him observing the scene with keen interest, as if he were watching a farcical play. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. It seemed the young master's outing would end in utter failure. The room was dimly lit, warm yellow light cascading over the figures within. Yin Muqing strode forward with a cold demeanor, seizing Little Chili by the chin with his gloved hand and casting him to the ground. To show displeasure before the guests and throw tantrums? Who taught you such rules? Get out. Little Chili was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He realized that those who could indulge in the pleasures of the mortal realm were not to be trifled with. The big boss had granted him the privilege to choose his customers precisely because many desired him. However, an unyielding law governed this realm. If one failed to satisfy the guests, they would be returned without even a touch, facing punishment and confinement in a dark chamber. The menu on the tablet bore a ranking, and he currently held the top position. Should he be imprisoned, the subsequent offerings would ascend, leaving him without hope of redemption. In their line of work, maintaining one's rank was paramount. He had grown complacent, mistaking the privilege bestowed by the big boss as an indication of his unique status. In truth, such privilege was afforded solely to the one ranked first. Yin Muqing concealed his icy expression, removed his gloves, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Gu Xinshi before raising the other. Mr. Gu, I apologize for the spectacle. Gu Xinshi accepted the wine and downed it in one gulp, casually inquiring, what business was Mr. Yin attending to? Was it successful? Gu Xinshi's gaze lingered on Yin Muqing's hand gripping the wine glass, perhaps due to years of wearing gloves. His fingers appeared strikingly pale. He recognized that his question bordered on impertinence. As a businessman, he should comprehend the boundaries of discourse and the aversion leaders have towards external scrutiny. Yet, he could not restrain his curiosity. Yin Muqing tilted his head, rolling up his shirt sleeve to reveal an invaluable watch and porcelain white forearm, seemingly unperturbed by the inquiry. I was negotiating a deal. It went smoothly. That's good to hear. For reasons unknown, the fiery unrest within Gu Xinshi dissipated, and he resumed his usual composed demeanor. Little Chili attempted to interject further, but was unceremoniously ejected by Li. Gu Xinshi cast his eyes downward and remarked, that Omega seems to have taken a liking to you. Yin Muqing instinctively asked which one. Gu Xinshi rubbed the wine glass with his fingers, the one who was just thrown out. Yin Muqing scoffed. Do you truly believe in the affections of a prostitute? Gu Xinshi furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed. Is it not credible? Yin Muqing inwardly marveled at the distinct family values of the Gu household. A top-tier alpha raised with such innocence. The Gu family possessed wealth and power, and had it not been for their rigid upbringing, Gu Xinshi might have become a notorious philanderer, unlike his current, naive self, with the appearance of a domineering CEO, yet possessing such innocence. He affectionately patted Gu Xinshi's shoulder. Of course, it's merely for money, a mere performance. Gu Xinshi responded with a curious, oh, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Then why have we come here? Yin Muqing blurted out, if it is not genuine, why venture here? Is there a connection between the two? Gu Xinshi replied earnestly, I believe such matters must be rooted in love. Yin Muqing found himself momentarily speechless, experiencing a sensation akin to stumbling over his own words. Had it been anyone else, he might have dismissed them as pretentious. Yet, gazing into Gu Xinshi's clear, innocent eyes, he found himself reconsidering. He coughed discreetly, stating perfect timing, "Allow me to broaden your horizons." It is rather perplexing that Yin Yinshan does not clarify why he wishes to curry favor with Gu Xinshi. After speaking, he picked up his tablet and casually swiped at the screen. What type of person does Chairman Gu prefer? Today, I must introduce something enticing to Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter." Yin Muqing responded, "Oh, so he must favor the innocent types, clean, beautiful, with a pleasant disposition, preferably someone inexperienced. Perhaps even a damsel in distress who might be rescued and guided towards righteousness." Gu Xinshi remarked, while Bai Li, grinning, leaned closer. Typically, those who claim indifference are the most selective. Yin Muqing cast him an approving glance. Bai Li, excited, nudged Fong Nan with his shoulder, exclaiming, "The young master praised me." Fong Nan retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Gu Xinshi relaxed against the sofa. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Yin Muqing's profile, the vibrant colors from the tablet casting deep shadows across his face. Unexpectedly, Yin Muqing turned his head, and they locked eyes momentarily. Yin Muqing quickly averted his gaze, feeling a jolt of nervousness. He must have misinterpreted the tenderness he thought he saw in Gu Xinshi's eyes. Blinded by folly indeed, Gu Xinshi averted his gaze. His ears slightly flushed. He initiated the conversation. "Have you made your selection?" Without turning back, Yin Muqing tossed the tablet to him, declaring, "I have chosen. Take a look." Gu Xinshi caught the tablet and shifted his attention to the screen, which displayed a female omega with doe-like eyes, soft pink lips, and long hair, strikingly fair. Beneath the photo was a brief description. 18 years old, female omega, a fallen daisy striving to save her ailing mother, pure and adorable, still untouched. Her skills may be somewhat inexperienced, awaiting a patron's redemption. Chapter 18. Twin sisters in this realm. One is never coerced into servitude. The offerings here are entirely voluntary, and we owe gratitude to the proprietor for providing such lucrative opportunities. This is a distinctive feature of this world, catering to certain peculiarities of the patrons, whether through coercion or redemption, depending solely on the patron's whims. Yin Muqing sauntered leisurely around the sofa, propping himself against the table as he leaned in closer, inquiring, "What do you think?" Gu Xinshi asked, "Do the employees here sign contracts? Is there a set duration of employment?" Yin Muqing could surmise his intentions, redemption. For Gu Xinshi is indeed a paragon of righteousness. He answered candidly, "No, it is based on free will. One may leave whenever they wish. However, once they depart, they cannot return. If Chairman Gu is fond of someone and they are willing, he may certainly take them home to cherish." If Gu Xinshi truly desired to procure one of the offerings, it was entirely feasible. Something in Yin Muqing's statement stirred an undercurrent of discontent within Gu Xinshi. He was not angry, yet could not dismiss it entirely. Gu Xinshi raised his gaze, his tone unchanging. "What about you, Mr. Yin? What is your preference?" Why did the conversation shift back to his own tastes? Yin Muqing casually remarked, "Someone perceptive." Bai Li's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Young master, you." The young master had initially chosen him precisely for his perceptiveness. Could it be that he had harbored unspoken affections all these years? Bai Li sucks, Flusha. Yin Muqing instantly surmised the errant thoughts plaguing the mind of his companion, and with a swift motion delivered a resounding thump to his head. Bailey, crouched in the corner of the room, shielded his cranium. The startled Fong Nan exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" Yin Muqing's temples throbbed with indignation as he retorted, refrained from harboring such sordid thoughts. Rubbing his aching knuckles, his face flushed with agitation. Gu Xinshi's gaze flitted between them before he resumed the previous topic. "Let us discuss this Omega lady." Upon his decision, Yin Muqing bore an expression of confirmation, then deftly operated his tablet, inputting a password to complete the order. After finalizing the transaction, he exhaled in relief, having never encountered someone so difficult to please. His eyes inadvertently landed on Fong Nan, who stood silently as a mere backdrop, and a spark ignited within him. Secretary Fong, what about you? What do you fancy? Enjoy to your heart's content. It's on me. Working alongside a stuffy traditionalist had hardly afforded him any culinary delights. Fong Nan chuckled awkwardly, glancing at his chairman, who was engrossed in his drink, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Yet Fong Nan understood that the chairman was not deaf. Should he dare to order, he would undoubtedly earn the label of a scoundrel. It was the chairman who was the true scoundrel. With a pregnant girlfriend and an affection for this procurer, he now sought another beauty. Wealthy individuals certainly exhibited double standards. He laughed with a sense of detachment, defending the non-existent virtue of that purportedly pregnant girlfriend. I cannot. My girlfriend is already with child. Yin Muqing smirked knowingly. Then why are you in such a place? Won't your girlfriend be upset? Fong Nan's expression grew numb. No, we trust each other. Yin Muqing responded with a TSK. How enviable. A knock echoed at the door, and a figure entered. The Omega, clad in a white knee-length dress, bore a cascade of jet black hair down to her waist, devoid of makeup, exuding her natural beauty. A facade of strength momentarily faltered to reveal a trace of vulnerability, evoking compassion. Yin Muqing remarked, quite impressive. Director Gu has discerning taste. The Omega turned her gaze toward him, silently inquiring. Yin Muqing chuckled softly. This is Director Gu, your guest for the evening. Rising from his seat, he added, Director Gu, I shall relinquish the room to you. Enjoy yourselves. Bailey followed him out, kindly closing the door behind them. Fong Nan scratched his head, feeling awkward. Chairman, should I leave as well? With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing Bailey's head peering inconspiratorially. Secretary Fong, you truly lack awareness. Hurry and leave. Fong Nan retorted, you are the one lacking awareness. Under the chairman's approving gaze, Fong Nan discreetly exited. The Omega stood numbly in the center of the room, as if everything around her was utterly unrelated to her existence. The door closed once more. She approached her guest and lowered the zipper. Gu Xinshi furrowed his brows, halting her movement. Are you from S country? Yes. What is your name? Xiao O. Gu Xinshi remained silent for a long moment before inquiring. Do you know Xiao O? Xiao O abruptly lifted her face, staring blankly at the man before her. Words poised on her lips, yet caught in her throat, rendering her voiceless. She was uncertain of the man's allegiance. If they had dispatched someone to probe her, testing her composure, she would not only fail to uncover any news of Xiao O, but also inadvertently place Xiao O in perilous circumstances. Observing her silence, Gu Xinshi presumed he had misjudged. Unexpectedly, Xiao O abruptly turned her head, surveying her surroundings as if to ascertain their safety. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she spoke sorrowfully. Xiao O is my sister. The moment Gu Xinshi laid eyes on Xiao Li's photograph, he felt an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Yet, in this vast world, it is not uncommon for two similar individuals to lack any blood ties. He wondered if Yin Muqing had disowned this connection. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Gu Xinshi's knowledge of Xiao O was scant. He knew only her name and nothing beyond that. Assisting someone shrouded in secrets seemed unfathomable to an ordinary person. However, for Gu Xinshi, when fate presented an encounter, he instinctively felt compelled to assist. He could not stand idly by when others were in distress. Offering help within his capabilities was his fundamental principle. Xiao O was torn between joy and sorrow. Joy at receiving news of her sister, sorrow from the uncertainty of her sister's current condition. Anxiously, she knelt before Gu Xinshi, grasping his leg, only to be gently pulled up by him. Sir, how do you know my sister? Have you seen her? Where is she now? Seeing her in such distress, Gu Xinshi stood and urged her, please calm down. This phrase echoed in his memory. He had said the same to Xiao O. How could Xiao O remain calm? The fear of receiving dreadful news about her sister consumed her. She dreaded the thought of her sister succumbing to torment or being sold to even more horrific fates by those fiends. She buried her face in her hands and wept. Gu Xinshi, feeling helpless, reassured her. She is not in immediate danger. She is safe. Xiao O, her voice thick with tears, replied, I'm sorry, I cannot help it. Gu Xinshi resigned himself to waiting patiently, allowing her the space to express her emotions. After 2 minutes, Xiao O finally ceased her tears, reduced to intermittent sobs. Gu Xinshi inquired, "Did you truly come here because your mother is gravely ill?" Xiao O retorted with anger, "No, I have no mother. Both Xiao O and I are orphans. I was sold here, and they fabricated a story of a dying mother to deceive the powerful. Every penny I earn is taken from me, and if I dare defy their orders, they will retaliate against my sister." She exhaled the words in one breath, her chest heaving violently. Gu Xinshu's gaze turned icy. Human trafficking? Chapter 19. The director of the world, draped in white, resembled a radiant paradise of desire, where freedom was revered as the highest virtue, and consent was the guiding principle, transforming wayward lambs into angels to serve the insatiable deity in exchange for the fruit of truth. Yet, behind the facade of freedom lurked exploitation, and beneath the guise of voluntarism lay coercion. The world would not expend energy to determine whether a single lamb had truly lost its way. If one spotted a cockroach, it signified that thousands more lay in ambush. Xiao O was merely one among many. In the shadows, countless victims struggled in despair, teetering between hope and hopelessness, ultimately resigning themselves to their fate, or, in their helplessness, choosing to end their lives. From the words of Xiao O, Gu Xinshu learned of a human trafficking organization concealed in Country S for over 2 decades. This sinister group lures attractive children, imprisoning them together. These children undergo rigorous evaluations to determine their future utility. Omegas with strong reproductive capabilities are cultivated to become breeding machines, while visually appealing ABOs are sold to entertainment venues across nations, serving as both spies and tools for profit. Given the eccentric tastes of the wealthy, some preferring beauty, others favoring imperfections, this organization offers a bespoke service. Clients articulate their desires, such as blonde hair and green eyes, or black hair and purple eyes, and the organization procures children that fit these specifications. For those who favor the incomplete, clients receive a photograph of a child's body along with a red pen, empowering them to dictate which parts to retain or discard according to their whims. Xiao Lu pondered her own fortune. After all, she had not been dismembered and confined in a cage by those perverse individuals. As for Xiao O, she remained oblivious to her sister's fate, never daring to imagine it and constantly praying instead. Gu Xinshu remained silent after hearing this dreadful tale. Xiao O was pregnant. Having become the breeding machine Xiao Lu spoke of, he was uncertain whether this outcome was fortunate or tragic, and out of respect for Xiao O's privacy, he ultimately chose to say nothing more, merely stating, "Xiao O is doing quite well." A weight lifted from Xiao Li's heart, and for the first time in years, a genuine smile graced her lips. "That's good. I knew she was fortunate." Gu Xinshu moved about the room, locating the switch for the ceiling light, illuminating the space with the brightest glow. The cold white light banished the shadows, revealing Xiao Li's features clearly before him. "We are twin sisters. Don't we resemble each other?" she inquired. Gu Xinshu nodded. In truth, their vastly different experiences had led their appearances to diverge in distinct ways. He could see they were siblings, yet he had not deduced they were twins. Xiao O had always been a bit eccentric. Gu Xinshu asked, "How long have you been apart?" Xiao Li's smile faded as she replied wistfully, 5 years. I was sold to Country T for 2 years, then to Country A, and last month I was sold to Country D. I have long since been worn down." Gu Xinshu was not adept at offering comfort. "Do you want to come with me?" Hope flickered in Xiao Li's eyes. "Is that possible? Can I leave? What if I bring trouble for you?" Gu Xinshu did not believe any organization would dare retaliate against the Gu family, unless they were courting death. Thus, he reassured her, "You need not worry. I can handle it." Those who could reach this place were either affluent or noble, leading Xiao Lu to feel her concerns were unfounded. However, the clientele of that organization represented the upper echelons of society, many wielding considerable power, concealing her own selfish desires. Xiao Lu yearned only to escape and reunite with her sister. Gu Xinshu rose from the sofa, brushing off the creases in his clothing. "All right, let us find Mr. Yin. Do you know where they are? They must be in the ballroom." Indeed, Yin Muqing was in the ballroom, having left room 888, reveling with 2 companions. After all, The human realm is a grand feast of nocturnal revelry. One cannot simply retreat to a room for slumber. Fong Nan, having escaped the chairman's gaze, felt akin to a wild stallion freed from its saddle, quickly engaging in conversation with an omega, bubbling with excitement like a kettle on the brink of boiling over. Yin Muqing remarked, "Oh, poor pregnant girlfriend." Noticing Yin Muqing's scrutinizing gaze, Fong Nan implored, "Brother, please pretend you didn't see anything. Do not inform the chairman." With a complex expression, Yin Muqing replied, "Understood, understood." Bailey shook his head knowingly. What a pitiable soul. The boss is akin to a disciplinary headmaster. Yin Muqing clicked his tongue in admiration, an apt description indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Moreover, it's the kind that permits only himself to indulge while forbidding students from doing so." The two exchanged solemn nods, recalling the painful memories of their student days. The bartender skillfully poured spirits into a measuring cup, swiftly transferring the required amount into a shaker, adding ice, and sealing it with a cap. The wrist turned and shook, as the warmth of the spirits mingled with the chill of the ice, creating a more palatable concoction in the bartender's hands. Bailey ordered a rainbow cocktail. Yin Muqing felt a twitch at his eyelid. "What have you ordered for me?" Bailey sipped, savoring the top layer, and replied, "Brandy cask." Yin Muqing retorted ominously, "I do not drink brandy." Bailey recoiled, "Why not?" Yin Muqing, looking down at him, responded, "My pheromone scent is brandy. Drinking it makes me feel as if I am licking myself." A cough interrupted from behind. Yin Muqing turned to see Gu Xinshi, one hand half-clenched before his lips, his gaze wandering to the glass art at the bar, as if the sound had not originated from him. Yet, the smirk at the corner of his mouth and the mischief in his eyes betrayed his facade. Yin Muqing declared, "Let all be destroyed." Meanwhile, Bailey naively inquired, "How did you know that drinking brandy feels like licking yourself? Have you licked yourself?" Yin Muqing shot him a death glare, "Keep babbling. And upon your return to the country, you shall serve as Yin Chin as personal bodyguard. Should he err, the blame shall rest solely on you." Bailey protesta. "Why are you angry again? Alpha heart, needle in the ocean, you brought up the topic yourself?" Yin Muqing sat at the bar, discreetly observing Gu Xinshi and that omega. The omega's attire was visibly disheveled, the zipper only partially closed, leaving a gap of an inch, with reddened eyes and moist corners. In contrast, Gu Xinshi was impeccably dressed, his exposed skin devoid of any marks. Yet, this seemed rather swift. Could the illustrious heir of the Gu family truly be a mere facade of an alpha? Last time in the underground city, Gu Xinshi had appeared similarly drained. Yin Muqing stole a glance at Gu Xinshi-esque groin, but the suit pants concealed any indication of size. Suddenly, Gu Xinshi shifted to block his view. Yin Muqing froze, slowly raising his gaze to meet Gu Xinshi's eyes, which bore a reproachful glare. "Mr. Yin, what are you looking at?" Yin Muqing covered his face, unsure of what had gone awry within him. Chapter 20. Friends Gu Xinshi, what are you looking at? The dance hall, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of dazzling lights accompanied by enchanting music, cast vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, and green upon Yin Muqing's face, as if delivering a playful slap. He shifted his gaze towards Bailey, who understood the unspoken intent. The young master was indicating that he would respond on his behalf. This was a task Bailey was well versed in during business discussions. If there were matters Yin Muqing found inconvenient to articulate, Bailey would step in to speak. As the most loyal bodyguard, he had monitored the scene closely since Gu Xinshi's arrival, much like a vigilant surveillance camera. For instance, that Omega had been cautiously surveying the surroundings, startled by every little movement. Moreover, Gu Xinshi had been fixated on his young master ever since he appeared. Meanwhile, Yin Muqing, under the guise of discretion, had been observing the Omega for a while, before allowing his gaze to drift towards Gu Xinshi's elder brother. What Yin Muqing believed to be a covert observation was, in reality, happening right beneath their noses. Bailey, with unwavering confidence, remarked, "My young master is watching your elder brother." The remainder of his words were abruptly stifled by Yin Muqing's firm hand over his mouth. Yin Muqing's arm was wrapped around Bailey's neck, and he tightly covered his mouth, causing Bailey's eyes to widen in alarm as he struggled against his grip. Upon glancing down, Yin Muqing realized his hand was positioned too high, inadvertently covering Bailey's nose as well. He released his hold, and Bailey, weakened, collapsed to the ground, accidentally knocking over a potted plant, which created a cacophony of noise. Yin Muqing, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes. Gu Xinshi remarked, "The commotion over there is rather loud," as the dance hall manager approached briskly, flanked by several imposing bodyguards. The manager smiled, "Mr. Yin, we shall promptly remove the troublemakers." The bodyguards lifted the coughing individual from the floor, and the manager squinted, recognizing him with a grin. "Isn't this young Bailey? What a surprise. Have you angered Mr. Yin again with your words?" Bailey shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at?" The manager responded with a chuckle. "Last time you complained about our cold demeanor, the boss instructed us to always provide service with a smile." Yin Muqing waved his hand, dismissing the manager. Gu Xinshi sighed. "This is Xiao O, sister of Xiao O. Do you recall Xiao O? The Omega from the underground city?" Yin Muqing frowned. The resemblance was indeed striking, given they were sisters. It was curious that one resided in a D-country entertainment venue, while the other was in the S-country underground city, both establishments far from respectable. Noticing his silence, Gu Xinshi continued, "Xiao O has you to thank, by the way." Yin Muqing, somewhat distracted, inquired, "How so?" Gu Xinshi replied, "Had you not brought her to our attention, we would have never known that Xiao O had a biological sister." Yin Muqing scrutinized him. "You wish to take her away?" "Indeed," Gu Xinshi confirmed. Yin Muqing offered a peculiar smile. "I forgot to mention, only VIP members are permitted to take individuals away." Gu Xinshi, puzzled, responded, "You previously stated that employees can leave whenever they choose." Yin Muqing shrugged. "That is true, but there are conditions. In order to leave, employees must complete a minimum of 10 tasks. This is not a shelter. We cannot provide for them without compensation." Xiao O flüsterte, "Mr. Gu, you were the first to click on my post." Gu Xinshi rubbed his temples and inquired, "What must one do to become a VIP member?" Yin Muqing, leaning awkwardly, replied with a smile, "It's quite simple. Just make 10 purchases." Gu Xinshi scrutinized the mischievous grin adorning Yin Muqing's face and chuckled, "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Yin Muqing exaggeratedly widened his eyes. "Do you not believe me? Feel free to ask anyone. They will confirm my words." Gu Xinshi sighed, "I believe you. Is Mr. Yin a VIP member?" "Indeed," Yin Muqing affirmed. "Could you assist me with something, Mr. Yin?" Yin Muqing feigned ignorance. "What do you need assistance with?" Gu Xinshi stated, "Please help me take Xiao O away." Yin Muqing responded readily, but then shifted his tone. "However, I only assist friends." Gu Xinshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are we not friends?" This was the response Yin Muqing had been waiting for. His speech quickened. "Of course we are." "Ah, Mr. Gu, among friends, these are mere trifles. Come, that one over there, not Xiao O, come forward and let Bailey guide you to the HR manager to facilitate your release." His straightforward agreement caused Gu Xinshi to feel a twinge of unease. "What do you require of me, Mr. Yin?" Yin Muqing asked, puzzled. Gu Xinshi hesitated before replying. "Friends should help each other." Rising to his feet, Yin Muqing, embodying the essence of a corporate chairman, wore an appreciative expression and patted Gu Xinshi on the shoulder. "With your words, Mr. Gu, I am truly content." Yet, he had no request for Gu Xinshi. This was merely a directive from Yin Yanshan. Gu Xinshi seated himself, and when the bartender inquired about his drink of choice, he shook his head. Far away, Fong Nan spotted Gu Xinshi at the bar and felt a jolt of realization about the recent kiss. Rubbing his face, he noticed a vivid flush on his skin. Fong Nan murmured, "Where's the water?" "I need water." A server led him to the restroom, and after washing his face, he returned with a serious demeanor. Striding towards the bar, Gu Xinshi noticed him but refrained from making any comments. He did not wish to interfere excessively in his employees' personal lives. His earlier mention of Fong Nan's girlfriend was merely a caution against potential mistakes. For it is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. A fleeting encounter that jeopardizes years of heartfelt connection is evidently not worth it. Should Fong Nan persist in his course, Gu Xinshi would remain silent. However, Fong Nan, feeling guilty and eager to justify himself, stated, "Chairman, I just went to the restroom." After speaking, he cast a pleading glance at Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing responded, "Ah, Secretary Fong had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Yes, he was in the restroom for some time, given his intake. As he finished, he rubbed his nose and glanced at his phone, appearing even more flustered than Fong Nan. Gu Xinshu offered a brief, shallow smile. Fong Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Bai Li soon returned with Xiao O, accompanied by the HR manager, a towering figure with dark skin and a sturdy build, who was also compelled to maintain a smiling facade, his smile strained and conspicuous. Mr. Yin, Xiao Li's resignation paperwork has been completed. You may take her tonight. His deep, coarse voice, feigning gentleness, sent chills down Gu Xinshu's spine. Yin Muqing rubbed his arms, feeling the goosebumps, and remarked with disdain, "Please behave normally." The peculiar, forced smile on the HR manager's face vanished in an instant, his facial muscles twitching as he replied, "Mr. Yin, I have already handed over Xiao Li's identification to Mr. Bailey. Xiao Lo is now yours. The boss has asked me to convey that you are welcome to visit often." Yin Muqing waved his hand dismissively, understood. He turned to Gu Dong and inquired, "Shall we continue enjoying ourselves, or depart now?" Gu Xinshu replied, "Let's leave now." The dim atmosphere here made him quite uncomfortable. Chapter 21. I am the elder. The group proceeded to the underground parking lot. Yin Muqing halted and asked Bailey, "How many seats does the car have?" Confused, Bailey responded, "4 seats." Yin Muqing pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "How many of us are there?" Bailey replied, 5. Yin Muqing closed his eyes in despair. "You can ride on the roof." Fong Nan chuckled awkwardly. "Could we perhaps call a taxi?" Bailey shook his head. "Taxis cannot enter here." This was both to protect the privacy of the guests and to filter them. If one did not even possess a private vehicle, how could they afford to spend here? A gust of wind swept through the underground ducts, brushing against Omega's skirt. Xiao Lu timidly raised her hand. "I can stay in the trunk." At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Fong Nan remarked, "This Omega is quite skilled. Her pitiful demeanor keeps the chairman firmly in check." Gu Xinshu rubbed his forehead. "That's unnecessary." Yin Muqing contemplated. "Can Bailey fit her in?" Bailey, taken aback, exclaimed. Gu Xinshu glanced at his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and he asked, "Since it's still early, could Mr. Yin allow the boss of the establishment to give us a ride?" Hotels typically provide vehicles for guest transportation, and Gu Xinshu assumed it would be the same for entertainment venues. Yin Muqing hesitated for a couple of seconds before decisively rejecting the idea. How could he let that fellow know about such an embarrassing matter? Knowing would subject him to ridicule for at least a year. With a stern expression, he stated, "We can squeeze in. There is 1 seat for the driver, 1 for the passenger, and 3 in the back. 5 seats in total." Yin Muqing took the car keys from Bailey and asked Gu Xinshu, "Can you drive, Chairman Gu?" Gu Xinshu replied, "I can." Would the chairman be driving? Even though he knew how, Fong Nan felt apprehensive and quickly offered, "Let me drive." Yin Muqing scoffed, "You need to squeeze into the back." Fong Nan withdrew his hands. "Oh." Yin Muqing tossed the car keys to Gu Xinshu, took the passenger seat himself, closed the door, and fastened his seatbelt. Bailey shifted his gaze, opened the left rear door, climbed in, and settled down. Fong Nan courteously invited Xiao Lu to the cramped space in the middle of the back seat. He then joined them and shut the door. Xiao Lu felt anxious. It was her first time in the back seat. Previously, she had always been in the trunk during transfers. Gu Xinshu said nothing, opened the driver's door, seated himself, inserted the keys, and started the engine, executing each movement with precision. The vehicle exited the parking lot, gradually leaving behind the silver behemoth of the establishment. While waiting at a traffic light, Gu Xinshu glanced toward the passenger seat, where Yin Muqing was idly playing with his fingers. Gu Xinshu inquired, "Mr. Yin, do you not drive?" Yin Muqing paused his fidgeting fingers and lifted his face, casting a look of incredulity at him. Gu Xinshu chuckled softly. "Then why doesn't Mr. Yin take the wheel? As an elder, it is unbecoming for me to drive." Yin Muqing pouted in response. Gu Xinshu hesitated. "May I inquire about Mr. Yin's age?" Leaning against the table, Yin Muqing huffed, "Regardless, I am older than you. I would have thought someone like Mr. Yin would be quite concerned about relinquishing control over their life." "Are you truly so trusting of me?" Yin Muqing replied, "You are a good person." Surprised by the unexpected compliment, Gu Xinshu remarked, "It has been a while since I last drove, So please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Yin. Sitting up straight, Yin Muqing asked, is that true? The light turned green. Gu Xinshi pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The journey that had taken half an hour on the way there was completed in just 20 minutes on the return. Upon arriving, Yin Muqing opened the car door and leaned against a nearby tree, feeling nauseous as his throat constricted. Gu Xinshi exited the vehicle and handed him the keys. With a stern expression, Yin Muqing accepted them, casting a glance at Gu Xinshi, remaining silent out of fear that he might vomit all over him. Yin Muqing had never encountered someone so reckless, pressing the gas and brake with abandon, akin to a roller coaster ride. Are you truly angry? Gu Xinshi rubbed his fingers nervously, observing Yin Muqing's pale complexion and realizing he had crossed a line. He quickly apologized, I am sorry. Yin Muqing waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. My stomach is just a bit sensitive. He was not one to hold grudges. He called out to Bailey, let us go. And with that, he departed gracefully. After helping Xiao O settle in, Fong Nin booked a flight for the return journey the next day. Chairman, the flight is at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Very well. After taking a shower, Yin Muqing lay in bed and dialed his father's number for an international call. The phone rang a few times before being unceremoniously disconnected. Undeterred, Yin Muqing redialed. On the fourth attempt, the phone rang for 2 seconds before being answered. Yin Yashan, Song. Yin Muqing. Yin Yanshan sounded weak. Do you have any idea what time it is? Yin Muqing glanced at the clock. It's 12 o'clock. Yin Yanshan's voice trembled. Do you know what time it is in country S? It's 2 in the morning. You rascal. I hope you have something significant to share. Yin Muqing replied. You asked me to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Xinshi. What is the purpose behind that? Yin Yanshan, feeling overwhelmed, retorted. Is that all? Yin Muqing continued. Shall I remind you of how you insisted that I maintain a good rapport with him after discovering we were at the same hotel yesterday? You even went so far as to invite Gu Xinshi out for a night of entertainment to serve him all evening. Why else would you be so keen to attach yourself to him? Reflecting on the frustrations of the night stirred his anger. Yin Muqing threatened, Father, you had better tell me what significant role Gu Xinshi plays. Otherwise, Yin Yanshan, initially feeling guilty, regained his composure and asserted, Gu Xinshi is indeed a key figure. The protagonist, in fact. He is your future esteemed son-in-law. Yin Muqing, skeptical, asked, is that true? Yin Yanshan replied emphatically, of course it is. When have I ever deceived you? Yin Muqing scoffed. Oh, there have been plenty of occasions. Suddenly, voices from others could be heard on the other end of the line. Yin Muqing asked, is there someone beside you? Yin Yanshan, your Uncle Yang is worried about me and has been staying in the hospital room. Is that Muqing? Did everything go smoothly? It was indeed Yang Sun's voice. Yin Muqing remained silent. He heard Yin Yanshan respond to Yang Sun. Of course. When has that rascal ever let me down? Yin Yanshan was an astute man. Upon noticing the discord between his son and wife, he deliberately sought to prevent their interactions. He was well aware of the distinctions between his children and his wife, especially considering they had a younger son. Nevertheless, family gatherings were inevitable, and their youngest was rather spoiled, leading to unavoidable friction. Yin Muqing, with a warm exterior but a cold heart, had increasingly made Yin Yanshan feel a sense of guilt towards him in recent years. His tone grew more benevolent. Muqing, the rainy season in country D brings frequent cold fronts. Do not let your good health lead you to recklessness, for your pain will ultimately be borne by your father. Yin Muqing's expression twisted. Disgusting. After being scolded by his son, he hung up the phone. Yin Yanshan touched his nose and inquired of his wife, who was sitting up to pour him water. Disgusting? Gu Xinshi paused in her action of pouring water and replied with a smile. Muqing is merely feeling embarrassed. Yin Yanshan thought that made sense. Chapter 22. The remnants of feudalism. Early the next morning, Gu Xinshi boarded a flight back. As the plane ascended, the vehicles and streams on the ground dwindled until they vanished into the clouds, leaving nothing in sight. Upon returning to the company, Gu Xinshi held a meeting and then proceeded to his office to address the backlog of documents. By the time he finished, it was nearly noon. The phone rang. Gu Xinshi set down his papers and answered his mobile, discovering it was a call from his mother. Sliding his finger across the screen, he connected. Gu Madam's voice lacked its usual lightness, heavy with concern. Xinshi, Have you been busy with work lately? Not at all. If you're not busy, why not come back to the old residence tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday, so it will be perfect for you to stay for a couple of days. Gu Xinshi stood, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over half of Deep City, his tone calm. Mother, is something wrong? Gu Madam mumbled. Is it that obvious? Gu Xinshi, quite apparent. It sounds intentional. Gu Madam, sigh. Truly nothing escapes your notice. I cannot explain everything over the phone. Just make sure to return tonight. Gu Xinshi agreed. The midday sunlight cascaded onto the glass, filtering into Gu Xinshi's retina, casting vibrant, kaleidoscopic hues that seemed alive, dancing and blooming. Meanwhile, at Luhua Hospital, in the VIP ward, Yin Muqing sat on the sofa, waiting for the doctor to examine Yin Yunshan. Sunlight stealthily crept in through the curtains, cascading warmly over Yin Muqing. Several gray-haired specialists surrounded Yin Yunshan, their expressions gentle and their tones amiable, first asking a few questions before examining the wound. Finally, they set down the stethoscope and smiled. The head of the household is recovering quite well. There will be no lasting effects from the injury, but he should be cautious to rest and avoid staying up late. Yin Yunshan, did you hear that? Yin Muqing grimaced. I heard it. The specialists took their leave, allowing father and son some privacy. The door clicked shut. Yin Yunshan's demeanor turned serious. Did they find out? Yin Muqing, I have identified a small pawn. Yet the true mastermind remains elusive. It has only been 2 days. Discovering this much is already commendable. By the way, who is this pawn? Yin Yunshan is not particularly anxious. Yin Muqing, take a guess. Your assessment of him is rather unfavorable. Yin Yunshan cannot deduce it, as he has a poor opinion of many. Forget the guessing. It is that scoundrel, Gao Yihan. Yin Muqing, uninterested in teasing, directly reveals the name when he sees Yin Yunshan's reluctance to play along. Gao Yihan, we are not in competition with the Gao family. What business does he have in this matter? Yin Yunshan contemplates. Stop pondering. Didn't he, the doctor, just advise against excessive worrying? Yin Yunshan's gaze turns cold. How do you plan to deal with these individuals? We have apprehended some traitors. Do you intend to execute them outright or stage an accident? Yin Muqing speaks in a flat tone, as if deciding the fate of mere livestock. Yin Yunshan Song. We are merchants, not gangsters. We cannot take lives so lightly. Yin Muqing gives him a look that says, Are you serious? Ahem, in truth, I have intentions of reforming. Yin Muqing leans back against the sofa, his gaze icy. What do you mean? The old man didn't produce an illegitimate child, yet unexpectedly. The other party has delivered a significant issue. Reforming? Is this a matter of forsaking arms for legitimate business, or carrying arms into the legitimate world? He glances at the numbers on the monitor, scoffing. The old man knows he is speaking nonsense. Yin Yunshan coughs softly. I plan to donate the factories in Country S to the state, so you can secure a leadership position in a state-owned enterprise. Speak plainly. Yin Muqing expresses his impatience. Yin Yunshan resigned. The national policy is about to change. Arms sales will be prohibited, and only the state will hold the right to manufacture weapons. I am aging and have no interest in living a life of hiding. Yin Muqing remains silent for a long while. When is this happening? Is the news reliable? Last month, your father, having been the head of the family for so many years, certainly has some useful friends. The Yin family's headquarters is not in Country S. Do you intend to confiscate these dilapidated factories? Will the government consent? Yin Muqing is perplexed. Yin Yunshan presents his reasoning. The government only cares about the reputation of our leadership. They are indifferent to foreign enterprises. Furthermore, they have promised that if we engage in business, they will facilitate our endeavors. After speaking, Yin Yunshan coughs a few times, his hair graying at the temples. He truly is aging. In his youth, he was reckless, disregarding everyone, having endured several gunshot wounds and broken bones, the details of which are now blurred in memory. He only recalls that he was healthy then and recovered swiftly, leaving no painful memories behind. Yin Muqing, unable to endure the sight, exclaims, Please, Mr. Yin, you're only in your 50s. Do not present yourself as if you are in your twilight years. Recalling something, Yin Muqing inquires, What about Gu Xinshi? Is he planning to abandon business for politics? Yin Yunshan chuckles awkwardly. Surely not? Are you concealing something significant from me? Yin Muqing narrows his eyes. Yin Yunshan asserts with conviction. Absolutely not. Forget it. You are free to stir up trouble as you please. Yin Muqing reclines on the sofa. Yin Yunshan discreetly touches his nose beneath his son's gaze and quietly asks, Gu Xinshi, you have interacted with him a few times. What do you think of him? Is he a good kid? I have interacted with him 2 or 3 times, perhaps. Yin Muqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He is a fine young man, far superior to your son. He possesses a righteous worldview, a compassionate heart, and a penchant for rescuing distressed omegas. He is quite the traditionalist. Yin Yunshan replied, That's wonderful. However, he suddenly sensed an incongruity in her words. A penchant for rescuing distressed omegas? Are you implying his private life is rather chaotic? Yin Muqing retorted. You simply do not understand. His inclination to rescue does not stem from a desire for frivolity. He is a paragon of virtue, dedicated to alleviating suffering and engaging in charitable deeds, as innocent as a high school student. How can such a remarkable person remain single? Such good fortune should not befall the son of Yin Yunshan. At that moment, Yin Yunshan hesitated to disclose to Yin Muqing that Gu Xinshi might become his brother-in-law. He refrained from mentioning it, knowing that Yin Muqing had a more contentious relationship with Yin Yichen than with Yang Xiunjin. If she were to discover that his attempts to please Gu Xinshi were for the sake of Yin Yichen, she would surely retaliate, particularly given how unruly Yin Yichen had been raised. Yin Muqing caught a glimpse of his guilty demeanor and expressed her disdain. Yin Yunshan was surrounded by numerous informants. He had dispatched Bailey to inquire. Unless Yin Yunshan was whispering secrets to Yang Xiunjin under the covers, nothing could escape her notice. I do have some insight into the reason for his single status, she stated. Yin Yunshan urged, do tell. Traditional and conservative, she replied. Yin Yunshan scoffed. Is that truly a valid reason? Yin Muqing chuckled. Gu Xinshi, this old-fashioned believer, insists that love must precede intimacy. Perhaps if an omega desired to kiss, he would insist on waiting until marriage. It's absurd. What omega would be interested in him? Young omegas seek sweet romances, not philosophical discussions on life ideals with a principal. He is merely an object of admiration, not desire. Who would want him? As he pondered this, he surmised that Yang Xiunjin was likely to arrive soon, so he brushed off his attire and stood up. I shall take my leave. Chapter 23. The ability to acknowledge and amend mistakes. Yin Muqing closed the door behind him. Bailey was engaged in light conversation with the bodyguard at the entrance. Upon seeing Yin Muqing emerge, he eagerly introduced, Young master, this is Quan Gue. Quan Gue, the towering figure acknowledged. Yin Muqing regarded the nearly 2-meter tall man and murmured, Quan Gu, Indet. Bailey had initially waited in the car, but recalled that Quan Gue was stationed outside the head of the family's hospital room. So he entered the hospital. Unfortunately, he arrived just as Quan Gue was taking a break for a meal. However, the bodyguard's mealtime was brief, and Quan Gue returned to his post in approximately 10 minutes. After a brief exchange, Yin Muqing appeared. As usual, he inquired, who has been entering and exiting the patient's room these past few days? Mr. Yang, the young master, and the attending physician, Bailey replied. Yin Muqing nodded in understanding. Has the head of the family exhibited any unusual behavior? From within the room, Yin Yunshan's voice boomed. You little rascal, I am still here. As if deaf to the outburst, Quan Gue responded with unwavering composure. None. Very well, continue to observe. After the head of the family is discharged, you will accompany me in my duties, Yin Muqing declared, pleased with the loyal subordinate. Quan Gue bowed. Thank you, young master. Bailey, delighted, shared a knowing glance with the taciturn bodyguard. After leaving the hospital, Yin Muqing headed to his villa in the outskirts. This villa, a relic of the last century, stands solitary amidst a dense forest, far removed from the bustle of civilization. It has been struck by lightning, ravaged by fire, and undergone numerous renovations. Yet the scent of decay and age lingers. Cars wind along the serpentine mountain road, passing through the sun-dappled ancient woods, revealing a European-style villa reminiscent of a vampire's castle. This is the private prison of the Yin family. As the gate opens automatically, the car glides along the main drive into the villa. Yin Muqing steps out, donning sunglasses, and gazes up at the towering castle. The administrator, a man with a scarred face, his scar running deep from beneath his eye into his scalp, stands at the entrance to greet him. Yin Muqing removes his sunglasses and inquires, "How has the last delivery fared?" The administrator grins menacingly. Everything has been arranged meticulously. The ground level of the castle serves as a typical living area, complete with bedrooms, a kitchen, a study, and even a game room. At the time of construction, Yin Muqing had no specific demands, merely instructing that all rooms be furnished without exception. Below the castle lies a 3-story subterranean complex filled with cells and interrogation rooms. Out of sheer boredom, Yin Muqing has amassed an array of torture devices, reminiscent of the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty, each stained with the blood of years gone by, enough to instill a sense of dread merely by sight. Yin Muqing descends to the 3rd underground level via the elevator, watching as the numbers ascend from 1 to 3, the temperature gradually dropping. As the elevator doors open, a chill rushes forth. The administrator chuckles lightly. "It's always like this upon your arrival. I wonder whose ghost clings to us, refusing to depart." Yin Muqing smirks. Perhaps it has long since dissipated. This one is new, unfazed by ghosts. Yin Muqing perceives them as mere figments of the defeated, a delusion of those who could not prevail in life, imagining they return as spirits to exact revenge, which he finds laughable. He strides confidently out of the elevator, the cold atmosphere dissipating in an instant. The corridor on the 3rd underground level is lined with narrow cells, each boasting a mere 10-centimeter wide window. Peering through these apertures reveals only darkness. The light switches for each cell are located outside in the corridor, a deliberate aspect of the punishment. Humans instinctively gravitate towards light, and the enveloping darkness can evoke boundless terror. Those with fragile psychological fortitude often succumb to despair within this context. The administrator remarks, "Lu Bo, that coward, was so frightened he wet himself before even exiting the elevator. I cannot fathom how such trash dared to betray the Yin family. His foolishness led to easy manipulation. There is little to interrogate Lu Bo about, as his wealth was acquired through Lu Bingren's efforts. How shall we deal with Lu Bo, then?" The administrator queries. Yin Muqing counters with a question. "How long has Butler Lu served the Yin family?" The administrator, unsure of his intent, replies cautiously, "Over 20 years. Yin Muqing presses on. "Has any involvement of Butler Lu in this matter been uncovered?" The administrator answers honestly, "Butler Lu has not participated." Yin Muqing pauses, appearing troubled. "When I captured Lu Bo, Butler Lu insisted vehemently that he was wrongfully accused. After over 20 years in the Yin household, to lack faith in his master and act so recklessly is deeply disappointing." The administrator suddenly comprehends and raises his hand to slap himself, the impact leaving 5 distinct imprints on his cheek. Yin Muqing glanced at him, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Young master, I am guilty." The administrator bowed his head. "What crime?" Yin Muqing asked nonchalantly. "I suddenly recalled that there are numerous discrepancies regarding Butler Lu that I neglected to investigate. Please grant me one more day, and I shall undoubtedly uncover the truth." Yin Muqing smiled. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue indeed. If Lu Bo were to perish, then Butler Lu must also meet his demise. Yin Muqing would not leave himself vulnerable, for even the smallest ant can inflict pain with its sting. The administrator halted before cell door, illuminating the area and entering a password to unlock the door. Inside the chamber, a man dangled from the ceiling, steel ropes binding his wrists. Due to the lack of blood circulation, his wrist had turned a shade of dark purple. His head hung low, damp hair obscuring his face, rendering him oblivious to life or death. Yin Muqing seated himself upon a chair, lit a cigarette, and accepted the documents handed to him by the administrator, chuckling softly. "Is this Chu Yong? His real name? Quite audacious." The administrator pressed a button, causing a water spout to emerge from the wall, spraying the suspended man with ice-cold, salt-infused water. The man shuddered violently, his drenched garments clinging to his skin, revealing a myriad of jagged whip marks. He emitted a pained groan. The administrator explained, "The wounds are rather unsightly and might offend the young master's eyes, hence the clothing. However, This act is somewhat futile, as the quality of the garment is questionable, and it is white and flimsy. Once soaked, the state of his injuries is all too apparent. Yin Muqing observed the wounds, which had begun to rot and turn pale, with pinkish tissue fluid seeping from them. Were it not for the absence of flies, they might have already attracted maggots. Lower him, Yin Muqing commanded. He preferred not to look up at others, despite the man's true, lowly position. The administrator complied, pressing another button, and the steel ropes emitted a clanking sound as they gradually lengthened, allowing the suspended man to descend slowly. As his feet touched the ground, Xu Yong appeared as if he had no legs, or perhaps no bones at all, collapsing to the floor like a pile of decayed flesh, utterly motionless. Yin Muqing spoke to the administrator, posing a question. In his condition, how many of the Qing dynasty's 10 tortures could he withstand? Before the administrator could respond, Xu Yong had already managed to rise. I confess. Chapter 24. Arranged marriage. As dusk settled, Gu Xinshi drove into the Gu residence. The butler had been waiting at the gate, and upon seeing him alight from the car, promptly instructed the servants to retrieve his luggage from the trunk. The butler smiled. Young master, you will be staying for a few days, I presume? Gu Xinshi nodded in agreement. In the living room, Gu's mother was arranging flowers. Upon noticing his arrival, she dropped the branch she was holding and, with a conspiratorial look, pulled him aside, speaking in hushed tones. You must remember, I have always been on your side. However, I wish to find a solution that satisfies both parties. If a compromise cannot be reached, I reiterate, I'm still on your side. Gu Xinshi smiled wryly. I understand. With a sigh of relief, Gu's mother resumed her elegant demeanor, stepping forward to pick up the discarded branch and placing it into a $1 million antique vase. The hour is still early, with half an hour remaining until dinner. Gu's mother pondered that this duration should suffice and instructed Gu Xinshi. The old man has arrived and is waiting for you in the study. Once you finish your conversation, dinner will commence. The elder Gu typically resided not in the Gu estate, but in a private garden by the mountains and water in Deep City, where he spent his days in repose. Gu's parents frequently visited him, which prompted the elder to express his dissatisfaction repeatedly. Occasionally, he would make his way to the Gu estate. Gu Xinshi surmised that his mother's concerns likely pertained to the elder Gu. So he ascended the stairs and knocked on the study door. From within, a frail yet robust voice called out, "Come in." Gu Xinshi gently pushed open the door and entered. The elder Gu sat in an armchair by the window, one hand wielding a magnifying glass while the other delicately examined a piece of emerald jade. Gu Xinshi recognized the jade, half-moon-shaped, clearly indicating that it was part of a pair. Your mother visited me yesterday and mentioned her intention to introduce a potential match for you, the elder Gu stated, which suddenly evoked a distant memory. He set down a magnifying glass and carefully placed the jade into a velvet pouch. In my youth, someone rescued the Gu family from peril. Had it not been for him, our lineage would have perished. I vowed that if the Gu family prospered in the future, my child would be wed to the offspring of that benefactor, with this jade as a testament. The elder Gu would not have invoked this tale without reason, leading Gu Xinshi to speculate. Has grandfather broken his promise? The elder Gu nodded before shaking his head. Not quite. That man was notorious for his romantic escapades, and he had only one alpha heir, while your father is also an alpha, thus rendering any union impossible. However, the elder Gu shifted his tone. If we're to speak of promises broken, it was during your father's courtship that I was away from home. Your grandmother organized everything, and by the time I returned, your father was already betrothed to your mother. I had no choice but to acquiesce. With the conversation having reached such a juncture, Gu Xinshi felt compelled to speak. He gazed steadily at his elder. Are you suggesting that I should marry a descendant of your friend? The elder Gu sighed. I understand this may impose upon you. Yet as the eldest grandson of the Gu family, it is your duty. I have never interfered in your choice of university major, nor have I commented on your decision to abandon politics for business. Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze. At that time, when he expressed his desire to start a company, his father had vehemently opposed the notion. His father, having devoted his life to politics and risen to a significant position, had long considered Gu Xinshi his successor. Although his mother cherished him, She too believed that starting a business was arduous, often wondering if perhaps she had provided too little pocket money, thus prompting his eagerness to earn. Noticing Gu Xinshi's silence, the elder Gu did not wish to press further. If you disagree, that is acceptable. You may marry someone you love and let your children fulfill the promise. Gu Xinshi frowned. The elder Gu's stance seemed somewhat unreasonable. Merely the concept of filial piety could bind generations together. Gu Xinshi abhorred control and could not bear the thought of his yet-to-be-born child being ensnared in an arbitrary marriage. Was he to marry directly? Gu Xinshi did not perceive this as a responsibility of the Gu family's eldest grandson. Rather, he felt a profound reluctance. The old Master Gu, a man of integrity and trustworthiness throughout his life, was now in the twilight of his years, departing from this world with promises yet to be fulfilled. He took a breath of relief. Should Gu Xinshi vehemently oppose, there would be no recourse. There was no rush. Let us first establish contact. If indeed this were not a suitable match, he would never impose upon Gu Xinshi for the sake of an early promise. Which esteemed family does your late friend belong to? Gu Xinshi inquired. Since a decision to make contact had been reached, it was essential to ascertain the identity of the other party, be it male or female, in their name. The Yin family, came the response. Gu Xinshi fell silent. Is it the young master of the Yin family, Yin Chen? Yes, how do you know him? The old Master Gu expressed surprise. If they were acquainted, it would imply a foundation of mutual feelings, thus alleviating the notion of an arranged marriage. However, Gu Xinshi shook his head. I do not know him personally. We have yet to interact, but I am friends with his elder brother. I had not heard you mention this before. It is a recent acquaintance. Just then, as Gu Xinshi opened the door, someone stumbled in, and he instinctively caught them, only to discover it was his mother. Lady Gu appeared somewhat embarrassed, standing at the threshold of the study, adjusting her attire as she called out, "Father." The old Master Gu understood her concern for her son. When he first proposed this matter, Lady Gu had been reluctant, her emotions plainly etched upon her face. In the old Master Gu's eyes, Gu Xinshi's agreement to make contact signified consent to the marriage. It was akin to a borrower finally repaying a long-standing debt, shedding the burdens that had weighed upon him for years. Noticing the reproachful glance from Lady Gu, he waved dismissively. "Everyone, please leave." Lady Gu led Gu Xinshi away. The room was soundproofed so effectively that she had pressed her ear against the door for an extended period, yet heard nothing, and was caught red-handed by her father-in-law and son. Blushing, she summoned her parental authority. "Have you agreed?" Gu Xinshi chuckled. "I have." Tears welled in Lady Gu's eyes. "This is an age-old matter. The principal has been deceased for many years, yet your grandfather insists on reviving it." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. "This was originally your father's debt. Had I known at the time, I would never have married him. Why must my son endure such indignity?" Gu Xinshi clumsily offered his handkerchief to wipe away her tears, comforting her. "How have I been wronged? Grandfather did not coerce me. It was my own choice." Reflecting on her son's thoughtfulness and selflessness, only to be taken advantage of, Lady Gu's frustration boiled over as she poked Gu Xinshi with her finger. "Why can't you be a bit rebellious? Stop always putting others before yourself." After much comforting, Gu Xinshi finally managed to stem her tears. He glanced at the clock in the living room and asked, "Where is father? He should be off work by now." Lady Gu scoffed him. "He is hiding. Coward." Chapter 25. You are so brave. Yin Muqing raised her gaze. "Are you saying that you also do not know who hired you?" The temperature below ground was frigid, the chill from the floor penetrating through the knees and into the body. Chu Yong shivered and nodded. "I accepted an anonymous bounty on the dark web." Continue. "After accepting the bounty, the employer reached out to me via the dark web, instructing me on the course of action I was to take. The identity documents I infiltrated the school with were provided by him. He assured me that I merely needed to follow his plan without concern for other matters. I spent 3 months at the school, during which he assigned me a singular task, to befriend Yin Chen. It was on that fateful day, while lying on my bed in a rented room, that I discovered a firearm, accompanied by a note he had left for me. Chu Yong found himself ensnared in memories. The note instructed me to find a way to infiltrate the birthday banquet of the head of the Yin family, stating that chaos would ensue allowing me to take the opportunity to kill Yin Yunshan amidst the turmoil. Yin Muqing placed her hand on her forehead. So, you only learned the identity of your target just before the mission? Do you even know who Yin Yunshan is? Chu Yong's expression twisted into a grim smile. Indeed, it was only on the final day that I discerned the identity of my intended victim. I contemplated retreating, yet it was as if he anticipated my hesitation. Another note was affixed to the door. He reassured me that the security of the Yin family had been compromised, promising to assist my escape, while simultaneously threatening me that should I choose to withdraw, my life would be forfeit. Yin Muqing scoffed. He is deceiving you. The security cannot be bribed. I had already found myself with no avenue for retreat. Regardless of whether an escape was possible, once one chooses assassination, one must be prepared for the possibility of retribution. Yin Muqing is certainly not a benevolent figure, repaying kindness with kindness. Such acts are reserved for individuals like Gu Xinshi. He clasped his hands together, leaning slightly forward. Now that you have begun to speak, do share everything, including information about your employer. What do you know? I have never seen him. Our communication was solely through his notes, Chu Yong replied. Yin Muqing regarded his words with skepticism. If you do not know him and possess no master-servant bond, then why did you resist so stubbornly before? Is your life so worthless? Do you seek punishment? Chu Yong broke into a cold sweat. I confessed everything at that moment. It was he who did not believe me. Yin Muqing cast a glance at the administrator standing nearby. Speak. The administrator's face was severely swollen. He had indeed dealt himself a harsh blow, and his speech was slurred. He claimed to have taken a job from the dark web, but we searched and found no trace of the bounty he mentioned. Thus I concluded he was lying and gave him a beating. Chu Yong rasped. It must have been deleted. It must have been deleted. I received that bounty from the dark web. Yin Muqing interrupted coldly. There is no deletion feature on the dark web. Chu Yong's eyes reflected confusion. That cannot be. I distinctly remember. Li's fingers danced across the keyboard, accessing the dark web, the computer screen displaying the login interface. He kicked the man on the ground. Now, tell me your account and password. Chu Yong recalled his credentials with clarity. Upon Li's input, the system responded that the user did not exist. Assuming he had made an error, Li asked Chu Yong to repeat the information, yet the same message appeared again. Yin Muqing scoffed. Are you attempting to toy with us? However, the disheveled man appeared more astonished, even attempting to rise and seize Li's computer, only to be firmly restrained by steel cords. You must have entered it incorrectly. You entered it incorrectly. Li rolled his eyes, interrupting him. When did you register your account? 3 years ago. I registered 3 years ago and completed 5 jobs. I'm not lying to you. Chu Yong exclaimed in a state of panic. Yin Muqing. 3 years ago, at the tender age of 16, you accepted a contract? What kind of contract? To kill. Yin Muqing shook his head. You are truly brave. It is rare for someone to take on a contract for murder on their first endeavor, as many are not only fearful of losing their own lives, but also of taking another's. This signifies humanity's profound reverence for life. Moreover, Chu Yong was merely a minor at that time. Li, pondering, inquired, Are you aware of the dark web's address? Chu Yong looked at him with a puzzled expression, uncertain of the reason behind the question. Li remained silent, his demeanor fierce. Speak. Upon finishing his statement, Chu Yong noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the three before him, causing a flicker of fear. What is wrong? Is something amiss? There is nothing wrong, except that Chu Yong had not provided the actual address of the dark web. Do you know the one who committed suicide at the banquet? Yin Muqing's expression turned strange. I do not know him. Chu Yong's voice trembled. Yin Muqing felt a sense of certainty within. Li said nothing, entering the address Chu Yong provided and pressing the enter key. His eyes widened, his face froze in shock. Yin Muqing furrowed his brow. What happened? Li abruptly closed the laptop, clutching it closely, retreating. Young master, there is truly nothing worth seeing. Let me check when I return to see if I can identify the owner of this site. Yin Muqing spoke coldly. Hand it over. Li, nearly in tears, protested. Young master, I assure you, there is nothing of interest. With an impassive expression, Yin Muqing extended his finger to start a countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the last digit fell, Li lunged to his left, placing the laptop on his lap. looking as though he might burst into tears. Yin Muqing opened the laptop. The screen displayed a grotesque photo of him, a caricature transformed into a clown, featuring only a head with a bloodied, severed neck. The word Joker inscribed in blood across the entire screen. Bali gritted his teeth. Young master, grant me time. I will certainly unmask him. In contrast to Bai's fury, Yin Muqing remained unfazed. Is this all? You're this enraged over such triviality? This assassination was a failure on their part. The true clown is this coward who dares not reveal his identity. It is time for the Yin family to retaliate. To him, the prankish photo was but a child's play, foolish and juvenile. Bai furiously kicked Chu Yong. What else do you know? Speak. Gu Yong, lacking any capacity for resistance, staggered back from the kick, his vision blurring. I don't know anything else, truly. Yin Muqing returned the laptop to Bai, dusted off his clothes, and stood. Let this be enough for today. The administrator questioned how to deal with Chu Yong. Yin Muqing stretched his shoulders, glancing down at the man sprawled on the ground like a drowned rat, his tone flat. Save him and burn him together. An overwhelming panic enveloped Chu Yong entirely. A man had effortlessly decided his fate, as if he were but an insignificant ant. He did not wish to die. He was still young. Chu Yong crawled towards Yin Muqing, tears and snot staining his face. Sir, I beg you, spare me. I have not laid a hand on anyone. I'm still so young. Yin Muqing chuckled. Have you studied law? Chu Yong shook his head. Homicide can be categorized into preparation, attempted and consummated acts. However, in my perspective, each form is deserving of the ultimate punishment. Yin Muqing spoke with deliberate slowness. Oh, and by the way, the juvenile protection laws do not apply in my jurisdiction, especially considering you are already of age, Mr. Chu Yong. With a smile that seemed to conceal malice. Yin Muqing inquired, did you not believe that the strong have the right to determine the fate of the weak during your previous acts of murder? The world is indeed cruel. Wolves prey upon rabbits, and tigers tear apart wolves. Chu Yong, in utter despair, sat on the ground, only able to observe the movement of the man's lips, unable to hear a single sound. A wave of putrid odor wafted through the air, prompting Yin Muqing to cover his nose in disgust as he strode away. Chapter 26. Conspiracy. Upon exiting the basement, Yin Muqing made his way to the rear garden. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, the smoke escaping his lips like clouds scattered by the wind. The castle remained shrouded in shadow, seldom graced by sunlight. The stone steps of the garden were overrun with green moss, and a few mushrooms could be seen sporadically. From a certain prank photograph, he deduced that the proprietor of the pirated dark web was the mastermind behind these machinations. Even if not the principal architect, he was certainly an instigator, having orchestrated this scheme at least 3 years prior, disguising a fraudulent website as part of the dark web and disseminating it through acquaintances, targeting primarily adolescent children, individuals whose understanding of the world is still in its formative stages and thus easily malleable. The web of human relationships is vast, akin to a great tree, its branches stretching infinitely, resulting in an immense quantity of connections. By issuing tasks, suitable assassins could be selected from those who access the site. This assassination involved 2 individuals. The first fired a shot but failed to deliver a lethal blow. Surveillance footage revealed his panicked expression, and he committed suicide with remarkable decisiveness. As if relieved that it was finally over, Yin Muqing dispatched investigators to the deceased residence and discovered that the individual had received a video in his email, which he deleted immediately after viewing. Bailey managed to recover the data. It was an execution video featuring a condemned prisoner and an executioner whose hands were the only visible part, employing methods so brutal they were beyond comprehension. Yin Muqing, believing himself to be no paragon of virtue and possessing a keen insight into the infliction of suffering, couldn't help but frown while watching the footage. Thus, the methods employed by the puppet master were intimidation against him and deception against Chu Yong. Chu Yong was the second individual, despite a record of killing 5. He faltered upon encountering the armed bodyguards of the Yin family, realizing then that he had been duped by his employer. He was no death warrior. Had it not been for the threats and deceit, he certainly would not have embarked on this path. In Yin Muqing's view, Chu Yong was rather foolish. The puppet master lacked scruples, specifically targeting such naive adolescents. Those with intellect would have discerned the fraudulent nature of the website long ago. This served as a filtering process, weeding out the clever and leaving only the brave yet foolish. As the cigarette burned down to its end, Yin Muqing discarded it onto the ground, the glowing ember flickering briefly before he extinguished it with his foot, merging it with the damp, decaying leaves. Bailey remarked, "This is unethical." Again? Yin Muqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Your young master was insulted. What? Are you not even allowed to throw away a cigarette?" But Bailey instantly wilted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. "I truly am useless." Yin Muqing ignored him and turned to the administrator, inquiring, "Who is that guest with a gun?" "And Jianing." "And? The one from the Yin family that deals in food?" "Yes, and Jianing is the eldest son of their family." Yin Muqing furrowed his brows. What is his involvement? How dare he associate himself with the Yin family? The administrator forced a smile, his scarred face resembling a writhing centipede. "Gu Yong's befriended? Onway. Isn't Jianing's younger brother." Chu Yong admitted to stealthily placing the gun on Jianing. A gun is not a trivial item. How could he not be aware of it? The administrator explained. Chu Yong poured wine on Jianing's coat beforehand. When Jianing removed his coat, Chu Yong, who was working as a waiter at the time, easily seized the opportunity to place the gun within it. Yin Muqing's interest waned. If he is innocent, then let him go. Indeed, Yin Muqing lowered his head, observing Bailey as he examined the ants on the ground, sighing inwardly. Bailey maintained an innocent mindset despite witnessing so much filth around him, yet his physical abilities were lacking, and he was a beta. Overall, such a state was perilous. As he pondered how to train Bailey, his phone rang abruptly. It was a call from Yin Yunshan. The signal was poor, and the voice on the other end was intermittent. Yin Muqing managed to piece together, "Return to the Yin residence. There is something significant that requires your presence." He hung up, deeming it unnecessary to hear more. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone stealthily plucking orchids from the garden. Yin Muqing's lips twitched in annoyance as he kicked the offender. Bailey, crouched on the steps, lost his balance and fell forward, instinctively reaching out to steady himself. However, the ground was too damp and slippery with moss, and just as he was about to meet the earth closely, he felt a tightening around his neck as he was lifted up. Bailey turned his head in confusion, finding Yin Muqing grasping the back of his collar, his expression complex, as if he had made a certain resolution. He stood upright, his hands now covered in green muck. Yin Muqing's eyes darkened, returned to the main residence. The vehicle passed through the gates of the villa, gradually leaving the eerie old castle behind. Moonlight filtered through the dense branches, casting slender beams of light, resembling ghostly hands hovering above the mountain path. The Yin family's ancestral home was situated in a well-known villa district of the deep city, characterized by an ancient architectural style from the last century. Since the first head of the Yin family acquired this villa, it has housed several generations over a century, welcoming and bidding farewell to many. The car entered the courtyard. The butler greeted them with a smile that showed no sign of flattery as he opened the rear door. Yin Muqing alighted. The newly appointed butler was someone he had just transferred over, a young alpha in his 20s, sufficiently loyal. He adjusted his cuffs and casually asked, "When did the head of the family discharge from the hospital?" The butler lowered his gaze. "This afternoon." Yin Muqing understood the moment he departed. The old man could hardly wait to leave the hospital. "Who else is here today? Why did Yin Yunshan summon me back?" Yin Muqing frowned. "Mr. Yang and the young master are both present. It seems related to the young master. Has he gotten into trouble again?" "All right, I understand." Yin Muqing waved his hand and strode purposefully toward the main residence. Yin Muqing stepped into the hall, where only a maid was engaged in tidying up, diligently wiping the leaves of the green plants with a cloth. Upon seeing Yin Muqing, the maid's eyes brightened, and she trotted over, saying, "Young master, the head of the family mentioned that you should find him in the bedroom upon your arrival." Yin Muqing nodded and continued on his way. The maid, with a twinkle in her eye, followed a couple of steps behind him and asked, "Young master, have you had your meal? Today we have beef air-freighted from Country R. Shall I prepare some for you? It would be just right for you to have after your business is done." Yin Muqing replied without breaking his stride, "Prepare it, and send a portion to the control room for Bailey." "Certainly." the maid exclaimed cheerfully before dashing off. Yin Muqing did not knock, but pushed the door open, only to stumble upon Yin Yunshan, who was in a compromising position with Yang Xuanjin. Yin Muqing's hand froze momentarily before he abruptly shut the door, taken aback by the unexpected sight of his father not behaving appropriately despite his age. The door slammed with a resounding thud. Yin Yunshan was startled and inquired, "Who was that just now?" Yang Xuanjin, adjusting her attire and smiling, replied, "It was Muqing." Yin Yunshan's expression soured slightly. Did he not knock? When did he develop such a habit? Yang Xuanjin stood up, still smiling. This is what true father-son dynamics are like, akin to a normal family, sharing a bond of friendship. Yin Yunshan's demeanor softened as he pinched Yang Xuanjin's cheek. "You do protect him well." Yang Sunzen.Little. Chapter 27. It was my brother-in-law who sent it. Yin Muqing stood at the door, bewildered by the situation, pondering how such matters could unfold so easily. Truly, lewdness reigned supreme. The doorknob rattled, and Yin Muqing frowned, stepping back. Yang Xuanjin gently opened the door, her gaze falling upon her indifferent stepson. With a flicker of warmth in her eyes, she smiled slightly and stepped out. With a soft click, the door was closed behind her. "Muqing, have you eaten?" Yang Xuanjin inquired, looking up at him. "Not yet. I've asked the maid to prepare something," Yin Muqing replied coolly. Yang Xuanjin lowered her eyes, her perpetual smile gracing her face. "That's good." After saying this, she stepped aside, indicating the door handle behind her. "Your father is waiting for you. Please go in." Yin Muqing nodded and entered. Yin Yunshan had intended to assert his authority, but was met with a torrent of reprimands from his son. Yin Muqing, with a face of disdain, chided, "Have your wounds healed? Is solitude so unbearable for you? Are you so resolute in spirit that you wish to give me another brother?" Yin Yunshan, taken aback, instinctively retorted, "Why must it be a brother? It could very well be a sister." Yin Muqing shot him a cold glance. Upon realizing the implications of his words, Yin Yunshan's expression darkened. One hand clutched his chest while the other pointed at Yin Muqing. "You rascal. Your Uncle Yang is merely helping me relieve an itch. What are you imagining?" After having stitches on his chest, his arms were restricted from free movement, especially backward, as the taut skin could lead to discomfort. Occasionally, his back would itch, but he was unable to reach it, leading to frustration. It was entirely reasonable for his wife to assist him in such matters. Yin Muqing replied, Indeed, you're absolutely correct." Yin Yunshan grew more incensed, as it was evident that Yin Muqing was not paying attention. Yin Muqing approached the bedside and pulled out a chair to sit down. With arms crossed and legs casually crossed, he spoke in a haughty tone. "Well, what is it that you summoned me for? Are you perhaps considering abdication?" As the purpose of the day dawned upon him, Yin Yunshan's face broke into a smile. "Let me tell you a story." Stop, Yin Muqing interjected, raising a hand, his tone flat. "Get to the point." "Very well," Yin Yunshan conceded. 5 minutes later, after a prolonged silence, Yin Muqing incredulously asked, "Are you suggesting that your father arranged a betrothal for you, and now the other party, having failed to uphold their end of the bargain, regrets it and wants your child to fulfill the original agreement with their grandson? Can such antiquated customs still hold any relevance after centuries?" Yin Yunshan's lips twitched. "Why do you complicate things? What child? What grandson? Your father has been gone for decades. What significance does such a pact hold now?" Yin Muqing, perplexed, found it hard to comprehend. Yin Yunshan bore little affection for his father, and Yin Muqing, influenced by this sentiment, held no respect for the long-deceased grandfather either. Thus, they reached a consensus in their address. Yin Yunshan, in a conspiratorial tone, remarked, "If we were to truly become in-laws, it would be a considerable elevation for us." Yin Muqing scoffed, "Do not presume to meddle in my marriage. I refuse to be a mere pawn to amend your broken promises." Marriages within prominent families often served as instruments of collaboration and trade. Yin Muqing was not one of those ineffectual second-generation heirs, devoid of any resistance against familial expectations. His marital decisions were his own to command. It is not your marriage. The other party is an alpha, and they are in pursuit of each end. Yin Muqing instantly shifted his stance. "Fine, I agree." Realizing his abrupt change of heart, he added slowly, "Our Yin family is not lacking." Chen will not be wronged in the union. Yin Yinshan paid little mind to this, as his primary focus lay elsewhere. He cleared his throat. Why don't you inquire about which family it is? Yin Muqing, with an air of indifference, replied, I shan't ask. Just ask. Very well, which family? The Gu family. Yin Muqing felt as if he had suffered a massive cerebral shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. The Gu family? Gu Xinshi and Yin Chen? Are you jesting? The thought of Yin Chen, a fool, being betrothed to Gu Xinshi, a remnant of feudalism, was absurd. What kind of theatrical farce was this? Upon further reflection, it seemed rather fitting. A sudden realization struck him, and he turned to the head of the Yin family, who was quietly hiding on the bed. Is this why you urged me to establish a rapport with Gu Xinshi? He asked ominously. Yin Yinshan replied defiantly, What of it? It is for my brother's future happiness, and to cultivate a good relationship with your future brother-in-law. Yin Muqing's expression turned peculiar, and he remained silent. If only Yin Yinshan had made it clear that Gu Xinshi was his future brother-in-law. Had he known sooner, he would have kept his distance from Gu Xinshi rather than eagerly approaching him, accompanying Gu Xinshi and his secretary to dubious venues, bringing his future brother-in-law to entertainment establishments, even redeeming an omega. Who else but him would do such a thing? If this were to come to light, Yin Muqing shuddered at the chaos that would ensue. Gu Xinshi would be embraced by a pair of omega sisters, while Yin Chen would be wailing and throwing a tantrum, and Gu Xinshi would be pointing at Yin Muqing, saying it was my brother-in-law who gifted them to me. Yin Muqing shuddered. It was utterly terrifying. Observing his silence, Yin Yinshan assumed he was sulking. Sitting up, he sighed. I know you harbor no fondness for your younger brother. He has been spoiled by me and occasionally causes trouble, but he is still your brother. It is your duty as an elder sibling to take care of him. Yin Muqing regained his composure and retorted with a cold smile. I return that sentiment to you. Are you listening? After a brief pause, Yin Yinshan laughed heartily. I do not listen to such things. Anyone who dares to speak to me will face my wrath. However, all I desire is a harmonious and blissful family. Can't you indulge me just this once? Yin Muqing turned his head to glance at him. Let this matter rest. Do not bring it up again. Fine, Yin Yinshan conceded, feeling satisfied. His eldest son was considerate enough, unlike the youngest, who nearly tore his heart out. He needed to be married off quickly for his own safety. Yin Muqing retrieved a lighter, lit a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. Yin Yinshan's longing was evident. Give me one. Yin Muqing took a puff and exhaled the smoke, casting a sidelong glance at him. The doctor said you're a patient, physically weak, and cannot smoke. Yin Yinshan protested. If I'm a patient, then why are you smoking in my room? Don't you know second-hand smoke is harmful? Yin Muqing took another drag and shook his head. I do not know. He extinguished the cigarette after only 3 puffs. He wasn't particularly addicted, merely seeking clarity through the haze of tobacco. The engagement between Gu Xinshi and Yin Chen held no significance for him, as it did not concern him. The only matter worth celebrating was that Yin Chen would finally be leaving. He no longer needed to clean up the mess left by Yin Chen. How delightful! Relaxing in his chair, he mentally lit a candle for Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi, I wish you good fortune. Chapter 28. He is quite old. Gu Xinshi had no habit of sleeping in. At precisely 7:20, he appeared in the dining room for breakfast. The chef, who had worked for the Gu family for 20 years, was well acquainted with Gu Xinshi's routine and preferences. At 7:21, a sandwich and freshly brewed coffee were promptly placed before him. Although the elder Mr. Gu was advanced in years, he did not require excessive sleep like many others of his age. By 7:30, he entered the dining room, brimming with vitality. The chef had prepared a nutritionally balanced meal, primarily consisting of vegetables, fruits, and proteins. Mr. Gu glanced at his eldest grandson's breakfast with a look of disdain. Xinshi, is this all you are eating? Gu Xinshi nodded. Unable to restrain himself, Mr. Gu commented, with such a meager breakfast, how can you expect to be healthy? When you were in the army, you used to devour 9 large buns for breakfast. Gu Xinshi nearly choked. During his military days, he had to train daily, necessitating a larger meal. Now, with a job that required less physical exertion, his appetite was naturally diminished. He believed in maintaining a constant state of hunger to prevent excess energy from converting into pheromones, ensuring stability. Mr. Gu continued, I have sent you the contact information for the youngest son of the Yin family. You should meet with him today. Understood, Gu Xinshi replied. After breakfast, spurred by his grandfather's urging, he added Yin Chen on WeChat. At the Yin residence, Yin Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, pouting and sulking. Yang Xuanjing sat by the window, deliberately avoiding his gaze. As he lifted the quilt, Yang Xuanjing playfully engaged with the birds outside. He sighed deeply while Yang Xuanjing perused the newspaper. Unable to contain himself, Yin Chen leaped onto Yang Xuanjing's lap, exclaiming, "Dad, I do not wish for an arranged marriage. I do not even know him." People transition from unfamiliarity to acquaintance. You did not know your friends beforehand, yet you grew to know them through interaction. Yang Xuanjing replied with a gentle smile, ruffling Yin Chen's hair. Yin Chen pouted, "But he is so old, over 20, while I am only 18. The melodious chirping of birds accompanied the dappled shadows of trees outside. Yang Xuanjing raised his gaze, speaking in a calm tone. Being in one's 20s is the prime of life, a time for handsome and charming youth. Besides, it's merely an engagement. Marriage is still far off. But I do not want to, Yin Chen protested, stomping about the room in frustration. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing leaves to flutter onto the table. Yang Xuanjing picked up a leaf and tossed it away. "Why not?" he inquired. "I desire a love based on freedom." Yang Xuanjing.Little. Your youth breeds such innocent notions. Listen to your father. Take the time to get acquainted with Gu Xinshi. Yin Chen flung himself onto the bed, muttering in defiance. Clearly, it is the adults who are too materialistic. Do you not comprehend the concept of love being paramount? Something in his words struck a chord with Yang Xuanjing. He replied coldly, "I certainly understand. The Yin family has supported you for 18 years. This matter transcends your personal desires. It concerns the future of the Yin family. After indulging for 18 years, it is time for you to contribute." "Dad!" Yin Chen exclaimed in disbelief at Yang Xuanjing's words. Despite the affection shown by both his father and him, why was he being forced into this? The mention of Dad pulled Yang Xuanjing from his reverie, and he softened his tone. "Do you not realize how much your father cares for you? Your father has investigated Gu Xinshi. He is a principled and handsome top alpha. Were it not for that agreement, you would not even qualify to marry him." Yin Chen lay on the bed, contemplating, "So should I go today? You just invited me to dinner." "Yes, why not? Your father holds him in high regard and has instructed your brother to befriend him for your sake." Yang Xuanjing replied with a light chuckle. Yin Chen's heart stirred, warmth rising to his cheeks. "Really? If my brother is also doing this for me, then I shall go." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a direct beam upon Yang Xuanjing's face, causing him to squint. "I am not at ease with you going alone. Seek out your father and ask him to accompany you." Yin Chen hurried off, twisting the hem of his shirt in excitement as he sought Yin Shan. Yin Shan basked in the sun on the balcony, reclining in a rocking chair, eyes closed, leisurely enjoying the gentle breeze, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Drifting into a drowsy state. With a loud bang, the door swung open, forcefully colliding with the wall before bouncing back. Yin Shan's heart skipped a beat. "Father! Father!" Before his figure appeared, his voice filled the room as Yin Chen burst in like a chirping little bird. Yin Shan, placing a hand over his heart, glanced at him sideways. "What is it? You hardly resemble an omega with such a demeanor." Father's response to Yin Chen's request from Yin Shan was almost effortless. Kneeling on the carpet, he embraced Yin Shan's arms, shaking them gently. "Stop! Stop! What grand scheme are you concocting this time?" Yin Shan withdrew his hand. Accustomed to his son's endearing antics whenever he sought something or wished to evade punishment. Given the Yin family's vast resources, indulging a newly adult omega was hardly a challenge. He affectionately pinched his younger son's cheek, saying, "Speak up. What is it that you desire? Your father shall grant it." Yin Chen sweetly replied, "I want my brother to accompany me on a date." Yin Shan's expression froze, retracting his hand. He could procure the stars and the moon if necessary. Yet securing Yin Muqing's presence for his brother's outing was a different matter entirely. With a serious tone, he urged, "Cheng, why do you need your brother to accompany you? It's a date. Having him there would merely make him a third wheel." "I don't care. I want my brother with me," Yin Cheng insisted. used to having his whims catered to. Seeing Yin Yunshan's troubled expression, he felt his eyes well up. I've already agreed to let you date Gu Xinshi, and you can't even fulfill this small request? Small request. Yin Yunshan was at his wit's end. Just then, Yin Muqing appeared at the door, holding a stack of documents. His languid gaze swept across the room, and he turned to leave. Such bad luck, he thought, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the room were filled with peril. Eldest son, come back, Yin Yunshan shouted, clutching his chest. But Yin Muqing only quickened his pace. Yin Yunshan grabbed his phone from the table and dialed Yin Muqing's number. As Yin Muqing reached the end of the corridor and turned the corner, he saw his father's name flashing on the screen. He resisted the urge to hang up and answered, "What is it?" The door to the room remained open, and the voices from the phone intertwined with the sounds from within. "Today, Yi Ching is going on a date with Gu Xinshi. You must accompany your brother." Yin Muqing replied impatiently, "Isn't there a driver at home? It's Saturday. The driver is off. Yes, off." Doubt lingered in Yin Muqing's mind, yet he remained silent. Yin Yunshan's voice returned, more insistent. "Accompany Yi Ching on his date. I will not interfere with your marriage. I wouldn't even mind if you brought home an alpha. Is that understood?" Chapter 29. Call for brother. Yin Muqing opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and started the engine without uttering a word. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Ching caught a glimpse of his brother's indifferent eyes and felt a pang of sadness. Was their father deceiving him? It appeared that his brother still held disdain for him. Yin Muqing paid no mind to Yi Ching's furtive glances. His demeanor towards his brother had always been one of avoidance, never approaching, always keeping his distance. Unlike the rivalry seen in other prominent families, their estrangement was solely the result of Yi Ching's own actions. Yin Muqing venerates the supremacy of the strong over the weak. If Yin Ching possessed the requisite abilities, even if Yin Yunshan clung to the antiquated belief that omegas were destined to bear progeny for other families, he would still support Yin Ching in governing the Yin clan. However, it was evident that Yin Ching fell short of Yin Muqing's expectations. He had been excessively indulged, resembling those second-generation heirs, and even displayed a penchant for folly. "Are you certain there are no issues with this destination?" Yin Muqing inquired. Could Gu Xinshi truly be so dull as to arrange a rendezvous at a tea house? How utterly foolish, such a perfect match for Yin Ching. When asked where he wished to go, Yin Ching had replied that the decision was solely up to him. Yet who could have anticipated that he would choose such a quaint location? It was rather pedestrian, prompting him to remark that Yin Ching was growing too old for such choices. Yin Ching ground his teeth in irritation. Yin Muqing cast him a sidelong glance. "Too old? What do you, a mere child, know about age?" The vehicle halted before an ancient structure, its sign adorned with elegant cursive characters spelling Yinshui Gorge. Yin Muqing alighted from the car, inhaling the bitter aroma of tea that wafted from the entrance. Yin Ching obediently stood behind him. Initially, Yin Muqing intended to drop him off and depart, yet he reconsidered. How could he possibly miss such an intriguing event? "I will accompany you inside shortly. Remember to behave and refrain from being willful." Yin Muqing's lips curled into a mischievous smile, ensuring that Gu Xinshi would not be frightened away. All right, Yin Ching replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he reached out to grasp his brother's hand, only to have Yin Muqing sidestep him. "Stay a little farther away. Your alpha might become jealous if he sees you too close to another alpha," Yin Muqing warned, slipping his hands into his pockets. "Is that so? Not even for my brother?" Yin Ching's cheeks flushed slightly. "Alphas can be so possessive." "Indeed, not even for your brother," Yin Muqing chuckled. He was not deceiving Yin Ching. The possessiveness of alphas could be quite intense, with some particularly obsessive types harboring animosity towards all other alphas, even those within their own family. However, this sentiment was contingent upon love. Possessiveness is merely a byproduct of affection. When Gu Xinshi and Yin Ching first met, it was devoid of any semblance of love. Yin Muqing ushered Yin Ching inside, where a server clad in traditional attire greeted them with a bow. "Young master, do you have a reservation?" "Yes, under the surname Gu," he replied. "Ah, you are a guest of young master Gu. Please follow me." The server led them to a private room and gently knocked on the door. "Please enter." came Gu Xinshi's voice from within. The server gestured for them to proceed. Yin Muqing hesitated momentarily, having expected to observe casually from a distance, but was surprised to find that Gu Xinshi had reserved a private room for three, which felt rather confrontational. However, his hesitation was fleeting, as Yin Muqing had already pushed the door open and pulled him inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wooden screen directly opposite the door. The server closed the door behind them, and as Yin Muqing stepped around the screen, Gu Xinshi looked up, astonished at the sight of him. "Mr. Yin?" Yin Muqing smiled and pulled Yin Muqing forward, presenting him. "Mr. Gu, this is my younger brother." Gu Xinshi rose and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Gu Xinshi." Yin Muqing's cheeks flushed crimson as he discreetly raised his gaze, only to shyly lower his head once more. He had not anticipated that Gu Xinshi would be so handsome and tall. Perhaps being with him was not entirely out of the question. Yin Muqing gently patted his head, suggesting a handshake. The timid Omega, hesitant to meet his eyes, finally extended his hand after his brother's prompt, merely brushing his fingertips against Gu Xinshi's. Gu Xinshi retracted his hand, feeling a sense of calm within. Yin Muqing remarked, "Yin Muqing is still quite young and somewhat apprehensive, so I suppose I shall reluctantly act as a third wheel on this date. Does that bother you, Director Gu?" Gu Xinshi responded, "Mr. Yin is truly a wonderful brother." Yin Muqing paused, sensing an underlying mockery in his words. However, Gu Xinshi's statement was entirely sincere. He was oblivious to the nuanced relationship between the brothers and merely thought that Yin Muqing's behavior indeed epitomized a good brother. After all, he believed he could never manage a date alongside a sibling. Gu Xinshi inquired about their preferred types of tea. Yin Muqing answered, "Green tea." Yin Muqing said, "Milk tea." Gu Xinshi replied, "Very well." Although Shuiyun Stream was a tea house, it boasted a wide array of snacks and beverages, catering to affluent clientele whose refined tastes often demanded exceptional service. Thus, the tea house maintained a small kitchen stocked with various ingredients, allowing guests to request anything they desired, which the chefs would then prepare. A server brought a cup of milk tea and a canister of tea leaves. Gu Xinshi accepted the tea leaves and motioned for the server to present the milk tea to Yin Muqing. After taking a sip, Yin Muqing found it quite palatable, albeit not overly sweet. Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze, stating, "I shall brew tea for Mr. Yin." Yin Muqing, uninterested in tea, usually refrained from drinking it even on occasions with Yin Yunshan, believing himself lacking the refined disposition for it. However, watching Gu Xinshi prepare the tea was indeed a sight to behold. Gu Xinshi placed the teacup before him, and Yin Muqing took a cautious sip, nearly spitting it out due to its bitterness. Yet, under Gu Xinshi's scrutinizing gaze, he swallowed with a slight convulsion of his throat. Yin Muqing, curious, picked up another cup, blinked, and took a sip, his face contorting at the bitter taste. Gu Xinshi smiled. "Is it bitter?" "Utterly so. How could you possibly enjoy such a thing?" Yin Muqing exclaimed. Yin Muqing felt the same, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, as doing so would tarnish his dignified image. Instead, he took another sip and declared, "Isn't it quite delightful? Only children would relish sugary drinks that would make them as plump as pigs." Yin Muqing, unconvinced, turned to his prospective boyfriend, "Mr. Gu. Do you find it enjoyable?" Gu Xinshi humbly admitted, "I cannot say I particularly like it. It is too bitter for my taste." Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow, sensing the reproachful look directed his way. Gu Xinshi poured another cup, explaining, "This is the tea house's self-cultivated bitter green tea, distinct from what is commercially available. The flavor becomes increasingly sweet as it lingers. Would you care to try it again, Mr. Yin?" Yin Muqing accepted the teacup, smiling as he said, "Isn't it a bit too formal for you to call me Mr. Yin? After all, you are my brother's betrothed. What should you call me?" Gu Xinshi's pupils constricted at the mention of Xinshu, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was happening? Chapter 30. A blind date. The pale yellow tea exuded thin wisps of steam, enveloping the air with its bitter aroma. Yin Muqing gazed at him intently, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yin Muqing's face flushed crimson, his hands covering his face, peering through the gaps between his fingers. "Brother, why are you like this? This is our first meeting. We haven't reached that level yet." Yin Muqing cast him a sidelong glance, fidgeting, utterly embarrassing the Yin family. Gu Xinshi rubbed his shoulders, likely sore from sitting too long. In response to Yin Muqing's teasing, he opened his mouth and then closed it again, seemingly in a dilemma. Yin Muqing's fingers twitched. Could it be that this person truly intended to call him brother? Surely not. He was merely jesting. By the window hung bamboo curtains, through which light streamed between the slats, illuminating Gu Xinshi.'s collar. This person was simply dull. He wore a suit on a date, and to top it off, a tie. One might mistakenly think he was here for a business meeting. Marrying someone like him was a punishment for Yin Muqing's 18 years of suffering. Brother. Yin Muqing was jolted from his thoughts, turning to see Yin Muqing pouting, laden with grievances. Brother, I would like another cup of milk tea. Yin Muqing smiled brightly. What did you say? Yin Muqing immediately straightened. Nothing. Suddenly, a wave of forgotten memories assailed him, and behind Yin Muqing's cheerful expression lurked the unspoken message. Don't force me to hit you. Yin Muqing's eyes darted towards Gu Xinshi, wondering why his alpha exhibited no possessiveness over him. He wished for Gu Xinshi to defend him, ideally causing Yin Muqing to hesitate in his wrath. Gu Xinshi, attuned to the Omega's signal, compassionately offered, I will order you another cup. Yin Muqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Thank you. Yin Muqing, feeling rather idle, took a sip of the bitter tea. The acrid taste seemed oddly familiar, and his gaze casually drifted towards Gu Xinshi. It dawned on him that Gu Xinshi always bore a faint bitterness about him. He had assumed it was an odd fragrance, but it turned out to be the result of overindulging in tea. This fleeting glance was perceptibly caught by Gu Xinshi, who thought Yin Muqing was still waiting for him to call him brother. With a hint of exasperation, Gu Xinshi addressed him. Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing replied, Huh? May I call you that? Gu Xinshi's gentle, light-colored eyes brimmed with warmth. Yin Muqing chuckled, of course. Yin Muqing raised his hand from his side. Then you should call me by my name, too. I am Yin Muqing. Very well, Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing picked up a book from the shelf, idly flipping through the pages. He settled in a corner of the room, leaving space for Gu Xinshi and Yin Muqing. In such a confined space, sound traveled easily, and Yin Muqing overheard their conversation clearly. Yin Muqing asked, What do you do for work now? Gu Xinshi replied, I run a technology company, Gu Technologies. If you're interested, you can come work with me after graduation. Yin Muqing stifled a giggle, but I'm only in my 3rd year of high school. How would I know what major to choose to get into your company? Gu Xinshi offered him serious advice. That depends on whether you want to pursue a technical role or an administrative one. If you're interested in technology, you might consider computer science or electronics. Yin Muqing was not keen on computer science. Besides, he was a humanities student. He shifted the topic. Have you ever been in a relationship? No, I haven't. This is a remarkably competent response among peers. However, Yin Muqing, unbound by conventionality, blurted out, with such excellence, how is it that you have never been in a relationship? A flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind. Could it be that the lack of romantic experience indicates a deficiency in character? Or perhaps that he is not an admirable person in private? Gu Xinshi was taken aback that the absence of romantic entanglements had somehow become a detriment. In his view, a colorful romantic history should be the true disqualifier. Yet, the musings of youth are often inscrutable. Perhaps this illustrates the so-called generation gap. He had been absorbed in work, lacking the time to engage, but more so, he had simply not encountered someone he cherished. Yin Muqing, overhearing their exchange, nearly laughed out loud. It felt less like a date and more akin to a student confiding in a teacher. Yin Muqing bit his lip and posed a question. Will you respect your wife's opinions? For instance, regarding work and having children? The conversation jumped too rapidly for Gu Xinshi, who mused that today's youth lacked decisiveness, yet still sought answers. This fundamental requirement should not serve as a metric for assessing an alpha's worth. An omega is an independent individual, deserving of respect for all thoughts and feelings. Gu Xinshi's expression turned earnest. Yin Muqing felt as though he heard fireworks exploding, for the words spoken resonated deeply within him, embodying the ideal boyfriend in his mind, tall, handsome, and possessing an upright moral compass. His father was right. Perhaps he was indeed aiming too high. Yin Muqing thought to himself that indeed, Gu Xinshi's most prominent trait was his steadfast integrity, suggesting he would become an exemplary husband and father. Yin pondered and asked the question that weighed most heavily on his heart. What do you think of me? Do I meet your wife's criteria? Gu Xinshi carefully considered his words. I find you delightful, spirited, and romantic. My mother would adore you. I hold no specific standards for a wife. When one falls in love, that person becomes the standard. Yin was utterly captivated by Gu Xinshi's charm. Swept up in a romantic reverie, where the beloved person indeed became the standard for a wife, sparkling with pink bubbles of affection. Yin Muqing noticed that Gu Xinshi regarded Yin as a mere child, which was understandable given the latter's 18 years, still a youth. Even if the two were destined to become engaged, there was no emotional foundation. How could one possibly fall in love at first sight? Were Gu Xinshi to utter flattering words, he would cease to be the person he was. Gu Xinshi felt a twinge of melancholy. He harbored no feelings for Yin and could only place his hopes on the prospect of prolonged interaction and the potential for love to blossom over time. The secluded Shuiyun Gorge, far from the bustling city, offered a tranquil environment that soothed his restless pheromones. He cast his gaze downward. No matter how noble a person may be, they are inevitably ensnared by selfish fate. Old Master Gu, out of selfishness, meddled in his marriage, binding him with filial piety and coercing him into a relationship devoid of affection. Yin, too, was likely coerced. His occasional glances toward his brother revealed that Yin Muqing's role was not merely companionship, but rather to ensure he did not stray. Thus, Gu Xinshi could only selfishly conceal his true feelings and afflictions, all for the sake of that so-called filial duty and to remain with Yin. They are all pitiable souls ensnared by reality, entangled in countless invisible chains, forever deprived of freedom, desperately seeking a semblance of false affection in their interactions. The date lasted less than an hour before it concluded abruptly, with Gu Xinshi exchanging contact information with Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing's WeChat avatar was a pure white square, while Gu Xinshi's was a deep black. This eerie coincidence rendered them both speechless. Yin Muqing remained silent, yet secretly planned to change her avatar shortly. Chapter 31. Release. Gu Xinshi did not return home immediately. Instead, he made his way to the hospital. From the very first day of his return from Country D, he had instructed his secretary to send Xiao O to Luhua Hospital. Xiao O was recuperating there, cooperating well, which expedited her recovery. The doctor indicated that she was now ready for surgery. Gu Xinshi knocked on the door, and a wary voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" He replied, "It is I, Gu Xinshi." The door opened. Xiao O peeked out, glancing past Gu Xinshi to ensure there were no suspicious individuals nearby. Once she felt assured of her safety, she allowed him entry. Secretary Li had returned to his original post after Xiao O's arrival. Standing together, Gu Xinshi observed that the sisters indeed did not resemble twins. Xiao O always wore a stern expression, while her younger sister, Xiao O, displayed a far more animated demeanor. Xiao O appealed to somewhat awkward. "Mr. Gu, please take a seat. May I pour you a cup of hot water?" Gu Xinshi politely declined, his gaze shifting to the dazed Xiao O lying on the bed as he stated the purpose of his visit. "Do you wish to report this to the authorities?" "What?" "Kidnapping, surrogacy, the trafficking of Omega individuals. These criminal acts are part of a vast criminal organization. Reporting them could save countless lives." "Absolutely not. We cannot report this." Xiao O reacted vehemently. "Why not? Do you not wish for those individuals to face justice?" Gu Xinshi asked in confusion. "You have no idea how powerful they are. With our limited capabilities, we cannot shake them in the slightest." Xiao O seemed lost in a terrifying memory, her eyes wide with anguish. Suddenly, the previously silent Xiao O spoke up. "We should report them. It is time for those people to face their reckoning." "Sister, have you lost your mind? If we report them, we will not only fail to save others, but will also place ourselves in grave danger. They are lurking in the shadows, observing us. Any rash move on our part could lead to our undoing. Do you wish to return to a life worse than death?" Xiao Li's expression was frantic. Xiao O's demeanor remained icy. Is merely surviving in such a wretched state the best outcome we can hope for? If those scoundrels do not face their punishment, I shall never find peace. Xiao O, unable to counter her sister's argument, turned to Gu Xinshi with a pleading gaze. "Mr. Gu, we truly do not wish to report this. If you do so, it would mean our demise. Since you have saved us, why would you wish to harm us? Gu Xinshi's tone was calm. Let us remain composed. I have not insisted on reporting this. I merely hope you can share everything you know. I will conduct my own investigation. Reporting to the authorities is merely a conventional approach that takes into account the emotions of the victims. The vast majority of victims, when subjected to harm, opt to notify the police in hopes of bringing the perpetrators to justice. Police officers, being professionals, inherently possess a superior understanding of the essence of matters at hand, enabling them to conduct investigations with greater efficiency and expedience. It is conceivable that Yin Muqing may hold an interest in this matter. The attempted abduction of Xiao O in the underground city was orchestrated by the Gao family, who were decisively eliminated by Yin Muqing. Gu Xinshi does not believe that a mere case of mistaken identity could provoke such an intense reaction from the young master of the Yin family. There undoubtedly exists animosity between the Yin and Gao families. Coupling this with the assassination attempt at Yin Yunshan's birthday banquet, he boldly speculates that the Gao family might be involved. However, this remains a mere conjecture. Xiao O had managed to escape from the vehicle. After discovering her pregnancy, the main family sought to experience the rhythm of life, and thus she was bound and placed in the trunk, much like previous occasions. She recalls that day vividly, when other Omegas comforted her, suggesting that perhaps she might encounter a benevolent master willing to redeem her. They felt akin to breeding machines, confined within a factory, only able to dream of someone who would fall in love with them, offering salvation, a notion as fantastical as a fairy tale. Xiao O had cleverly concealed a small piece of sharpened metal within her fingers. It was as sharp as a blade, and in the confines of the trunk. She successfully severed her bindings. The driver often took the opportunity to purchase cigarettes at a convenience store while transporting Omegas, a perk of working outside. Seizing this moment, she pried open the trunk of the vehicle, which was quite old and easily accessible. She swiftly closed the trunk behind her and fled, relishing in her triumph. Yet ultimately, her escape was discovered. They dispatched individuals to capture her. The unfamiliar streets severely hindered her flight, and she found herself cornered in an alley, desperately seeking assistance from passers-by. To her astonishment, someone genuinely offered to help her, leading to her salvation. Xiao O and Xiao O were unable to provide any useful information. They had not encountered the mastermind behind their plight, and the petty criminals they had seen wore masks. However, they were not the only victims. The number of victims would continue to rise, and the criminal organization would reveal more of its vulnerabilities. Gu Xinshi was determined to solve this case, to apprehend the mastermind, in exchange for his own freedom in marriage. As the eldest grandson of the Gu family, it was his duty to contribute to the nation of S. The venerable elder of the Gu family, having achieved greatness throughout his life, ultimately fell into a cognitive trap in his twilight years. The breach of promise had become an established fact, and no amount of effort could amend it. Furthermore, the original agreement was for the younger generations to intermarry. Yet it has now devolved to the grandchildren, which is indeed a betrayal of that promise. After leaving the hospital, Gu Xinshi left a sum of money for the Xia sisters, sufficient for them to seek employment and become self-sufficient. Upon opening his phone, he noticed that Yin Muqing's avatar had transformed from a blank square to a cloud. Gu Xinshi glanced up at the sky, making a comparison. Indeed, it was identical. Yin Muqing sat in the director's office, putting away her phone. Dissatisfied with the avatar, she decided to keep it for the time being. The director adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and stated dryly, "Young master, the hospital has complied with your orders and has detained Mr. Anwei. The Yin family has already reported this to the police, who came knocking this morning." He paused for a moment before continuing. "How do you propose we handle this? Should we keep him locked up or—" Yin Muqing narrowed his eyes, gazing down at him for a while, her brow furrowed. "Who is Anwei? When did I authorize you to imprison someone?" Bali abruptly raised his head, stammering, "Master, it's me that is, He straightened his tongue before speaking again. "Anwei is the Omega who was causing a scene outside the hospital, Chu Yong's boyfriend," he whispered. Yin Muqing remained silent for a long time before asking, "I wish to know why you detained him." Bai pleaded, "He has a connection with Chu Yong. I thought it prudent to interrogate him. You may forget about him." Yin Muqing reminded him. Bai fell silent. Yin Muqing coolly instructed, prepare a medical record, stating that Wei exhibited abnormal pheromone levels due to his heat. We shall provide him with compassionate treatment for a few days and request the family settle the medical expenses. The hospital director nodded and went to attend to the family. It must be said that having an unfortunate brother could bring misfortune to the family, as Wei's inability to discern character led to Jianing being locked in a dungeon, terrified for several days. Suddenly, Yin Muqing felt a pang of sympathy for Jianing and begrudgingly inquired, how was Jianing returned? Li considered for a moment. We dropped him off in the city and let him find his way home. He expressed no discontent. Yin Muqing stroked his chin, pondering, for instance, did he threaten to sue us? Li recalled carefully, no, he seemed quite grateful that the Yin family did not kill him. Instantly, Yin Muqing felt no pity for the man, finding him utterly pathetic. Chapter 32. What madness is this? News regarding Yin Yunshan had remained tightly sealed until one day. A post surfaced online. The eldest son of the Yin family is frantically searching. It is suspected that Yin Yunshan is dead. The post ignited a storm on the internet. Although it was quickly deleted, screenshots were preserved by netizens. The reasons presented in the post were compelling. First, there had been no news since Yin Yunshan's injury, and second, the eldest son of the Yin family had recently been very active, frequently appearing in public, seemingly intent on consolidating power for himself. The poster speculated that even if Yin Yunshan was not dead, his authority had already been undermined by his elder brother. A post from a newly created account unexpectedly garnered such a significant reaction. Perhaps fearing retribution from the Yin family, the poster promptly deleted it and issued an apology, claiming it was merely a fabrication and acknowledging their error. However, this action backfired. The apology was perceived by netizens as a product of intimidation from the Yin family, further solidifying their suspicions. If the claims were unfounded, why the need for concealment? The Yin family remained silent, and the poster was so terrified that they deactivated their account. Netizens concluded that the poster had indeed been threatened by the Yin family, rallying in support of them. At that moment, Yin Muqing was on a date with Gu Xinshi, or rather, a meeting in the same elegant private room as last time, a bitter taste pervading the atmosphere. Yin Muqing cut to the chase. Was the collaboration you mentioned, Director Gu? Legally undermining the Gao family, Gu Xinshi replied. Yin Muqing narrowed his eyes. What, has the Gao family offended you? Gu Xinshi evaded the question. The Gao family is involved in human trafficking. We can eradicate them through this avenue. I understand. The twins, driven by passion for their beloved, Yin Muqing mused. Yin Muqing's teasing expression suddenly froze as he remarked, the Xia sisters have no connection to me. At that time, I was unaware you would be with Yin Chen. Otherwise, I certainly would not have gifted you the Omega to play with. Gu Xinshi, feeling exasperated, dispelled his concerns, stating, I am merely assisting them without any ulterior motives, akin to sponsoring children from impoverished families for their education, a purely philanthropic act. His company possesses a foundation dedicated to supporting underprivileged children. Yin Muqing felt reassured. He rose to his feet, his tone lightened. Then let us collaborate harmoniously. Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze, taking Yin Muqing's outstretched hand, warmth radiating from his palm as he softly echoed, to a pleasant collaboration. The trending topic. Head of the Yin family attends charity gala, dispelling online rumors, caused a collective outcry against the Yin family to vanish. Yin Muqing scoffed at this, dismissing them as mere fair-weather friends, swayed by the prevailing winds, oblivious to being used as pawns. Thus, his partnership with Gu Xinshi commenced quietly. Gu Xinshi enlisted a bounty hunter to investigate the cases of missing children in Country S, while Yin Muqing's associates delved into the seedy underbelly, searching for victims coerced into selling their bodies. The investigation soon bore fruit. The bounty hunter uncovered several recent child abduction cases, each concluding as unsolved mysteries. Skeptical of the police, the bounty hunter infiltrated street surveillance, discovering the footage had been deleted. They devised a method to restore the data, pinpointing the location where the missing children had been held. The children were seen being forcibly taken by masked individuals and loaded into a van, traversing monitored areas until they exited the city and entered a manor. It was inconceivable that the police could remain oblivious. The only explanation was collusion between law enforcement and the perpetrators. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinshi fell silent, the Xia sisters' words echoing in his mind. If he were to insist on reporting to the authorities, he would indeed place them in jeopardy. Gu Xinshi relayed the location to Yin Muqing, who gazed thoughtfully at the photograph, the withered leaf manor. 40 minutes later, the two stood along the primary route leading to the manor. The withered leaf manor was a property without an owner. Its proprietor had passed away over 50 years ago, with descendants scattered, leaving the vast estate unclaimed and now managed by a foundation. Why has no one inherited it? Gu Xinshi inquired. Yin Muqing replied. The manor's owner stipulated in his will that it could not be bought or sold. Otherwise, inheritance would be forfeited. This was initially acceptable, but the owner was a deranged artist who fashioned a macabre artwork from his own flesh. What kind of artwork? Gu Xinshi pressed. Yin Muqing continued. The body was dissected, revealing the heart, while the skin of the back was meticulously flayed and shaped into wings. Moreover, in his final days, he sent invitations to numerous individuals, who arrived the next day to a gruesome spectacle. Deep within the woods lay a winding mountain road, shrouded in dense trees, the ground carpeted with decaying leaves. Noticing Gu Xinshi's rapt expression, Yin Muqing patted his shoulder. Let us proceed. Without any preparation, we cannot enter. The two individuals shared a single vehicle. Yin Muqing recalled Gu Xinshi mentioning his infrequent driving. Thus he refrained from allowing him behind the wheel. With practiced ease, Yin Muqing settled into the driver's seat and started the car. Gu Xinshi sluggishly opened the door to the back seat, his expression contemplative. Stop pondering. It's not possible to enter now, Yin Muqing remarked. Gu Xinshi snapped back to reality and nodded. As the vehicle descended the winding mountain road, the sky suddenly darkened, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Yin Muqing felt a sense of foreboding. The summer weather changed too swiftly, leaving weather forecasts struggling to keep pace. Fully engrossed in driving, he failed to notice the change in Gu Xinshi's demeanor in the back seat. Gu Xinshi's fingers gripped his knees tightly, striving to suppress the turmoil within him. A warmth spread at the nape of his neck, as if pheromones were on the verge of surging forth. He shut his eyes, attempting to regulate his breathing, his body trembling involuntarily. With a deafening clap, thunder roared, and rain poured down like cascading stones, battering the car windows. The relentless downpour obscured visibility, rendering the windshield wipers futile. The taut tension in Gu Xinshi's mind snapped suddenly. A bitter pheromone, laced with profound malice, ensnared Yin Muqing's throat like sticky tendrils, compelling him to instinctively release his own pheromones in defense. Gu Xinshi, what madness has overtaken you? But Gu Xinshi was lost to reason, deaf to Yin Muqing's words and incapable of responding. The scent of brandy-laden pheromones infiltrated Gu Xinshi's nostrils, causing his breathing to grow labored. The intense pheromones filled the confined space of the car. The potent alphas scent constricting Yin Muqing's throat, monopolizing his breath. Igniting a primal agitation within him, this state was unsuitable for driving. Remaining relatively composed, Yin Muqing maneuvered the steering wheel, intending to pull over to a safe spot. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed Gu Xinshi's unsettling gaze, sending alarm bells ringing in his mind. It was too late to evade. The seatbelt secured him tightly in place. Yin Muqing's pupils dilated in shock. Gu Xinshi lunged toward him. Chapter 33. You hurt me. The torrential rain fell heavily, thundering around them, the clouds looming as if to engulf the car. In the face of nature, humanity seemed utterly insignificant. Gu Xinshi pounced on Yin Muqing like a hunting lion. Secure by the seatbelt, Yin Muqing had no chance to evade. He turned his head and reached out, gripping Gu Xinshi's gaping mouth tightly. The sharp canines mercilessly pierced his palm. The bitter pheromones mingled with his blood, trickling down his wrist. Gu Xinshi's eyes glimmered with a strange blue light. In that moment, Yin Muqing found himself lost in thought. No wonder Omegas refer to alphas as beasts. Gu Xinshi, in this state, bore no distinction from one. Yin Muqing ceased to release pheromones. To combat a pheromone-deranged individual with pheromones was akin to competing in madness. With one hand defending against Gu Xinshu's assault, he swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt. With a click, it retracted automatically, and Muqing straightened up, gripping the door handle with determination. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xinshi reacted even more swiftly, tilting his head away and releasing Yin Muqing's hand, now marked with teeth impressions. He leaned forward, inadvertently pressing an unknown button, causing the car seat beneath Yin Muqing to recline abruptly. Gu Xinshi seized his garment, pulling him back. As Yin Muqing lay back onto the seat, he was utterly bewildered. Yet reality forbade him from drifting into reverie in a frenzied state. Gu Xinshi finally grasped a sliver of rationality, though it did not compel him to release Yin Muqing. Instead, he secured the car door once more and removed the key from the ignition. Yin Muqing exclaimed in frustration, his anger finally ignited. It seemed a contest of madness had commenced. The scent of brandy pheromones surged uncontrollably, soon saturating the entire interior with a bitter aroma. A typical alpha would perceive a threat upon detecting another alpha's pheromones, the intensity of which escalated with the other's rank. However, Yin Muqing felt no threat, only an escalating irritation. The two dominant alphas, engaging in a pheromone contest, found no clear victor. Their combined scents formed an invisible barrier, delineating territory and deterring others from approaching. Gu Xinshi's lungs filled with the rich scent of brandy, and a flicker of clarity crossed his eyes. Yin Muqing struck him squarely in the face, and Gu Xinshi made no effort to evade, taking the blow head-on. Gasping for breath in the confined space of the vehicle, Yin Muqing found himself unable to maneuver. He pushed Gu Xinshi away and attempted to retrieve the keys, which had been tossed into the passenger seat. The keys slipped through the crevice of the seat, eluding his grasp. Gu Xinshi ensnared his neck with both arms, dragging him into the more spacious back seat. "Get off me!" Yin Muqing protested, delivering a kick to Gu Xinshi's abdomen, only to recoil as if striking steel. He had always perceived his adversary as a hollow, pretentious alpha, never anticipating the demon concealed beneath the refined and docile exterior. Gu Xinshi felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if a fire raged within, sweat dampening his hair, and his meticulously tailored suit becoming increasingly disheveled. Tilting his head back, he loosened his tie, exposing his neck. He leaned down, seizing Yin Muqing's wrist and pinning him firmly to the seat. Yin Muqing retaliated with a fierce knee to Gu Xinshi's abdomen, which was effortlessly deflected. His gaze icy. He spat, "Fool, what do you intend to do? I'm an alpha." Gu Xinshi remained silent, leaning closer to Yin Muqing's neck. Enraged, Yin Muqing threatened, "Dare to bite me, and I will kill you." Gu Xinshi did not bite. Instead, he sank his teeth into Yin Muqing's collar, loosening it to reveal an expanse of fair skin. He inhaled deeply, his heated breath cascading over Yin Muqing's neck, provoking the latter to grind his teeth in frustration. Gu Xinshi, perplexed, asked, "Had you been drinking?" Yin Muqing retorted with a cold smile, "That is my pheromone." Gu Xinshi chuckled, his gaze strangely intense. "It smells delightful." Outside the car, the wind howled, thunder rumbled, and flashes of lightning illuminated the tense scene within. Yin Muqing found himself pinned beneath Gu Xinshi, his hands raised above his head. Yin Muqing attempted to struggle, but the hand gripping his wrist perceived his intention and forcefully pressed his hand against the seat. Yin Muqing felt as though his wrist might break. He tried to reason with Gu Xinshi. "Are you in heat? There are pheromones in the car. Do you want to take a shot?" Gu Xinshi gave him a puzzled glance, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Yin Muqing, feeling numb, insisted, "Let go of me. You have mistaken me for someone else." Gu Xinshi understood this statement. He leaned over Yin Muqing, rubbing his nose against his neck, and replied, "I will not let go." "What are you doing?" Yin Muqing erupted, his forehead throbbing with veins. "Are you a pervert?" Gu Xinshi remained still, his heavy breathing seeming to draw in the air with great effort. Yin Muqing discreetly observed his surroundings, searching for a suitable weapon. He remembered that he always kept a couple of guns hidden in his car, beneath the back seat. The problem now was that he could not move. "Gu Xinshi," he called out. Gu Xinshi did not respond. Yin Muqing gritted his teeth. "You are hurting me." He was taken aback that such words escaped his lips, much like his surprise at Gu Xinshi's ferocity. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. When it is time to yield, one must yield. Gu Xinshi rose, gazing at Yin Muqing's wrist, which had begun to show bruises resembling that of a victim of abuse. His pupils constricted, and he released his grip. Yin Muqing was stunned. Was that it? Just like that, he let go. He did not have time to be astonished and kicked Gu Xinshi away. The explosive power of an alpha in a dire situation was beyond ordinary resistance. Gu Xinshi crashed heavily against the car door, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. Now was the moment. Yin Muqing reached back into the hidden compartment beneath the rear seat, sweeping his hand through it, only to find it empty. Instinctively, he scrambled up and lunged at the car door, tugging at it several times before realizing that it had long been locked by his assailant. Damn it, Gu Xinshi. I curse you. Gu Xinshi, having collided with the car door, found that pain did not awaken him. Instead, it drove him further into madness. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. The prey was disobedient and deserved punishment. Strangely, Gu Xinshi's expression remained unchanged from his usual demeanor, as if the monster within him retained a shred of sanity to preserve his human form. Witnessing Gu Xinshi's frenzied state, Yin Muqing tore at his clothing in frustration. Did he truly believe he was an omega to be toyed with? Gu Xinshi crawled toward him, and Yin Muqing's gaze turned cold as he delivered a fierce kick to Gu Xinshi's chest. The sound of breaking bones pierced through the cacophony of rain. Gu Xinshi's eternally calm expression shattered, his brow furrowing in pain as he bent forward, clutching his chest. Yin Muqing smirked disdainfully and struck Gu Xinshi's back with a bent elbow. In the midst of evading, Gu Xinshi grasped Yin Muqing's forearm, twisting his wrist to wrench his arm, while his other hand pressed firmly on his head, pinning him back against the seat. Realizing what was happening, Yin Muqing exploded in rage. Liar! Gu Xinshi tilted his head, showing no trace of pain on his face. Chapter 34. Sipping the intoxicatingly bitter aroma of alcohol enveloped the two individuals, saturating the confined space where the scent lingered, only dissipating through their breaths as pheromones were gradually inhaled. Yin Muqing, having made several attempts at resistance, found himself exhausted and defeated, his energy largely spent. With his back turned to Gu Xinshi, he could not discern the other's expression. Frustration boiled within him as he demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Gu Xinshi's visage bore a naive bewilderment, yet his eyes brewed a tempest of terror. "Mark you?" Yin Muqing scoffed in disbelief. "I am an alpha. Go ahead and try to mark me. If you succeed, I'll take your surname." Silence enveloped Gu Xinshi. He leaned closer, his presence hovering near Yin Muqing's neck, inhaling deeply. Yin Muqing smirked. "Do you fancy the scent of my pheromones?" "Indeed," Gu Xinshi replied. Yin Muqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a hook. "Behave, and I might share them with you." The other remained silent, and Yin Muqing interpreted this as acquiescence. "Release me, and I shall grant you my pheromones." "Not happening." Gu Xinshi pressed closer. Though he was deranged, he was not a fool. The alpha beneath him was a deceitful liar devoid of honor. Yin Muqing closed his eyes in exasperation. "What do you want? Hurry up. Are you not an alpha?" In resignation, he surrendered to the moment, as if bitten by a rabid dog. Just as Gu Xinshi leaned in, a wave of regret washed over Yin Muqing. He had not anticipated this. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Yin Muqing inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "Are you after my pheromones? You won't achieve anything through brute force. Lacking basic knowledge, if the glands are harmed, pheromone secretion will be suppressed." His gaze flickered to the rearview mirror, where Gu Xinshi bent over, a look of bewilderment plastered on his face, appearing almost foolish. "Yin Muqing schmirked, quiche." Yin Muqing clenched his fists, his body feeling weak and languid. Fear gripped him as he questioned his sanity. How could he utter such nonsense? Gu Xinshi's hand pressed against Yin Muqing's lips, drawing him into an embrace, binding his hands and feet, and sucking fervently. The rhythmic movement of his Adam's apple and the heavy sounds of swallowing pierced through Yin Muqing's consciousness like needles. Pervert, Yin Muqing thought, irritated by the sounds escaping from Gu Xinshi. The supply of pheromones represented the vitality of its possessor, and before he knew it, Darkness clouded his vision, dizziness overtaking him, as though his very essence was being drained. He found himself laid flat on the back seat, his wrists securely bound by Gu Xinshi's tie. In a hazy stupor, he cursed, "You idiot, I'll kill you." Eventually, exhaustion claimed him, and he slipped into slumber. Gu Xinshi. The rain had ceased, revealing a vast expanse of clear skies. The crimson sun journeyed westward, igniting a sea of clouds, golden rays streaming through the car window, illuminating Yin Muqing's tightly furrowed brows. And Gu Xinshi's incredulous expression. He awoke, the events that had just transpired replaying vividly in his mind. Gu Xinshi covered his face. He suffers from pheromone disorder, and rainy days can trigger his condition. Therefore, every month he visits the Research Institute for pheromone release. After this treatment, even on rainy days, the low levels of pheromones are insufficient to cause him to lose control completely. Tomorrow was supposed to be his scheduled visit to the Institute, but unexpectedly, while out in the mountains today, he encountered a torrential downpour and completely lost control. As he struggled, Gu Xinshi caught a glimpse of Yin Muqing's wrist, where a tie was wrapped tightly several times and knotted. A chill ran through him, and he approached slowly, carefully grasping the knot in an attempt to untie it. Suddenly, the bound hands twitched. Gu Xinshi looked up sharply to find Yin Muqing with his eyes tightly shut, still asleep. Once he managed to free the tie from Yin Muqing's wrist, he noticed the purple bruises marking the skin beneath. Afterward, he located the keys that had fallen in the passenger seat and opened the car window. The rain had ceased outside, and a fresh, cool breeze wafted in. Gu Xinshi settled into the driver's seat, the sticky sweat on his body gradually dried by the wind. A glance in the rearview mirror froze him in place. At some point, Yin Muqing had awoken, leaning back in the back seat and observing him with a tilted head. Their eyes met in the reflection. Yin Muqing wore a dark expression, accompanied by a strange smile. What had just transpired? Alpha held his forehead, brushing his hair back. Was he to pretend that nothing had happened? Gu Xinshi was perplexed. Perhaps feigning amnesia was the only way to navigate the current predicament. But had he truly harmed Yin Muqing, and was it to be dismissed so easily? Gu Xinshi grappled internally. Following Yin Muqing's lead could resolve the situation. If for some reason, he was reluctant to let it go so simply. "I'm sorry just now. You don't know what happened, do you?" Yin Muqing interrupted coldly. No. If this was the resolution Yin Muqing desired, then aligning with the victim seemed the most fitting apology. Satisfied, Yin Muqing nodded. But the movement caused the injured skin to rub against his collar, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Gu Xinshi noticed the sound and looked up. Yin Muqing cursed. "Why are there so many disgusting bugs in this wretched place? It hurts like hell. I am swollen. Such untamed beasts." Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Yin Muqing retorted sarcastically, "Oh, what are you apologizing for? Are you a bug?" "I am." "Oomph." Once Yin Muqing regained some strength, he kicked the back of the driver's seat, declaring, "Get out, I'll drive. You think I'm as weak as you just because a bug bit you?" Yin Muqing gritted his teeth, convinced that Gu Xinshi had been putting on an act in the underground city. Gu Xinshi exited the vehicle, and Yin Muqing shot him an irritated glance before reluctantly opening the door himself. The wind brushed against his sore neck, awakening him further. The rain had washed the road clean, revealing vibrant greenery all around. Suddenly, Yin Muqing said, "Gu Xinshi, I feel a bit dizzy." Gu Xinshi's pupils constricted as he reached out to support him. "What's wrong? Is it low blood sugar?" Yin Muqing grasped his hand, a smile curling his lips. "I feel like something is wrong with my head. For instance, one might be utterly oblivious to their own actions." As she spoke, Yin Muqing seized Gu Xinshi, pivoted, and executed a swift shoulder throw, sending Gu Xinshi crashing into the muddy ground. Dazed, Gu Xinshi lay there, astonished as he gazed upon the man before him, whose face was marked by disdain. He raised his hand to shield himself from Yin Muqing's foot aimed at his face. Considering the implications of a visible injury, an explanation would be impossible. Oomph. Yin Muqing then shifted his assault to Gu Xinshi's thigh, delivering several forceful kicks. Feeling rather arrogant. "Are we?" he taunted. Not at all." A flurry of punches and kicks ensued. Once Yin Muqing had vented his frustration, he lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and released the smoke, crouching down to exhale it onto Gu Xinshi's face. Watching as Gu Xinshi coughed uncontrollably, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Rising to his feet, Yin Muqing spoke lazily. How did I end up here? I must have been sleepwalking. I need to leave quickly. I can't recall anything that just transpired. What a peculiar situation. Gu Xinshi. Yin Muqing shot him a glance and added, I didn't see anyone. Off he went. With a decisive slam of the car door, Yin Muqing departed. Chapter 35. Quite impressive. Gu Xinshi rubbed his aching leg, the faint scent of alcohol lingering in his breath. He checked his coat pocket. His phone remained intact. It was surprising that Yin Muqing had let him off so easily. He never imagined that the astute young master, adept in both the shadows and the light, could exhibit such kindness. Gu Xinshi let out a nearly silent chuckle through his nose. It had been a long time since he found himself in such a disheveled state. He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found Tao Lin's name before dialing. Tao Lin was not only his classmate, but also his attending physician, employed at the research institute. His ailing parents were unaware of his condition, making Tao Lin one of the few who were in the know. As anticipated, the call connected swiftly. The default ringtone barely rang 3 times before a warm voice greeted him. Mr. Gu. Dr. Tao, Gu Xinshi said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you in Deep City? I've encountered an unexpected issue with my health and require your presence. Where are you? The male voice on the other end inquired, his tone slightly elevated. Gu Xinshi surveyed his surroundings. I will send you my location. As the sun transformed into a vibrant orange hue, time seemed to glide across the circular scale, signaling the impending arrival of night. Tao Lin arrived just before darkness enveloped the surroundings. The shadows danced, and the sounds of insects filled the air. Gu Xinshi stood beneath a tree, leaning against its trunk, covered in mud, exuding a sense of languid satisfaction. Upon witnessing his state, Tao Lin paused for a moment, swallowing the concerned words that threatened to escape. Mr. Gu, you appear to be in better condition than during your treatment at the research institute. Gu Xinshi smiled without responding. Have you discovered a more effective method? Tao Lin inquired, glancing at Gu Xinshi's suit, now stained with yellow mud, his tone suggestive. Perhaps. Enveloping oneself in the earth that absorbs the essence of the sun and moon amidst the tempestuous mountains? Gu Xinshi casually brushed off the mud from his clothing, though little was removed. That came after the fact. After the fact? What Omega would wander into such a remote forest? Not an Omega, Gu Xinshi replied, closing his eyes, unwilling to elaborate further. However, Tao Lin could not refrain from inquiring, as this pertained to Gu Xinshi's condition and the potential improvement of his treatment plan. Is it beta? A beta, incapable of sensing pheromones, would indeed be unburdened by pressure, which could potentially be beneficial for you. The car veered around a bend, leaving the inky woods behind. Yet, I recall you once confronting a beta at the research institute, correct? Following such reasoning, one could swiftly deduce the accurate answer. However, Tao Lin dismissed the correct answer, for it was inconceivable. He muttered to himself, it seems that although the beta's glands have regressed, it still possesses specificity. I must conduct further research. Gu Xinshi frowned, unwilling to be misinterpreted as entangled with a non-existent beta. It is an alpha. The vehicle on the highway suddenly braked hard, tires screeching against the asphalt, provoking curses from the driver behind. Can you not drive? Dr. Tao Lin murmured an apology. An accusatory glare was cast at Gu Xinshi's face. Unexpectedly, the other party not only showed no remorse but retaliated. Your driving skills are indeed quite poor. The car entered the gates of the research institute, which opened automatically before closing once more. Inside the consultation room, Gu Xinshi casually dabbed a cotton swab on the puncture marks on his arm, quietly awaiting the test results. Dr. Tao Lin donned a white coat and stethoscope, placing the diaphragm against Gu Xinshi's chest, his gaze fixated on a particular spot. Moments later, he removed the stethoscope, arching an eyebrow. Mr. Gu, are you truly not inclined to share the contact information of that alpha? Gu Xinshi replied, what are the results? Judging solely by your heartbeat, you are exceptionally normal, surprisingly so. In the past, during each episode, Gu Xinshi's heartbeat either raced or slowed. becoming so erratic that he felt as if he might lose his hair in frustration. With only 10 minutes remaining until the blood analysis results were available, Dr. Tao Lin deemed it necessary to engage in a dialogue with the patient. You are aware that alpha pheromone disorder is a terminal condition, correct? Each time you experience an episode, your body incurs further damage. Even if you routinely clear your pheromones each month, it merely mitigates this deterioration. Gu Xinshi smiled. What are you implying? Dr. Tao Lin, exasperated, wore a frown. This enigmatic alpha could very well be your savior. You would not agree. Gu Xinshi's tone was nonchalant. You come from a wealthy and powerful family. Are you afraid he would refuse? Gu Xinshi shot him a glance. Otherwise, do you think I would have appeared there alone? Abandoned? Dr. Tao Lin inquired, intrigued. Who would be so audacious? Noticing Gu Xinshi's reluctance to answer, he expressed regret. If only you could reveal this alpha's identity, we might indeed uncover a method to treat you. The blood test results were released. Dr. Tao Lin furrowed his brow as he perused them, his face betraying disbelief, prompting him to reread the findings. Gu Xinshi propped his head on his hand, locking eyes with Tao Lin. The latter opened his mouth to speak, then closed it, rummaging through a cabinet to retrieve several file folders, spreading the contents across the table in an orderly fashion. Gu Xinshi, take a look at this. The surprise in Tao Lin's tone was unmistakable. Gu Xinshi remained still. I don't understand the test results. Please just tell me the outcome. Over the years, your various indicators have consistently declined. Although medications have been employed to mitigate this deterioration, the accumulated data clearly indicates an accelerating decline. Tao Lin took a breath and continued. However, today's test report reveals that your health indicators are actually better than they were 3 months ago. Gu Xinshi lifted his gaze, incredulous. Is it really that dramatic? Dr. Tao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, and witnessing the patient's nonchalant demeanor almost gave him a heart attack. His expression turned grave. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise and desire a normal life with marriage and children, you should discuss matters with that alpha. Wealth and power cannot compare to your life. I will consider it, Gu Xinshi replied, then shifted the conversation to indicate his ankle. I think I might have a fracture. Dr. Tao emitted a sharp exclamation. Are you mad? Why are you only mentioning this now? Gu Xinshi looked innocently bewildered. I didn't feel anything just now. Tao Lin closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them again. Let me take a look. He crouched down to examine the injury and sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's just a bone bruise. It's not serious. He stumbled momentarily, as Gu Xinshi's leg bore numerous bruises. As a doctor, he understood all too well what such marks implied, and he asserted, You were beaten. Yes, Gu Xinshi nodded, unashamed. Tao Lin murmured, You, a master of combat and a top alpha, were actually beaten by someone in a moment of loss of control. Just how formidable was your opponent? Gu Xinshi reflected on Yin Muqing's kicking maneuver and responded, Quite impressive. Dr. Tao felt utterly defeated. Chapter 36. Disappeared. Yin Muqing did not return to the Yin residence, but instead went to his regular apartment. Upon exiting the vehicle, the heavy bitterness clinging to him had not entirely dissipated, though it was now barely detectable. However, judging by the horrified expressions of passers-by and their instinctive retreat, the scent emanating from him was likely potent enough to warrant a call to the authorities. He had merely grown accustomed to the scent and could no longer perceive it. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, Yin Muqing stepped into the elevator, observing as the other occupants swiftly exited, a knowing expression crossing his face. The phenomenal scent lingering on him belonged to Gu Xinshi, and should anyone indeed call for help, it would lead them nowhere near him. Once inside, he immediately rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the cold water wash over him. His clothes became drenched, clinging to his skin, as the warmth of his body contrasted with the chilly fabric, creating a comforting surface warmth. Inappropriately, he found himself thinking of Gu Xinshi. When they were close, he too had been cold, ultimately warmed by Yin Muqing's body heat. Bang! In a fit of rage, Yin Muqing slammed his fist against the wall. He had never suffered such a significant loss, being so thoroughly taken advantage of by an alpha. If this were to get out, where would he hide his shame? He stripped off his soaked clothing and discarded it in the trash, turning the water temperature up. The warmth cascaded over his hair, flowing down to the glands of the nape of his neck, causing both pain and itching. Yin Muqing was unable to discern the extent of the damage to his glands. He took several photographs with his mobile phone, only to discover that the glands were inflamed and swollen. As he rose, a wave of darkness enveloped him, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Leaning against the wall, he sat down and touched his forehead, realizing he had a slight fever. He rummaged through the drawer for his usual antipyretics, checked the expiration date, and swallowed the medication with some cold water. After taking the medicine, he lay on the bed and drifted into a hazy slumber. In the research institute, Dr. Tao Lin studied the X-ray in hand, momentarily lost in contemplation. Concerned, he conducted a full-body examination on Gu Xinshi, only to discover that the latter's ribs were fractured as well. His gaze darkened. Aside from physical injuries, were there any chemical ones? What do you mean? Gu Xinshi inquired. Has he poisoned you? Dr. Tao elaborated. Gu Xinshi pondered for a moment before replying, no. Doctor. Tao inhaled sharply. Such a question required deliberation. Who on earth was this alpha that could inflict such suffering upon Gu Xinshi? In truth, Gu Xinshi was contemplating the second-hand smoke that Yin Muqing had exhaled. If it came to poisoning, could second-hand smoke be considered? Likely not. It must be said, the manner in which an alpha performed such an act was undeniably alluring, and the rebellious spirit it evoked in Gu Xinshi was surprising. Do you have any cigarettes? He asked. Dr. Tao regarded him incredulously. Are you seriously asking a doctor for cigarettes in a hospital? Are you all right? Forget it, Gu Xinshi replied. Dr. Tao, with an air of authority befitting his profession, stated, as for you, please refrain from using your left foot for the time being. My treatment plan involves immobilizing it with a cast. The rib injury is not too severe. We'll use an elastic chest bandage for support. Avoid any vigorous movements, and remember, no smoking or drinking. Do you understand? Gu Xinshi, distracted, replied, understood. Given the alpha's robust constitution and swift recovery abilities, Dr. Tao reasoned that such injuries would heal within 10 days to 2 weeks. He then inquired, have you been busy at work lately? Not particularly, Gu Xinshi responded. There are designated individuals handling the company's various affairs, with only a few key decisions requiring my approval. Then I suggest you take a leave of absence. The thought of you appearing in the company in your current state is unthinkable, Dr. Tao advised. Gu Xinshi nodded. Indeed, he had been contemplating this notion. The company could function without him. Why not embrace a more relaxed lifestyle? Just like Yin Muqing. If Yin Muqing were to learn of his thoughts, he would surely be infuriated. Yin Muqing was perpetually spinning like a top. Yet to Gu Xinshi, that seemed effortless. Was it truly relaxation to avoid a regular work schedule? The esteemed young master Yin had business to attend to and adversaries to vanquish. In short, he was exceedingly busy. After securing the cast and chest bandage for Gu Xinshi, Dr. Tao wheeled over a wheelchair, which Gu Xinshi immediately regarded with disdain. Dr. Tao smiled. If you prefer crutches, that is an option as well. Upon comparison, Gu Xinshi found the wheelchair to be a more palatable choice. He was assigned a private room at the research institute and, somewhat awkwardly, maneuvered the wheelchair back to his quarters. After a brief wash-up, he opened his phone, only to find his WeChat empty, save for a red notification indicating news updates. He inexplicably clicked on Yin Muqing's avatar, revealing a conversation where he had sent a photo of the withered leaf manor. At that time, Yin Muqing did not respond, but instead called him directly. The languid, carefree voice echoed in his ears. Gu Xinshi, where are you? I'll come pick you up. What he had replied, he could not remember clearly. He only recalled that Yin Muqing soon hung up. A few minutes later, the secretary, with a peculiar expression, informed him that an alpha was seeking him. The alpha, donning sunglasses and gloves, resembled a young and handsome mob boss fresh from a film. Gloves? Gu Xinshi opened his eyes, recalling that Yin Muqing had worn gloves when he arrived to pick him up. Yet the gloves had mysteriously vanished when he unbound the knots for him. Memories flooded back, the humid and oppressive recollections vividly presenting themselves before him. He remembered that the gloves had been in the pocket of his coat, which he had personally removed while Yin Muqing was pinned beneath him on the table. Merely removing the gloves seemed to inflict a profound humiliation upon Yin Muqing, causing his fingers to curl anxiously. Gu Xinshi rose and rummaged through the laundry basket for his suit jacket, his hand delving into the pocket, where he indeed found the gloves. The moment he extracted them, the lingering brandy pheromones suddenly wafted into the air. He lowered his head, inexplicably drawn to sniff them. Besides the scent of the pheromones, there was also a faint trace of smoke lingering on the gloves. Realizing what he was doing, his face began to flush, turning crimson to the tips of his ears. Gu Xinshi covered his face, letting out a distressed sound. Ding dong. His phone received a new message, prompting him to check. He opened his phone to find a flashing red dot next to Yin avatar. It was as though he had awakened from a dream. Yin, the Omega about to be engaged to him, was the brother of that man. Gu Xinshi opened the conversation, but before he could discern Yin message, a notification flashed, indicating that the sender had retracted a message. Gu Xinshi waited a few seconds. Yin, Mr. Gu, is my brother with you? Why would he ask that? Had Yin Muqing vanished? Gu Xinshi sat up, frustrated with the slow messaging, and called Yin directly. The line connected swiftly, revealing a timid male voice. Mr. Gu? It's me. Your brother is not here with me. Can't you reach him? Yes, he is not home, and his phone is off. I heard from the driver that he wanted to find you today. Gu Xinshi inquired. What places does he frequently visit? Have you looked for him? No. I just wanted to ask. I often can't reach him either. Yin paced in his room, merely attempting to initiate a conversation for casual chatting. But he did not expect the other party to take it seriously. It had been a long time since their last date, and Gu Xinshi, like a block of wood, never took the initiative to contact him. His father incessantly inquired about how his conversations with Gu Xinshi were going, leaving him at a loss for words. Thus he felt compelled to take action. What to do now? It was entirely normal to be unable to reach Yin Muqing. Both his father and his own father had grown accustomed to it. He was resigned to his fate. Mr. Gu, do you have time tomorrow? Let's dine together. Tomorrow is Sunday. Let us see how he declines. Gu Xinshi furrowed his brow. Your brother. Yin interjected. My brother is fine. He just replied to my message. Gu Xinshi let out a sigh of relief. Yin then inquired, how about going to the movies tomorrow? Chapter 37. Fertility. Yin threw himself onto the bed, flailing his limbs in a fit of indignation. An Omega had taken the initiative to ask for a date, only to be turned down. How could such an alpha exist? Did he truly harbor feelings for him? If so, why the refusal? Sunday was undeniably a suitable day, with both parties available. If he was not fond of him, why agree to the blind date? Biting into his pillow, Yin found tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Alphas were indeed cruel. One only cherishes what is lost. Just as depicted in novels, he envisioned the tormented Omega from the stories, clutching his heart in empathetic anguish. If that were the case, he would frighten him, make him realize the importance of valuing oneself. A bold idea surged within Yin mind. In the apartment, Yin Muqing awoke from slumber, feeling rejuvenated. A stark contrast to the previous day's foggy head. He touched the glands at the nape of his neck. They had returned to normal. After ordering takeout and finishing breakfast, he called Bailey, instructing him to have his car parked in the lot, washed. Understood, young master, Bailey replied. Yin Muqing squinted, pondering for a moment before changing his mind. After it's cleaned, dispose of it completely, then discard it. Bailey was taken aback. Yin Muqing cheerfully added, shatter it and incinerate the remains. Understood, young master. Recently, he had learned to be more astute. Whatever the young master requested, compliance was paramount. After ending the call, Yin Muqing sifted through previously gathered information. The disappearance of Private Arms was a foregone conclusion. If the Yin family intended to remain in S country, they needed to pivot to other sectors. Yin Yanshan had his eyes set on three fields: technology, healthcare, and commerce. The Yin family possessed wealth, and he desired to invest further. Yin Muqing was particularly optimistic about healthcare. Every human being inevitably confronts the cycle of life and death, thus cannot evade hospitals. Years prior, he had purchased several plots of land under his name, developing half into hospitals, which were spread across major cities in S country, yielding decent returns. He had no desire to engage in superfluous matters. Truth be told, if he were to take over the Yin family, he would likely establish the headquarters in a country where firearms could be legally possessed, demand for arms was substantial, and significant political or legal upheaval was unlikely. However, Yin Yunshan seemed to be succumbing to nostalgia as he aged, a notion Yin Muqing found difficult to comprehend yet respected. A new message pinged on his phone. Yin Muqing glanced at it casually, then froze. Salt. An alpha was bitten on the gland by a homeless man, and the gestational sac has developed once again. Experts speculate that pheromone compatibility may have triggered this renewed growth. Yin Muqing. In a moment of sheer panic, Yin Muqing stood abruptly, his hands clutching the remnants of dozens of pages that had been torn to shreds. He paced the room, his expression shifting from a blank stare to one of sheer terror. His fingers instinctively grazed his abdomen, but the firm muscles beneath betrayed no signs of the dreadful changes he feared. Realizing the absurdity of his actions, he inhaled deeply and shakily withdrew his hand. The startling news had rattled him to such an extent that he forgot to click on the article for further details. With a heavy heart, he donned a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, and drove a seldom-used car from the garage. Disguised, he made his way to a secluded hospital. This establishment, a research institute in the heart of the city, was known for seeking anonymous volunteers for medical experiments, thereby ensuring excellent confidentiality regarding patient information. No identification required. Upon arriving at the research institute, Yin Muqing found the place eerily deserted. The vast hall was occupied solely by himself and a nurse on duty. This was hardly surprising, as many people harbored misconceptions about research institutes, often believing them to be sites for horrific human experimentation. Thus, few ventured here, save for volunteers participating in drug trials. The nurse approached him with enthusiasm, inquiring, "Are you a volunteer?" Yin Muqing shook his head. The nurse blinked in surprise and asked, "Then who are you?" Lowering his voice, he replied, "I'm here for a health check." At his words, the nurse's eyes sparkled with hope, and she murmured, "Finally, a patient willing to come. Although we still operate at a loss, it's better than having no income at all." Yin Muqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, regretting his decision to come, as the nurse's demeanor seemed rather untrustworthy. Shaking her head, the nurse adopted a standard, overly cheerful smile, as if welcoming a deity. "Greetings. I am your dedicated nurse, and I am here to assist you." Taking a step back, Yin Muqing genuinely contemplated leaving, feeling as though the fervor surrounding the hospital's reputation was justified, suspecting they might be intent on extracting his kidneys. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat entered the room. He paused upon seeing Yin Muqing, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he muttered, "Can it be that someone actually wishes to visit our hospital? Surely, they must have been tricked into coming, perhaps losing a game of truth or dare." Yin Muqing tightened his mask and turned to the nurse, asking, "Is it possible to receive treatment anonymously here? I wish to have my reproductive capability assessed." The nurse, flashing an enthusiastic smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth, responded, "Certainly. To be honest, our hospital's confidentiality is second to none. No other institution would dare claim to be better." After a glance at Yin Muqing's heavily concealed attire, her curiosity got the better of her. "Are you a celebrity?" she inquired. "No," he replied curtly. The nurse, seemingly satisfied with her idle question, led him to the doctor's office. Upon entering, he found that the physician was none other than the one who had just stepped inside. The doctor looked up and smiled warmly. "Hello, I am Dr. Tao Lin." Yin Muqing froze for a moment, staring at the large letters on the doctor's coat that read orthopedic specialist. Tao Lin followed his gaze and, without hesitation, removed the identity badge, inquiring, "What aspect are you here to examine?" Yin Muqing, feeling somewhat numb, responded, "Reproductive capacity." Tao Lin acknowledged this with an O, rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a new identity badge, which he affixed, prominently inscribed with reproductive specialist. Yin Muqing fell into a brief silence. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, which seemed to add layers of bravado, he candidly stated, "I am an alpha, here to check on the development of the gestational sac." This time, it was Tao Lin who fell silent. Yin Muqing felt he had gained a slight upper hand, although it was not something to take pride in. Adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, Tao Lin conducted a series of examinations on the patient, capturing several images. The images were arranged neatly on the table, and Tao Lin picked them up one by one, eventually letting out a sigh that betrayed a look of regret. Yin Muqing's heart sank. "Doctor, is there something wrong?" Tao Lin gazed at him with pity. "I am sorry, but alpha gestational sacs will inevitably degenerate. There are no miracles. You cannot conceive." A weight lifted from Yin Muqing's heart, and he returned to his usual languid demeanor. "I am an alpha, so of course I cannot conceive." "Doctor." Tao Lin smiled. "Then what prompted your visit?" Yin Muqing fell silent, realizing he could not disclose that he had been bitten by an alpha and, after reading a sensational headline, had begun to doubt the development of his gestational sac, foolishly seeking medical advice. Just then, the door swung open. Yin Muqing heard the sound of a wheelchair crossing the threshold. Chapter 38. You are calcium deficient. Gu Xinshi had yet to master the operation of the wheelchair. Despite being a fully functional high-tech model, it could not compare to the utility of his own legs. Upon entering, he deftly closed the door behind him. Turning around, he noticed a man in black seated before him, and a perplexed expression crossed his face. "Tao Lin, as far as I know, I am your only patient. Are you cosplaying as the Grim Reaper in that attire, seeking to claim my life?" Tao Lin stood up from behind the desk, slowly forming a question mark in the air. Gu Xinshi replied, "Apologies." The man in black remained silent, his back turned to him. As Gu Xinshi maneuvered the wheelchair backward, intending to leave, he inadvertently pressed a button, causing the wheelchair to lurch forward like a wild hound, as if the backward motion had merely been a buildup of energy. By unfortunate coincidence, it collided with the man in black, who remained oblivious. Yin Muqing recognized Gu Xinshi's voice, but dared not turn around. Hearing the wheelchair depart, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to be suddenly knocked to the ground by the unexpected impact. He found himself toppled from his chair, and Gu Xinshi's wheelchair, seemingly unable to bear the load, disintegrated with a cacophony of noise. "My heavens!" exclaimed Tao Lin. Yin Muqing struggled to steady his precariously sliding sunglasses as Gu Xinshi, propelled by inertia, fell onto him, pinning him beneath. As Gu Xinshi's face collided sharply with the gland at the nape of his neck, an acute pain and numbness surged through him, instantly resurrecting memories from that day. Yin Muqing, as if stung by a needle, struck his back with his elbow and rolled over, pushing Gu Xinshi aside. Gu Xinshi clasped his chest, murmuring an apology. As he propped himself up with the chair, he noticed that the figure before him was clad in black from head to toe, completely enveloped. A celebrity, perhaps? It was no wonder they would frequent such a hospital. Yin Muqing, witnessing the pained expression on his face, felt a surge of satisfaction. It served him right. He stood up and distanced himself from the chaos. Observing Gu Xinshi seated on the ground, devoid of any compassion typically shown by an ordinary person towards the weak, he thought, let him sit. He wouldn't offer assistance. Noticing the plaster cast on the other's left leg, a look of disappointment crossed his face. What a pity. He ought to have broken the other leg as well. Completing the pair, Dr. Tao Lin was taken aback by this sequence of events. Clearly, this patient did not belong in their hospital, and such forceful impositions would only lead to greater calamities. After finally encountering a patient, the aftermath was unexpectedly tumultuous. He rushed over with a grim expression, righting the chair, and cautiously assisted Gu Xinshi back onto it, checking to ensure the plaster was intact. Turning to Gu Xinshi, he donned a warm demeanor, inquiring, "So, how is your foot?" What could possibly be wrong with his foot? Yin Muqing, perplexed, instinctively moved his ankle, only to feel a sharp pain with the slightest motion. Noticing his sudden stillness, Dr. Tao's expression shifted to one of realization. The wheelchair's wheel must have snagged your ankle at just the wrong angle. There's a high likelihood of a fracture. Initially believing he had overcome the situation, he was now shocked to discover a fracture. With Alpha's superior physical prowess, such an injury seemed implausible. As if reading his thoughts, Dr. Tao stroked his chin and remarked, "Indeed, Alpha physicality is superior to other genders, yet it is not invincible. The human body cannot rival steel, which is entirely normal." He then rummaged through a drawer, retrieving and displaying his orthopedic specialist badge. Yin Muqing interjected, "That one TB necessary. Allow me to examine you. Rest assured, I am quite proficient. The cost for examination and treatment will be covered by this gentleman beside me." Gu Xinshi affirmed, "It is only right." The doctor instructed a nurse to bring forth 2 wheelchairs, one for Yin Muqing and the other for Gu Xinshi. With a complex expression, Yin Muqing took his seat in the wheelchair. Following protocol, he underwent blood tests and x-rays. Upon completing the procedures, the nurse wheeled him into the examination room. To his surprise, the same individual remained there. The discarded wheelchair had already been taken away, and Gu Xinshi was seated, leaning against the window. Upon seeing him, Gu Xinshi displayed a friendly, apologetic expression, which Yin Muqing chose to ignore. Dr. Tao held the freshly developed X-ray images, and upon Yin Muqing's return, he presented the standard service industry smile. "The injury is manageable. Surgery is not required. Just a cast will suffice." Concealed behind his sunglasses and mask, Yin Muqing's expression soured. This was merely manageable? Today had indeed been exceedingly unfortunate. At this moment, the blood test results were also released. Tao Lin glanced at the report for a couple of seconds, revealing an expression of understanding. "You are somewhat calcium deficient, which may indeed be the cause of your fracture. I recommend that you drink more milk regularly." Yin Muqing, concealed behind his mask, twitched his lips slightly. It was only then that Tao Lin noticed that since Gu Xinshi's arrival, this patient had remained completely silent. He blinked and offered a kind explanation. "You need not worry too much about being recognized. My friend here does not follow entertainment news. Even if you stood before him without disguise, he would not know who you are." Yin Muqing felt a sense of dread. If he were to speak, he would undoubtedly be recognized. He tapped his right leg against his knee, signaling the doctor to hurry up with the cast. "Very well." Gu Xinshi pushed the wheelchair, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this individual before him, though he could not recall where they had met. It was not mere recognition, but rather an instinctive sensation. This notion seemed almost absurd, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense. Yet Gu Xinshi indeed felt it. Yin Muqing rolled up his pants to reveal his smooth calves. Tao Lin took out his tools, and with the assistance of a nearby nurse, swiftly applied the cast on Yin Muqing's leg. "Your foot is not swollen. The cast should remain secure for a few days. If you feel any discomfort, you may return for follow-up." Gu Xinshi maneuvered the wheelchair to Yin Muqing's left side. "I'm truly sorry for your injury. We could discuss compensation. Please feel free to express your thoughts." "Compensation for what?" Yin Muqing rolled his eyes beneath his sunglasses, thinking to himself that he had plenty of money. Gu Xinshi was uncomfortably close, prompting him to turn his head slightly to the right and lower his voice. "I don't lack for money. Just keep your distance." Gu Xinshi was about to say something more, but was interrupted by the man's cold dismissal. "Keep your distance. Isn't this hospital renowned for its confidentiality? Why are there others in the consultation room?" The nurse, quick on her feet, finished wrapping the bandage and promptly wheeled Gu Xinshi out of the consultation room. From a distance, one could hear the nurse's murmurs. "Mr. Gu, we only have this one patient, whom we managed to secure with great difficulty. He originally came to consult on reproductive health, but now he has a fracture due to your incident. Please be accommodating." Yin Muqing retorted, "The confidentiality practices of your esteemed hospital leave much to be desired." Tao Lin wiped his forehead, which bore no sweat, and maintained a gentle smile. "I sincerely apologize. It is rare for us to have patients at our facility, and our experience in handling them is somewhat limited. I regret any inconvenience caused. Is that the reason you are the only doctor here?" Yin Muqing lifted an eyebrow. Now that Gu Xinshi was absent, he no longer felt the need to suppress his voice. Tao Lin beamed with pride. "I am a general practitioner. The other doctors are in the laboratory. We operate on a shift basis." Though there were no patients, the hospital had not gone under, primarily because it did not operate like an ordinary hospital focused on profit. Instead, it relied on biological experiments to develop new medications and treatment methods. Furthermore, the investment from Gu Xinshi alone was sufficient to sustain the daily operations of the research institute. The patents they developed also provided employees with benefits that far exceeded those offered by other hospitals and research institutions. Chapter 39. The unfortunate man Gu Xinshi was pushed back into his room by the nurse. His gaze fixated on a point in the air as he meticulously recalled the figure, voice, and movements of the man in black. This individual undoubtedly recognized him. Otherwise, such resistance to his approach would be unwarranted. The man's demeanor was explicitly defensive, directed solely at him. Gu Xinshi prided himself on his amicable dealings with others, believing he had not offended anyone. However, since the other party was intent on remaining unrecognized, Gu Xinshi, being perceptive, ceased his speculation. Yin Muqing was blissfully unaware that he was merely one step away from being discovered by Gu Xinshi, all thanks to Gu Xinshi's gentlemanly restraint. He declined the nurse's kind offer and independently maneuvered his wheelchair to the hospital entrance, retrieving his phone to call Bailey. The research institute was situated in a remote area of the city, with few vehicles nearby. Bailey answered promptly, "Young master, what can I do for you? Please send someone to the research institute to fetch me, preferably someone who is not frequently in my presence. Just call Quan Gue." Bailey, startled, responded, "Young master, have I done something wrong? Are you dismissing him? Bringing in someone new?" "No, this matter is not suitable for you to handle. Just do as I say. Contact Quan Gue to pick me up and ensure he wears sunglasses and a mask." The command soothed Bailey's anxious heart. It reassured him that the young master would not abandon him. With a cheerful tone, he affirmed and swiftly placed a call to Quan Gue. In the research institute's room, after Yin Muqing's departure, Tao Lin extracted Gu Xinshi from his contemplative state. He recalled how Gu Xinshi had sustained an elbow strike. After an examination, they discovered the bone fracture had not worsened, which brought a sigh of relief. "Are you leaving today?" Tao Lin inquired, noticing Gu Xinshi's distracted demeanor. "Yes." Gu Xinshi replied absent-mindedly. "Will you have someone pick you up, or shall I escort you?" Gu Xinshi pondered. He preferred his parents remain unaware of his injury. Since it was Sunday, he did not have a habit of making his staff work overtime. Thus, he naturally opted for the doctor to accompany him. "You can take me." Seeing Gu Xinshi's absent-minded attitude, Tao Lin shook his head in resignation. "Look at others. Even an alpha has come to check on the development of the pregnancy sac. Yet you lack the courage to even attempt negotiations with that mysterious alpha from yesterday." He then covered his mouth. "Apologies, I shouldn't have let that slip." Patient confidentiality, Gu Xinshi chuckled lightly. "Why would an alpha check on a pregnancy sac? Haven't they regressed since the embryonic stage?" "That is indeed the case. But there are many AA relationships nowadays. Perhaps that individual is in such a situation, curious to see if an alpha can bear children." Gu Xinshi's tone was indifferent. If one chooses their partner, they must accept all outcomes. The mere desire for an alpha to bear children stems from a lack of true love. Tao Lin nodded, pushing Gu Xinshi out of the room. "That may be true, but as a single person, what do you know of love? This is not love, it is life." "Very well, philosopher, I shall escort you back. Is it permissible for you to leave the hospital? What if a patient arrives?" Gu Xinshi realized too late. Tao Lin, wheeling him along, laughed at the remark. Any normal person would not come to our hospital. As their gazes met, despite the patient donning sunglasses, Dr. Tao Lin was certain that every word of their previous conversation had penetrated the other's ears. Tao Lin chuckled softly. "Actually, that was not my intention." Yin Muqing tilted his head, observing them for a few seconds before decisively steering his wheelchair in the opposite direction. A vehicle halted before him, and a tall man, clad in sunglasses and a mask, emerged, his taut muscles beneath the dark attire seemingly poised to break free from their constraints. Upon exiting the car, Quan Gue hardly recognized Yin Muqing, who was seated in the wheelchair, yet under the first tree at the hospital entrance. This was the only man present. He furrowed his brow, testing the waters. As he began to utter a word, he was interrupted by the other. "It's me." Despite lowering his voice, Quan Gue could still identify the timbre of the other's voice. A shiver coursed through him. How had the young master come to be in such a state? Instinctively, he desired to lift Yin Muqing into the vehicle. Sensing his intention, Yin Muqing waved his hand. "Assist me in getting up." The towering alpha carefully helped the man into the car, gently closing the door before turning to place the wheelchair into the trunk, appearing indeed to be exceedingly considerate. Gu Xinshi found himself uncontrollably recalling the speculations regarding Tao Lin's relationship. If genuine concern existed, why would he allow the other to venture to the hospital alone? If it were the one he cherished, every detail would be attended to with utmost care. After Tao Lin had escorted Gu Xinshi to his residence, he departed. Though the hospital was likely to remain devoid of patients, it was still undesirable for no doctor to be on duty. What if some fool, during a game of truth or dare, ventured into their hospital, resulting in yet another scandal? For instance, shock. The Deep City Research Institute stands empty, presumed all perished due to a viral outbreak. Once inside the vehicle, Yin Muqing sent a message to Bai Li, instructing him to procure a sturdy wheelchair that would not easily fall apart. His current one bore the conspicuous inscription of the Deep City Research Institute. Should Gu Xinshi discover this, he could easily deduce that the unfortunate man who suffered fracture was none other than Yin Muqing himself. The thought of how spectacular the ensuing scene might be was unbearable, and yet his dignity would undoubtedly be shattered. Quan Gue remained as silent as a wooden figure, diligently driving, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind. Yin Muqing mused that if only Bai Li could learn a modicum of Quan Gue's silence. Returning to the apartment, the vehicle smoothly entered the expressway, distancing itself from the remote area. The traffic increased, and the surroundings grew more prosperous as they neared the main city. Quan Gue first secured the wheelchair before assisting Yin Muqing into the vehicle, only then parking in the garage. Once in the apartment, Yin Muqing spoke in a subdued tone. "That's enough. I no longer require your assistance. You may return." He was not fond of unfamiliar individuals encroaching upon his domain. Quan Gue departed in silence. 20 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Yin Muqing answered the visual doorbell. Bai Li stood outside, one hand grasping a folding wheelchair and the other holding a carton of milk, attempting to peep inside through the peephole with a rather sneaky demeanor. Yin Muqing remarked, "Why so sneaky?" Yin Muqing opened the door, and Bai Li maintained his posture, leaning against the door panel. Upon seeing Yin Muqing seated in a wheelchair, his expression transformed from confusion to utter shock in an instant. "Young master, what? What happened?" Yin Muqing gestured for him to enter. "Get in here." Bai Li placed the items he was holding at the entrance and quietly followed Yin Muqing. As Yin Muqing came to a halt, Bai Li maneuvered around the wheelchair and half knelt before him, his wide eyes reaching out, wanting to touch yet hesitating. Yin Muqing lightly tapped his head with a fist. "Ankle fracture. It'll heal in 10 days to 2 weeks, nothing permanent." Bai Li, cradling his head, grinned foolishly. "That's good. Where did the milk come from?" Yin Muqing doubted that Bai Li possessed the foresight to procure milk. "Indeed," Bai Li cheerfully replied, "it's from Quan Gue. When I came over, he was downstairs carrying milk, so he asked me to bring some up." Chapter 40. If it were you, Bai Li huffed and puffed as he assembled the new wheelchair, his gaze lingering on the plaster cast on Yin Muqing's leg. "Young master, how did this happen?" He had only been away for a day, and the young master had already sustained an injury. Clearly, it was unwise to leave him without his bodyguard. "A dog bit me," Yin Muqing replied. "Bite? Did it break your bones?" Bai Li's concern was palpable. "Did you get the rabies vaccine?" "I did." "What did you do to that audacious dog?" Yin Muqing rested his chin on his hand, lazily responding, "I gave it a beating, broke its legs and ribs." "You didn't just kill it?" Bai Li's clear eyes easily revealed his thoughts, which was why Yin Muqing often insisted he wear glasses. "I am magnanimous and do not stoop to his level." Bai Li warmed a cup of milk for him. Yin Muqing picked up the cup, inhaling its aroma. It bore a faint, gamey scent amidst the sweetness, which he found somewhat distasteful. Nevertheless, recalling the calcium deficiency indicated on his lab report, he furrowed his brow and drank. After finishing the milk, Bai Li produced his portable laptop. Reporting to Yin Muqing, Liu Bingren's confession email was viewed by Gao Yihan last night, but he did not respond. He deleted the email instead. The fake dark web IP traced back to country F, and the other party is quite arrogant, with the IP address remaining static. Yin Muqing raised his lashes. "Country F? How much of the shipment ordered by Fox has been delivered?" "Approximately 40. Yin Muqing had imposed strict terms. The deposit was 50% of the total amount, and the remaining balance must be transferred to his account before 50% of the goods were delivered. Fox had yet to specify when the remaining payment would be made. Yin Muqing maneuvered his wheelchair to the sofa. It was time for a conversation. The curtains in the living room automatically closed, plunging the room into darkness, while the LCD screen on the wall illuminated with a soft blue glow. Bailey typed a few commands on the computer, initiating a video call with Fox. The LCD screen displayed Fox's avatar, a rather ostentatious picture showcasing his chiseled abs. Moments later, the screen flickered, and Fox appeared on the big screen, bare-skinned, bending to adjust the camera angle. Unfortunately, he exerted too much force, causing the lens to tilt sharply downward, directly towards his midsection. Yin Muqing, Bailey, the camera shakes. Adjusting upward, Fox casts a flirtatious glance at him. Yin, are you satisfied with what you see? Yin Muqing furrows his brow, pressing his lips together as if in restraint. He gestures with a beckoning finger towards the trash can beside the coffee table, indicating for Bailey to bring it over. Initially perplexed, Bailey is suddenly awakened upon noticing Yin Muqing's Adam's apple rapidly move, and he hurriedly hands the trash can to Yin Muqing. As soon as Yin Muqing receives the trash can, he retches violently, expelling the milk he had just consumed. The taste of milk mixed with the bitter acidity of gastric fluid clings to his throat. He takes the clear water Bailey offers to rinse his mouth. Yet his throat remains uncomfortable, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing up and down. Fox chuckles. Yin, you look quite beautiful in this state. Yin Muqing lifts an eyelid. You possess a fair amount of audacity to tease me. Fox's expression stiffens, his tone laced with feigned grievance. This is not teasing Yin. AA can also be true love, and it can be quite pleasurable. I recently garnered a few alpha treasures. Noticing Yin Muqing's cold demeanor, Fox licks his lips. If it were you, I could be the O. Yin Muqing casts him a glance. I harbor no interest in you. Why not? Fox clutches his chest, as if wounded. Yin Muqing ignores him. When do you plan to settle the remaining balance? Could I possibly defer? I might go to war soon, and I could use the spoils to pay the balance. Would that be acceptable? Yin Muqing replies. That is permissible. I knew you would not agree. You just can't, right? Is it acceptable? Fox's expression of frustration vanishes as he suddenly leans closer to the camera, his face filling the entire screen. Yin, I love you. Bailey, infuriated, exclaims, Pa, you, a wretched cucumber, dare express love to our young master? Who do you think you're insulting? Fox displays a hurt expression. Bailey, you do not understand. Body and heart are two separate entities. Love is determined by the heart, not the body. Yin Muqing interrupts his sophistry. A deferral of the balance is possible, but under my conditions. Bailey, send him the last traced IP address. Yin Muqing interlocks his fingers, his gaze profound. Fox, the person who attempted to assassinate Yin Yunshan has ties to Country F. Do you have any involvement in this? How could that be possible? Yin, given our relationship, how could you suspect me? Yin Muqing adopts an indifferent attitude. If it is not you, then find the perpetrator. It would conveniently clear your name. However, he shifts his tone, glancing at the innocent face displayed on the screen. If you cannot find them, there are many who wish to collaborate with the Yin family lately, and I am considering it. I understand, Fox mutters, propping his head up. You must not collaborate with anyone else. Yin Muqing lazily nods, noting that this someone else is not an insignificant junior, but rather the neighboring small nations Fox intends to attack. A few days ago, a perceptive small nation sensed the hostility from Country F and began to prepare for armament, with the Yin family as the supplier. However, the supply would not be direct, but rather indirect. He is a businessman. Why would a businessman let go of an opportunity for profit presented at their doorstep? The Yin family had long anticipated such a scenario, discreetly establishing several small branches to handle minor transactions. Apart from the senior management, no one was aware that those well-known arms dealers were, in fact, affiliated with the Yin family. Yin Muqing declined Fox's request to continue their conversation, decisively ending the video call. Bailey's expression contorted as he sprayed alcohol onto the large screen with his left hand while feverishly wiping it with a towel in his right. Yin Muqing inquired, "What are you doing?" Without turning his head, Bailey mumbled, "It's filthy, young master. Do you think the germs on him could crawl through the network cable? How disgusting." Yin Muqing urged, "Clean it up properly." The IP trace ultimately led to country F. However, Yin Muqing did not place all his hopes on outsiders. The Yin family had a branch in country F, and he instructed a covert investigation into the individuals behind scenes. There were also several documents requiring his signature. Since Yin Yinshan's injury, he had gradually relinquished authority, and in just a month, Yin Muqing had grown adept at managing the affairs. Once he finished processing the accumulated documents, Yin Muqing looked up to find the room impeccably clean. Bailey peeked his head out from the bathroom. "Young master, are we discarding the clothes in the trash bin?" Yin Muqing replied, "What do you think about the items in the trash?" "Oh." Bailey shook the clothing, and with a clatter, an object fell out. He picked it up. It was a sapphire cufflink. He rinsed it under the tap and placed the cufflink in the drawer where Yin Muqing kept his accessories. Besides the cufflink, there were also a few watches. "Isn't their pair?" Bailey mumbled softly. He rummaged through the trash bin once more, but found no counterpart. Not that it mattered. After all, the young master did not care for such things. Chapter 41. Bitten by a dog after spending a few days in the apartment. Yin Muqing received a call from Yin Yinshan. "Ichen's birthday is tomorrow. There'll be a banquet at home. You may not bring a gift, but your presence is essential." "A birthday? Is he already turning 19? Yin Muqing thought lazily. 18. Tomorrow marks his 18th birthday. Yin Muqing distanced the phone from his ear. I know. After hanging up, he reclined on the sofa. Although Yin Yinshan mentioned not needing to bring a gift with so many guests, it would be inappropriate to show up empty-handed. 18th birthdays held significance. He too had celebrated his with a banquet, during which Yin Yinshan gifted him a watch. That watch had been damaged during a mission, and Yin Muqing had discarded it without a second thought. After all, Yin Yinshan was still alive, not a relic. Sitting up, Yin Muqing ordered an identical watch, requesting expedited shipping from abroad, ensuring it would arrive by tonight. He was grateful for the inspiration from his father. Although the birthday feast was set for tomorrow, Yin Muqing intended to arrive that very evening, as security measures had to be stringent. A repeat of the previous crisis would be troublesome. Yin Yinshan had escaped once, but he could not rely on luck a second time. Thus, he made an appearance at the Yin family villa that afternoon, under the guise of filial piety, naturally in a wheelchair. At that moment, Yin Yinshan was basking in the sun in the villa's front courtyard, noticing Yin Muqing wheeling himself into view. Yin Yinshan, overwhelmed by a mix of fear and anxiety, struggled to maintain his composure, staring at his eldest son's long legs, rendered speechless. His face shifted with varying expressions, as though he might collapse at any moment. Yin Muqing removed his sunglasses and shook his plaster cast leg, displaying a look of disdain. "What kind of expression is that? If someone didn't know better, they might think I lost a limb. Ah, my son, who is the scoundrel responsible for this? I'll put a bullet through him." Yin Yinshan's face flushed crimson, as if he were holding his breath. "A dog bite, huh?" Yin Yinshan resembled a deflating balloon, his pent-up anger gradually dissipating. He cast an indescribable glance at Yin Muqing. "Why did you provoke the dog?" Yin Muqing, unwilling to engage, thought it absurd that he should bear the blame for being bitten. At that moment, Yang Xuanjin emerged from the villa. Upon seeing Yin Muqing's condition, her elegant stride faltered, and she rushed over, covering her mouth, her eyes immediately welling with tears. "Muqing, what happened to you?" As she reached out to touch the plaster on Yin Muqing's leg, he furrowed his brow and pushed against the wheels of his wheelchair, causing it to roll backward, resulting in a jolt as it ran over Bailey's foot. Bailey exclaimed, "Ouch." Yin Yinshan steadied his nearly toppling wife, feeling a sense of contentment. A family bound by love and care. This was the essence of familial affection. "Ajing, Muqing's leg is fine. It will heal in a few days." Yang Xuanjin's tears spilled over, and she wiped them away. "That's a relief, I thought." Yin Muqing lowered his gaze, concealing his disgust beneath the surface, something revolting. He waved his hand, instructing Bailey to push him to his room. It was Friday, and with Yin Yichen still at school, the atmosphere in the villa felt significantly lighter without his antics. Noticing Yin Yinshan partially embracing Yang Xuanjin as they entered, he inquired, "What about the guest list?" Yin Yinshan cleared his throat, ignoring the question, and gently addressed Yang Xuanjin. "Ajing, please return to your room. I need to discuss something with Muqing." Yang Xuanjin nodded obediently and departed. The servants in the hall, attuned to the situation, silently set down their tasks and slipped away. What is the matter? Are the guests so important that you need to dismiss everyone? Yin Muqing shot him a glance. Yin Yunshan rubbed his nose, acknowledging that the issue wasn't tea with the guests, but rather with himself. A few days prior, he had mentioned organizing a birthday banquet for his younger son. The child had sweetly pleaded to select the guest list himself, expressing a desire to celebrate with friends. Although Yin Yunshan doubted his son's friends were of any significance, he couldn't resist the charm of his son's coaxing and granted him 10 slots. After quietly reporting to his eldest son, Yin Muqing shot him an incredulous look. Is that all? Am I such a heinous person that 10 slots cause you this much stress? Didn't he get scolded? Yin Yunshan scratched his hair, mixed with gray, and felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that life was improving and his elder son was starting to care for his younger brother. If Yin Muqing knew his thoughts, he would likely mock him mercilessly. Care for Yin Chen? Was he possessed by a ghost? He simply couldn't be bothered, as long as it didn't harm the Yin family's interests. Inviting friends was acceptable, but those friends needed thorough vetting. Yin Muqing tossed the guest list back onto the table, emphasizing his point. That is only natural. Although Yin Yunshan cherishes his younger son, he is not devoid of principles. Once he resolved his pressing concerns, he rose and strode towards the staircase, his steps light as if he were about to take flight. Bailey lifted his gaze from the computer screen. Eldest young master, all surveillance is functioning normally, and the additional cameras have been installed. With the likelihood of second strike being significant, Yin Muqing had to remain vigilant. For this banquet, he had arranged twice the number of bodyguards compared to previous occasions. Bailey wheeled his chair into the elevator, which halted at the 3rd floor, the doors opening. The 3rd floor housed the rooms of Yin Yunshan and Yang Xuanjin. Yin Muqing raised his lashes, observing Yang Xuanjin in casual attire, the V-neck exposing a considerable expanse of skin. Their eyes met for a few seconds before Yin Muqing averted his gaze first. Bailey, greetings to you, Mr. Yang. Yang Xuanjin smiled, and upon entering, he did not select a floor. Instead, he pressed the door close button, and the elevator doors swiftly shut. Within the enclosed space, an atmosphere thickened. I heard from your father that your leg was bitten by a dog. Does it hurt? Yang Xuanjin's gaze fell upon his stepson in the wheelchair, a complex expression crossing his features. It doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt? How can anyone ask such a question? Yin Muqing found himself disinclined to engage with Yang Xuanjin. Yet he refrained from displaying their contentious relationship before Bailey. Given Bailey's innocent nature, he would undoubtedly empathize with both parties without probing into the reasons behind their discord. Such overt expressions of emotion would undoubtedly attract Yin Yunshan's attention, potentially inciting greater turmoil. He had no desire to explain his aversion to Yang Xuanjin. The elevator halted at the 5th floor. After Bailey assisted Yang Xuanjin out, he then pushed Yin Muqing away, for his room was also on the 5th floor. This level boasted a swimming pool, an aerial garden, and a gym among its leisure spaces. Yin Muqing rarely stayed at home, and possessed no overwhelming desire for exclusivity. As long as Yang Xuanjin did not enter his room, he could frolic freely in the 5th floor space. However, the latter seemed oblivious to this understanding. Yang Xuanjin did not leave, but instead followed closely behind, and Yin Muqing was far too astute to believe the other was merely passing by. He impatiently drummed his fingers against his knee. Bailey, go downstairs and fetch me a warm cup of milk. Chapter 42. You are unique. The 5th floor is a semi-open space, where large floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a verdant aerial garden, with an array of trees and flowers casting gentle shadows on the ground beneath the sun's warm embrace. A soft rustle accompanied the breeze. At that moment, the 5th floor hall was occupied solely by the two of them. Yin Muqing ceased his trivialities. What is your intention, Uncle Yang? The address was the only semblance of respect he could afford, for in his eyes, Yang Xuanjin remained his father's wife. Yang Xuanzhen.Little, seemingly oblivious to Yin Muqing's resistance and rejection. You are injured. As your mother, it is only natural for me to express concern for you. Yin Muqing's eyes lingered on a small bird outside the window, its emerald feathers almost blending with the leaves. He scoffed lightly. You had better. Alpha's brow arched subtly as he glanced at him. and Yang Xuanjin felt his heart race, pressing a hand against his chest as he breathed unevenly. Yin Muqing may be unaware that every gesture, every fleeting smile of his exudes a captivating allure. Falling for him is as effortless as breathing. He remains unable to suppress this forbidden affection, despite being despised and reviled. The urge to draw closer is uncontrollable. Yin Muqing furrows his brow, feeling nauseated. If you're in heat, go seek your alpha. Why pan in front of me? You resemble not your father, but your mother. I wish to find your father's likeness within you, yet it eludes me. You are utterly unique. Yang Xuanjin has long acclimated to Yin Muqing's insults. As if immersed in his own world, his gaze fixated intently on Yin Muqing's face, his eyes tracing along Yin Muqing's form as if seeking to uncover something hidden. Taking a deep breath, Yin Muqing thinks him mad, impossible to communicate with. He maneuvers his wheelchair towards the floor-to-ceiling window, not wishing to behold Yang Xuanjin's countenance. Yang Xuanjin's eyes intertwine anguish and obsession. He leans in, yearning to kiss Yin Muqing's cheek. With eyes shut, Yin Muqing suddenly feels breath upon his neck, causing him to snap his eyes open, just in time to see Yang Xuanjin's lips drawing near. Instinctively, he covers the other's face with his hand, springing to his feet. Yang Xuanjin, off balance, tumbles to the ground, and instead of embarrassment, gazes up at him with a pitiable expression. Yin Muqing is taken aback by his audacity, nearly biting his own tongue in disbelief. He is immensely relieved to be wearing gloves today, for even washing his hands with disinfectant would not erase the discomfort lingering in his heart. The elevator emits a chime, and Bailey emerges with a glass of milk. Upon seeing the lady on the floor and the eldest son standing aside, he appears bewildered. Setting the tray down, he rushes over to assist Yin Muqing back into his wheelchair. Eldest young master, how did you manage to stand? I just consulted the family doctor. You must not put any weight on your injured ankle, where you risk dislocation and possibly surgery. Yin Muqing's expression is grim. Anyone can tell he is furious. Meanwhile, Yang Xuanjin stands up with a smile, brushing off his clothes, showing no intention of departing. Bailey blinks, realizing that with only two individuals present, it is evident who has angered the eldest young master. His dormant mind, having been offline for 20 years, finally gears into action. We must swiftly take the eldest young master away from the lady. Eldest young master, please do not be angry with me. It is entirely my fault. The milk took so long to heat. You must have been anxious waiting. Come, let us retreat indoors and enjoy the milk. He disregards Yang Xuanjin still standing nearby, energetically pushing Yin Muqing back to the room, then bringing in the milk. With a decisive clap, he shuts the door, leaving Yang Xuanjin outside. Inside, Yin Muqing chuckles with a hint of reproach. What are you saying? Do you take me for a 3-year-old to be soothed? Bailey shakes his head, offering him the milk. Initially, he had no desire to drink, merely seeking an excuse to dismiss Bailey. However, upon witnessing Bailey's woeful expression, he reluctantly pinches his nose and drinks. The warm, milky aroma glides down his throat and settles in his stomach, proving somewhat acceptable. Bailey observes his expression and cautiously inquires, Eldest young master, why are you angry with the lady? Is it regarding the young master's matter? You have been diligently learning the intricacies of the mind, and yet you have arrived at this state? Yin Muqing chuckled softly, though the amusement was hardly profound. Bailey cast a furtive glance upward, his thoughts racing. How could he possibly know that he had recently been studying the subtleties of the mind? Originally, he had intended to labor quietly and astonish everyone. Observing Bailey's foolishness wore Yin Muqing's patience thin, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively, sending the other to inspect the villa's security measures. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, as Yin Muqing relished the breeze in the sky garden, he discerned the unmistakable sounds of Yin Chen's lively chatter from below, signaling the latter's return. The Yin family dined at 6, and without waiting for an invitation, Yin Muqing took the elevator downstairs. Although his foot was not severely injured, it undoubtedly could not bear weight. While most would have resorted to crutches, Yin Muqing found them unsightly and preferred the dignity of a wheelchair instead. Upon arriving at the dining area, he pushed the wheelchair forward, and a servant, upon noticing him, hastily abandoned their task to assist. Yin Muqing accepted the help graciously. Seated in his wheelchair, he instructed the servant to remove the dining chair from his place. Yin Yichen descended the spiral staircase from the second floor and, upon spotting him, could not conceal his delight. He bypassed the table to approach, only to stumble at the sight of Yin Muqing's wheelchair, tripping over his own feet and landing unceremoniously on the floor. Under ordinary circumstances, given Yin Yichen's delicate nature, he would have already begun to weep. Yet the shock of the scene rendered him speechless, sitting dazedly on the ground. Yin Muqing interrupted the prelude to Yin Yichen's impending tears, gesturing to his legs. Bitten by a dog. Nothing serious. I shall recover by next week. Yin Yichen fell silent. Yin Yinshan and Yang Xuanjin took their seats in succession. Yin Muqing gently pushed Yin Yichen's head away, suppressing his irritation. Do not crowd me. Yang Xuanjin rested his chin on his hand, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Yichen is rather attached to you. Should I swap places with him? Yin Muqing did not deign to glance at him, knowing that with Yin Yinshan present, he could not afford to disrespect his father, and thus managed a perfunctory smile. No, thank you. Yichen, eat properly. Do not disturb your brother, Yin Yinshan admonished. Complying, Yin Yichen returned to his seat, though his body still leaned toward Yin Muqing. Brother, what gift did you bring me? A wristwatch. Wow, I want to see it. It has not yet arrived. All right. The meal left a sour taste in Yin Muqing's stomach, not solely due to Yin Yichen's unabashed laughter at the table, but also because of Yang Xuanjin's unabashed scrutiny. It felt akin to a slick, venomous serpent exuding a foul odor, attempting to ensnare him and inject its poison, and maddeningly. This serpent was one his father had nurtured, rendering him unable to strike back. In short, it was utterly repugnant. Chapter 43. Elegance never goes out of style. Early the next morning, the servants methodically prepared the banquet scene, delivering an array of fresh ingredients to the Yin family's kitchen. While Yin Yichen was still deliberating over which suit to wear, Yin Yinshan gazed at him with paternal affection, delighting in his antics. Turning to find Yin Muqing idly wandering through the villa, he quipped, "Where is your formal attire? Why must I wear formal attire? Do you intend for me to deliver a speech from my wheelchair?" Yin Muqing stifled a yawn. Yin Yinshan fell into a moment of silence, observing the multitude of guests present, and remarked with a sigh, "Given the circumstances, one would expect one to dress appropriately." He then lamented, "Why would you provoke a dog? Only to be bitten? It's rather embarrassing to admit." Yin Muqing, incensed by the mention of the bite, retorted internally that it was not a dog that had bitten him, but rather Gu Xinshi. Noticing the displeasure on his eldest son's face, Yin Yinshan wisely chose not to press the issue and turned to Bailey, instructing, "Go, procure a formal suit for your young master." Bailey hesitated, bowing his head to seek Yin Muqing's approval. "Young master? No need to buy one. Simply return to my place and fetch a suit for me." "Understood," replied Bailey. The young lad exhibited remarkable loyalty, Yin Yinshan muttered to himself. Upon returning to the apartment, Bailey entered the code, rummaged through the wardrobe for a suit, and, after some consideration, retrieved a pair of cufflinks from the drawer as well. When Yin Muqing changed into the suit, he did so without scrutinizing the cufflinks, donning them absent-mindedly. It was only at the commencement of the banquet that the disparity in the cufflinks caught his attention. They were mismatched in both design and color, but he paid it no mind. Guests began to arrive in succession, and upon seeing Yin Muqing seated in a wheelchair, they showered him with polite inquiries. Initially, he managed to respond with a smile, but soon he diverted the conversation, gesturing for the guests to take their seats. Before long, the smile faded completely from his face. The elevation of the wheelchair made him feel diminutive, and the sensation of being looked down upon during conversations was akin to sitting on pins and needles. With a cool gaze, Yin Muqing maneuvered his wheelchair away, seeking refuge behind a marble pillar in the corridor, from where he could observe the proceedings of the banquet unobtrusively. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted in the center of the gathering, drowning out the elegant strains of the violin. Yin Muqing looked up to see Yin Yichen and his group of friends encircling a man, laughing exuberantly. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, "Gu Xinshi! Hadn't he been limping just days ago? How could he have recovered so swiftly? And what of himself? He had merely been clipped by a wheel. Surely, that could not be more grievous than the kicks he had endured. Defying the odds, Yin Muqing attempted to stand, his injured foot barely touching the ground before a sharp pain shot through his ankle, forcing him to sit back down. The doctor's admonition about his calcium deficiency echoed in his mind. Yin Yichen's friends, having heard of his betrothed, were already aware of his good looks, but were taken aback by just how handsome Gu Xinshi truly was. The Omegas blushed, playfully urging Gu Xinshi to kiss Yin Yichen, who playfully protested. Gu Xinshi, maintaining a polite distance, inquired, "Yichen, where is your brother?" "I don't know," came the reply, noticing Gu Xinshi's reluctance to kiss him. Yin Yichen's disappointment was evident as he fidgeted with his fingers, a hint of frustration in his demeanor. Gu Xinshi scanned the room, failing to locate the person he sought, when a guest with whom he had previously collaborated approached him, leading to a brief conversation. This seemed to be the beginning of a steady stream of individuals eager to engage with Gu Xinshi. Some were drawn by his status as the chairman of Gu Technology, others by his position as the eldest grandson of the Gu family, and perhaps some by the allure of both. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Yin Yichen, slightly inebriated, squinted his eyes and grasped Gu Xinshi's arm, attempting to place Yin Yichen's hand in his. From a distance, Yin Muqing watched, his lips twitching in disbelief. The old man, muddled by drink, seemed to have mistaken the occasion for a wedding celebration. As the crowd became aware of the commotion, curious glances were cast in that direction. Gu Xinshi exerted a slight force, freeing his wrist, and smiled. "Master Yin, this is rather inappropriate." "Inappropriate in what sense?" "You've been conversing with Yichen for quite some time. I assume your hands have discreetly intertwined on more than one occasion," Yin Yichen remarked, a hint of inebriation coloring his expression. "Let me tell you, Yichen is still young. You must not bully him." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly enough for those nearby to hear, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. The guests exchanged bewildered expressions at the prospect of a union between the Yin and Gu families. Yin Yichen's hand remained suspended in the air, casting a resentful glare at his prospective fiancée. Did he not value his dignity? Time and again, he had rebuffed any contact. After their initial encounter, Gu Xinshi was thoroughly convinced that he harbored no feelings for this Omega. He had initially thought that, being still in school, Yin Yichen would prioritize his studies and hesitate to rush into engagement, intending to delay matters. Moreover, given Yin Yichen's youth with boundless potential ahead, he was reluctant to allow him to become a pawn in the machinations of Elder Gu. However, he had anticipated that Yin Yichen would publicly declare their family's agreement before so many witnesses. Gu Xinshi did not believe that Yin Yichen harbored any affection for him. He was not that captivating. This marriage was merely a transaction between two families, with both he and Yin Yichen as mere sacrifices. Now, however, the plans were in disarray. He lowered his gaze, speaking in a calm tone. "Rest assured, Master Yin, everything will be guided by Yichen's wishes." His acknowledgement plunged the room into an even more peculiar silence, followed by a chorus of teasing congratulations. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon the guests joined in with fervor. At that moment, a towering cake, 2 meters in height, was wheeled out, bringing the banquet to a fevered climax. Yin Yichen closed his eyes, made a wish before the cake, and then extinguished the candles. Gu Xinshi's gaze swept the room, fortuitously locking eyes with Yin Muqing from 50 meters away. "He can be spotted just by peeking out?" Gu Xinshi mused. His eyes brightened as he strode purposefully towards him. Yin Muqing stiffened. It was too late to leave now. His wheelchair could not outrun those long legs. He hastily rose to his feet, balancing on one leg, lifting his wheelchair and tossing it into the bushes, cleverly concealing his plastered left leg behind a potted plant, leaning against the marble railing in an elegant posture as if gazing into the distance. Gu Xinshi rounded a corridor and approached him. They stood 2 meters apart, momentarily at a loss for words. "What? You rushed over here without saying a word?" Yin Muqing prompted. Gu Xinshi opened his mouth, then closed it again, seemingly weighing his words. "Yin Muqing, is our collaboration still valid?" "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Have you done something to offend me?" Yin Muqing retorted with a sarcastic smile. Gu Xinshu couldn't help but chuckle. He found a certain charm in Yin Muqing. The corners of his mouth lifted, shattering his usual aloof demeanor, revealing a spark of exuberance. Yin Muqing shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you laughing at? Did you come over just to ask that?" He raised a hand to pluck a leaf. The summer foliage was lush, reaching into the corridor overnight. The sapphire cufflinks at his wrists glimmered with his movements, and Gu Xinshu's gaze instinctively followed. These were his cufflinks, left here all along. Chapter 44. A gentle press, yet no kiss. The moon hung high in the night sky, its silvery light draping over the villa like a delicate veil. "I wish to attend to matters at the withered leaf manor swiftly. The sooner we go, the sooner we can rescue the one in need." Noticing Yin Muqing's lack of enthusiasm, he added, "Of course, you could also bring down the Gao family sooner." Yin Muqing's gaze wandered. "What a hassle. According to my principles, killing him outright would be the best solution, simple and expedient. However, Gao Yihan is merely a pawn placed on the front lines by those behind him. Eliminating him would yield no true vengeance." Gu Xinshu chuckled. "Hasn't the esteemed young master Yin dispatched someone to eliminate him?" Yin Muqing squinted, smiling. "I did send someone, but they failed. Since taking his life was not an option, inflicting some suffering would suffice for Yin Muqing. He commanded an assassin to carve a deep gash on Gao Yihan's face, exposing bone, which explained why it took Gao Yihan so long to see Lu Bingren's confession email, ultimately deleting it in haste. He feared retribution from the Yin family, to the point of being paranoid. Gu Xinshu took a couple of steps forward, keenly noticing that Yin Muqing shifted slightly to the side. He paused, resting his hand on the railing and remaining still. "What about tomorrow? What about tomorrow? To go to Withered Leaf Manor?" Yin Muqing frowned. "What have your bounty hunters uncovered?" Withered Leaf Manor is a masquerade club. Entry requires an invitation from the club's administrator. And the invitation? Not procured. Yin Muqing looked confused. "Then how will you enter tomorrow? With just your face?" Gu Xinshu seemed reluctant to speak, hesitating for several seconds before saying, "We won't enter through the front door. There are many ancient trees inside and outside the walls. We can use them to come and go." "Are you suggesting we challenge modern technology with mere flesh and blood?" Yin Muqing found it hard to believe that a criminal stronghold would lack infrared scanners. A human body at 37 degrees Celsius would be an easy target. Gu Xinshu replied, "The Yin family must have devices that can shield against security systems." "Very well, I shall provide." Yin Muqing thought he was foolish enough to attempt a barehanded infiltration. However, tomorrow would not work. His leg had yet to heal. "I wish to expedite this." Yin Muqing, disinterested, dismissed him, prompting Gu Xinshu to concede. "Could you at least give me a definite time?" "I cannot." "Why are you still here? You are half the protagonist of this gathering. Hiding here is unbecoming." He stood on one leg, his limb beginning to ache. As they spoke, footsteps approached from afar. Yin Muqing turned his head and felt his mind explode with realization. That rascal Yin Chen was coming with someone. If Yin Chen spotted him, he would undoubtedly inquire about his wheelchair, and with Gu Xinshu's intellect, it would not be difficult to deduce that he was the unfortunate soul whose leg he had broken at the research institute. In an instant, his mind raced chaotically. Perhaps it was a moment of madness, but he abruptly grabbed Gu Xinshu's tie, pushing him against the railing, leaning in closer. Gu Xinshu offered no resistance, his movements flowing with an astonishing smoothness. A gasp escaped from the Omega behind him, and Yin Muqing sighed in relief. The timing was just right. As Yin Chen and the young man turned around the stone pillar, they were met with the sight of Yin Muqing pressing an indistinct male figure against the railing, kissing him. Instead of releasing his hold upon their arrival, he drew even closer. "Yin Chen, do you not understand the principle of discretion?" Yin Muqing coldly remarked without turning around. The two stunned Omegas, as if awakening from a dream, covered their faces and fled. Yin Muqing covered Gu Xinshu's eyes, subtly shifting his leg behind a potted plant, and then swiftly rose, resuming the pose of leaning against the railing to listen to the rain. "What does Mr. You mean by this?" "It was merely a brief press. Surely Gu Dong is not so archaic in thought." Gu Xinshu mused, touching his nose. He had been so close that he could detect the faint scent of the other's pheromones. "I shall take my leave then." After Gu Xinshi departed, Li stealthily peeked around the corner of the corridor. He was the personal bodyguard of Yin Muqing, typically meant to provide close protection. But today he had an additional responsibility of overseeing the villa surveillance, which had caused him to step away for a moment. Upon returning to the banquet, he found that Yin Muqing had vanished. A quick glance at the surveillance footage revealed a shocking scene. The young master pressing his future brother-in-law for a kiss. Li's worldviews were severely challenged. So, it turned out that the young master had a taste for such forbidden romance. The expression on Li's face was filled with unspoken thoughts as he stood before Yin Muqing, who seemed oblivious to his internal turmoil. "What is the matter?" Yin Muqing inquired. Li widened his eyes, feigning innocence. "Nothing. I saw nothing at all." "Fool! Mr. Yin, do you remember me?" A soft male voice shattered the tense standoff between the two. They turned to see an Omega, his timid gaze laced with trepidation, nervously fiddling with his fingers. Appearing much like a child who had stolen an adult's attire. Yin Muqing found him somewhat familiar. "And you are?" Li leaned in to whisper. "He is Jianning's younger brother, and Wei, the boyfriend of Chu Yong." "Oh, what do you seek from me?" Yin Muqing's tone was frosty. And Wei trembled, stuttering, "Mr. Yin, I implore you to release my boyfriend. He is truly innocent. He has confessed, admitting to being the assassin of Yin Yinshan. Even so, he is yet to act. Why can you let him go? He is still so young. Making mistakes is understandable. Can you not forgive him?" And Wei's voice quavered, rising in pitch. "Forgive him? Why should I forgive him? Did you not consider what sort of person I am before coming to plead with me?" The sound of his sobs gradually subsided, and Yin Muqing scrutinized the boy's hesitant expression with amusement. "I too am not fond of ruining relationships. If you truly love him, you may go down and reunite with him. Rest assured, I shall not impede your path." In the long silence that followed, Wei took a step back, seemingly resigned, and lowered his head to depart. Was Wei invited by Yin? Indeed, keep a close watch on Yin these days. Ensure he steers clear of those dubious acquaintances, and assign a few more people to accompany him. The eldest son is concerned about Wei harming the young master. "Isn't?" Yin Muqing did not respond, merely snickering silently through his nose. Though merely an Omega, Yin is also a foolish Omega. Thus it is prudent to be cautious. "Where is your wheelchair, young master?" Yin Muqing raised his hand, pointing toward the patch of greenery ahead. "It is there. Retrieve it for me." Li balanced himself on the railing, feet off the ground, and flipped over, parting the foliage to indeed find the wheelchair. He cleaned it off and assisted Yin Muqing into it. Yin Muqing rubbed his uninjured leg, finally settling down. Once seated, his gaze shifted downward and his perspective altered. He noticed a surveillance camera positioned above him, and for a fleeting moment, his mind went blank. He beckoned Li. "Bring me the computer." After thoroughly deleting that segment of footage, Yin Muqing felt a sense of relief. Chapter 45, therefore. You will accompany me? The physical prowess of an alpha is remarkably formidable, with recuperative abilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. 3 days later, Yin Muqing's ankle had completely healed. He was not one to dawdle and promptly sent a text message to Gu Xinshi. At 6 in the afternoon, they met 2 kilometers outside the desolate Leaf Manor. This time, Yin Muqing did not go to fetch him. Instead, they convened at a distance. At 6 o'clock, the city's sky had yet to darken, but the densely wooded mountains obscured the sky, rendering the path indistinct in the absence of light. Yin Muqing remained in the car, donning sunglasses and leaning against his seat. The door ajar. "When will we enter?" Gu Xinshi inquired. Yin Muqing tilted his head, his emotions concealed behind the sunglasses. "Anytime." He reached into the glove compartment and rummaged, pulling out an object from the very bottom, casually tossing it to Gu Xinshi. An invitation. "Where did you acquire this?" Gu Xinshi cautiously opened the envelope, extracting a black and gold card embossed with a gilded masquerade design on the front and a silhouette of a building on the back. The desolate Leaf Manor requires funds to operate. Naturally, it invites the affluent to partake in its club. I possess little talent, merely a modicum of wealth. Yin Muqing chuckled. Having said that, he produced another card from his pocket, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. A few years prior, the desolate Leaf Manor had sent 2 invitations to the Yin family, one for Yin Shan and the other for myself, both of which Li had kept. He was skeptical of Gu Xinshu's findings and instructed Li to investigate the matter. After some contemplation, Li unearthed these two invitations from the cabinet. Gu Xinshu shook his head with a light laugh. Since it is an invitation, does it not require a name? What is this? Such clubs are predominantly illicit. The wealthy are often intertwined with power, potentially involving political realms. Those who enter don masks. Report name? Do they fear dying too slowly? Yin Muqing chuckled softly, brushing his wind-tousled hair. It sounds perilous to enter, Gu Xinshu. If it truly involves political magnates, even as the eldest grandson of the Gu family, being discovered does not guarantee your safe return. Gu Xinshi turned his head to look at him, unsure whether he was contemplating the dangers of their journey. Just when Yin Muqing thought this fellow might waver, he uttered an unexpected statement. So, you will accompany me. This was not a question, but a declaration, and the audacity of his words made Yin Muqing clench his fists. He removed his sunglasses and shot him a cool glance, saying, "We are partners." What do you mean by accompanying you? The priority right now is for you to consider whether to enter. How can you still afford to jest with me? Gu Xinshi was momentarily taken aback. Then, he suddenly bent forward with a smirk and replied, "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety no matter what. After all, I am your elder brother-in-law." Yin Muqing laughed arrogantly. From the observations made by Yin Muqing's men over the past few days, it was evident that it was not uncommon for several people to be together, likely due to the club's invitation system, where only long-standing members could recommend newcomers, ensuring familiarity among members. Yin Muqing donned a black mask and tossed Gu Xinshi a white one. "Chairman Gu, it's time to change your attire. To facilitate their movements." Gu Xinshi finally shed his eternally unchanged black suit and donned a black tactical outfit. Unfortunately, they were required to dress formally that evening. Yin Muqing gestured toward the back seat, and Gu Xinshi then noticed he was wearing a black tuxedo. Once Gu Xinshi changed, Yin Muqing tossed him a small handgun, no larger than the palm of one's hand. It was a mini pistol developed by the Yin family, crafted from a unique material that evaded detection by various instruments, containing 6 rounds of ammunition. "Use it sparingly. I wouldn't want you to perish inside," Yin Muqing cautioned as he tucked another pistol into his lower back, adjusted his attire, then exited the vehicle and took a seat in the back, signaling Gu Xinshi to drive. Gu Xinshi smirked slightly but remained silent, aware that his companion was wary of any potential outbursts. As he navigated the final 2 kilometers, he slowed the car at the entrance of the estate. The metal gates opened automatically, revealing a broad asphalt driveway illuminated by rows of ground lights that guided their path. The two remained silent as they reached the end of the driveway, facing a tall building glowing with red light, resembling the silhouette found on the back of the invitation. "A red church? How tasteless," Yin Muqing remarked slowly, filled with disdain. As they stepped out of the car, the estate's valet approached to take their vehicle away. The entire estate was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the chirping of birds from the dense treetops and the sounds of insects. The full moon hung above the red church, casting an eerie glow, as if in hell. Yin Muqing ascended the black steps first, which, paired with the red dim lights on either side, resembled congealed blood. Gu Xinshi followed closely behind. Suddenly, Yin Muqing turned, pointing at the angel fountain in the center of the estate, recalling a time when a grotesque piece of human art had stood there, staining the fountain red. Gu Xinshi followed his gaze, only to find that the horrific scene had vanished without a trace. The angel fountain was devoid of water, filled instead with layers of decayed leaves. When he turned back, Yin Muqing had already reached the end and raised his hand to knock on the imposing black door. Gu Xinshi could only sigh in resignation. Yin Muqing's demeanor suggested he had stumbled upon something amusing, treating this investigation as an adventure, without a trace of caution or fear. The grand door swung open almost instantly at his knock, revealing a short boy clad in a waistcoat and mask, resembling a bellboy from a luxury hotel, albeit dressed in a slightly more extravagant manner. Yin Muqing retrieved the invitation from his suit pocket, holding it delicately between his fingers and with a hint of playful arrogance, presented it to the boy. Gu Xinshi stood just behind him, and from Yin Muqing's relaxed and buoyant posture, it was evident he was quite at ease here, perhaps even well acquainted with such environments. The bellboy meticulously examined the invitation, confirming its authenticity before respectfully ushering him inside. Gu Xinshi then offered his invitation, albeit with a more gentlemanly gesture. The bellboy's gaze flitted between the two, diligently scrutinizing the invitation once more. Satisfied, he respectfully invited Gu Xinshi to enter as well. The foyer exuded opulence, with a red carpet embroidered with subtle Chinese patterns extending to its end, and a magnificent crystal chandelier sparkling above. The walls were adorned with exaggerated European reliefs depicting the birth of Venus. Overall, it reflected a vulgar display of wealth, the decor an incongruous and garish amalgamation. Yin Muqing remarked, "Hey there, young man, is there no introduction for our first visit?" The bellboy smiled brightly, replying, "Dear guests, please hold for a moment. We have a dedicated person for newcomers." After approximately 5 minutes, footsteps echoed from the end of the foyer as a slender man emerged, his entire face concealed by a mask. Gu Xinshi deduced from his stature that he was a beta. If the manor truly was a venue of indulgence, it was ideal for a beta to manage it, as they would remain unaffected by the pheromones of the patrons. "Greetings, I am the fox, the proprietor of this estate," he announced. Yin Muqing's eyes, hidden behind the mask, scrutinized the man who called himself Fox. For a proprietor meant he held the secrets of the manor and was perhaps the closest to the truth. However, the name seemed rather dismissive. "Fox?" Gu Xinshi extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Fox." Yin Muqing stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself at how serious Gu Xinshi was, treating a potential criminal mastermind with the same courtesy as a business partner. Fox smiled and briefly shook Gu Xinshi's hand before reaching out to Yin Muqing. "Let us forego such formalities and promptly discuss the specifics of the activities." Yin Muqing indicated he had no intention of shaking hands. Fox smiled and retracted his hand, unbothered, as wealthy individuals often looked down upon many, and refusing a handshake was quite commonplace. The trio proceeded to the end of the foyer, where they opened a door leading to an entirely different world. The cacophony grew louder as the door creaked open, mingling with the scent of pheromones in the air. Yin Muqing's expression stiffened, instinctively raising his fingers to his nose to block the unwelcome odors, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to wear a mask. The mask he donned made it impossible to wear another. Behind the door lies a spacious hall, with sofas and tables arranged along the walls. Smoke wafts from the crowd, and in the center stand a circular stage where several voluptuous omegas perform a striptease. Incongruously, the hall's decor leans towards that of a Christian church. However, at its heart is not a statue of Jesus, but a representation of the devil, Satan. A massive relief mural above depicts Satan with outstretched arms, as though embracing the hall. Yin Muqing, with an impassive expression, remarks, "Wow, what an atrocious decor." The fox, misinterpreting his comment as admiration for the club's vibrant activities, replies with pride, "Please come in." The fox guides the two through the gathering, introducing them to various offerings. Here, whether omega or alpha, aside from the guests, all are mere commodities for selection. The estate boasts comfortable rooms. Should any guest fancy a particular enchanting soul, they may choose to indulge in private pleasure. Of course, if one craves excitement, the hall remains an open space for enjoyment, to cater to guest desires. We also offer delightful pills that promise a purity far exceeding that found outside. The fox halts before the statue of Satan, mimicking the pose of the demonic relief above. "This is the paradise of devils." Yin Muqing applauds him. "Very well, we shall entertain ourselves." He casually snatches a drink from a passing server's tray, taking a small sip. The beverage lingers on his tongue for a few seconds before he swallows, detecting no adulterants. Yin Muqing pulls Gu Xinshi onto a sofa nearest the stage, as a nearby server leans in to inquire about their needs. Gu Xinshi ponders for a moment, asking, "Do you have brandy?" Yin Muqing bursts into laughter, momentarily choking before giving Gu Xinshi a menacing glare. The server, with a cheerful smile, replies, "Of course," handing Gu Xinshi a glass filled with amber liquid. Yin Muqing smirks. "Do you dare to drink it?" "Why wouldn't I?" Gu Xinshi counters. "Aren't you concerned it might be spiked? This is a common trick in bars." Yin Muqing relaxes against the sofa, saying, "If you dare touch that, old Master Gu will surely have your head." "You just drank it," Gu Xinshi implies. "My identity necessitates frequent visits to such establishments. Thus, I possess my own discernment methods. Would you like my assistance?" But such substances are often colorless and tasteless. Gu Xinshi expresses curiosity about his discernment methods. "That's a secret." Yin Muqing takes the glass of brandy from Gu Xinshi, tasting it lightly before stating, "It's safe." He then returns the glass, raising an eyebrow, indicating that he has sampled it, leaving the decision to Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi gazes into the amber liquid, chuckling as if in provocation, locks his eyes on Yin Muqing's, and raises the glass to down it in one go. Suddenly, the guests surrounding the stage erupt in exclamations, followed by scattered fabrics being tossed down from the stage. The banquet reaches a fevered pitch, plunging the entire hall into an inexplicable revelry. Yin Muqing, familiar and unperturbed, seizes a rotund, middle-aged man nearby and inquires, "What is happening up there?" Someone captured a newly sold item, inviting everyone to admire his skills. What a lack of taste. Yin Muqing did not hide his disdain. "I concur. What is the point of him playing alone while we merely watch?" Yin Muqing stroked his chin and suddenly remarked, "Brother, you seem somewhat familiar. Do you think we might know each other?" The man was taken aback, visibly resistant, and leaned closer to Yin Muqing, whispering, "Don't say that. Little brother, even if we know each other, we must pretend otherwise for future encounters. What difference does it make? It is merely a venue for indulgence. I have experienced far more extravagant pleasures outside." Gu Xinshi replied, "Indeed." The man puffed out his belly, akin to a rotund, august infant, with an air of disdain suggesting that one was truly lacking in experience. "This place is different. It offers everything you desire. Children, pregnant women, the disabled. It's particularly thrilling." Yin Muqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Oh, I have not tried that before. Is it enjoyable?" "The nuances of such experiences must be savored personally," the man leered. "If you need anything, just seek out the fox. Didn't he inform you? If you desire a live experience, they can arrange for an omega to give birth for you, though it may take a bit longer." Yin Muqing nearly lost his smile, concealing it with a sip of his drink, his gaze chilling. "That sounds quite exhilarating. Ah, this is knowledge reserved for seasoned members. I'm only sharing this with you due to our acquaintance. Remember, when you see me outside, do not mention this. You must act as if we are strangers." Yin Muqing beamed brightly. I understand. After parting ways with Yin Muqing, the overly rotund man squeezed his bulk into the crowd surrounding the stage, his eager movements betraying none of the disdain he had just displayed. Yin Muqing settled back onto the sofa, the soft cushions enveloping him with a soft sound. Gu Xinshi's countenance was as cold as ice, seated on the sofa, lost in thought, his tone laced with evident irritation. "Do you truly know him?" "I do not recognize such an unattractive individual." Gu Xinshi fell silent. Yin Muqing tugged at the corners of his mouth, leaning in so that his lips brushed against Gu Xinshi's ear, his voice barely audible. "Chairman Gu, even if we are acting, you should at least feign some joy. There are eyes everywhere here. Do you wish to be suspected of ulterior motives?" Gu Xinshi lifted his head to look at him, the alpha's features obscured by a mask, revealing only his lips, glistening from the wine, with a disoriented smile, as if lost in a haze of azure. "How pitiable!" Yin Muqing grimaced. Poor Gu Xinshi appeared akin to a lamb ensnared among wolves, trembling in fear of the ferocity surrounding him. Gu Xinshi sighed almost imperceptibly, loosening his meticulously tied tie. Seizing the glass of red wine from Yin Muqing's hand, his atoms apple-bobbing as the liquid dribbled from the corner of his mouth, staining his lips with vibrant color. "Now that is more like it." Chapter 47. The fiery alpha from the center of the stage came cries, quickly drowned out by the shouts of the guests. Gu Xinshi clenched his fists. "It seems we cannot uncover much this way." Yin Muqing replied, "That is where you are mistaken. For instance, we have discovered that this criminal organization impregnates omegas not for surrogacy, but for incest and pedophilia." Yin Muqing's gaze drifted to the fox not far behind them, a creature that had been observing them for quite some time. The eyes concealed beneath the mask of the fox crinkled into a smile. As the two guests appeared unable to acclimate to this excessively festive paradise, there was no gambling, no frivolity, merely the act of drinking, a common affliction among newcomers. Such timidity would only squander the effort he had invested in orchestrating this banquet. This night was meant for indulgence. He strode towards the two, first bowing and greeting, then straightening up to address them. Esteemed guests, is there anything that has not met your satisfaction? Yin Muqing remained silent, delivering a subtle kick to Gu Xinshi, urging him to speak. Gu Xinshi, struck precisely where he had previously sustained an injury, placed his wine glass back on the table, intertwining his hands, his voice dripping with undisguised disdain. Rather, it is the absence of satisfaction that stands out. Yin Muqing smirked. Gu Xinshi's overly solemn demeanor, in such an occasion, rendered him rather unsettling. His entire presence could be encapsulated in a phrase: a beast in human attire. The fox stood frozen, as if deeply wounded, even surveying his surroundings to inspect his creation. Was it not flawless? He pondered. Could you please specify? Utterly tedious, Mr. Fox. I have attended countless banquets like this, each resembling a mere template. Could you enlighten me as to who among you has plagiarized whom? The fox appeared profoundly insulted, trembling with agitation, but in truth, he was exhilarated, akin to Boya encountering Ziqi. Yin Muqing blinked, somewhat perplexed by the unfolding scene, as the fox grasped Gu Xinshi's hands, babbling excitedly. High mountains and flowing water, true friends. Yin Muqing observed, the empathy between deviants is truly beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Gu Xinshi furrowed his brow, pushing the fox aside. The fox, apologizing, stood and adjusted his slightly wrinkled attire. I was too overwhelmed. I sincerely apologize. I feel quite ashamed regarding your feedback. To make amends, our club will be hosting a unique themed banquet in a week, and I extend to you a heartfelt invitation to attend, a privilege reserved for our esteemed members. Upon finishing, he retrieved a crimson card from his pocket, presenting it to Gu Xinshi with utmost reverence. Gu Xinshi accepted the card, which displayed a red demon on one side and a golden angel on the reverse. Yin Muqing languidly remarked, "Is there none for me?" The fox, with an apologetic tone, replied, "According to our regulations, a red invitation can only be issued once." What if I also find myself dissatisfied? Yin Muqing's demeanor exuded the essence of a debauched scion of wealth, exuding an air of roguishness and moral decay. The fox smiled slightly, bowing his head. You may directly express your preferences. We have an abundance of stock prepared for this banquet. The debauched man licked his lips in a manner both salacious and provocative. I desire a pristine alpha, and it must be sufficiently spicy. Gu Xinshi, the fox, chuckled softly, remarking on the evident refinement of his guest. A fresh batch has just arrived at the club. Allow me to select a suitable one for you. I prefer to choose for myself. Yin Muqing interjected slyly. But what if? Isn't it said that all requests can be accommodated? Or is it merely empty talk? The fox sighed. Very well, esteemed guest. I shall make an exception just this once. Yin Muqing patted Gu Xinshi on the shoulder, stood up, and stretched lazily. All right, I am not as picky as you. I shall go select my meal for today. The performance on stage had concluded, and the surrounding crowd began to disperse. The fox navigated through the thinning throng, occasionally glancing back to ensure his companion was keeping pace. As Yin Muqing passed the stage, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the scene above. A boy, bruised and battered, lay unconscious on the platform, his body marred with stains. A masked man, devoid of trousers, flipped him over with his foot, cursing, "You fainted after this one time? Pathetic. This batch is no good." A waiter, forcing a smile, responded, "You're exceptionally gifted. The ordinary Omega simply cannot endure." Indeed, the waiter was correct. The physical constitution of an Omega is frail, and true deviants tend to favor alphas and betas, who are far more resilient. Yin Muqing averted his gaze, feeling no particular sympathy for the boy's plight. He was not Gu Xinshi, nor a saint prone to pity. His actions were driven solely by self-interest and the welfare of the Yin family. Moreover, he was already engaged in a noble endeavor, seeking evidence to dismantle the Gao family and rescue the oppressed. They traversed a long corridor, arriving at a wooden door marked unknown, adorned with an antique Chinese brass lock. The fox produced a key, inserted it into the lock, and with a gentle turn, it clicked open. Standing upright, he pushed the door, which creaked ominously as it swung open. In this atmosphere, Yin Muqing felt as though he could almost taste the dust lingering in the air. In truth, there was no dust. The room was excessively clean, indicating it had been meticulously maintained daily. As the door opened, the sound of chains echoed from within the room, causing him to raise an eyebrow. The wooden door could not be so soundproof. It seemed the door itself was solid. Entering, Yin Muqing was genuinely taken aback by the sight before him. The room was filled with golden cages, some suspended from the ceiling, others resting on the floor, containing beautiful boys and girls adorned with delicate chains around their necks, the other ends secured to the tops of the cages. Upon seeing someone enter, a portion of the youths emitted pitiful cries while others hurled curses. The fox, like an award recipient showcasing a trophy to visitors, joyfully circled the room, extending his hand. "Esteemed guest, which one do you fancy? Which is the alpha?" The fox jested in response. "Clearly, those foul-mouthed little firecrackers are the ones." Yin Muqing cast a sweeping glance over the individuals before him, and one by one, those confined within their cages recoiled, as if in play. He circled each enclosure, ultimately pointing at the silent youth within, declaring, "This one shall do. He possesses a certain appeal. In my experience, the more reticent the individual, the more fervent their resistance during play." He added, "Very well, he will soon make his appearance in your chamber." Chapter 48, however, you wield a whip, resembling a deviant. Within the opulently adorned room, a deep crimson carpet covered the floor, with a grand 2-meter bed at its center, draped in black linens. Suspended ropes, chains, and uniquely designed armchairs adorned the space. Yin Muqing conducted a thorough inspection of the room, confirming the absence of surveillance or listening devices. The alpha youth was shackled with handcuffs behind his back, kneeling upon the bed, a golden collar encircling his neck, tethered to a chain whose other end was connected to a brass tongue of a golden bell affixed to the ceiling. A sudden shift in the boy's body caused the bell overhead to emit a series of chimes. Yin Muqing extended his hand, lifting the youth's chin to behold the innocence of his visage, accentuated by eyes that sparkled like black gems, brimming with unmasked animosity. In a sudden movement, the boy turned his head and sank his teeth into Yin Muqing's finger. Though encased in gloves, the assault of teeth, akin to blades, elicited a sharp pain. The pressure from the boy's bite remained palpable. Frowning, Yin Muqing tugged at the boy's hair, commanding, "Release me, boy." Reluctantly, the youth tilted his head upwards. Yet his grip did not relent, as if clinging to the last straw while plummeting into an abyss. This was his sole means of reprisal. "I once believed you to be a clever individual. How naive of me," Yin Muqing remarked, revealing his lack of nobility or inclination to repay malice with virtue. He forcefully dislocated the youth's jaw, prompting a muffled cry of agony. Shaking his hand, he produced a handkerchief to wipe the saliva from his glove, inquiring, "Are you still in a frenzy? Can you now listen to me attentively?" The boy retreated a few paces, his gaze still defiant. Yin Muqing smiled faintly, rising to retrieve a whip from within the room, administering a thorough lashing. The youth yielded, resting his head against the bed's surface, kneeling in submission, his body marked with vivid red welts. Yin Muqing moderated his strength, ensuring no lasting harm was done. While the pain was inevitable, the welts were merely superficial injuries. "Refusing to heed my words requires you to be taught a lesson," he stated, observing the boy tremble slightly. Yin Muqing repositioned the boy's jaw, who then wiped his saliva-coated chin against the bedspread. "May I inquire your name? How old are you? How long have you been here?" The boy, his voice raspy, replied, "Xiao, 16 years old. I arrived a week ago." "And how were you captured?" "On my way home from school, I noticed someone following me. So I discreetly altered my route towards the police station, only to be apprehended at its doorstep." The memory lingered. He recalled being embraced from behind, his mouth and nose covered by a cloth saturated with anesthetic, while the indifferent gaze of a police officer across the street seemed to mock his plight. "Who are you?" he asked numbly. "Your savior," came the response. "How many more times must you test me?" Xiao let out a cold smile. This probing had occurred twice before. Though the tone was amiable enough to ease his vigilance, it ultimately revealed the facade. The man emerged from behind the others, disappointment etched upon his features, as he heard them refer to him as a fox. Subsequently, he was punished by hunger, subjected to piercing lights that assaulted his eyes. Have they tested you? Xiao questioned, his voice imbued with anguish. Yin Muqing cast him a sidelong glance. Just like you, they sweet-talked me, lured me with promises of escape, only to reveal it as a ruse, a mere test. Did I sweet-talk you? Yin Muqing mused. Didn't I give you a good beating instead? Xiao fell silent, the logic of her words striking a chord. Those who had probed him had indeed treated him kindly, never resorting to violence. Observing his bewilderment, Yin Muqing smiled enticingly. So I am indeed here to rescue you, not to test you. But you whipped me like some sort of pervert. Do you recall why I used the whip on you? It was because you were disobedient, my little one. Xiao winced, recalling that he had indeed bitten her in retaliation. Yin Muqing laughed heartily at his expense. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Xiao, at his tender age, was particularly sensitive to loss of face, especially as an alpha. He muttered, "What is your plan to rescue me? It's not just you I intend to rescue. It's everyone. Do you know where the others are held? We were not originally here. We were transported blindfolded in a van to this isolated courtyard 3 days ago." Yin Muqing tapped her fingers on the table. "I find you quite astute. Share everything you know." Xiao inhaled deeply, asserting, "There's a large rose cultivation nearby. I can always smell the fragrance of roses." "How can you be so certain? It could simply be the scent of perfume or pheromones." "Impossible. A bee accidentally flew into our room, and I tasted the pollen on its legs. It was distinctly rose-scented," Xiao declared with pride. Yin Muqing replied with a teasing tone, "Ugh, that S rather disgusting. Deep City is a sprawling metropolis where agriculture is rare, particularly large rose farms. Thus, locating one would indeed be simpler. The foraging range of bees typically spans 2 to 3 kilometers, expanding to 6 or 7 kilometers if nectar sources are scarce. What else do you have? This information alone won't pinpoint your courtyard accurately. You should describe the features of your enclosure." "The guards who oversee us eat meat sandwiches every noon." Xiao swallowed hard, recalling that they had been prohibited from eating today in preparation for guests. Xiao, thinking Yin Muqing did not comprehend, reiterated, "I have a keen sense of smell. The meat sandwich is quite fragrant." Yin Muqing's expression became one of incredulity. "Are you a dog? How did you know?" Yin Muqing face-bombed. "What do your captors look like? They wear masks, just like you." This implied he could not see their faces. "Don't compare me to those wretches, child," Yin Muqing retorted, rising to her feet, adjusting her collar as she approached him. Xiao clenched the bedsheets nervously. Was she finally about to reveal her true identity? Then he heard her speak. "Your appearance hardly reflects one who has been cherished. We must leave our mark. The unfortunate alpha youth has fallen victim to the unscrupulous whims of adults, leaving his tender spirit profoundly wounded." Half an hour later, Yin Muqing, with teary eyes, opened the door. He was not wearing a coat, and his white shirt bore conspicuous creases. As the door swung open, a melange of pheromones and musk wafted into the air. The fox, hearing the commotion, turned from the corridor, and the person conversing with him also turned. Much to Yin Muqing's surprise, Gu Xinshi, what was he doing here? Why was he not content in the hall, but rather engaged with this fox? The fox approached Yin Muqing, inquiring, "May I admire your masterpiece?" Indeed, many perverse individuals take pleasure in showcasing the victims they have tormented, much like murderers who return to the scene of their crimes. Yin Muqing arched an eyebrow and stepped aside, allowing Gu Xinshi to follow the fox into the room. The scene within was indescribable. The youth hung suspended by his hands, his body marred by crimson lash marks, trembling as he knelt upon the carpet, with stains marring his lower back. He turned his face, his eyes reddened, tears and drool streaming down, his chest marked with 2 spots of crimson akin to cherries, and his lips bore the trace of blood from a tear. The various marks upon his body indicated he had recently endured a cruel torment. The fox, as if admiring a work of art, exclaimed, "You are truly an artist." Gu Xinshi beheld the scene, inhaling the mingled scents of brandy and green tea pheromones, straining with all his might to maintain control. He reassured himself that Yin Muqing was not this kind of person. Perhaps it was all a facade. Though he enjoyed playfulness, he would not abandon his principles. No. Did he truly possess any principles? He was but a scoundrel with many allegiances. Yet, he had no need nor the capacity to indulge in such depravity in this context. Gu Xinshi's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Yin Muqing, seemingly unsated, approached the youth, extending his hand as if to caress the boy's face. In that moment, the youth, akin to a young rabbit confronted by a predator, widened his eyes in terror, trembling uncontrollably on the verge of tears. Yin Muqing halted, incredulous. Is it so? Such remarkable acting, young one. Once you emerge from here, you shall be a future film emperor. The strings in Gu Xinshi's mind snapped. The shaking and retreat were clearly instinctive responses. This was indeed the work of Yin Muqing, and thus the boy feared him. The fox, stepping gracefully, inquired, "What are your thoughts? Does it please you?" Yin Muqing replied, "It is passable, though his resistance is rather feeble. Is he not being fed? This is our oversight. Next time you visit, we shall ensure a vigorous alpha for you." Yin Muqing smiled faintly. "He suits my taste well. I hope that upon my next visit, he will be brimming with vitality, and in the meantime, I would prefer that no one else lay a hand on him. The club, however, does not offer exclusive toys." The fox's expression faltered. "Such a large establishment requires substantial funding to operate. Would you consider investing?" Yin Muqing interrupted. "He is yours." The valet drove the car over. Yin Muqing rubbed his face, overwhelmed by the pungent odor in the room, which caused him to gag, rendering his complexion noticeably redder than before, reminiscent of the aftermath of spring's fervor. Gu Xinshi returned to the vehicle, struggling to contain his fury, resulting in a speed far exceeding his usual. Initially, Yin Muqing assumed Gu was incensed by the atrocities at the estate and allowed him to vent. However, as the relentless acceleration and abrupt braking churned his stomach, realization dawned upon him. Gu's ire was directed at him. Gu Xinshi parked the car at their previous location, where his vehicle remained. Upon halting, Yin Muqing exited first, rounded to the driver's side, and yanked Gu Xinshi out by his collar. "What the hell is your problem? Have I wronged you?" If not to satiate Gu's inexplicable savior complex and rescue more victims, why would he infiltrate such a loathsome venue to engage with this scum? In the end, not only was he unappreciated, but he found himself resented. Investigating the Withered Leaf estate yielded no leads on the mastermind behind the assassination of Yin Yanshan, at best implicating the minor player, Gao Yihan. Gu Xinshi, with a frigid gaze, asked, "Did you touch him?" Yin Muqing, incredulous, retorted, "Who have I touched? That young alpha." Gu nearly growled, still able to detect the pheromones emanating from Yin Muqing, alongside a faint, nearly imperceptible scent of green tea. Any adult would understand the implications of such scents. "I never expected you to be this kind of person. How are you any different from them?" Yin Muqing's eyes turned icy, and he scoffed, "Indeed, I am that kind of person. So, are you going to call the police, Chairman Gu? But did you capture any evidence? Or do you believe the authorities will heed your one-sided narrative?" His admission shattered Gu Xinshi's last flicker of hope. He loosened his grip on the fabric of Gu's attire and murmured, "Why would you do this?" "For pleasure," Yin Muqing said, patting his face with a smile reminiscent of a fiend emerging from hell. "Chairman Gu, your naive disposition is ill-suited for this realm. Return and engage in your boardroom negotiations, which are more befitting of you." The brilliance of the full moon bathed the ground, while insects concealed within the foliage chirped and the wind rustled the branches, casting swaying shadows akin to lurking demons. "I thought your earlier finesse was merely a charade, but it seems genuine. You are truly vile, Yin Muqing." Gu Xinshi's words were almost cruel, a sentiment he would never typically express. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he found himself exceedingly disappointed in the individual before him. Or perhaps he merely felt pity for the young alpha. In the next moment, regret washed over him, and he nearly offered an apology, though he restrained himself. After all, it was Yin Muqing's fault for engaging with that alpha. "I am quite surprised by your choice of words to describe other sexual lives. Are you still in elementary school? Scum, your vitriol is rather feeble. I prefer to be referred to as an artist. Perhaps you should learn the art of conversation from that masked pimp." Yin Muqing, having finished speaking, felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He cast a languid glance at Gu Xinshi, then turned to take his place in the driver's seat. Removing his mask, he tossed it into the back seat, revealing his finely sculpted features, his eyes filled with disdain. Dare to challenge me? Don't end up playing with fire. Child, he remarked. With that, he pressed down on the accelerator, the car roaring to life as it sped away. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Days ago, Gu Xinshi had dared to offend him, and out of respect for Yin Muqing, he had merely given him a beating. Now, however, that insolent youth seemed to have grown bolder. This operation, which was purportedly a collaboration, was of no benefit to him. The true mastermind behind the Withered Leaves Manor was Gu Xinshi, and his ultimate aim lay beyond Gu Xinshi himself. Yet in a moment of impulse, he had agreed to this arrangement. He often criticized others for their foolishness, yet it was he who appeared the most naive. It was evident that children must not be indulged. How dare they raise their voices against him? An hour earlier, Yu gulped nervously. What do you intend to do? Leave some traces, of course. I am merely a guest here to enjoy myself. If I were to let you go unharmed, wouldn't that raise suspicions? Yin Muqing replied with a resigned gesture. Then you handle it. Yu expression hardened as he closed his eyes. The 16-year-old, having matured physically, exhibited an alluring blend of youthful innocence and undeniable sensuality, courtesy of his alpha genes. Yin Muqing shook his head in refusal. I will untie the rope for you. You shall manage it yourself. Why? Yu rubbed his wrists, sore from the ropes, then hastily fell silent, realizing that his words might imply he was eager to be toyed with. Obsessive cleanliness, I presume detesting dirt. No wonder you wear gloves, Yu mumbled. Yin Muqing settled back onto the sofa, facing the wall, turning his back to Yu. Listening to the rustling sounds of clothing being removed behind him, he uneasily inquired. Do you know what you ought to do? I know, brother. Don't underestimate the youth, Yu replied, his tone teasing. The youth of today are truly remarkable, Yin Muqing remarked after a moment. A while later, a sudden sound of heavy breathing emerged from behind him, causing Yin Muqing's expression to momentarily blank. No way, he thought. Chapter 50. The perfect disguise in Jingyi's room. The anguished whimpers of the boy resonated, as though something had lodged in his throat, his breaths coming in fits and starts. If one were to merely listen, they could easily conjure an intensely intimate scene in their mind. Yin Muqing's voice was laced with uncertainty. What are you doing? Were it not for the knowledge that they were alone in the room, with the door securely locked against any intruders, he might have suspected the presence of another on the grand bed behind him. The strained breaths continued. Yushio's voice thick with moisture. I'm just taking care of myself. Yin Muqing's expression twisted in disbelief. Where on earth did you children learn such nonsensical things? Yushio answered candidly from those short films. Yin Muqing frowned, sensing the weight of Yushio's gaze and the increasing rapidity of his breath. With a threatening tone, he warned, You better not be staring at me. Yushio's face flushed, a shiver coursing through him, as the scent of musk enveloped the air. He defensively replied, I'm not. But he couldn't entirely blame himself. With only the two of them in the room, it was hardly feasible for him to remain indifferent in the face of such temptation. Yin Muqing pinched his nose, desperately attempting to stave off the noxious odor, though his efforts were in vain as he struggled to suppress his gag reflex. Tears of physiological distress welling in his eyes as he impatiently urged, Hurry up. Yushio pursed his lips, twisting his body a few times before applying pressure to specific areas, then delivered a series of sharp slaps to his own backside, observing with satisfaction the resulting redness and swelling. He then addressed the man across the room, who had his back turned to him, stating, All right. When Yin Muqing turned around, he could hardly believe his eyes. He gazed at Yushio's youthful visage, his expression one of incredulity. How did you manage to tear the corner of your mouth? Yin Muqing asked hesitantly. Fist, came the reply. And you've also choked yourself, he noted, the distinct impressions of fingers evident on the youth's neck. Truly, he was a remarkable individual. The time is nearly upon us. It's time for you to release your pheromones. Oh, why? Yushio inquired. Alphas release pheromones when their libido surges or when stimulated externally. Although betas like you cannot detect pheromones, there are alphas among the staff. And we must ensure our performance is impeccable, Yin Muqing explained patiently. But why must I release my pheromones first? I feel rather fatigued. Because if I release my pheromones first, you will have no opportunity to do so. Yin Muqing retreated a step, leaning against the wall. Those with deviant inclinations prefer to exert control over others. Thus, they often compel those they dominate to release their pheromones first. Do you understand? Xiao O was not a stubborn individual. On the contrary, he was obedient. Despite his sharp tongue, his actions were unequivocal, and he released his pheromones with remarkable compliance. The moment Yin Muqing detected the scent of green tea pheromones in the air, he commenced releasing his own, the aroma of brandy overpowering the green tea scent completely. Xiao O's body trembled uncontrollably, a profound sense of fear rising within him. He finally grasped the meaning behind Yin Muqing's earlier words. There existed a hierarchy among alphas, and it was evident that his counterpart far surpassed him in rank, augmented by the advantage of age. In this contest of pheromones, he felt akin to a leaf battered by hail, reduced to mere mush. Yin Muqing shed his outer garment, causing the smooth fabric of his shirt to crumple, and undid the first 2 buttons, then proceeded to restrain Xiao O once more. This masquerade could be described as flawless. Yin Muqing intended to exploit it to the fullest, a sadistic deviant relishing in his plaything, a perfectly ordinary affair. Gu Xinshi rested his head against the steering wheel, perplexed as to how matters had escalated to this point, especially when the two had initially reached an agreement and were striving toward the common goal. How had events developed into such chaos? It was Yin Muqing who had willingly descended into depravity, consorting with those of ill repute. Gu Xinshi felt an exhaustion that permeated his very bones, a fatigue akin to water seeping into every crevice of his being, rendering his movements sluggish and heavy, like a rusted machine. At that moment, his phone rang, the symphonic chime of a piano resonating in the stillness of the night, reminiscent of a ghostly wail. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Tao Lin. He exhaled deeply and raised the phone to his ear. Hello. The atmosphere in Tao Lin's vicinity was rather tumultuous. Gu Xinshi set aside his mobile device and activated the hands-free option, attempting to isolate Tao Lin's voice from the cacophony surrounding him. Gu Xinshi, you must come to the Research Institute at once. We have captured Dr. Smith. No, that's not right. Dr. Smith has graced our Research Institute with her presence. Oh my. Hurry over. She's in my office right now. All right, I'm on my way. Gu Xinshi was compelled to temporarily shelve his concerns regarding Yin Muqing as he departed in his vehicle. Tao Lin's exuberance was understandable. Dr. Smith was a preeminent expert in the field of pheromone disorder, and in an era when specific pheromone disorders were deemed terminal, she had miraculously cured patients who had been given a death sentence. The methods she employed remained a mystery to all. After spending half an hour on the road, Gu Xinshi managed to arrive at the Research Institute just before Dr. Smith was scheduled to leave. The door to Tao Lin's office was ajar, and sounds emanated from the small opening. Upon entering, Gu Xinshi was greeted by a sea of white lab coats and a multitude of bobbing heads. Tao Lin, eagerly awaiting his arrival, swiftly seized him and navigated through the crowd. Move aside, everyone. Our institute's golden nugget has arrived. And you, Xiao Zhang. When did I ever know you had an interest in pheromone disorders? With Tao Lin's relentless efforts, the researchers begrudgingly created a relatively wide passage. Gu Xinshi mused that the pheromone disorder was akin to a slowly accumulating poison, a persistent reminder that his time was limited. Yet, inexplicably, as the antidote stood before him, he felt an unusual calmness wash over him, devoid of any turmoil. Dr. Smith was a charming female beta. Her youthful appearance belied her expertise. One could hardly envision her as a specialist in her field while walking down the street. The clamor in the room gradually subsided. Are you Mr. Gu? I am. I just heard Dr. Tao mention your condition, Dr. Smith said with a warm smile. You are a quintessential case of specific pheromone disorder. Ordinary omegas cannot provide you with treatment. This affliction will lead to episodes of mental instability at specific times, and with each episode, you will weaken further. Yes, he replied, having heard such sentiments countless times before. However, not all cases of specific pheromone disorder are hopeless in my hands. I would say the cure rate is over 60%. Her declaration incited a stir among the gathered researchers. My method of treatment is rather unconventional. It may not be suitable for everyone. Are you willing to give it a try? After finishing her statement, she raised her head and offered an apologetic smile. Though it may be somewhat disheartening, this treatment method is my little secret, and I hope to discuss it solely with my patient. Then we shall step outside while you converse, the researchers responded, displaying no signs of discontent. On the contrary, as fellow researchers, they understood Dr. Smith's perspective. The pursuit of knowledge is inherently challenging, and a proprietary treatment for a terminal illness could serve as the cornerstone of her career. Nevertheless, their curiosity about the nature of her treatment method remained piqued. Chapter 51. My fated other half. As Tao Lin departed, he offered a plethora of admonitions, akin to a father sending his child off for the first time into the world. He urged Gu Xinshi to comply with Dr. Smith's inquiries. Gu Xinshi, not lacking in discernment, recognized the depth of Tao Lin's concern for his ailment. Rest assured, once the door closed, only he and Smith remained in the room. Mr. Gu, have you ever heard the phrase, "The culmination of science is theology"? Smith blinked, seemingly indifferent to the implications of his words, which critiqued millennia of scientific understanding. I have heard of it. My method of treatment transcends science and enters the realm of theology. Noticing Gu Xinshi's continued calmness, Smith ceased to be cryptic, clearing his throat. In essence, every human being inhabiting this world has a destined other half. This specificity refers not to romance, but to the soul. Under normal circumstances, each person is born whole, with this wholeness sufficient to sustain a normal life. However, special circumstances may arise, either at birth or during significant trauma in one's development, that can lead to a deficiency of the soul. This is the mechanism behind the disorder of specific pheromone dysregulation. Due to incompleteness, Smith concluded in an enigmatic tone. Gu Xinshi fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Do you have any evidence regarding the soul? None, came the unabashed reply. Gu Xinshi let out a near-silent snicker through his nostrils, nodding in agreement with the unfounded theological lecture from the scientific giant. I wish to know your method of treatment. The soul cannot be captured or detected, yet it manifests uniquely through pheromones. For patients with specific pheromone dysregulation, their destined other half is not an omega, but rather an alpha or beta. Smith rose and began to pace the room. Thus, my treatment involves collecting sufficient pheromones for volunteers and conducting experiments to find the compatible other half. However, this experimentation is exceedingly perilous and painful. Alphas are inherently aggressive and exhibit an almost intolerant attitude towards other alpha's pheromones. Gu Xinshi suddenly interjected. I have one. What? My destined other half. Smith leaned against the desk, a look of surprise spreading across her youthful face. Have you found that person? When? How did you discover it? By chance, we were on the same vehicle, and I fell ill, absorbing his pheromones. Gu Xinshi replied calmly. You are extraordinarily fortunate. Your destined other half, the cure for a terminal illness, encountered so serendipitously. This is astounding. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing Tao Lin anxiously waiting outside, still processing the situation as he was ushered into the room. Dr. Tao, may I take a look at Mr. Gu's treatment records? Of course. Although he was still trying to grasp the circumstances, Dr. Tao reacted swiftly, rummaging through the cabinet to retrieve the thick dossier belonging to Gu Xinshi. Dr. Smith flipped to the testing records from the day Gu Xinshi mentioned, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. In the prolonged silence of the office, she burst into laughter. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. This is your destined soulmate, your antidote. Trust me, you will find no one more suitable than him. Without waiting for a response from either party, she briskly exited the room. Tao Lin, still bewildered by the events, took a few steps forward in an attempt to detain Ms. Smith, only to be stopped by Gu Xinshi. What did Ms. Smith mean? That alpha's pheromones can heal me? Such ambiguous statements were not lost on Tao Lin, igniting a surge of excitement within him. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Gu Xinshi remained silent, lost in thought. The well-mannered demeanor of Dr. Tao Lin was on the brink of shattering under the patient's extreme non-cooperation. He He took a deep breath and leaned in, locking eyes with Gu Xinshi. What exactly are you still concerned about? He is not a good person, Gu Xinshi replied. Dr. Tao Lin clutched his head, feeling numb. There must be a misunderstanding. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Xinshi remained unfazed. Seeing does not always equate to believing, Tao Lin gently countered. Gu Xinshi wavered momentarily, yet he was soon jolted back to reality. When I asked him, he admitted to it. Huh? This complicates matters, Tao Lin pondered, grappling with the situation. What you did was wrong. When you questioned him, you had already branded him guilty in your mind. Is it possible that he was angered and intentionally confessed? Memories began to unfold before him, the puzzled expression of Yin Muqing flashing through his mind. This doubt under scrutiny morphed into anger and then into indifference, ultimately dissipating like the dust raised as he drove away. Reflecting now, Yin Muqing had never behaved inappropriately in his presence. Even during that encounter, he had merely been drinking in the ballroom. All of it had been conjecture, judgments made prematurely. Gu Xinshi's face turned ashen. I have truly wronged him. I must apologize. Brother, this is not about apologizing. It's about discussing the treatment plan. It's about negotiating collaboration. Tao Lin vividly illustrated the urgency of the matter. However, upon hearing this, Gu Xinshi paled even further, muttering, collaboration, this collaboration has primarily been my effort. Not only did I fail to express my gratitude, but I also wronged him. Calm down. He hasn't retaliated against you despite your accusations. He must be a genuinely good person. Tao Lin was nearing his wit's end. Gu Xinshi had ceased to hear his words, rising to leave only to pause momentarily before sitting back down, hesitatingly pulling out his phone to access the chat interface. After several attempts to type and delete, he finally seemed to resolve himself, swiftly composing a lengthy message. In Muqing, regarding today's events, it was my base suspicion that led me to preemptively label you guilty. I am at fault, and I sincerely apologize. The message was marked as sent. 1 minute passed with no reply. 10 minutes later, still no response. Half an hour later, silence persisted. Gu Xinshi sat, dazed, clutching his phone, feeling as if he were on the verge of breaking apart. Tao Lin's lips twitched, and one might mistakenly believe this young man was heartbroken, longing for reconciliation. He has now regained his composure. After all, that alpha will not simply vanish into thin air. And Gu Xinshi is not on the verge of passing away. He raised his wrist to check the time, 11 o'clock at night. It was so late, surely others were asleep. There was no point in waiting. He should retire for the night as well. Tao Lin stifled a yawn, fatigue glistening in the corners of his eyes. How many sleepless nights had he endured for Gu Xinshi? At such a tender age, his hair had already begun to betray his youth. A flicker of hope reignited within Gu Xinshi as he noted that his phone battery was down to 2. With a rare act of mercy, he extinguished the screen. Chapter 52. He is right here. Yin Muqing returned to the apartment with a stern expression, disregarding Bailey's inquiries as he strode directly to the bathroom, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Bailey's hand hovered in disbelief before he lowered it. His fingers rubbed together absent-mindedly as he reflected on whether he had recently erred in any way. Surely not. Who had the audacity to provoke the young master of their household, causing him to bear the brunt of the frustration? He felt a twinge of sorrow. He had been exceptionally well-behaved and perceptive lately. After his shower, Yin Muqing's mood had settled. Why stoop to the level of a fool? If a dog bites him, should he bite back? He mentally scoffed, distractedly draping a bathrobe over himself and fastening the belt. His hair was still damp, droplets trickling down his temples and strands, landing on his shoulders and the nape of his neck. The gray robe, though loose-fitting, accentuated the contours of his muscular physique. The slightly open collar revealed a chest radiating an aura of restraint. He sank onto the sofa, exuding languor, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the frosted glass of the kitchen, where Bailey was busy with some task. His phone buzzed on the table, indicating a new message, but Yin Muqing paid it no mind. Moments later, the screen lit up again, announcing that the battery was critically low and would shut down in 30 seconds. The kitchen door swung open, capturing Yin Muqing's attention. Bailey emerged, cradling a cup from which steam wafted upward, enveloping his glasses in a milky haze. He shook his head to clear the steam, causing his glasses to slide down and reveal his glistening eyes. "Why are you wearing glasses at home?" Yin Muqing inquired. "Are you so accustomed to them that you forgot to take them off?" The cup was delicately placed on the coffee table, and Bailey, as if seeking praise, pushed it toward Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing lowered his gaze, observing the light brown liquid adorned with a delicate swirl of foam. "What is this?" "Ming de." For a moment, Yin Muqing was taken aback. He glanced at Bailey incredulously. "You brewed milk tea for me? Have you lost your mind?" Bailey defended his choice with logic. "Tea calms the mind, milk enriches calcium, and milk tea does both." This was what Baidu had told him. Yin Muqing stroked his chin, pondering for a couple of seconds before nodding in agreement. It made sense. He regarded Bailey with appreciation, acknowledging the effort. After finishing the milk tea and completing his evening routine, Yin Muqing instructed Bailey to arrange for additional personnel the next day before retreating to his bedroom. Collapsing onto his bed, 10 minutes later, sleep eluded him, prompting him to shift positions. 20 minutes later, still restless, he sat up to check his phone only to remember it had power down. He plugged it into charge before lying back down once more. An hour later, he opened his eyes, invigorated, gazing intently at the ceiling. Is tea a source of tranquility? Tea is invigorating. Yin Muqing, feeling despondent, shut his eyes once more, drifting into a hazy slumber around 4 in the morning. In his dream, he transformed into a bee, leisurely gathering nectar in a rose garden, his body dusted with golden pollen. However, while returning to the hive, he lost his way. The scene shifted dramatically, as if from a play. The endless expanse of rose fields morphing into a city of towering skyscrapers. He wobbled into a high-rise, weaving through the bustling crowd until he found himself in an office. Perched upon the window, he felt a massive shadow loom behind him. The reflection in the glass revealed a humanoid figure before he was seized. A damp sensation enveloped him as the figure extended its tongue to lick the pollen from his body, exclaiming, "So sweet." Hearing that familiar voice, Yin Muqing lifted his gaze, only to find the giant's face was none other than Gu Xinshi.Little. In the spacious bedroom, a soft, fluffy quilt stirred, forming a mound. With a sudden motion, Yin Muqing threw off the covers and sat up, his hair disheveled, some strands even sticking up. The room was shrouded in darkness, the heavy curtains blocking out all sunlight. A rapid knocking sounded at the door, prompting him to rise from his bed and open it. Bailey stood there, his face etched with urgency. "Young master, the young master is missing." "What?" In the grand, opulent hall of the Yin family villa, a somber atmosphere prevailed as individuals knelt silently, the air thick with tension. The sound of a pin dropping palpable. Yin Yunshan sat on the sofa, his expression grim, the authority of a leader of an armed family manifesting vividly at that moment. At the opposite end of the sofa sat Yang Xuanjin, tears glistening in his eyes. With a blink, they cascaded down like pearls slipping from a broken string. Upon entering, Yin Muqing was met with this scene. He furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, and the bodyguards kneeling on the floor exhaled in relief at his arrival. Perhaps this was the sense of security exuded by a true strongman. "Father." Yin Yunshan noticed his eldest son's arrival and was about to speak when a figure suddenly lunged toward him. "Muqing, you've finally arrived. Your brother is missing. What should we do? Could he be in danger?" "He is an Omega." So timid Yang Xuanjin threw himself into Yin Muqing's embrace. The petite Omega wrapping his arms around him, his warm body, heat penetrating through the thin fabric, distinctly felt against Yin Muqing's skin. "Uncle Yang, please calm down." Yin Muqing forced a smile, summoning all his strength to restrain the impulse to kick him away. Firmly, he grasped Yang Xuanjin's wrists, peeling him off with gentle insistence. Then, he held on to Yang Xuanjin's shoulders, turning him around, almost tenderly pushing him into Yin Yunshan's embrace. Yin Yunshan cradled Yang Xuanjin, his sturdy palms supporting the delicate spine of the Omega. Yin Muqing maintained a demeanor of politeness. "Father, Yin-Chen will be fine. I am here. I believe you should comfort Uncle Yang, as his emotions appear to be in turmoil." "Very well. I am aware of your reliability. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Yichen is undoubtedly still in Deep City." Yin Yunshan sighed, bending down to lift Yang's son, feeling the warmth radiating from his embrace. The Omega was exceedingly fragile. Overwhelming sorrow could precipitously diminish one's immunity, rendering them susceptible to illness. The Alpha's pheromones could effectively alleviate such distress. After the two departed, Yin Muqing lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke rose languidly, obscuring his piercing gaze that concealed a potent intent for vengeance. Now, tell me, how'd he go missing? The bodyguard, kneeling on the ground, lowered his head. We accompanied the young master to school, as usual. On the way, he complained of a stomach ache and requested to use the restroom. We found a restroom in a nearby mall. After the young master entered, we stood guard at the door. After 10 minutes, we went inside, only to find the young master had vanished. Yin Muqing flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone unsettlingly calm. During this time, did anyone enter or exit? Yes, but what about the surveillance? Retrieve it for me to examine. Yin Muqing interrupted. Bailey opened a tablet and handed it to him, the camera positioned to monitor the restroom's entry and exit. After Yin Muqing entered, 2 bodyguards remained stationed outside. During the interval of his disappearance, 3 individuals entered and 5 exited. This indicated that someone had already been inside prior to Yin Muqing's arrival. One cannot simply vanish. The restroom had no windows, and the only exit was through the main door. Yin Muqing dragged the surveillance timeline to the beginning, prior to Yin Muqing's entrance. A janitor pushing a garbage cart had entered first. Less than 2 minutes later, the janitor exited. Yin Muqing paused the video, tapping the screen where the garbage cart was visible. Yin Muqing was here. What? The janitor resigned? The mall manager wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly apprehensive. Yes, she had been working here for quite some time, but suddenly decided to quit yesterday, saying she no longer wished to continue. We couldn't compel her to stay, could we? Yin Muqing tapped the screen again. Is this the janitor? The mall manager wiped the sweat trickling into his eyes, swallowing hard as he squinted at the image. Our janitor is heavier than her. This cannot possibly be her, he stammered, excitement rendering him incoherent. Mr. Yin, it was not someone from our mall. This person impersonated a janitor, an outsider. Bailey looked up from the computer. Eldest master, the janitor pushed the garbage cart into a blind spot of the surveillance. We cannot track her anymore. The street cameras were cut yesterday, and the police discovered it was a 3-year-old child. Was this premeditated? How did they know Yin Muqing would be in the mall restroom at that time? Was he followed? Or was it mere coincidence? Was the janitor apprehended? Yes. What did she reveal? Someone offered her 100,000 to resign. In cash. She knows nothing else. At that moment, a phone rang, and Yin Muqing answered it. On the other end, Gu Xinshi's grave voice resonated. Yin Muqing, Yin Muqing has been kidnapped. Simultaneously, the landline in the lobby suddenly rang. 10 minutes prior, in the doctor's office of the Deep City Research Institute, under the persistent insistence of Tao Lin, Gu Xinshi reluctantly allowed a blood test. The crimson liquid flowed slowly through the transparent tube into the collection vial. The door swung open, and a nurse entered, handing him his phone. Mr. Gu, your phone has been ringing incessantly. It must be something important. Gu Xinshi took the phone, unlocked the screen, revealing 9 missed calls. A red dot beneath the missed calls indicated unfamiliar numbers. Just as Gu Xinshi hesitated over whether to return the call, the unknown number rang again. He tapped the screen to answer and raised the phone to his ear. Before he could utter a word, a cacophony of sobs erupted from the receiver, followed by desperate pleas, the voice distorted and unrecognizable. Suddenly, an electronic tone pierced through the atmosphere. Mr. Gu, your boyfriend is in my custody. If you wish to avoid seeing his corpse, follow my instructions. You have half an hour to place 5 million in cash in the trash bin at the alley behind Guomao Tower. Remember, do not contact the police. Why should I trust you? He retorted. I have already sent you a video. I will call you again in half an hour. The call was abruptly terminated. Gu Xinshi set down his phone, and indeed, a video had been sent. He clicked on the video, his pupils constricting in horror. The footage revealed Yin Muqing bound to a chair, eyes closed, unresponsive to life or death, his body drenched in blood, clothes tattered, as if slashed by a blade. Blood dripped from his fingertips, creating crimson blooms on the floor. What happened? Tao Lin raised his head from the mountain of documents. Faced with a matter of life and death, Gu Xinshi casually wiped away the droplets of blood seeping from the puncture site, lowered his sleeves, and donned his coat. Noticing Tao Lin's stunned expression, he sighed, "You can't help with this. I must leave now." "Don't worry. All right, please take care," Tao Lin said, furrowing his brow. Lost in thought, Gu Xinshi inhaled deeply, first dispatching someone to the bank for cash, while he himself drove towards the city center, a 30-minute journey from the research institute. Steering with one hand, he dialed Yin Muqing's number, which surprisingly connected swiftly. "Hello, Yin Muqing. Yin Yichen has been kidnapped." The voice on the other end remained calm. "How do you know? Did the kidnappers call you?" Gu Xinshi, sensing skepticism, asserted, "I'm serious. They called me and sent a video. Yin Yichen is covered in blood." "I don't disbelieve you. Yin Yichen is indeed missing. Did the kidnappers say anything else? Are there demands?" "They instructed me to prepare 5 million and place it in the trash bin behind Guomao Tower." Gu Xinshi composed himself. 5 million? The landline in the lobby continued to ring. To his surprise, Yin Muqing chuckled softly, saying, "Hold on a moment. The kidnappers may be calling me now." He placed his mobile phone aside and picked up the landline receiver. A hoarse cry echoed from the other end. Yin Muqing tilted his head, distancing the receiver from his ear, unable to discern whether it was Yin Yichen's voice, as tones often bear similarities in moments of despair. The anticipated electronic sound resonated, yet the words spoken far exceeded his expectations. "Yin Muqing, your brother is in my grasp. If you wish to avoid witnessing his lifeless body, sever your own hand. Should you fail to comply, I shall remove his foot." Yin Muqing. What is this novel form of fraternal affection? An exchange of limbs? In a dilapidated building in Deep City, within a room permeated by drafts, a terrified young man was bound to a chair, bloodied and in tatters, yet devoid of any visible wounds. Yin Yichen, upon hearing the cruel words emanating from the person before him, lifted his face in disbelief, his sluggish mind finally grasping the true intent behind his abduction. "Yichen, if we're to put on a show, let us do it thoroughly. What if your boyfriend wishes to video call you? By then, it would be too late to bind you. Do you not want him to comprehend the terror of loss? If he discovers that you have deceived him, he shall surely cease to care for you." This abduction was initiated by him, thus he was utterly unguarded. The moment those words were uttered, he agreed without a second thought. It was only when the assailant failed to call Gu Xinshi as promised and instead dialed his home phone that he began to sense something amiss. Yet, he consoled himself. Perhaps this was merely a step in the full performance. A kidnapping without notifying the family would lack credibility, after all. However, the words that followed shattered all his illusions. "If you do not sever your own hand, I shall cut off your brother's foot." He gazed into the assailant's face, searching for a hint of jest, but found none, only palpable hatred and disgust. In the grand hall of the Yin family villa, Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow at these words. His tone languid. "How am I to know he is truly in your possession? If you were deceiving me, would I not have acted in vain?" The electronic voice chuckled. "Very well, I shall show you." Yin Muqing's phone screen illuminated, revealing a video call. Upon answering, the screen was initially engulfed in darkness. After a rustling sound, the camera focused on Yin Yichen's face. Bound to the chair, Yin Yichen's eyes were filled with terror as he shook his head incessantly. In the bottom right corner of the video, a knife emerged, slashing at Yin Yichen's thigh, blood gushing forth in an instant. Yin Muqing's gaze shifted. The unfolding events were slipping from his control. He had presumed that Yin Yichen had orchestrated this situation, yet it now appeared to be considerably more troublesome. Chapter 54. He seeks my life. Yin Muqing extinguished the cigarette, its tip reduced to ash, in the ashtray, accepting a towel from the maid to wipe his hands. From the outset, he sensed something was amiss. The surveillance footage revealed that the cleaner and Yin Yichen entered in quick succession, with the cleaner emerging a minute later. Pushing Atarashbin. No matter how one viewed it, Yin Yichen was still a boy of 170 centimeters, if his assailant were sufficiently powerful. It was indeed plausible that he could be subdued and stuffed into a garbage bin within such a brief span. However, the surveillance footage reveals that the cleaner's height is comparable to that of Yin Yichen, yet her figure is even more slender. How could such a person subdue Yin Yichen and stuff him into a garbage bin within a mere minute? Moreover, from the bodyguard's account, It is evident that there were no sounds of struggle in the restroom. This is undeniably illogical. Consequently, a faint suspicion began to take root in Yin Muqing's mind, that Yin Chen had conspired with the kidnapper to facilitate his own abduction. This conjecture gained further credence when Gu Xinshi informed him that the kidnappers had initially contacted him directly, demanding a ransom of 5 million. Setting aside the absurdity of the kidnappers threatening not family members, but rather a boyfriend who is not even officially recognized as a fiancé. The intricate relationship between Gu Xinshi and the Yin family is known to very few. Only a handful of individuals were aware of the impending union between the two families, most of whom were present at Yin Chen's birthday banquet. Yet, for the sake of 5 million, a wealthy family would contemplate abducting the young master of the Yin clan. This notion is nothing short of preposterous. Thus, he was nearly certain that this kidnapping was a self-directed performance orchestrated by Yin Chen himself. Yin Chen had a history of reckless behavior. At the tender age of 6, he had run away from home because Yin Muqing would not allow him into his room, causing the family to search frantically, only to find him hiding in the garden sunroom, watching them through the translucent glass. As long as Yin Chen did not provoke him, he would refrain from reprimanding him. Ultimately, the outcome of that incident left Yin Chen unscathed, as Yin Yinshan was overly indulgent of his youngest son, scarcely able to utter a harsh word. This lack of principled discipline had fostered in Yin Chen a reckless disposition, heedless of consequences. In the footage, Yin Chen wept pitifully, his mouth bound with tape, producing only muffled sobs accompanied by a cascade of tears. A wave of irritation washed over Yin Muqing. State your intentions plainly. I have already said that within half an hour, I demand to see your hand. Otherwise, I shall sever Yin Chen's foot. Yin Muqing replied with an air of indifference. Do not wait for half an hour. You may cut off his foot right now. Upon hearing this, Yin Chen was so astonished that he momentarily forgot to cry. With tear-filled eyes, he stared at the camera, shivering from his sobs. The kidnapper was utterly unprepared for such a response. What? He is your brother. How can you be so cruel? You are a heartless murderer. You will surely descend into hell. The tremor in his voice rendered it somewhat shrill. Yin Muqing abruptly terminated the video call, letting out a cold snort, and caught a glimpse of a silhouette behind him. He was unaware of when Gu Xinshi had arrived. With a languid tone, he remarked, "There is no need to prepare that 5 million. The kidnappers are merely toying with us. The International Trade Building has no back alley. It is built along the river, and the so-called back alley is the river itself." Gu Xinshi paused momentarily, realizing that the kidnapper's true objective must be Yin Chen's life. No, Yin Muqing interjected, shaking his index finger, a smirk gracing his lips. What he truly desires is my life. Gu Xinshi's fist clenched tightly. Yin Muqing, of course, could never sacrifice his own life for another, regardless of who that person might be. This tiresome charade had reached its conclusion. Yin Muqing tapped the back of one hand with the index finger of the other. Bailey, have you found anything? Report to the eldest son. We have found out that among the classmates who share a close relationship with the young master, only one person is unreachable, that is Wei. The Yin family claims that Wei is feeling unwell and has taken a leave of absence to travel abroad for some respite. However, the system indicates that Wei never boarded that flight to foreign lands. He remains in Deep City. Bali adjusted his glasses, the blue light from the computer reflecting off the lenses, casting a glow of sagacity. I just tracked that phone call and discovered that the signal originated from a dilapidated building in the eastern district of Deep City. Yin Muqing scoffed. Children are truly foolish. They can't even evade tracking, yet dare to mimic kidnapping. Such juvenile antics are pitifully naive. After saying this, he stood up, tightening his gloves, his gaze falling upon Gu Xinshi, who was lost in thought behind him. Would Director Gu care to join? Gu Xinshi raised his head but remained silent, sensing the underlying implications in Yin Muqing's words. As anticipated, Yin Muqing continued, "After all, you are the paragon of justice, often indulging in heroic rescues." Gu Xinshi promptly replied, "I'm sorry." Yin Muqing shot him a glance filled with incredulity, his brow furrowing as he walked away. Bai Li, clutching his computer, followed suit. To ensure Yin Chen's safety, Yin Muqing did not underestimate this kidnapping, despite his disdain. He arranged for snipers to lie in ambush in the building opposite and dispatched 20 subordinates to cautiously approach the structure, granting each the respect he deserved. Once seated in the car, Gu Xinshi settled comfortably beside him, causing Yin Muqing's lips to twitch slightly in bemusement. He recalled their first encounter, where Gu Xinshi exuded an aura of calm professionalism. Now, he seemed submissive, almost like a dutiful spouse, a true transformation. The vehicle sped along, halting 20 minutes later before a metal barricade. Yin Muqing retrieved a handgun from the compartment, tucking it into his waistband, preparing to confront the two foolish Omegas personally. His phone rang again. Yin Muqing answered without uttering a word, waiting for the other party to speak. As expected, Anwei's frantic voice erupted. "You despicable alpha! Why are you taking my family? They have nothing to do with this. I alone am responsible for it. If you have the courage, come at me directly." Yin Muqing tilted his head, momentarily speechless, taken aback by the audacity of the other party. He cleared his throat, mimicking Anwei's tone with a sardonic edge. "You despicable Omega, why have you taken my brother? Does he have any connection to this? If you're so formidable, why not confront me directly? You killed my boyfriend. I am avenging him. You took my brother. I too am avenging." Bailey raised his hand, silently signaling a 9, and mouthed, "Young master." The sniper reports that the young master is on the 9th floor. Yin Muqing gestured for his men to ascend. The well-trained individuals in black stormed into the building with remarkable speed, yet not a sound escaped them. The call was abruptly terminated. Anwei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as the eerie silence enveloped him. He locked eyes with Yin, forcing a bitter smile. "Yin, you say your boyfriend doesn't love you, but to me, it seems your brother is the one who doesn't care for you. He likely wishes for your demise." As Yin Muqing ascended to the 3rd floor, the somber voice of the sniper echoed through his earpiece. "Young master, the target is concealed behind cover and is out of sight. Adapt accordingly." "Understood." Gu Xinshi was ahead of him, and Yin Muqing couldn't help but marvel at his unwavering dedication to the concept of heroic rescue. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the rooftop. Yin Muqing exchanged a glance with Gu Xinshi, and they rushed upwards. Chapter 55. The early reincarnation card in the desolate, dilapidated building. The sound of gunfire erupted, reverberating through the cold concrete structure. "What?" Yin Muqing pressed the earpiece. "Who fired the shot? Did I not instruct against any unauthorized actions?" The bewildered voice of Bailey crackled through. "We did not fire." Gu Xinshi calmly directed him. "Let us proceed." Upon reaching the 9th floor, Yin Muqing found no one in sight, only to be met with anguished cries. He maneuvered around a cement wall and saw his men surrounding 2 individuals. Anwei held a gun to Yin's head, trembling uncontrollably, tears and snot marring his face. Yin Muqing noted that Yin's mouth was taped shut, rendering him voiceless. Yet upon seeing him, his lifeless eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope as he mumbled incoherently, likely pleading for rescue. However, Yin Muqing's focus was not on Yin, but rather on Anwei. Who could explain why this kidnapper, with a gun pressed to another's head, wept more pitifully than the victim himself? Gu Xinshi stepped protectively in front of him, suddenly stating, "He has been shot." "Who?" "Anwei." Upon hearing this, Yin Muqing's gaze shifted to Anwei, and he indeed spotted a pool of blood on the ground, flowing from Anwei's calf, his pants soaked through. The pain receptors of an Omega are more sensitive than those of other genders. To endure such agony as an Omega might indeed be the power of love. The person in front shifted slightly to the right. Yin Muqing grasped Gu Xinshi's shoulder and forcefully pushed him aside. "What are you doing blocking my view? You're in the way. How would he have been shot if no one fired? Did he shoot himself?" Yin Muqing's expression remained impassive. Bailey asserted firmly, "Young master, we truly did not fire." Then how? Suddenly, a crackling sound interrupted from the earpiece as the sniper timidly interjected, "Young master, it was not our gunfire. I saw it clearly from across the way. The target accidentally discharged the weapon while disengaging the safety, shooting himself in the leg." Yin Muqing. Every member of the Yin family present had an earpiece, and this statement was heard loud and clear by everyone involved in the rescue, except for Gu Xinshi. An odd atmosphere silently pervaded the scene. Gu Xinshi inquired, "What is wrong?" Yin Muqing replied, "Ah, it's nothing." Bailey chuckled, "He." Yin Muqing felt he ought not to be there. It was his first encounter with such a foolish adversary. If they had simply dispatched a sniper to eliminate Wei at the opportune moment, the ordeal could have concluded. Thus, he found himself increasingly distracted and lost in thought. Long neglected, Wei was consumed by anger. He wiped the tears from his face and hoarsely exclaimed, "Yin Muqing, do you still wish to save your brother? He is in my grasp, and with a gentle pull of the trigger, I could send him to meet Yama." Yin Muqing turned to face him, as if only just now aware of his presence. "Yes, I heard you. And then? Unless you die, I will assuredly kill him." The tumultuous surge of emotion caused a rapid hormonal shift within the Omega, and the overwhelming panic compelled his body to release pheromones in a desperate bid for the perpetrator's sympathy and pity. Despite Wei's seemingly reckless demeanor, his inner self was steeped in fear. He feared death and he feared killing. As the scent of jasmine pheromones wafted through the air, Gu Xinshi abruptly lifted his head. This aroma was reminiscent of the first time he rode in Yin Muqing's car. Was it truly the Omega who had been entangled with Yin Muqing in that vehicle? What was the current situation? Had love turned to hatred? Had Yin Muqing abandoned him, prompting this quest for vengeance? Yin Muqing scoffed, "Do you truly believe that?" Gu Xinshi was taken aback, fearing he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts, but upon seeing Yin Muqing direct his attention to Wei, he exhaled in relief. Wei pressed the barrel against Yin Chen's temple, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. "If he dies, it will be your fault. Yin Shan will not spare you." "No, no, no. If you pull the trigger and Yin Chen dies, it is plainly your doing. What does it have to do with me?" Yin Muqing smiled and added, "Your parents will also earn an early reincarnation card due to your foolish actions, decades ahead of schedule. You despicable scoundrel. Do you not understand the principle that misfortune should not befall one's family?" Wei bellowed, his voice piercing. Yin Muqing displayed a rather incredulous expression, tilting his head as his gaze fell upon the silent Gu Xinshi, suddenly finding a target for his sarcasm. "Listen to the venomous words he speaks. I am despicable and shameless? Is there no justice left?" Yin Muqing furrowed his brow, articulating each word with deliberate slowness and a resonant authority. Gu Xinshi suddenly addressed Wei, "Given that you have already parted ways, why persist in this torment? Is it truly worth risking your life? Yin Chen is your classmate. What does he have to do with your love?" Wei sneered, "You are Yin Chen's boyfriend. You may reunite, but I cannot. Why should I facilitate your happiness? I have been forced apart from my beloved, and you shall not have a favorable ending either. Moreover, we have not broken up." Upon hearing the last sentence, Gu Xinshi swiftly turned to Yin Muqing, hoping for a denial from him. "Speak if you have something to say." Yin Muqing tugged at the corner of his mouth, observing, "What are you staring at? I am not a worm in your belly. How could I know what you were thinking without you saying it? You haven't broken up?" So that was the inquiry. "Ah, no, we haven't broken up." And Wei and Chu Yong, even if they wished to part ways, found themselves devoid of opportunity. After Chu Yong was apprehended, Wei rushed to the hospital entrance, pleading for his release, her demeanor exuding a willingness to sacrifice everything for her beloved, which only serves to underscore the profound love shared between them. A casual remark from Yin Muqing cast Gu Xinshi into a state of bewilderment. Gu Xinshi gazed vacantly at Yin Muqing, his heart heavy with an inexplicable gloom, akin to a ship navigating through a dense fog, adrift without the guiding light of a lighthouse. He attributed this discomfort to the high altitude of the 9th floor, and Wei's frantic demeanor exhausted Yin Muqing's patience entirely. This tedious rescue operation had consumed too much of his time. He pressed the earpiece, inquiring, "Have you arrived?" "We have arrived." On the adjacent side of the building, resembling a duplicate of a derelict structure, a sniper clad in black positioned his rifle against the expansive window of a bare shell apartment, his index finger lightly resting on the trigger. From his vantage point, he had a perfect view of the target. 3 minutes prior, the eldest young master had instructed him to relocate from the opposite building to his current position, and indeed, from here, the target was entirely exposed, ready for a precise shot. The crosshairs were now aligned with the target's head. With a mere command from Yin Muqing, the target's demise could be instantaneous. A cold voice crackled through the earpiece. Aim for his hand and disarm him. And Wei, startled, turned his head, yet before he could act, a searing pain shot through his hand. The bullet had cleanly penetrated his palm, rendering it a mangled mess, while the gun was violently knocked from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Yin, horrified, widened his eyes and convulsed before collapsing. In the next moment, Wei found himself pinned to the ground. The coarse gravel scraped against his skin, and the adrenaline-fueled pain surged like a cataclysm, causing him to tremble and scream. Chapter 56. Why do you always obstruct my path? It's bothersome. Two bodyguards approached to untie Yin, conducting a swift examination which revealed no immediate danger to his life. After consulting with Yin Muqing, they promptly carried Yin to the hospital. Gu Xinshi struggled to comprehend the events that had unfolded in mere seconds. Could it be that two individuals once in love had reached such a tragic juncture? For the first time, he gained a profound understanding of the melancholic consequences of love. And Wei lay helplessly on the ground, struggling against the weight pressing down on him. Yet the force behind him only tightened its grip, tearing at his skin and forcing debris into his wounds. A tall man sauntered before him, crouching with a graceless demeanor, grinning like a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. And Wei, your boyfriend is not dead after all. Gu Xinshi. The voice was not quiet. The spacious room offered no barriers to sound, and with only 2 meters separating him from Yin Muqing, he heard every word distinctly. This left him genuinely perplexed. Yet his overly analytical mind began to spiral uncontrollably. Was this an entirely new rhetorical device? Death did not signify the end of life, but rather the extinction of love. To be alive meant love still lingered? Perhaps the astonishment etched on his face was too evident, as Bai Li, who had been idly observing, leisurely moved beside him and poked his arm. Mr. Gu, does my eldest son's silhouette possess a certain allure? Ever since Bai Li became aware of the clandestine relationship between these two, he's been discreetly observing them. It is only natural. Who can resist the temptation to gossip about their superior's romantic entanglements? To his astonishment, he uncovered a startling truth. Initially, he presumed that the eldest son was exerting his influence over Gu Xinshi, portraying him as a pitiable lover, coerced into a secret affair under the eldest son's domineering presence. However, upon reflection and today's observations, he realized that it was, in fact, Gu Xinshi who had taken the initiative to pursue the eldest son. Regardless of the moment, Gu Xinshi's gaze remained fixed upon the eldest son, an unconscious fixation that he likely did not recognize himself. Yet to an outsider, it was glaringly evident. In contrast, the eldest son's demeanor towards Gu Xinshi was one of dismissiveness. He treated him as if he were invisible, and when he was visible, he was merely an annoyance. An unwelcome sight in his eyes. Bai Li instantly felt a surge of compassion for Gu Xinshi, a sympathy born from their shared experience of being dismissed by the same man. Lost in thought, Gu Xinshi failed to catch Bai Li's words, and as he contemplated inquiring about what had just been said, he was once again drawn to the sounds emanating from Yin Muqing's direction. Bai Li remarca, Desaka. Poor Gu Xinshi is utterly at the mercy of the eldest son. Upon finishing his statement, Yin Muqing observed in Wei's stunned expression, which swiftly transformed into joy, only to be subsequently overshadowed by profound panic. He seemed at a loss for how to navigate the situation before him. He opted to plead for mercy, a tendency common among many Omegas, who often believe that adopting a submissive stance will elicit sympathy. And Wei implored, Mr. Yin, I beg you, spare my boyfriend. He hasn't even lifted a finger, and the head of the Yin family has recovered. Please, be magnanimous and let him go. Yin Muqing displayed a mocking expression, and just as he was about to respond, a head suddenly appeared from his right. Yin Muqing inquired, what? Gu Xinshi, speaking somewhat rapidly, asked, who is your boyfriend? And Wei, eager to rescue his partner, nearly blurted out, it's Chu Yong. My boyfriend is Chu Yong. Mr. Gu, he has done nothing wrong. Yin Muqing has him imprisoned. He is innocent. Please save him. Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, and softly murmured to himself, so your boyfriend is not Yin Muqing. He then observed the surprise etched on Yin Wei's face, as well as that of the standing bodyguard. A chill crept up his spine. Yin Muqing, with a frosty demeanor, wrapped an arm around Gu Xinshu's neck and ominously inquired, "What did you say?" Gu Xinshu closed his eyes and replied, "I'm sorry, I was mistaken." He had thought he was merely engaging in internal dialogue, only to have his surprise spill over into words. He pondered whether he should consult a psychologist to address his tendency for unfounded speculation. What kind of filthy thoughts are occupying your mind? Do you need me to send you to the hospital for a mental cleanse? Yin Muqing's tone was somewhat sharp. Gu Xinshu, suddenly reminded, grasped Yin Muqing's hand with earnestness, stating, "I truly apologize. I was wrong. Yesterday, I misjudged you, allowing my own impure thoughts to unjustly tarnish an innocent person." Yin Muqing regarded him with a sidelong glance, scoffing, "What's the matter?" The chairman has also mastered the art of Omega, pleading for forgiveness as if it were a mere whim. "Do you not think you are being overly optimistic?" Before Gu Xinshu could respond, he frowned again. "Why do you always stand in my way? You're a nuisance." Gu Xinshu was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing he had been subconsciously positioning himself between Yin Muqing and Yin Wei, reminiscent of a time long ago when he had shielded another person. The others present dared not speak, yet secretly admired Gu Xinshu for standing unscathed after offending the young master. That alone was remarkable. Now, the main act begins. Yin Muqing beckoned with a finger, and Li produced a tablet connected to a surveillance feed. On the screen, a human figure dangled motionless in midair. In the next moment, liquid gushed from both sides, prompting the suspended individual to writhe in desperation. Yin Muqing gestured for Yin Wei's captors to ease their grip, binding him to the very chair Yin Chen had occupied. As the bodyguards relaxed their hold, Yin Wei seized a moment to breathe, yet what transpired next was unforeseen. In a flash of silver, Yin Wei lunged at Yin Muqing with a dagger. Logically, Yin Wei should not have possessed such vigor, but the marvel of human adrenaline can obscure pain and yield extraordinary strength. At that moment, Yin Muqing was turning to accept the tablet from Li, catching a glimpse of the blinding silver flash. Just as he prepared to evade, Gu Xinshu sprang forth from behind him like a nimble leopard. He struck from the side, swiftly grasping Yin Wei's wrist, forcing the dagger to clatter to the ground, while simultaneously pressing down on Yin Wei's neck, pinning him back to the floor. Yin Wei crashed heavily, resembling a human fan, sending dust spiraling into the air. Gu Xinshu held his breath. His heart nearly ceased when he saw Yin Wei charge towards Yin Muqing, with all subsequent actions being mere instinct. At that moment, he was simply grateful to be close enough to Yin Muqing to intercept the sudden crisis. The bodyguards observed in awe, amused by the prospect of losing their positions. Anticipating the young master's reprimand, Yin Muqing tilted his head, finding Gu Xinshu's display of skill more astonishing than Yin Wei's desperate struggle. "Gu Xinshu, your skills are quite commendable," he remarked candidly. Though he had merely subdued a frail Omega, he could discern the latent strength concealed within this seemingly unassuming form through those simple maneuvers. This was merely a trivial interlude. His subordinates skillfully secured Yin Wei, binding him firmly to the chair. Yin Muqing handed the tablet to one of his men, instructing him to position it so that Yin Wei could see clearly. "This is your boyfriend. Soon, you will witness his murder and the ensuing transformation into ashes." The assassination attempt had failed, and Yin Wei, aware that the fiend before him would not spare his boyfriend, felt his heart sink, closing his eyes in despair. Yet Yin Muqing would not allow him the solace of darkness. What joy could there be in closing one's eyes? As you close your eyes, do you wish to attentively listen to the agonizing cries of your boyfriend before his demise? Initially, I intended to grant him a swift end, but since you desire to hear, I shall acquiesce to your request. No sooner had the words left my lips than the chilling screams echoed from the device, the barbed whip mercilessly striking the man. Yin Wei abruptly opened his eyes. I see. Is that not sufficient? Cease the beating. Grant him a merciful release." In the past, Yin Muqing would have never allowed the other party a chance for repentance. Once one chose to close their eyes, torment was inevitable. However, he had invested an excessive amount of time in this matter, leading to a sense of ennui. Thus, in a rare moment of mercy, he instructed the executioner waiting in the basement. Kill him. The scar-faced administrator in the basement of the villa, upon receiving the command, decisively drew a dagger, laid the suspended man on the ground, and swiftly slit his throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the floor, the screen, and in Wei's eyes. He did not faint, but stared blankly at the screen, where the searing furnace blazed with fierce flames. The recently departed, still warm, was pushed into the inferno. The flames consumed the figure, leaving only the silent furnace on the other side of the video. Your boyfriend should thank you for allowing him to reincarnate ahead of time. And Wei found himself unable to cry, blinking at the words, his eyes reddening before he succumbed to unconsciousness. After a considerable pause, Bai Li inquired, "Young master, how shall we deal with this individual?" Chapter 57. So obedient? The man stretched languidly and replied nonchalantly, "How to handle it? We are in a society governed by law, not a criminal syndicate. Naturally, we return him to his family. Let the family deal with it themselves." Bai Li comprehended that the young master's intention was to leave the cleaning of their own house to the family, avoiding the waste of resources on a task that bore no benefit. Having spoken, Yin Muqing proceeded towards the staircase, but was halted by Gu Xinshi's outstretched hand. "What is it, Chairman Gu?" "I have something to discuss with you," Gu Xinshi replied. Bai Li's eyes glimmered, sensing a moment of heartfelt exchange, and he grinned slyly, signaling the others to depart. The bodyguards nodded, carefully lifting Yin Wei and exiting. "Bai Li," Gu Xinshi said, "I can only assist you up to this point." The empty, unfinished room was drafty, bright, and serene, sunlight streaming in and dust particles dancing in the air. Gu Xinshi spoke slowly, articulating each word with clarity. "Yin Muqing, yesterday, I was in the wrong. I misunderstood you, and for that, I apologize." Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "What did you misunderstand about me? I was unaware." Gu Xinshi hesitated, struggling to articulate. "I misunderstood you regarding that boy." Yin Muqing smiled faintly. "I did not expect you to be like those others." Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze. "I am sorry." Yin Muqing continued with a sardonic tone. "Scum." Gu Xinshi bowed his head even lower. "I was wrong. Enough, enough." Yin Muqing chuckled. "Am I truly such a petty person?" Gu Xinshi regarded him. Yin Muqing nodded. "Indeed, I am quite the petty individual." He took 2 steps towards Gu Xinshi and said, "Come here, let me vent a little." Gu Xinshi obediently stepped forward. Yin Muqing extended his hand, gesturing as if seeking the right spot, and once he found it, his fist clenched tightly before he struck decisively at Gu Xinshi's chest. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Gu Xinshi looked down to see Yin Muqing's fist pressed against his chest, and suddenly, the tightly clenched fist relaxed, the distinctly defined fingers gently pushing him back. Gu Xinshi staggered a few steps backward from the force of the push. Yin Muqing chuckled, "So obedient? Not even flinching?" Gu Xinshi's face flushed slightly. "Aren't you going to hit me? Why does it sound like you're actually looking forward to it? Are you a masochist? Did you enjoy that?" Yin Muqing grinned mischievously. The blush on Gu Xinshi's face crept all the way to the tips of his ears, giving him the appearance of a lovesick maiden. Unaware of this effect, Yin Muqing found teasing him amusing. Suddenly, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he reached out and grasped Gu Xinshi's chin, gently but firmly lifting his face. Gu Xinshi was only a tad taller, so their gazes met almost levelly. They were very close, and he could see his own reflection in Gu Xinshi's light-colored pupils, as if the moment were imbued with profound emotion. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. As Yin Muqing smiled, his expression froze, and he thought, "What is happening right now? Who is he? Why am I here? Why am I doing this?" An awkward silence enveloped them. He nonchalantly released his grip, his fingers stiffly hanging by his side, and cleared his throat theatrically. "Well, all right, I forgive you." Gu Xinshi, blushing, nodded vigorously, feeling a warm rush through his nasal passages. Instinctively, he touched his nose, finding a stain with bright red blood. A few drops fell onto the ground, staining the concrete with dark crimson spots. Bewildered, he raised his face, meeting Yin Muqing's gaze with an innocent expression. "Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing." You have a nosebleed, he exclaimed in shock. Gu Xinshi accepted the handkerchief offered by Yin Muqing, pressing it against his nose, but soon it was soaked through with blood. Yin Muqing furrowed his brow, placing his hand on Gu Xinshi's forehead. Tilt your head back, like this, and gently pat. Following his advice, Gu Xinshi looked up, the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils as he slightly parted his lips to breathe. A cool breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. Yin Muqing, still concerned, pressed down on his shoulders and squatted to examine him. Gu Xinshi knelt on the ground, tilting his head back, while Yin Muqing leaned over and patted his forehead, the warmth radiating from him enveloping Gu Xinshi. As a result, the bleeding worsened. Yin Muqing asked, "You don't have any blood disorders, do you? Like low platelet count?" Gu Xinshi managed a slight smile. "No, I might just be a bit overheated. It's evident, isn't it? I'm just a little fiery. It will be fine soon. Don't worry. What am I supposed to worry about? Are you going to die from a nosebleed?" Finally, Yin Muqing let him go and walked to the windowsill for some fresh air. After about 2 minutes, Gu Xinshi wiped his nose. The bleeding had ceased. Blood dripped onto Gu Xinshi's collar, and Yin Muqing reached into his pocket, predictably retrieving a pack of wet wipes, a necessity for the cleanliness obsessed. He handed 2 sheets to Gu Xinshi, gesturing for him to wipe the bloodstains from his face and collar. As the two descended the stairs, they found the others had already departed. Only a car remained, with Bailey standing in front of it, engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Yin Muqing approached, and upon seeing him, Bailey's eyes widened slightly as he sheepishly tucked his phone away. "Young master, have you finished your business?" "Haha, that was quick." He rubbed his nose, his gaze darting between the two, sensing the atmosphere between them was markedly improved compared to earlier that morning, as if some conflict had been resolved. Their clothes were neat and unwrinkled. Could it truly have been nothing but idle chatter? Yet, upon closer inspection, Gu Xinshi's trousers bore evident dirt at the knees, a mark of kneeling, and his collar displayed damp traces. Observing Gu Xinshi himself, his eyes glistened, and his lips appeared to have been touched. Bailey inhaled sharply, astonished. Good heavens, was it that intense? The young master is truly ruthless, quite inhuman. Bailey chuckled to himself, recognizing this as the young master's secret, one he must safeguard. Regardless of alpha designations or future brother-in-laws, anyone who caught his young masteress, I would be cherished. Yin Muqing flicked Bailey's forehead. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Ahem." Bailey cleared his throat. "Young master, where to now?" "To the hospital. As his brother, is it not my duty to visit?" "Yet. You hardly appear to be going to visit a patient. Rather, it seems you intend to teach someone a lesson. Your powers of observation have improved." "Very well. Gu Xinshi is Yin Chen's fiancé, so my visit ought to be sincere." Yin Muqing leaned back comfortably in the rear seat. Gu Xinshi frowned at this. "Yin Chen and I are not yet engaged. I cannot be considered a fiancé." "MHM." Yin Muqing responded dismissively. The vehicle departed from the derelict building area, stirring clouds of dust along the road. Gu Xinshi, through the reflective car window, caught a glimpse of Yin Muqing's profile, who appeared lost in thought. As the car rolled over gravel, it jolted slightly, and fortuitously, Yin Muqing lifted his lashes, locking eyes with Gu Xinshi in the glass. "Stay behind for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 58. Administering the imported anesthetic before Yin Chen arrived at the hospital, he regained consciousness. His subordinates had already informed Yin Yinshan by phone, and both Yin Yinshan and Yang Xuanjin had reached the hospital ahead of him. Accompanying this rescue mission were 2 seasoned doctors, equipped with comprehensive medical apparatus capable of performing a heart bypass surgery on-site, if necessary. The doctors, well trained, activated the emergency equipment within the vehicle, attaching electrodes to Yin Chen's chest for cardiac monitoring, to prevent respiratory distress from blood loss. They carefully placed an oxygen mask on him and tended to the knife wound on his leg with basic treatment. They ran several red lights en route, the instruments inside the vehicle emitting a steady beeping sound. While Yin Chen lay on the stretcher, the howling wind outside audible. The lines on the electrocardiogram screen surged upward, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably from fear. The doctor gently inquired, "Young master, do you feel unwell? Am I dying?" He whimpered. Initially, he felt a modicum of fear, but surrounded by an array of cold instruments, It was as though he bore grave injuries and had little time left. The doctor smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, young master. Your only injury is the knife wound on your leg, which has stopped bleeding. You are not in any life-threatening danger." Upon arriving at the hospital's outpatient department, several doctors were already prepared to assist. With wide eyes, Yin Chen lay on the stretcher, gazing up at the sharp jawlines of the medical personnel. Two doctors flanked either side, maneuvering the stretcher through the eerily empty emergency corridor, halting at the entrance of the emergency room. When Yin Chen spotted Yin Yunshan and Yang Xuanjin, he nearly burst into tears. At first glance, Yang Xuanjin noticed the blood-soaked fabric of Yin Chen's clothing, nearly causing his legs to buckle beneath him. Trembling, he exclaimed, "How could there be so much blood? Were you injured? We still need to conduct further examinations." "Rest assured, madam, we have a professional medical team ready to rush the young master into the emergency room." "Very well, hurry." With an oxygen mask covering his face, Yin Chen could not speak, only silently weeping. It was merely a wound on his leg. Why did he need to enter the emergency room? This sight deeply pained Yin Yunshan, who mistook his son's fear for distress and rushed forward to comfort him. "Yin Chen, do not be afraid. Soon, they will administer anesthesia, and you will simply sleep through it." The door to the emergency room closed mercilessly before him, leaving him feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Terrified as he gazed at the circle of doctors surrounding him, trembling with fear, a nurse approached and gently patted his head. "Do not be afraid, young master. Your wound is not life-threatening. However, as it has been some time, there is a risk of infection which could lead to amputation." Yin Chen gasped in shock. The eldest young master had instructed that the young master be treated with utmost care, utilizing the finest medical equipment to eliminate any potential risks. The doctor, masked and serious, announced, "Administer the anesthetic." The anesthesiologist stepped forward. "Where's the handcrafted saw?" A nurse inquired, brandishing a handsaw. Yin Chen cried out, "Help!" Attempting to rise, he realized his legs were weak, his body unresponsive, lacking any strength. Helplessly, he watched as the anesthesiologist meticulously injected the anesthetic into his system. 3 seconds later, he lost consciousness entirely. Unbeknownst to him, in the very next moment after he fainted, the doctors in the emergency room gathered around him, bending low to discuss. "The eldest young master instructed us to frighten the young master. Has that been achieved?" "It seems so. The young master is in tears. Fortunately, a sedative was administered beforehand. Otherwise, the young master would have caused a scene in front of the head of the family and madam." Indeed, indeed. What should we do now?" The doctors exchanged glances. "How much anesthetic did you administer?" "Just a little. You will awaken in an hour. Then let us chat for a while." Yin Chen, apart from the faint scar on his leg, could be described as entirely unscathed, in remarkably good health. However, judging by the amount of blood on his clothing, he should theoretically be in shock due to excessive blood loss. Yet the data indicated that his blood loss did not exceed 200 cubic centimeters, suggesting something amiss with the blood present on his body. The doctor cut several pieces of fabric and sent them for testing, only to discover that the blood type was a rare combination of ABO, raising the question of how one individual could possess 4 different blood types. The doctor, maintaining a straightforward demeanor, placed the paper report into an envelope and sent the electronic version to Yin Muqing. Well, they were blissfully unaware. When Yin Muqing received the news, he had just settled into his car. Upon reviewing the results, he felt no surprise, merely offering a detached smile. Yin Chen continually astonished him, having orchestrated a kidnapping only to find that his accomplices had ulterior motives, leaving him as a pawn in the game. With prolonged scheming, a downfall was inevitable. Given that the mischief had reached his doorstep, it was only fitting to teach him a lesson. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital, where Yin Chen was still in the emergency room. Yin Yunshan was somewhat taken aback to see Gu Xinshi present. Why was Mr. Gu here? The first call from the kidnappers had gone to Gu Xinshi, indicating their intimate knowledge of the relationship between the Yin and Gu families. It was unclear who had leaked this information. Yin Muqing's tone was frosty. Yin Yunshan felt a pang of guilt. Could this kidnapping be a consequence of his public announcement regarding the union of their families at his younger son's birthday banquet? However, The guests present at the banquet were unlikely to be foolish enough to kidnap the young master of the Yin family. Who were the kidnappers? Had they been dealt with? They were infatuated members of the Yin family, the same individuals who had previously attempted to assassinate you. They had hidden in plain sight beside Yin, simultaneously engaging in a romance with the youngest son of the Yin family. Now, in pursuit of vengeance for their lover, they had resorted to kidnapping a close friend. What a tragically poetic love story. Yin Yunshan's expression darkened. Had the Yin family not made any statement? Well, they should be making a move soon. Perhaps the youngest son of the Yin family would meet with a fatal accident, or perhaps he would drown while swimming. If it were simpler still, he might just succumb to cardiac arrest. Very well, Gu Xinshi and I have matters to discuss. We will return to see Yin once his surgery is complete. Yin Muqing signaled for Gu Xinshi to follow. Gu Xinshi replied, Uncle Yin, Mrs. Yang, we will visit Yin later. Yang Xuanjin suddenly interjected, let Bai Li stay. I have some questions for him. Bai Li was taken aback. Yin Muqing halted his steps, pondering what this simpleton could possibly know. Bai Li protested. He would not agree with that. He is certainly not foolish. Yang Xuanjin, undeterred by the refusal, lightly raised an eyebrow toward her husband. I wish to inquire about the details of this kidnapping. After all, Yin is my son. Yin Yunshan, catching the signal, quickly assumed the role of mediator. Ahem, I have some questions for Bai Li as well. Sensing the need to assert authority, he adopted a serious expression. You, rascal. Never report back after handling matters. Is it not permissible for me to ask? Yin Muqing hesitated. Chapter 59. Between friends, if Muqing wishes to prevent Bai Li from staying. I can always find time to visit you. Yang Xuanjin rubbed his shoulders, seemingly reluctant. Yin Muqing immediately instructed, leave it to Bai Li. After saying this, he walked away with an expressionless face. Gu Xinshi, perplexed, followed suit. Yang Xuanjin cast a light glance at Yin Muqing's retreating figure, his eyes lowering. How adorable. Yin Muqing hastened to the elevator, pressing the up button with force. 3 seconds later, the elevator doors opened silently, a testament to its exquisite design. The cold metallic walls reflecting the tall frame of the Alpha. Stepping inside, Yin Muqing turned to face Gu Xinshi, saying, why are you just standing there? Come in. Gu Xinshi froze, his raised leg pausing in midair before descending without hesitation, taking his place to the right of Yin Muqing. Cautiously, he inquired, are you angry? Yin Muqing ignored him. Gu Xinshi pressed on, what are we discussing? Yin Muqing furrowed his brows. Discussing what? I forgot. The interruption from Yang Xuanjin had left him flustered. As the elevator halted and the doors opened, Yin Muqing stepped out first. The entire floor was deserted except for the two of them. Approaching a door, Yin Muqing unlocked it with his fingerprint, gesturing for Gu Xinshi to enter. This was his private suite, where he had rested the previous night after Yin Yunshan's injury and hospitalization. The two settled on the sofa in the living room, each lost in thought. Yin Muqing attempted to recall what he needed to discuss with Gu Xinshi. Sometimes, once a person forgets their original intent, it becomes increasingly elusive, and the more one thinks, the more it slips away. As time passed, his expression grew more agitated. Observing this, Gu Xinshi endeavored to assist him in recollection. Surely, it must pertain to recent events. Something concerning both of them. Was it about Yin? No. Yin Muqing shot him a glare. What does Yin have to do with me? Oh, never mind. I must have guessed wrong. Gu Xinshi acquiesced. Was it something from yesterday? He asked again. Yesterday? Yin Muqing sat up straight, yes. It was about yesterday, the matter at the Withered Leaf Manor. Finally, clarity dawned on him, and his expression visibly softened. The fox invited you to a banquet on Thursday, correct? When the time comes, you will attend, and I will find a way to infiltrate and gather evidence. Seeing Gu Xinshi staring blankly at him, Yin Muqing felt a twinge of confusion. What are you looking at me for? Didn't you say yourself that this matter cannot be delayed? The longer we wait, the more victims there will be. Why the days look now? Gu Xinshi, with a serious demeanor, remarked, you truly are a good person. Yin Muqing retorted, are you out of your mind? The victims are not held at Withered Leaf Manor, but rather elsewhere. That child from yesterday was fairly clever, possessing some key information regarding their captivity. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and results are expected by tomorrow. Gu Xinshi was taken aback. He had thought their collaboration had ceased after he had so disparagingly accused Yin Muqing. This was his assumption, and he had voiced it. Yin Muqing, with an unconcerned expression, replied, "What of it? I have never cared about others' opinions of me. Being overly concerned with how others perceive oneself is merely self-consuming, though I must admit, I was indeed quite angry at the time." Alpha cast a fleeting glance at him. The anger that had once flickered in his eyes had long dissipated, leaving only an ethereal silence. After all, I detest engaging in endeavors that yield no reward. However, Gu Xinshi felt a pang of bitterness within. No one is truly indifferent to the opinions of others. A lack of concern merely indicates a disregard for the person expressing those opinions. Had Yin Muqing always been indifferent towards him? Weren't they friends? Friends should share their thoughts, he mused. I have long wished to inquire. Why do you often seem lost in thought when I am around? What occupies your mind? Initially, he believed that social interactions should maintain a certain distance, and thus refrain from asking. Yet, as their time together grew and their bond deepened, his curiosity ultimately prevailed. Despite appearing less distracted, Yin Muqing could invariably discern when his attention had wandered, much like a teacher recognizing when a student is daydreaming. Gu Xinshi snapped back to reality, realizing he could not articulate the pretentious musings swirling in his mind. In that moment, the chairman of the board, known for his eloquence in a marketplace, felt akin to a student caught off guard by a teacher, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Yin Muqing's inquiry was merely casual. His curiosity dissipated upon receiving no response, replaced by a simple smile. He can't possibly be thinking of anything nefarious, can he? Gu Xinshi thought he had evaded the topic, only for Yin Muqing to resurrect it after 2 minutes of silence in the room. It seemed that Yin Muqing relished teasing him, reveling in his mischievousness. Gu Xinshi resigned. Replied, "No." He sighed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps his penchant for teasing was, in fact, a sign of concern. The warm sunlight streamed through the pristine glass, illuminating the vase on the coffee table. The glass vase refracted a spectrum of colors under the radiant light. In this serene afternoon, Yin Muqing commenced his whimsical chatter. "Do you have a partner?" "I don't believe so." "Oh right, you're to be engaged to Yin Chen. You certainly must be unattached. How could someone as noble as Chairman Gu possibly juggle 2 relationships?" He laughed. "Aren't you working?" Yin Muqing posed another thought-provoking question. "If there are significant decisions, my secretary will inform me. Otherwise, the senior management handles it." "How fortunate," Yin Muqing remarked wistfully. "What do you mean?" Gu Xinshi inquired, perplexed. "What a leisurely job you have. I truly envy you." Once having envied Yin Muqing's freedom from rigid work hours, Gu Xinshi replied, "Yes, I feel the same." As time slipped by, the sunlight shifted, illuminating only a corner of the vase. "What about you? Do you have a partner?" Gu Xinshi suddenly asked. Yin Muqing's gaze shifted from the dazzling reflections on the table to Gu Xinshi's face. He was about to speak when a knock interrupted. He raised an eyebrow, stood, and strode to the door, opening it. Bailey stood there, beaming with pride. "Young master, the young master has awakened. The head of the family requests that you and Chairman Gu come downstairs." Yin Muqing leaned against the doorframe, looking down at him. "What did Uncle Yang ask you?" He inquired about the reasons and details surrounding the young master's abduction. "I shared everything I knew. No secrets withheld, no detail spared. The head of the family even praised my thoroughness." "Oh, you can use idioms now? Did he really only ask those questions?" "Indeed." "Very well." Yin Muqing stood upright, slightly tilting his body. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Gu Xinshi seated on the sofa. Upon noticing his gaze, Gu Xinshi rose and approached him. Chapter 60. Why is everyone biased towards brother? "Let us go," Gu Xinshi said, adjusting his attire as he halted at the door, locking eyes with Yin Muqing. For a fleeting moment, Yin Muqing fell silent, feeling an uncanny familiarity with Gu Xinshi's stance. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. Wasn't this the very posture of the newlywed couple in Baile's ludicrous Mary Sue drama? A servant arrived to summon the young master and mistress downstairs for dinner. The young master turned to his wife, who had just finished her grooming. Noticing her husband's gaze, she stood, linked her arm with his, and gently uttered, "Let us go." Among the servants, Eldest young master, Madame Gu? Yin Muqing suppressed a laugh, discreetly rubbing his nose. It's nothing. Let us proceed. They were off to face the challenges posed by the malevolent in-laws below. However, there were no dramatic antagonists awaiting them downstairs, only a distraught Omega. Yin lay on the hospital bed, tears streaming down his cheeks. A scene that could have been poetic marred by his intermittent cries of anguish. Yin Yinshan was jolted by the outbursts. Initially, he had felt a flicker of anger at his youngest son's reckless behavior, but the habitual affection he held for him eclipsed that momentary irritation. Seeing his son in such torment, his heart swelled with paternal concern. What troubles you, Yichen? What does it hurt? The doctor had assured him that there was merely a shallow wound on his leg, and given the lingering effects of the anesthetic, there should be no pain. Yet, Yichen remained silent, tears continuing to flow. The doctor's ominous words about possible amputation lingered in his memory, and upon awakening to the numbness in his leg, he felt as if those words had come to fruition. He lacked the courage to even lift the blanket to inspect the damage. The cautious attempts of his family to console him only deepened his anguish. Yang Xuanjin sat across from the bed, his usual gentle demeanor replaced by a cold expression. When Yichen looked up to see his father's indifferent face, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in despair. Why, when I am in such a dire state, do you not offer comfort? Why do you look so fierce? Yin Muqing pushed the door open and was taken aback to find Yichen in tears. He initially assumed his brother was weeping due to Yin Yinshan's reprimand. After all, if what Baili had said was true, and Yin Yinshan had uncovered the details of the abduction, it would not be difficult to infer Yichen's true role in that perilous scenario. Merely placing himself in danger was sufficient grounds for them to berate him mercilessly. It's all your fault. Why didn't you save me sooner? Was it intentional? Are you satisfied with how I am now? Yichen's eyes blazed with fury as he confronted his brother, as if he were facing an enemy. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to be so audacious. But with Yin Yinshan and Yang Xuanjin present, Yin Muqing refrained from retaliating. Gu Xinshi, having overheard the exchange from outside, entered with a frown. Is this how you perceive the situation? Your brother risked his safety to save you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you choose to blame him? Yichen never anticipated his presence, and he inadvertently stumbled upon the scene of his wrath, blood surging through his veins, his face flushed with embarrassment. You're my boyfriend. Why do you defend him? Perhaps the anesthetic had clouded his judgment, as Yichen retorted once more. Yichen, how can you speak like that? Yin Yinshan's expression darkened. This child, perhaps he is frightened, uttering nonsense. He is not usually like this. An awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. Gu Xinshi was taken aback by Yichen's unpleasant demeanor. The once shy and playful Omega he remembered had been replaced by an unreasonable little tyrant, which left him feeling somewhat repulsed. However, bound by his status, he felt unqualified to reprimand Yichen, though he could not bear the slander directed at Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing appeared to be an indifferent spectator, having remained silent since his arrival. The once eloquent young master, Yin now resembled a pitiful laborer, marginalized and scorned, casting a look of derision upon the unfolding drama. Upon recognizing the pity in Gu Xinshi's eyes, a smile faded from his face, as if he had miscalculated. If Gu Xinshi was unwilling to marry Yichen, then when would this troublesome brat ever be married off to plague others? Yin Muqing felt compelled to say something to shift the tide. Yet he found himself unable to utter such insincere words. Thus, he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to speak, his demeanor becoming crucial evidence of his distress in Gu Xinshi's eyes, which only deepened Gu Xinshi's sympathy. Yin Muqing felt numb. His visit to see Yichen was merely procedural. After witnessing the scene, he departed without lingering. The hospital room was left with only Yin Yinshan and Yang Xuanjin to accompany their younger son. Yichen is here with me. You should rest, head of the family, Yang Xuanjin said, brushing her cold fingers across Yichen's forehead, which sent a shiver down his spine. It's fine. I will stay with him a while longer. Yin Yinshan replied, unfazed. Yang Xuanjin sighed. The doctor advised you not to overexert yourself. Have you forgotten? If Yichen recovers and you fall ill, Muqing will only worry. Having reached this point in the conversation, Yin Shan found it difficult to persist. He glanced at the bed, noting that Yin Chen had closed his eyes, and leaned down to plant a kiss on Yang Xuanjin's cheek, earning a playful glare from his petite wife. Then I shall take my leave. Do not tire yourself too much. Yi Chen's injury is minor. The nurses will take good care of him. Your presence is not required. After the door opened and then closed, Yang Xuanjin's expression shifted from bashful to somber. She bent down to pinch Yin Chen's ear, applying pressure with her fingers. I indulged you because of your youth and innocence, wanting you to grow up happily, yet I never anticipated you would develop such a reckless disposition. Yin Chen trembled, his lips quivering. Father, I was wrong. Wrong? In what regard? It is always the same. You merely express remorse verbally, but have you ever changed? Yang Xuanjin felt her anger flare upon hearing his plea for mercy. The unease in her heart was ignited by the recent words she had overheard. Bailey, the kidnapper, stated that if the young master did not sever his own hand, he would chop off the young master's foot. Fortunately, the young master displayed both courage and wit, engaging in a battle of wits with the kidnapper for 300 rounds, ultimately emerging victorious. Bai Li's humorous narrative stirred a tempest within his heart. The assassin was sent by Yin Chen, and the kidnapper was personally selected by him. It was one thing to harm Yin Shan, but to almost endanger Yin Muqing was intolerable. Did I bring you into this world just for you to oppose me so earnestly? Yang Xuanjin was filled with disappointment. It was one thing to playfully tease your brother, but how could you place him in such peril? Father, who is truly your biological son? Why do you treat him better than me? You are biased. Yin Chen felt utterly wronged. I am gravely injured, and you show no concern for me. Instead, you reprimand me. Yang Xuanjin's demeanor was cold. Is this what you call a grave injury? It's merely a knife wound. Even if you were to lose a limb, the Yin family could provide you with the finest prosthetics. You could marry an exceptional partner and live a life 100 times happier than an ordinary person. Her words pierced Yin Chen's heart like a needle, leaving him shattered. Was losing a limb merely the result of a knife wound? Bias. Chapter 61. 100 Ways to Please the Benefactor. After parting ways with Yin Muqing, Gu Xinshi received a call from his mother. The gentle tones of Gu's mother resonated in his ear. Son, I heard from Fong and that you've been on leave for some time. Why haven't you returned to the old residence? After clearing her throat, she continued, Your grandfather wishes for you to come back. He seems troubled these past few days and likely has something to discuss with you in person. Can you return tonight? Yes, Gu Xinshi replied promptly. I'll head over now. As he opened the car door and settled inside, just as he was about to start the engine, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Bai Li stealthily approaching. It seemed he was up to no good. Gu Xinshi redirected his gaze and said into the phone, Mom, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up. As he turned off the phone, the sleek black screen reflected in the car window. He glanced over, and there was Bai Li peering through the window with squinted eyes. The glass slowly lowered, revealing Bai Li's somewhat dazed face. Unfazed by being caught, Bai Li, accustomed to such antics, discreetly pulled a book from his pocket and thrust it into Gu Xinshi's hands. The book, with its pink cover adorned with red hearts, appeared decidedly improper. Gu Xinshi suppressed his wandering thoughts, admonishing himself not to judge a gentleman's intentions through the lens of a petty mind, and he seriously flipped the book to reveal its front. 100 Ways to Please the Benefactor. The red title shimmered with a golden glow, almost blinding him. The eldest son must be quite challenging to please, Bai Li remarked with the air of an experienced individual. Having been by his side for so many years, I've never seen him genuinely care for anyone. Recently, he has often abandoned me to seek you out, hasn't he? Indeed, Gu Xinshi replied. But what does this have to do with the book? Bai Li cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no familiar faces were present before leaning into the car window. Whispering in a breathy tone, You are an alpha. Engaging in such activities must be challenging, especially for a young master lacking experience. It is inevitable that you might feel discomfort. This book I self-published contains various positions, care techniques, and flirtation methods, ensuring the young master is well catered to while also providing you with comfort. Gu Xinshi was utterly taken aback, as if frozen in place, his mind shattering into fragments. With great difficulty, he managed to articulate, Have you misunderstood something? Bailey grinned mischievously. I am not blind. I have observed your interactions with the young master quite clearly. My interactions with Yin Muqing? Gu Xinshu thought. Indeed, Bailey cradled his heart with both hands, his eyes brimming with affection and instinctively protective gestures, which the young master must have noticed long ago. Otherwise, he would not allow Gu Xinshu to remain by his side for such an extended period. Gu Xinshu's heart raced, and he muttered, We are merely friends. Friends do not engage in such activities. You have already crossed that line. How can you still claim to be merely friends? Bai Li retorted, referencing the events that transpired in the unfinished building earlier that morning. Gu Xinshu felt a jolt of surprise, mistakenly believing Bai Li was alluding to that uncontrollable night in the rain. He had not anticipated that Yin Muqing would divulge such intimate matters to Bai Li. A pang of jealousy surged within him. The bond between Bai Li and Yin Muqing was indeed extraordinary, allowing for such private information to be shared. The memories of that rainy night flooded back. He had held Yin Muqing in his arms, savoring tender kisses, lost in the moment. Yet, as Dr. Smith had stated, their connection was merely one of soulmates, devoid of love. Was it truly so? A voice echoed within him, questioning, if you do not harbor feelings for him, why you consistently seek his closeness? Why? Bai Li fanned the flames further. Let me ask you, do you miss my young master when he is absent? Yes. Do you care deeply for him? Yes. Do you feel envious when you see him close to others? Yes, he replied, his hand instinctively clenching into a fist. Noticing Gu Xinshu's silence, Bai Li slowly concluded, if all three are true, then congratulations, you do not merely like him, you love him. A surge of warmth flooded Gu Xinshu's body, turning his face as red as a boiled shrimp. I love Yin Muqing, he muttered to himself. Indeed, Bai Li nodded with an air of pride. My young master possesses not only striking looks, but also an impressive physique and a distinguished lineage, beauty and intelligence combined. It is only natural to fall for him. Bai Li, in his delight, pondered the situation. However, he felt a twinge of concern. It seemed that Mr. Gu was deeply infatuated with the young master, while the young master had yet to reach the point of love for Mr. Gu. He hoped Mr. Gu would diligently study 100 ways to please your benefactor to swiftly transcend the role of a lover and become the true Mrs. Yin. Suddenly, a hand reached in from behind, grasping the nape of Bai Li's collar and pulling him out. Light rushed into the car as Bai Li departed, only to be engulfed in shadows again with the arrival of another figure. Yin Muqing, suspicious, bent down and tilted his head to peer inside the vehicle, only to find Gu Xinshu's face flushed with embarrassment. The book, tinted in a hue inappropriate for public view, was swiftly concealed by Gu Xinshu into his clothing, pressed against his chest beneath his shirt. His heart thumped vigorously against the pages. What clandestine activities are you up to? Nothing. Gu Xinshu's gaze remained fixed ahead, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from Yin Muqing, which enveloped his left cheek through the air. He had always assumed it was due to the other's elevated body temperature. But to his astonishment, it was his own impure thoughts that caused this reaction. Yin Muqing narrowed his eyes, interrogating Bailey. Pray tell, what were you doing with your head in the car just now? Bailey's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together. It was nothing. I was merely greeting Mr. Gu. Is that how one greets someone? Yin Muqing retorted, leaning into the car window for a clearer view of Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi, you wouldn't be harboring any inappropriate thoughts, would you? Gu Xinshi's breath caught his throat. I am sincere. Yin Muqing slowly completed the thought. For Bailey, of course. Gu Xinshi, please do not say such nonsense. Bailey, wide-eyed with shock, exclaimed, Huh? Young master, you mustn't misunderstand. Mr. Gu could never have feelings for me. How could he dare? Why are you two so agitated? The sight of them sharing a secret stirred unease within Yin Muqing. After all, Bailey was his. So how had she allied with Gu Xinshi? Furrowing his brow, he seized Gu Xinshi's collar, threateningly stating, Keep your distance from Bailey. Gu Xinshi, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, You and Bailey share quite a close bond. Yin Muqing's frown deepened. What nonsense are you spouting? As an outsider, Bailey observed their mutual jealousy. uncertain whether to clarify to her young master that her relationship with Mr. Gu was innocent or vice versa. Thus, she opened her phone and typed into the search bar. The first query glaring back at her: what does it feel like to fall for someone? Bailey, feeling guilty, deleted her search history and entered a new phrase: how should outsiders mediate a couple's quarrel? Chapter 62. Do you really like him? Upon clicking search, numerous links appeared. Bailey opened the first link, quickly scanning it before silently exiting the browser and tossing her phone back in her pocket. The internet users were correct. Quarrels at the head of the bed often resolved by the foot. Outsiders should not interfere. Indeed, you have known Bailey since childhood. It is only natural for you to share a close relationship, Gu Xinshi murmured, lowering his head. Yin Muqing released his grip, rubbing his arms to quell the goosebumps, resolutely declaring, you are acting quite oddly. I merely— Gu Xinshi swallowed the remainder of his sentence. Is nothing. His thoughts were tangled, and with his head down, he muttered, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As he drove, he endeavored to rein in his wandering thoughts. Distractions while driving were perilous. For the sake of his own safety and that of others, he temporarily buried his feelings deep within. The vehicle gradually distanced itself from the city's clamor, the number of cars dwindling as the winding mountain road ascended. Gu Xinshi parked his car about a kilometer away from the Gu residence, where the verdant trees lining the road shielded him from the harsh sunlight, a gentle breeze wafting through the shade. Yet, his heart remained tumultuous. Did he truly harbor feelings for Yin Muqing? Gu Xinshi unlocked his phone, his fingers unconsciously gliding across the screen, seemingly uncertain about Bailey. Suddenly, a new message popped up. Tao Lin, hey, are you still alive? If so, just give a sign. It was then that Gu Xinshi remembered he had forgotten to reassure Tao Lin. Gu Xinshi, safe, smooth, resolved. Research Institute Laboratory. Upon receiving Gu Xinshi's reply, Tao Lin let out a sigh of relief. He had refrained from disturbing his friend that morning, fearing that Gu was engaged in some covert mission. The ringing of a message could potentially expose Gu Xinshi's location, and that would be a grave mistake. Just as he contemplated asking Gu Xinshi whether he had shared the details regarding the enigmatic alpha treatment, another message from Gu Xinshi arrived. Gu Xinshi, have you ever been in love? The typically calm and composed Dr. Tao Lin was taken aback, exclaiming loudly in the laboratory, startling a timid intern who inadvertently spilled a few drops of reagent. The anxious intern lamented, this is the culmination of my week's work. Tao Lin glanced at the data, his lips twitching as he muttered under his breath, look at your data. It has veered off to the Atlantic long ago. It should have been redone. Intern, really? Is it ruined? Oh no. Hearing Tao Lin's outburst, other researchers in the laboratory sensed the unfolding drama and quickly finished their tasks, eagerly gathering around Tao Lin. One researcher noticed his intern and casually asked, Xiao, what is wrong? The intern, with a face filled with despair and eyes brimming with innocence, was about to confess. Dr. Tao Lin, however, gallantly interjected, the child has been doing quite well. I accidentally bumped into his reagent and ruined his results. The researcher gritted his teeth. You've been in the lab for years. And this is the example you set for newcomers? Don't be upset. How about I treat you to some gossip? Watermelon or honeydew? No. Tao Lin shook his index finger with a gentle smile. Golden melon, the golden fruit of the benefactor. Seated in the center, Tao Lin was surrounded by a throng of white coats, each offering suggestions. Rapidly tapping on the screen, he responded to Gu Xinshi. Tao Lin, yes, I have. What of it? Gu Xinshi, how do you know if you truly like someone? Tao Lin adjusted his goggles, pondering alongside his advisors. Who among us has experienced this? How should I respond? I'll take the lead. When you like someone, you desire to be close to them, to protect them, to kiss them. Oh, you actually have experience? Of course. In my school days, I was quite the figure. Tao Lin relayed this to Gu Xinshi, but received no reply. A nurse nearby, indulging in the gossip, felt a flutter of excitement as Gu Xinshi remained silent. She bashfully suggested, why don't you directly ask Mr. Gu if he has someone he likes? He asked quite forthright. Tao Lin, do you have someone you like? The response was instantaneous. A chorus of gasps erupted in the laboratory, the thrill of juicy news echoing in the air. Mr. Gu is the first one among us to find love. Yet, Tao Lin shook his head with an air of mystery. Ah, is that not the case? The nurse inquired, perplexed. A researcher gently tapped her shoulder, speaking with earnestness. Having a crush does not necessarily mean the affection is reciprocated. One must admit, those who conduct experiments are indeed meticulous. It appears that little Xiao, the researcher, harbors a tale of her own. The other researchers, akin to curious onlookers, gazed at her with gleaming eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Tao Lin slipped out of the laboratory and hastily made his way to the lounge. "What is going on with you?" he inquired. "So, Gu Xinshi, is it love at first sight or a gradual affection?" The chat box displayed that the other party was typing. After 2 minutes had passed, the typing continued, prompting Dr. Tao Lin to pace anxiously in the room. 5 minutes later, a lengthy message filled half the screen. Tao Lin couldn't help but chuckle. If it were an ordinary person with so much to express, they would likely choose to call. Yet, the other party opted to spend 5 minutes composing a message. And he could easily guess the reason. Shyness, genuine affection. A significant indicator of one's fondness for another is the bashful demeanor that surfaces when speaking of them. Even the most formidable of men reveal a hint of shyness when discussing their beloved with friends. This is the blissful essence that accompanies being in love. He earnestly read the lengthy message twice. I met him by chance, and through serendipity, we have crossed paths multiple times. He has saved me twice. All in all, we've known each other for 2 months. I simply think he is wonderful, like a little son, drawing me irresistibly closer. I wasn't aware that this was what it meant to like someone. Is it love at first sight or a deepening affection over time? I believe it is a blend of both. Recalling our first encounter, my heart races uncontrollably. I ought to be grateful for fate's arrangement. Tao Lin was taken aback by this message. He hadn't expected the seemingly simple and rigid individual to express such eloquent sentiments. A smile of amusement crept onto his face. You should send him this message. I guarantee your confession will be successful. Gu Xinshi lowered his gaze. These words were ones he could only share with Tao Lin. Confession? The timing was not right. If he were to confess to Yin Muqing now, he would likely be met with violent disbelief. The mere thought of her astonished expression made a smile subtly tug at his lips. Yin Muqing might very well break both his legs. The happiness of love radiated from him, encompassing him entirely. Having never been in a relationship before, he found himself smitten for the first time, awakened to his feelings by an outsider. He was even uncertain whether this person was single. Was Yin Muqing truly single? Gu Xinshi's smile abruptly vanished. He had asked her once, but was interrupted by Bai Li. Yin Muqing had not provided him with an answer. So, was she single or not? If not, what was he to do? Surely she is single. Gu Xinshi murmured to himself. I have never seen her with anyone else. If she were, Bai Li would not have lent me that book. His heavy heart lightened once more. He settled into his car and opened the pink, whimsical book. Chapter 1. Secrets of AA, teaching you the 5 positions that yield the most pleasure. 5 minutes later, Gu Xinshi, blushing, tucked the book back into his clothing and drove back to the Gu residence. The butler had been waiting at the entrance of the main residence. Upon the arrival of Gu Xinsong's vehicle, he promptly approached to assist with the luggage. No need, Gu Xinsong replied. This return was a spontaneous decision. And I have no luggage. The butler reassured him, that's quite all right. Your previous clothes are still here and can be worn. As Gu Xinsong entered, he noticed his mother, who was sipping coffee. She paused, her slender fingers gripping the cup, and turned her gaze upstairs. Not seeing anyone, she set her cup down and beckoned him over. So, come here. Gu Xinsong walked over and settled into the sofa opposite her. Mother, he greeted. Covering her face with her hand, Gu's mother inquired softly. How had you been getting along with the younger son of the Yin family? A heaviness settled in Gu Xinsong's heart. According to his grandfather's original plan, he was to spend time with Yin Chen to establish an emotional foundation before their engagement. The impending marriage felt like a shackle, constraining him in his emotional life and obscuring his true feelings. However, he had already developed affections for someone else and felt a strong aversion to a loveless union. Furrowing his brow, he replied candidly. He is well, but we are not suited. I have no feelings for him." His mother was momentarily taken aback by his words, then burst into laughter. "It's all right, my dear son. I never had high hopes for this match anyway. In this day and age, how can we still entertain arranged marriages? I shall speak with your grandfather shortly." Gu's mother felt a sense of relief. Her son had finally learned to stand up for himself. "I will talk to grandfather myself," Gu Xinshi said, feeling reassured by his mother's support. "And grandfather?" he inquired. "He's in the garden watering the orchids, though he has already killed several pots," she replied. Upon mentioning the elder, a frown crossed her face. She noted that he had suddenly decided to stay at the old residence for a few days about a week ago. While they were surprised, they welcomed him. However, during this week, he had appeared troubled and had remained tight-lipped, spending his days watering plants, resulting in the demise of several endangered orchids. She wasn't particularly concerned about the flowers, but rather worried about the elder's health. He often bottled up his troubles, not wanting the younger generation to worry, but this only served to exacerbate their concern. Gu Xinshi rose from his seat. "I'll go find grandfather." "All right. Be sure to speak with him kindly and avoid any arguments. After all, he's older and values his dignity," she advised. Gu Xinshi smiled in agreement. As autumn approached, the weather still bore traces of summer's warmth, creating a rather sultry atmosphere. The evening glow cast a golden hue over the glazed tiles, resembling scattered gold dust. Gu's grandfather reclined on a bamboo chair in the pavilion, leisurely fanning himself. The pavilion bordered a stream, where a stout red maple tree leaned over, its branches casting shade upon the water, while a few stray leaves floated downstream. Gu Xinshi crossed the bridge, feeling the leaves brush against his clothing. Without opening his eyes, his grandfather recognized him by the sound of his footsteps. "When did you return?" he asked. "Just now," Gu Xinshi replied. Hearing this, his grandfather opened his eyes and propped himself up with his arm. Gu Xinshi stepped forward to assist him in sitting upright. The elderly man gently patted his shoulder, a look of contentment gracing his face. "You have been spending time with that boy from the Yin family for a while now, haven't you?" "Indeed. It has been some time," Gu Xinshi replied, initially intending to align with the old man's words and subtly express their incompatibility. "Then let us proceed with an engagement." Gu Xinshi's head snapped up, the words of refusal poised at his lips. "The old man spoke with a calm demeanor a few days ago during my medical checkup. The doctor informed me that my time is limited. I wish to witness your marriage while I still possess some vitality. It would fulfill a long-held desire of mine." His seemingly mundane statement struck Gu Xinshi like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. The refusal to the engagement lodged in his throat, stifling him. Could the doctor have misdiagnosed? He wondered, recalling that his recent health assessments had not been alarming. After decades of service as a military physician, could he truly err? The old man's tone bore a hint of mirth, as if he were not the one facing the specter of death. Even a most skilled can falter. "I shall accompany you for another examination," Gu Xinshi offered. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "No need for further tests. I have undergone many already. What I desire now is for you to hasten the engagement. Who knows, perhaps my spirits will lift, and I might enjoy a few more years." Engagement? Gu Xinshi felt a lump in his throat, the resolve he had built beginning to waver. The clear reflection of the cloud-streaked sky in the stream reminded him of Yin Muqing's newly changed avatar, perhaps capturing that very sky. Yin Muqing frequently updated her profile picture, each time showcasing different clouds, as if she were already embracing a leisurely retirement. He resolved within himself. Very well. The old man's rigid back relaxed slightly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, granting him a long-lost sense of ease. He had noticed Gu Xinshi's internal struggle, but he believed that being born into the Gu family, as the eldest grandson, came with responsibilities that must be shouldered. The promises made decades prior must be fulfilled. Let us select an auspicious date for the engagement, given the age difference. The younger one may lack focus and be easily swayed by external temptations. "We must be cautious lest someone else whisk them away," the old man implied. Gu Xinshi sighed, reflecting that it was not Yin Chen who was at risk of being taken away. Rather, it was he who had been tempted by outside influences. "Very well. With a plan forming in his mind, Gu Xinshi no longer resisted the facade of pretense. After all, marriage to Yin was out of the question for him. He even found himself inquiring about the Yin family's stance on the engagement. The old man squinted. Isn't it a coincidence? I wish for your engagement to proceed swiftly. And it seems the Yin family shares the same sentiment. Just this afternoon, I casually mentioned it to their representative, and they readily agreed. And Yin-Chen's opinion? Has there been any word from her? Gu Xinshi pressed. The Yin family was the one initiating this arrangement. If Yin opposed it, the engagement would be doomed from the outset. You dote on her even before the wedding, the old man remarked. If she does not favor me. Gu Xinshi began, but was interrupted. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. What does a child know? The old man dismissed, unconcerned. Chapter 64. Happiness or not concern for her son. Mother Gu paced anxiously in the hall, her movements dizzying. Eventually fatigued, she paused beside a jasmine plant, her fingers unconsciously plucking its leaves. The maid remarked, Madam, this is your favorite pot. Mother Gu, momentarily bewildered, replied, it's going to be bare. Upon glancing down at the ground and then at the tree, she realized she had plucked most of the jasmine flowers, leaving a scattering of leaves, while still clutching a branch in her hand. Observing the maid's innocent expression, she sheepishly added, it will be fine, just let it grow. A little trimming now, and then helps it flourish. The maid smiled in agreement indeed. Footsteps echoed from outside, and as Mother Gu leaned to look, she saw her son approaching. She hurriedly handed the branch to the maid, instructing her to place it in the vase on the tea table, before rushing to the door, her skirts rustling. With a smile on her face, Mother Gu greeted son. Did you speak with Grandpa? Was everything made clear? What was his reaction? He asked not well. I'll consult the doctor first, Gu Xinshi replied, avoiding a direct answer. However, Mother Gu understood, and her smile gradually faded, replaced by visible sadness and frustration. No matter how ill your grandfather may be, your happiness must not be sacrificed. I absolutely cannot agree to this. You are my son, and I will decide who you marry. The pent-up grievances within her seemed to burst forth. If you liked him, that would be one thing, two joys in one. But if you do not, then what is this? If the old master of the Yin family were still alive, he would have long forgotten this agreement. It is your grandfather who stubbornly clings to outdated notions with alarming tenacity. Gu Xinshi gently urged Mother Gu to sit down, reassuring her, Mother, do not worry, I will not marry him. Startled, Mother Gu paused and wiping her tears, you didn't agree to marry him? I did agree, he replied. Confusion clouded Mother Gu's face. You agreed, yet you say you want to marry him? Isn't that contradictory? Seeing her puzzlement, Gu Xinshi did not keep her in suspense. Who said agreeing means I must comply? I will first pacify Grandpa, and later I will annul the engagement. Mother Gu's expression turned troubled. But isn't that deceiving that Omega from the Yin family? That child is innocent as well. Though she felt for her son, she held firm principles. Her son was precious, but so was another's. If Gu Xinshi sacrificed another for his own sake, how is that any different from the old Master Gu? Anticipating her thoughts, Gu Xinshi reassured her, I will make things clear to him. I will not deceive him. That is good. You must not take advantage of your seniority to bully him. A weight lifted from Mother Gu's heart, only to return as she recalled her son's earlier mention of Grandpa as poor health. Connecting it to the old man's recent unusual behaviors, her face paled. Your grandfather. He did not elaborate. I need to contact the doctor for more information. Gu Xinshi pulled out his phone and found the number for Grandpa Gu's family doctor, which was quickly answered. Mr. Gu, Dr. Wang, I would like to inquire about my grandfather's health condition. A sigh escaped from the opposite side, the voice tinged with a hint of age and regret. Old Master Gu suffers from a heart ailment, compounded by long-standing health issues. His organs are gradually failing, and I advised hospitalization, but he vehemently refused and instructed me not to inform you. In his youth, Old Master Gu had marched into battle, accumulating numerous injuries. While he was strong in his younger days, he disregarded minor pains and injuries, leading to an accumulation of ailments. Now, as age has taken its toll, these old wounds have surged forth like a flood unleashed. A heart ailment? Madame Gu's eyes widened slightly. The doctor across from her nodded in response to her voice. Indeed. Madame Gu, If you are aware of the nature of old Master Gu's heart ailment, you may address it, which could alleviate his physical decline. Madame Gu's hands trembled. If what the doctor said was true, then the heart ailment referred to this marriage engagement. Would her son be able to annul it? Gu Xinshi shared the same concerns, but remained relatively composed, asking the doctor a few more questions regarding precautions before hanging up the phone. The sound of a car horn echoed from outside. It was Mr. Gu returning from work. Both remained silent, instinctively gazing towards the door. Mr. Gu strolled leisurely into the hall, only to be startled by the intense gazes of the two, nearly losing his footing. Why is Xinshi back? Madame Gu, still agitated, spoke with a tone that left little room for misunderstandings. What? Is the commander not welcoming my son? How could that be? Of course, I welcome him, Mr. Gu replied, affectionately squeezing Madame Gu's hand. Since our son has returned, he should stay for another day. Ideally, he should leave by tomorrow. Madame Gu shook off his hand and relayed the doctor's words to him. Isn't this quite simple? Since old Master Gu has a heart ailment, we should hasten the engagement to bring him joy. If we delay, he will feel as if this matter is unresolved. Madame Gu gritted her teeth. Engagement. All you think about is engagement. Have you even asked your son whether he likes the girl, and if he is willing to get engaged? Mr. Gu was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Noticing their grave expressions, he realized the situation was not as he had imagined. Recalling old Master Gu's earlier words, he felt the matter had become rather complicated. The head of the Yin family was equally enthusiastic about this engagement, making it evident that approaching him for a resolution would be futile. Xinshi, what are your thoughts? I wish to hear your opinion. I need to assess Yin Chen's attitude first. He intended to be forthright with Yin Chen, expressing that he held no feelings for him, and hoped to negotiate a false marriage in exchange for compensatory benefits. If Yin Chen was also dissatisfied with the arrangement, that would be ideal. At Luowa Hospital, Yin Chen lay on the hospital bed in a daze, disregarding the inquiries from doctors and nurses, wallowing in self-pity with his eyes half open, embodying a demeanor of having seen through the world. The nurse whispered softly, "Have we gone too far?" The doctor responded equally quietly. Has he not realized that his legs are still there? Perhaps he has not dared to lift the blanket? Both the doctor and nurse simultaneously arrived at this possibility, feeling somewhat embarrassed as the nurse cleared her throat. With a standard smile, I approached the young master to inquire about the progress of his leg injury. Before my hand could even touch the blanket, I was met with a piercing glare from him. "Leave," he commanded. All right, please do not be angry." The nurse closed the door, exchanging glances with the doctor outside. "What should we do?" one asked. "How would I know?" replied the other. "The elder master will visit tomorrow. We can address this matter directly with him. We fear that prolonged silence may weigh heavily on the young master's mind." Agreed, then. Once the others had departed, Yin Chen sat up, feeling a mix of grievance and loneliness. No one came to see him, and his father was upset with him, ignoring his presence. Despite being his father's biological son, it seemed that his brother received all the affection. A gentle knock resonated on the door, followed by the turning of the doorknob, revealing none other than Yin Yanshan. Yin Yanshan appeared to be in good spirits, the wrinkles on his face deepening with a smile. "Chen, in a few days, you shall be engaged to that lad from the Gu family. How do you feel about that?" Chapter 65, Discontent. Upon hearing this, Yin Chen trembled. Disbelief etched across his features. "Who agreed to this? I do not consent to the engagement. I do not like him. Did anyone bother to ask for my opinion?" Clenching his fists, he pounded on the soft blanket, causing the air within to emit a series of muffled thuds. Yin Yanshan dismissed his son's rebellion with a wave. After all, children often sought to demand respect from their parents during their rebellious phase. Gu Xinshi is an exceptional individual. He is undoubtedly a suitable match. Yin Yanshan could not fathom why his younger son was so agitated. There was no one better than Gu Xinshi to be found. "I still refuse. I do not like him." They had barely spent any time together, only slightly more familiar than strangers. While he acknowledged that the other was tall and handsome, there were many such individuals in the world. Moreover, Gu Xinshi was a rather old-fashioned character. He had never once reached out to Yin Chen, and when Yin Chen mustered the courage to contact him, he was met with rejection. What kind of husband was that? One who was unwanted. Marriage has always been a matter for parents to decide. This is not a child's game. I would never do you harm. Without hesitation, Yin Muqing retorted. Did you seek my grandfather's approval when you married my father? You little rascal. What about my brother? Is he to heed your words as well? Would you dare to allow someone he dislikes to cross his threshold? Would you presume to decide his marriage? Having been spoiled since childhood, Yin Muqing could not tolerate such indignities. His words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Yin Muqing momentarily speechless. Oomph. Do you dare? You would tea. You are merely bullying me. He pouted, feeling wronged. Yin Muqing, feeling a headache coming on, replied, What nonsense are you spouting? This is not the same. Your brother does not require my concerns, but you? If I were to neglect your affairs, who knows what trouble you would find yourself in? Yin Muqing's eyes widened at this last statement, feeling even more aggrieved. In the past, his father had never spoken to him so harshly. Now, it felt as if he were being belittled. Father, I truly do not like him. I do not wish to be engaged. Yet, regardless of his forceful protests, Yin Muqing resorted to his usual charm. He hoped that his father would, as in times past, appear stern on the surface, yet relent to his every whim upon the slightest display of affection. However, this time, he was evidently destined for disappointment. Yin Muqing ruffled his hair, his words leaving no room for dissent. Spending more time together would cultivate feelings. Although you may not like him now, you will in the future. This matter concerns not just the two of you, but also the two families involved. You must be understanding. Yin Muqing fell silent, aware that he could no longer sway the other's opinion. This was a foregone conclusion. Inwardly, he scoffed at the notion that two powerful families would sacrifice the happiness of their children for the sake of consolidation. After Yin Muqing departed, the room succumbed to silence as the daylight gradually faded. He did not turn on the lights. The glow from his phone screen merely illuminated his face. Yin Muqing scrolled to Gu Xinshi's profile, still a lifeless black block, mirroring the other's attitude towards him, utterly bleak. After all, he was the young master of the Yin family. He had no need to placate others. Regardless of the Gu family's prowess, he was not inferior. Mr. Gu, I harbor no affection for you, and I do not wish to become engaged. At the Gu family residence, it was dinner time, and the old master Gu rarely dined with everyone. Gu Ran jested, Father, is there some joyous occasion today? You have graced us with your esteemed presence. The old master glanced at her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, there is a joyful event. Gu Ran's casual remark unexpectedly hit the mark. Oh, what joyous occasion? I am unaware. Do enlighten me. The elder Gu coughed slightly, discreetly observing the mother-son duo, who both had their heads bowed, their expressions inscrutable. In a calm tone, the old master announced, Your elder nephew is to be engaged. Gu Ran's eyes swept over Gu Xinshi, and upon seeing his perfectly composed smile, she realized he was not pleased. In a bid to defend him, she half-jokingly remarked, Is it that boy from the Yin family? Isn't he merely a year older than Xiao? Why the rush to get engaged? Better to settle it early, lest he be whisked away by someone else. Just as Gu Ran intended to say more, her elder brother signaled her to cease. Hearing his name, Li Xiao thought it was time to express his opinion. Clearing his throat while still clad in his school uniform, he stated, I believe my mother is right. We are still quite young, and I certainly will not be getting engaged this early. The elder Gu chuckled. Xiao, at what age do you envision your engagement? Li Xiao inadvertently shifted the focus onto himself, hesitating slightly under the elder Gu's scrutiny. Perhaps after graduating from university. I believe that education should take precedence. This statement elicited laughter from all present, especially from Gu Ran, who laughed the loudest, saying, All right, I'll remember your words. When you find someone you like, don't come begging to me. A blush crept onto Li Xiao's face. Indeed, parents could be most exasperating. Gu Xinshi also laughed, recalling his own past, when he too had been resolute, only to fall headlong in a love and find it impossible to extricate himself. Yet he could not bear to escape. Li Xiao pouted, Brother, do you fancy that Omega? Why do you ask? Before the esteemed Mr. Gu Xinshi refrained from speaking too much. The couples in our class, enamored with each other, were conspicuously evident, as if they were perpetually immersed in a honeyed atmosphere, exuding the unmistakable scent of young love. I felt as if you lacked that essence. Li Ping could hardly suppress a laugh. Can you truly smell it? The scent of love? Or perhaps it's just the odor after your basketball game. That's impossible. Li Xiao retorted, clearly displeased. Indeed, adults could be rather intolerable. The meal concluded amidst laughter and joy. After dining, Gu Ran suggested a stroll in the garden to aid digestion. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Gu, in good spirits today, did not decline. Gu Xinshi lingered at the rear, maintaining a distance. The sky darkened, the daytime heat receding, a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. The streetlights, flanking the garden path, illuminated the ground, revealing a tapestry of colorful petals scattered across the pathway. Noticing Gu Xinshi lagging behind, Li Xiao turned back to see the adults ahead, paired off or doting on their children, suddenly feeling a pang of solitude for both himself and Gu Xinshi. Oh, wait, Gu Xinshi had a partner. He was the only solitary one. He stood beneath a peach tree, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor as he awaited Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi, uninterested in the stroll, merely wished to maintain the group's jovial mood, listlessly observing the closed blossoms in the garden. A notification chimed from his phone, and he paused, expecting it to be from Yin Muqing, only to find it was a message from Chen. Chapter 66. Agreement reached. Mr. Gu, I do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I wish to engage in an engagement with you. What thoughts crossed Gu Xinshi's mind upon reading this? He realized he was free to pursue someone else. It was as if a magnificent display of fireworks had erupted in his mind, illuminating his eyes with excitement. Gu Xinshi feigned calmness, still deliberating on his response when a second message arrived. Can you call off the engagement? My father does not consent to my withdrawing from it. This was anticipated. Many marriages among prominent Omega families were often predetermined, particularly when it was the Gu family extending the olive branch. Gu Xinshi raised his gaze, the path now deserted. The figures of Mr. Gu and the others vanished from sight. The light reflected off the marble pavement, casting a chilling glow. Instead of retracing his steps, he veered left into a dimly lit side path, where the visibility was poor, but fortunately, the distance was short. He hurried back to his room to explain things to Chen. A rustling sound emerged from the bushes. Li Xiao, who had just crouched to gather flowers, stood up, leaves clinging to his naturally curly hair, a look of confusion on his face. Where's my brother? He scanned the surroundings, finding no one. Only the chilling breeze replacing the warmth of the garden, now exuding a refreshing coolness. Li Xiao rubbed his arms and murmured to himself for courage. Perhaps my brother just passed by without me noticing, haha. Yet after a couple of chuckles, he found it difficult to maintain his mirth. Wait for me, brother. Unable to suppress his fear, he began to run. On the way, Gu Xinshi responded to the message. This matter is rather complex. I will elaborate in detail. Can we converse? The reply was swift. I do not wish to speak with you. Certainly. Let us engage in written discourse. Gu Xinshi returned to his chamber, contemplating his words. Our engagement stems from an agreement made by our elders. Now, both your father and my grandfather are fervently advocating for this union. Although I harbor no romantic feelings toward you, I wish to solicit your assistance due to my grandfather's health condition. Gu Xinshi elucidated the situation concerning the esteemed elder to Chen. Perhaps sincerity is indeed an unbeatable strategy, or perhaps Chen's youth imbued him with an innate compassion. Chen responded, What shall we do? Gu Xinshi replied, We could feign an engagement without the intent to marry. I shall provide you with ample benefits, during which time you may pursue romantic endeavors freely. You need only to perform for my grandfather. This could also serve as a form of resistance against arranged marriages. He pondered momentarily before sending a defiant emoji. The emoji was charming, striking a chord with Chen, invigorating him akin to a refreshing splash of energy. The use of the emoji bestowed upon Chen the illusion of camaraderie with his peers. Filled with fervor, Chen nearly raised his fist in exultation, proclaiming, Yes, let us collectively oppose feudalism and arranged marriages, championing the cause of romantic freedom. Long live love unbound. Moreover, this scenario felt as though it belonged solely within the pages of a novel. At this moment, Chen's youthful idealism reached its zenith, promising to be immensely entertaining. Gu Xinshi continued, "When you find a genuine partner, you may choose to reveal it at your discretion. This is merely an engagement. I shall ensure my grandfather's concerns are alleviated before the wedding feast." Yin Muqing's excitement surged as he envisioned introducing his true boyfriend to his parents, demonstrating that he would not be constrained by their expectations. The two forged an alliance on WeChat, solidifying their pact against feudalism and oppression through emojis and chat records, resolutely supporting the principle of romantic freedom. With fervent enthusiasm, Yin Muqing conversed with Gu Xinshi for half an hour, oblivious to Yang Xuanjin's arrival. It was only when the lights in the room flickered on that he extricated himself from his phone, hastily sending Gu Xinshi a farewell message. Yang Xuanjin stood at the foot of the bed, his expression unyielding. "I heard from your father that you are not fond of Gu Xinshi and are reluctant to engage." This remark doused Yin Muqing's buoyant spirits like a bucket of cold water. He replied nonchalantly, emboldened by the knowledge of his ally. Despite his irritation toward the other party, he understood that as his own son, there was a desire for him to willingly accept this match. "Yang Sunzen Siget, you are still young and inexperienced. In a couple of years, you will comprehend Gu Xinshi's merits. Were it not for the elder's insistence on that engagement, your father would likely not have been able to arrange a match with the Gu family. No matter how wealthy the Yin family may be, they belong to the business realm, whereas the Gu family is intertwined with the military and state. Setting aside the illustrious achievements of the elder, consider how much military power is wielded by the Gu family. The political sphere values connections based on social standing and strength, rarely aligning with merchants. Yin Muqing himself was not particularly distinguished, and securing a union with the Gu family's eldest grandson could be seen as an elevation in status. With a sweet smile, Yin Muqing responded, "Indeed, you are correct. I was foolish just now. Thank you, Father, for guiding me. I now understand what course of action to take." Yang Xuanjin was already feeling irritable, and upon hearing his enthusiastic agreement, she did not press further, merely adding, "You represent the Yin family, so do not bring disgrace upon your brother and father." Yin Muqing's silence did not faze Yang Xuanjin. It was merely a child throwing a tantrum. She forced a smile, attempting to comfort him. "Did you not always say that your brother does not care for you? Once you marry Gu Xinshi, you will become half the mistress of the Gu family, and at that point, you will be a support to your brother. Surely he will come to appreciate you." Yin Muqing pouted, resolutely refusing to win his brother's favor in such a manner. If his brother were to discover his reluctance to marry Gu Xinshi, he would never impose such a thing upon him. After Yang Xuanjing left, he remained in his room for 2 minutes, ensuring that no one would intrude upon his solitude. He retrieved his phone from under the covers, and, upon seeing Gu Xinshi's message telling him to sleep early, felt a surge of delight. His father and dad had both insisted that he was unworthy of Gu Xinshi, yet here was someone who actively sought him out for collaboration, standing against their presumptuous parents. How amusing. At the Gu residence, Gu Xinshi sat on a solitary sofa, grappling with an uncanny sense of reality. It was astonishing how effortlessly matters had resolved themselves. Truly, the adage "unity is strength" rang true. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted it was only 9 o'clock. His heart brimmed with joy, yet he had no outlet for it, nor anyone to share it with. His mind filled with thoughts of certain someone's carefree and spirited visage. On his phone, Yin Muqing's profile picture depicted a glimmering cloud, reminiscent of the enchanting sight he had witnessed in the evening. Gu Xinshi updated his avatar to a picture of the clouds taken that afternoon and sent a message to Yin Muqing. "Gu Xinshi, are you asleep?" Yin Muqing. What could be more irritating than a random disturbance? Yes, interrupting someone while they're working late. Yin Muqing had been exceedingly busy lately, engaged in business. Ammunition was a consumable, and the Yin family was inundated with orders from clients spanning the globe. Apart from the demands of war, there were also struggles among criminal syndicates and aristocratic armies. On the enormous television screen, news was being broadcast. The F country's rebels had instigated a coup yesterday, inadvertently demolishing a kindergarten, resulting in over 40 casualties among children, shocking the international community. During the press conference, F country's military commander, Fox, donned a white flower on his chest, his face etched with sorrow as he mourned the fallen children, declaring war on the rebels effective immediately. The news footage transitioned to the streets of F country, where tanks paved the way and troops marched forth, relentlessly advancing towards the rebel stronghold. The populace spontaneously provided the military with intelligence, unearthing the rebels' hiding places. Some even executed their own rebel husbands in the name of righteousness. The rebel leader, undeterred, openly provoked the government forces, vowing to overthrow the regime. F country had officially descended into civil war. Chapter 67. Truly embarrassing, Yin Muqing nearly forgot about the rebels in F country, as his focus had been solely on the F country's plans to invade its neighbor, completely overlooking the existence of the rebels. Primarily, the rebels were not particularly formidable, yet for reasons unknown, Fox had chosen to keep them around, perhaps hoping their eventual demise would hold greater value. Yin Muqing diverted his gaze from the television screen as Bailey awaited to report on the investigation into the Rose Fields. Gazing at the pile of documents on the desk, then at Gu Xinshi, who appeared utterly relaxed in slumber, was truly infuriating. Yin Muqing inquired, "Are you quite idle?" It was only then that he noticed the change in the other's avatar, from a pitch-black silhouette to a fluffy cloud, somewhat reminiscent of his own. With a hint of disdain, Yin Muqing mused, "Learning from others? How juvenile." Bailey stealthily approached, his 50-20 vision allowing him to immediately discern the glaring couple's avatars. Ah, Mr. Gu must have drawn inspiration from that book, adeptly catering to the whims of his benefactor. Bailey, cheeks flushed, felt that aligning with Quan Gue was indeed the wisest decision he had made this year. His covert efforts were bound to astonish everyone. Yet, why did the young master choose a cloud as his avatar? What could it signify? Bailey, young master, why is your avatar a cloud? As the personal bodyguard of the young master, there was nothing he dared not ask. The answer was unequivocally, nothing at all. Although Quan Gue occasionally hinted that he had misinterpreted the young master's intentions, Bailey remained unconvinced, given the time he had spent with the young master. How could he possibly be mistaken? Bailey lacked the awareness expected of a subordinate, and Yin Muqing felt it was his duty to instill some discipline, as this ruffian even dared to sneak a glance at his phone. Yet he indeed indulged him. Perhaps, he mused, the cloud was simply more pleasing to the eye. Ha, it matches Mr. Gu's avatar. How thoughtful of him. Yin Muqing paused in his examination of the documents, casting a curious glance his way before shaking his head. Gu Xinshi was the betrothed of Chen. He should focus his thoughts on Chen. Any efforts directed towards me would be futile. If Chen were to decline, I would not intervene in his matrimonial affairs. Yin Muqing's tone was frigid, advising against expressing such sentiments in front of Chen to avoid unnecessary complications. Feeling somewhat aggrieved after being reprimanded, Bailey pondered why. With just the two of them present in the room, there was anything that could not be said. How could the young master be so cautious around him? Yin Muqing tossed the documents aside and rubbed his temples. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. Gu Xinshi. And you? Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow, surprised that he dared to respond with him. The expansive desk was cluttered with documents, a result of Yin Muqing's earlier mishap. Bailey neatly reorganized the papers and set them aside. Normally, there wouldn't be such a multitude of matters requiring his attention, primarily because Yin Muqing was in the midst of relocating the headquarters to Country A. He had already acquired an entire office building, and construction on the factory was underway, with plans to transfer a batch of personnel before the policies in Country S shifted. Yin Muqing pushed against the floor with his feet, causing the chair to glide backward. He adjusted his position and casually snapped a photo of the desk, the lens slightly trembling, rendering the image somewhat blurry. After ensuring no confidential information was revealed, he sent it to Gu Xinshi. Yin Muqing, not quite comparable to Director Gu, who enjoys a leisurely lifestyle as a hands-off manager. Upon seeing the photograph, Gu Xinshi could scarcely believe his eyes, akin to a beggar unexpectedly receiving a generous donation, holding it in hand, unsure of how to respond. The photograph merely depicts an ordinary desk, revealing that Yin Muqing has just completed a portion of her paperwork, as her fountain pen remains uncapped. The documents on the left side appear untouched, and judging by their height, Gu Xinshi was taken aback to realize just how busy Yin Muqing truly is. A wave of guilt washed over him for interrupting her, prompting him to contemplate what he might do to assist her. However, he was soon captivated by another detail. In the lower left corner of the image, a hand emerged, sun-kissed in hue. Gu Xinshi squinted. This hand could not belong to Yin Muqing, whose own pale hands, likely due to a lack of sunlight, exuded a porcelain whiteness with a faint blush at the joints. Given Yin Muqing's close association with Bailey, it was not difficult for Gu Xinshi to deduce the identity of the hand. He suddenly pondered whether Yin Muqing still employed a personal bodyguard. Diligent individuals often reap unexpected rewards, and Gu Xinshi found a delightful surprise within this photograph. A metallic ornament graced the desk, its smooth, gleaming surface reflecting like a mirror, casting a clear image of Yin Muqing. She was clad in a light gray loungewear, barefoot and seated with one leg curled upon the chair and the other casually extended on the floor, evidently leaning back in a relaxed posture. The neckline of her loungewear was generously cut, revealing her elegant neck as she gazed down her phone screen, her lashes casting shadows over her eyes, exuding an aura of languor that seemed ready to spill beyond the confines of the screen. Gu Xinshi covered his mouth, feeling as if he were a boiled shrimp. His face and neck flushed, his heart racing almost uncontrollably. He sensed a warm rush in his nostrils, and in the next moment, droplets of blood fell onto the carpet, quickly seeping in. Frantically, he pressed his nose with his hands, hastily tearing off several tissues to staunch the flow, but to no avail. The bleeding persisted, and the tissues soon became soaked, leaving crimson stains upon his fingers. He carelessly discarded the tissues into the wastebasket and grabbed more to apply pressure. Recalling the method Yin Muqing had taught him, he tilted his head back and tapped his forehead, grimacing at the metallic tang in his nostrils. He felt a twinge of indignation. Would a typical alpha truly bleed from the nose over such an innocuous and unassuming photograph? Could it be that he suffered from some obscure blood disorder? Or perhaps his immune system was compromised due to a pheromone imbalance, resulting in a deficiency of platelets? His condition may have escalated. When Dr. Tao Lin received the message, he initially feared that Gu Xinshi had encountered a serious issue, as one would rarely message their doctor at such an hour. He promptly called Gu Xinshi, only to be met with an unexpected outcome. His call was abruptly ended. Even the usually affable Tao Lin felt a flicker of irritation, but it quickly dissipated upon receiving a new message from Gu Xinshi. Gu Xinshi, I had a nosebleed today. Twice. Tao Lin exhaled in relief. There was no correlation between pheromone imbalance and nosebleeds. He contemplated Gu Xinshi's enigmatic companion, forming a conjecture in his mind and responding without formalities. Tao Lin, if you think less about inappropriate matters, you might find yourself cured without treatment. Gu Xinshi, I am not contemplating inappropriate matters. Tao Lin, all right, then tell me under what circumstances you experienced a nosebleed. 2 minutes later, Gu Xinshi. The first time was when we locked eyes. He was staring at me. The second time occurred upon seeing his photograph. Tao Lin fell silent, doubting his own literacy, for how else could he fail to comprehend what Gu Xinshi was articulating? Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Tao Lin, was it a nude photo? Gu Xinshi, no. In a mere span of seconds, hope shattered into fragments. Tao Lin wore an expression of exasperation, questioning, what is the cause of your nosebleed? Are you that desperate? Tao Lin sent him a lengthy voice message, speaking earnestly. Mr. Gu, I recommend you brew some chrysanthemum tea to soothe your ardor. If you find yourself unable to act, perhaps you should utilize your right hand. Prolonged inaction may lead to potential erectile dysfunction. By the way, your current state is truly unbecoming of an alpha. Chapter 68. The pungent aroma of love. Gu Xinshi reclined on the sofa, murmuring to himself, do not blame me. Blame Yin Muqing for being irresistibly charming. The screen of his phone displayed their chat interface. 2 clouds positioned left and right were to be viewed by someone with an eye for aesthetics. They would likely surmise that these were 2 elderly retirees. However, to Gu Xinshi, the clouds concealed a blue sky, symbolizing daylight and embodying hope. Yin Muqing had not changed his profile picture instantly. Could this be a tacit approval? Time flew by swiftly. Before he realized it, it was already 10 o'clock. Gu Xinshi, reluctant to intrude further, sent a good night message. He set down his phone and rose to wash up in the bathroom. A couple of knocks resounded at the door, accompanied by Li Ziyao's tentative voice outside. Bro, are you in there? Gu Xinshi halted momentarily, then turned on his heel to open the door. The instant the door swung open, Li Ziyao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Bro, you emanate the scent of love. Gu Xinshi, Li Ziyao found it peculiar. They had not had such an aroma during their walk. His gaze darted around Gu Xinshi, and suddenly he leaned forward to peer into the room, his face alight with curiosity, muttering, You haven't hidden my future sister-in-law in here, have you? Where is she? I want to see her. I haven't met her yet. No. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Xinshi sighed in exasperation, stepping aside, inviting him to enter and see for himself if anyone else was present. Well then, I shan't hold back. Li Ziyao thrust a glass of freshly squeezed juice into Gu Xinshi's hands and dashed into the room. There was no one on the bed, no one behind the curtains, and not even in the bathroom. Undeterred, he opened the wardrobe, but it was empty too. At this point, Li Ziyao was truly perplexed. Gu Xinshi placed the juice on the table, allowing him to rummage through his room without obstruction, even offering suggestions. What about under the bed? Shouldn't you check there? Yes, you're quite experienced, bro. Li Ziyao genuinely knelt on the floor to look beneath the bed. Gu Xinshi approached from behind, chuckling as he asked, Did you find anyone? Li Ziyao stood up obediently, dusting off his hands, and replied earnestly, No. All right then, what brings you here? Gu Xinshi returned to the sofa. Li Ziyao was the type of person who only came uninvited when there was trouble, based on his experience. It was either a parent-teacher conference or a failing report card. Indeed, the boy with curly hair awkwardly edged beside him, eagerly offering to massage his legs. However, his height of over 6 feet paired with a sycophantic expression seemed reminiscent of a seasoned individual long assimilated by society. Stop, Gu Xinshi raised his hand, halting Li Ziyao's eager overtures. You are an alpha. Such childishness does not suit you. Speak plainly, and as long as it is within the bounds of the law. Everything is negotiable. Ah, I knew you cared for me the most. Li Ziyao retreated to the other side of the sofa, seizing the juice he had just brought, taking a generous sip and licking his lips. Our school is holding a sports meet tomorrow, but my parents are too busy to attend. Will you accompany me? Why would parents need to attend a student sports meet? Gu Xinshi inquired. To be spectators, Li Ziyao asserted with conviction, his expression solemn. Besides, you are on holiday now. Effectively an idle wanderer. You cannot remain unproductive. You must actively create value. I might not have time tomorrow. Gu Xinshi hesitated. Yin Muqing had mentioned that the investigation regarding the Rose Garden would yield results by tomorrow, and he was concerned that Li Ziyao might indeed need his assistance. Li Ziyao clasped his hands together, his tone pleading, Brother, I implore you, it is merely for the morning. If you have other commitments, you may leave at any time. Can you bear to see me all alone without parental support? Very well, Gu Xinshi conceded, finding the arrangement feasible. As long as he could deliver Li Ziyao to the school, he deemed it a task accomplished. With a confirmed response, Li Ziyao wore a mischievous expression, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Thank you, brother. Gu Xinshi couldn't shake off the feeling of being unwittingly trapped. This suspicion was validated the following morning. As Gu Xinshi enjoyed his breakfast, Li Ziyao burst through the door, his expression fraught with anxiety, frequently glancing towards the entrance while urging him to eat quickly. Isn't the sports meet starting at 9? Why the rush? Gu Xinshi replied leisurely. Li Ziyao, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, You're taking forever with that one sandwich. Can't you eat on the way? Brother. Absolutely not. Gu Xinshi deliberately slowed his pace, curious to see what scheme Li Ziyao was concocting. Brother, the youth implored, visibly distressed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, the distinctive sound of high heels striking the marble floor. This sound seemed to press a pause button on Li Ziyao, who swiftly composed himself, sitting upright across from Gu Xinshi, his hands neatly placed on the dining table, resembling a student in class. Gu Ran approached with graceful steps, her boisterous voice audible from afar. "Oh, dear nephew, I hear from Xiao that you miss your high school days and insist on accompanying him to the sports meet." Gu Ran circled around Gu Xinshi, her expression radiating triumph. "Who would have thought, after all these years since your college graduation, that you still possess such childlike innocence? I suppose I shall begrudgingly allow you this opportunity. Ha ha ha." Gu Xinshi paused mid-sip of his coffee, lifting his gaze to silently scrutinize the alpha youth across from him. Li Xiao beamed a broad, albeit strained, smile, subtly extending 2 fingers together in a gesture of supplication. Gu Xinshi sighed in resignation. "Thank you, Aunt." Gu Ran gently covered her lips with her hand, her tone exaggerated. "No need to thank me, dear nephew. For who could resist loving you?" Gu Xinshi finished his sandwich in 2 bites. "We should be on our way." The road was somewhat congested, and Li Xiao, seated in the passenger seat, discreetly observed Gu Xinshi's expression. He admitted to his own ignobility, deceiving his elder brother, yet he felt he had no other choice. Li Xiao was on the verge of tears. With a parent-teacher meeting imminent before the sports day, his dismal grades warranted a scolding from either parent. If he were to outright refuse their attendance at the event, it would raise too many suspicions. Thus, he concocted a scheme to convince his parents that it was his brother who had insisted on stepping in for them, transforming the proactive into the reactive and turning their doubts into a sense of triumph. This triumph, however, pertained solely to his mother, Gu Ran, who had long held a grudge against Gu Xinshi for not indulging her playful antics during his childhood and had always sought opportunities to tease him. Unfortunately, her lack of intellect, compared to Gu Xinshi, often resulted in her being outsmarted in return. Such childishness Gu Xinshi drove with utmost seriousness, his gaze alternating between the rearview mirror and the road ahead. Unlike Yin Muqing's casual demeanor behind the wheel, he sat with a rigid posture that exuded a unique charm of sternness. "Brother, are you angry?" Li Xiao inquired cautiously. "No," Gu Xinshi replied, his eyes fixed forward. "Why do you ask?" "It's just that I deceived you, causing you to lose face." Li Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. Gu Xinshi smiled, but remained silent. Li Xiao chuckled at his own words, realizing that Gu Xinshi was not as childish as Gu Ran and would hardly dwell on such trivial matters. At that moment, Gu Xinshi pondered why his phone remained silent, and why Yin Muqing had yet to reach out to him. Chapter 69. He truly exists. Yin Muqing's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the doctor's report. "Are you saying that Yin Yichen still believes he has undergone amputation?" The doctor and nurse exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. "Indeed, young master." Yin Muqing felt a twinge of irritation, even if his mind is troubled. Surely his eyes must still function. Can he not see his own legs? He cannot. What? Yin Muqing was taken aback for several seconds, struggling to comprehend. The doctor lowered his head, gazing at his shoes as he carefully chose his words. "Young master, his condition stems from psychological suggestion and emotional influence, resulting in visual and tactile hallucinations. He is convinced that his legs are no longer there. What he perceives as his legs are merely high-quality prosthetics. Thus the legs he sees differ from those we observe." After speaking for a while, the doctor's throat grew dry, and he swallowed before continuing. "Due to the psychological suggestion that his legs are fictitious, his body has lost the ability to utilize them. In simpler terms, he no longer perceives his legs." Yin Muqing fell silent in astonishment for a moment before asking, "Are you saying he is genuinely disabled?" The doctor, sensing Yin Muqing's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "No, young master, this is merely temporary. With a period of psychological therapy, he can recover." Yin Muqing replied, "In future reports, please provide the complete picture." He nearly believed that Yin Yichen had been so frightened that he might become permanently disabled. Such an outcome would indeed be difficult to explain. He had not anticipated that Yin Yichen possessed such a fragile disposition. It seemed that covert psychological reprimands were no longer an option, and he would have to resort to overt physical discipline. Noticing that the doctor lingered, he cast a glance at him, questioning whether there were any lingering issues. The doctor, with an awkward smile, replied, "There's one more thing. The young master has refused treatment. Perhaps you could persuade him?" The doctor found himself in a dilemma. As an ordinary person without influence, he was at the mercy of the pampered young master, who could easily jeopardize his job with a mere word should he employ forceful measures, even if the treatment were successful. Normally, it is quite natural for an elder brother to assist his younger sibling. However, after observing the dynamics between the eldest and youngest masters over the past few days, he realized that their relationship was fraught with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. The last time the young master had hurled insults, they had heard them clearly. The doctor had been driven to devise this strategy out of sheer desperation. If the eldest master refused to cooperate, where would he find himself now? Yin Muqing readily agreed, not pondering too deeply, simply feeling a sense of responsibility for Yin Yichen's current state. He wished to expedite Yin Yichen's recovery to prevent any further complications. "Let us go," he proclaimed, rising to indicate that the doctor should lead the way. In the eyes of others, his ability to overlook past grievances and respond to malice with virtue was truly admirable. The doctor, filled with respect, clasped his hands in greeting and gestured, "After you." Yin Muqing noted that the doctor was quite youthful, possessing above-average looks, with a tall and slender figure. His skin was a shade deeper than that of a wheat hue, and the white coat he wore complemented his demeanor perfectly. Bailey smirked, muttering under his breath, "Not as tall as Mr. Gu, nor as handsome. How dare he try to curry favor in front of the eldest master?" If the doctor had heard this, he would surely protest. He dared not, for his admiration was purely due to his profound enthusiasm for martial arts. Yin Muqing did not catch the entirety of their exchange, but he did hear the mention of Mr. Gu. He inquired, "Why do you bring up Gu Xinshi? Do you wish for him to persuade Yin Yichen to accept treatment?" Bali quickly retorted, "I do not, I did not." Yin Muqing had merely spoken offhandedly. Were he truly to seek Gu Xinshi's assistance, he would be the first to refuse. Setting aside the embarrassment of the situation, the fact that they were not even engaged provided no justification for such a request. His thoughts began to wander, and he suddenly considered the possibility that Gu Xinshi and Yin Yichen might not be very familiar with each other. It seemed they had hardly interacted, and he could not recall them ever mentioning one another. Inside the ward, Yin Yichen was not on the bed, but rather maneuvering about on crutches. "What are you doing?" Yin Muqing asked. Yin Yichen, lost in thought, had not noticed the two entering the room. At the sound of his brother's voice, he was startled, causing him to slip and nearly fall to the ground. However, he did not hit the floor, as Yin Muqing swiftly intervened, catching him mid-fall. The crutches clattered to the ground with a loud thud. "Brother?" Yin Yichen hung, suspended for a moment, his legs joyfully swinging. Yin Muqing gently set him down on the bed, standing beside him, deep in contemplation. The doctor had not just instructed him on how to persuade his brother. Yin Yichen sat on the bed, his face betraying an undeniable surprise. "Brother, what brings you here?" Yin Muqing remained silent. Yin Yichen's gaze drifted past him, landing on Bailey, whose fleeting expression of peculiarity did not escape his notice. In a moment of introspection, he recalled that just yesterday, Yin Muqing had stood in the same position, enduring his unreasonable outbursts. This realization left him feeling somewhat awkward and embarrassed. He did not wish to behave this way, yet his brother always seemed oblivious to his presence, consistently overlooking him. It appeared that only through unreasonable antics could he garner a modicum of attention. Over time, this deliberate method of seeking attention had morphed into a habit, causing him to uncontrollably lash out at Yin Muqing, trampling upon the efforts his brother had made. In their childhood, Yin Muqing had treated him with great kindness, akin to the bonds shared by brothers and other families, but suddenly, one day, everything changed. The heavy silence within the hospital room was difficult for Yin Yichen to endure, prompting him to call out once more, "Brother?" Yin Muqing snapped back to reality. "What is it? Why are you here?" Yin Yichen bit his lip, cautiously abandoning his usual petulance, cherishing this rare moment of warmth. "I came to see you." Yin Muqing coughed slightly, realizing he was not adept at offering comfort. "Your leg hasn't been amputated. It's still intact." Yin Yichen forced a bitter smile. "Brother, thank you for your reassurance. I am not so fragile." Yin Muqing insisted. "It's really still there." Yin Yichen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his face a portrait of resilient fragility as he spoke with unwavering conviction. "Brother, rest assured, I'm already striving to learn to walk again. I realize my mistakes, Yesterday, I wronged you. Yin Muqing winced. Bailey's mouth fell open, forming a perfect circle of astonishment. What to do? Yin Muqing suddenly found himself yearning for Yin Chen's previous mischief, for then he could justifiably give him a sound thrashing, using force to affirm the truth of his words. What should we do now? He signaled to Bailey for assistance. Bailey wore a pained expression, murmuring, I don't know either. Perhaps we should consult Guangu. Yin Muqing scoffed. What good are you? Guangu was an alpha, possessing commendable genes and formidable abilities. He had intentionally nurtured him, assigning him the task of investigating the rose fields. Unsurprisingly, Guangu had not disappointed. They were now on the verge of confirming the singular location, and he planned to visit in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Bailey was fretting over trivial matters that required consultation. Chapter 70. Late but heel Gu Xinshi escorted Li Xiao to school, only to discover that a parent meeting would be held prior to the sports event, primarily to discuss student performance. Gu Xinshi harbored a glimmer of hope and inquired, How are your grades? Li Xiao humbly replied, Just average, third in the class. Gu Xinshi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Brother, I'll head to the playground now. Please call me after the meeting. With that, Li Xiao dashed away. Gu Xinshi entered the classroom, where Li Xiao's seat was located in the last row. The reason given was that he was quite tall, a justification Gu Xinshi accepted, recalling that he too had experienced similar circumstances during his school days. Thus, without hesitation, he took his place in the last row, occupying the seat marked with the 3 characters of Li Xiao. Halfway through the parent-teacher meeting, the discussion turned serious. The teacher commended a few students before approaching Gu Xinshi. After glancing at the names on the desk, he looked up at Gu Xinshi with a friendly expression. Are you Li Xiao's older brother? Gu Xinshi smiled. Ah, so you are Li Xiao's brother. Good to meet you. After the meeting, I would like to have a private discussion with you regarding Li Xiao's academic performance. The teacher said, handing a report card to Gu Xinshi. The smile faded from Gu Xinshi's face. Third from the bottom. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. He chose not to call Li Xiao and headed straight for the playground. Li Xiao was participating in 3 events. After all, in sports, the alpha was expected to take the lead. A strong alpha could hardly delegate responsibility to the beta classmates. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, hands on his hips, his muscular arms displayed impressive strength. A headband pushed back his hair, revealing a smooth forehead, exuding an irresistible charm. A volunteer handed him a bottle of water, to which he responded with a bright smile, revealing his adorable little canine teeth. After quenching his thirst, he lifted his shirt to wipe away the sweat, inadvertently noticing his brother's worried expression approaching. It seemed his brother had not seen him yet. Instinctively, Li Xiao shivered and quickly donned his school jacket, letting the surrounding charm dissipate. With wide eyes, he sprinted towards Gu Xinshi. In the final few meters, he bent his knee and knelt on the grass, sliding several meters with momentum, landing directly in front of Gu Xinshi. This was part of his plan. Yet, plans are often filled with uncertainty and surprises. Perhaps the fabric of his pants was too soft, or the grass blades were particularly slick today. In any case, he could not halt his momentum. As Gu Xinshi walked steadily, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Brother, quick, get out of the way. He turned towards the voice. A human projectile was hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Gu Xinshi attempted to sidestep but was too late. In the instant before collision, he propelled himself off the ground, the figure whizzing beneath him. He rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping. Li Xiao skidded 5 meters before coming to a halt, his knees burning from friction. Undeterred, he attempted to use the handbrake, now feeling a sharp sting in his palms. He stood up, wearing an awkward smile, and quickly approached Gu Xinshi. Li Xiao scratched his head, eyes wide with sincerity. Believe it or not, I intended to surprise you, but it turned into a scare instead. Can you forgive me? Gu Xinshi remained expressionless, scrutinizing him from head to toe before suddenly stating, You are injured. I'm not injured. I'm perfectly fine. Li Xiao rolled up his sleeve, showcasing his bicep. Gu Xinshi's tone grew serious, affirming, You are injured. Li Xiao, slow to grasp the situation but quick with his words, replied, All right, I am injured. Then I will take you to the hospital. What? Li Xiao sat in the car, still somewhat dazed. Brother, where are we going? Gu Xinshi replied without turning his head. Luhua Hospital. Ah, aren't we going to the one-year home? Li Ziao Kidat. No, you're not sick. Why would we go there? Li Ziao pondered. Am I sick or not? 20 minutes prior, when Gu Xinshi arrived at the playground, he sought a cool spot amidst the throng. His thoughts occupied by Yin Muqing as he occasionally glanced at his phone. Unfortunately, the device remained unresponsive, as if malfunctioning. He contemplated searching for her, but was uncertain of her whereabouts. Directly asking might raise her suspicions, given her temperament. If she sensed any untoward intentions from him, she would undoubtedly explode. Lacking by Li's contact information, he placed his hopes on Yin. After sending a message, Yin quickly replied, My brother is with me at Luhua Hospital. All right, thank you, Gu Xinshi responded. What do you need my brother for? Please don't disclose our plans to him. If he finds out, he will surely help me cancel the engagement. I want to overcome my father on my own merits. Understood, Gu Xinshi acknowledged. Upon learning of Yin Muqing's location at the hospital, Gu Xinshi felt an urgent need to leave the playground. He contemplated how to justify his visit without arousing suspicion. Just then, Li Ziao, like a human cannonball, collided with him. Noticing the dark grass stains on Li Ziao's legs, an idea sparked within him. The most legitimate reason for visiting the hospital would be due to an injury sustained during the inevitable scrapes of the sports event. Driving swiftly, Gu Xinshi exhibited excellent driving skills, overtaking cars as Li Ziao clutched his seatbelt, exclaiming, Brother, my injury isn't urgent. There's no need to drive so fast. Ignoring him, Gu Xinshi's urgency eclipsed Li Ziao's concerns. Upon reaching the hospital, they fortuitously encountered Yin attending physician, who recognized him and, aware of his relationship with the Yin family, led him upstairs without hesitation. Yin Muqing was discussing treatment options with the doctor when she caught sight of him, initially glancing unconsciously before abruptly turning her head. What brings you here? She asked, slightly surprised. My brother was injured during the sports event today, so I brought him to the hospital for a checkup. Standing behind Gu Xinshi was a youth clad in a blue and white school uniform. Upon hearing Gu Xinshi call him, he leaned out slightly, greeting Yin Muqing, Hi, brother. Yin Muqing smiled. Were you hurt? Let the doctor examine you first. I scraped my hand, Li Ziao replied with an awkward smile, extending his hands to display them. The three of them fell silent as they observed his hands. When Li Ziao withdrew his hands, the once engorged red marks had completely faded, leaving only faint white lines for where the sharp grass blades had grazed his skin. He was no longer bleeding. With a slight squeeze, he managed to express a bit of pale, pink tissue fluid. Haha, we were stuck in traffic and arrived late. It's all healed now. Gu Xinshi covered his face, originally intending for Li Ziao to feign a leg injury to buy them some time. The doctor seated across from Yin Muqing rose with a sense of purpose, holding a bottle of iodine with a warm smile. Come, my dear student, allow me to disinfect your wound. After Li Ziao's hand was treated, he acutely sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room and took the initiative to suggest, Brother, I think I will go play in the park on the first floor. Gu Xinshi nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Muqing then instructed the doctor, You need not linger here. Please take him along. Once the two departed, the room was left with only Gu Xinshi and Yin Muqing. Their familiarity with each other fostered a sense of ease in the absence of others. Yin Muqing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, signaling Gu Xinshi to draw closer. Gu Xinshi settled into the chair opposite him and casually inquired, Where's Bailey? I haven't seen him around. He went on a little errand. Yin Muqing replied lazily, lifting his gaze. Some matters need not be articulated. They both understood. Yin Muqing was somewhat distracted, recalling how Bailey had created a fuss earlier that morning upon learning that Quan Gue had received accolades from Yin Muqing for his mission. Bailey insisted that Yin Muqing thought him inept, a claim that, while grounded in truth, was nonetheless a gross mischaracterization. Eventually, he relented and provided Bailey with an address, instructing him to track down Quan Gue. Oh, Gu Xinshi mused for a moment before asking, When shall we set off? Upon uttering this question, he paused, as if unaware of the timing. The act of embarking together had become second nature to him. Initially, it was merely a collaboration. He sought to achieve merit, while Yin Muqing aimed for retribution. However, after attending a banquet, His motivations shifted. The vile and brutal parasites of society must be exposed to the light of day and brought to justice. The sun shone beautifully today, warm yet not blinding, casting a silvery hue upon Gu Xinshi's hair, which, tousled and soft, evoked a dreamlike quality. In truth, Yin Muqing was not particularly eager to go. The notion of saving lives seemed rather mundane. Yet, with nothing else to occupy his time, he might as well consider an autumn outing. Gu Xinshi awaited his response, his expression serious. A playful thought crossed Yin Muqing's mind, and a hint of mischief emerged on his face as he returned the question to Gu Xinshi. What do you propose? I'm keen to hear your thoughts. Leaning forward slightly, he tilted his head. You have witnessed the inhumane suffering endured by those victims. How do you intend to rescue them? Should we act swiftly to liberate them, or methodically investigate deeper leads? For Yin Muqing, the fates of those individuals mattered little. Though he had promised Yushio that he would save them, he had not committed to a specific timeline. Hence, a meticulous investigation into the masterminds behind the Gao family seemed the most self-serving option. Nevertheless, he was genuinely curious to hear Gu Xinshi's perspective. Gu Xinshi lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing into Yin Muqing's, seeking to discern something from those dark depths, yet only finding a profound sense of amusement. Yin Muqing consistently maintained this demeanor, indifferent to many things, possessing a weak sense of empathy, yet never proactively fostering enmity. He was akin to a lion ruling over its territory, intolerant of any disrespect while refraining from encroaching upon others' domains. Gu Xinshi indeed pondered the plan meticulously yesterday, contemplating, I aim to rescue the victims swiftly. Thus I propose to act simultaneously during the banquet on Sunday at the Withered Leaf Manor and the place of captivity, capturing them all in one fell swoop. He was acutely aware of the intricate web of relationships among the attendees of the banquet. He was no fool. Since the Withered Leaf Manor had ties to the police, the military would take charge. He intended to borrow some veterans from his father for a covert operation, surrounding the manor to liberate the captives. Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow. It seems you have made up your mind. Do you still remember the original intention of our collaboration? The condition you promised me was to bring down Gao Yihan. He propped his chin with his hand, his tone indifferent. You have yet to find evidence of Gao Yihan's involvement, yet you wish to eliminate them all? Wouldn't that constitute a breach of contract? Gu Xinshi replied, I have bribed Gao Yihan's driver. On Sunday, he will be at the Withered Leaf Manor. This was an unexpected delight, and Yin Muqing was genuinely surprised. I thought you, the model student, would not resort to underhanded tactics. It seems you are quite resourceful. Gu Xinshi received Yin Muqing's teasing without protest, his light-colored pupils reflecting a sense of pride. Indeed. How do you plan to capture them all? Yin Muqing was unaccustomed to collaborating with another, as he usually operated alone. Gu Xinshi shared his intentions with him. Yin Muqing stroked his chin. How many people will you need? 2 locations. Can you ensure there are enough? Before Gu Xinshi could respond, he continued. Here is the plan. Let those veterans rescue the victims. The guard at the captivity site are relatively few, and the military exercises should make them familiar with hostage rescues. As for the Withered Leaf Manor, my people will handle that. When the time comes, we will apprehend them all and deliver them directly to the municipal police in Deep City. It would be even better to interrogate them beforehand. Finally, we could loop the confession videos on the large screen of the skyscrapers in Deep City. Yin Muqing thought maliciously, curious to see how the government would save face. With his own people accompanying him, he would have more freedom. If Gu Xinshi's men were present, he couldn't indulge as he pleased. The politicians attending the banquet would certainly be numerous, and some held sensitive positions that even the Gu family could not afford to offend. For a single misstep could lead to a cascade of consequences. Some may have minor titles, but play pivotal roles. He was genuinely eager to witness Gu Xinshi's expression at that moment. Would it be disappointment, astonishment, or righteous indignation? Suddenly, Yin Muqing remarked, I have investigated your background. Did you attend military school for a few years as a child? Yes, Gu Xinshi nodded, with nothing to conceal. Then why did you not enlist in the military, opting instead for commerce? Yin Muqing appeared to ask casually. I was injured. Yin Muqing did not pursue the matter further. chuckling. You are indeed ill-suited for the political realm. Too kind-hearted. You can only rely on the Gu family for protection, and ultimately, you will be shattered by the world's ugliness. When you established your company, did you encounter any unscrupulous tactics? Aside from a report about your connections, Yin Muqing expressed curiosity about Gu Xinshi experiences. Gu Xinshi was caught off guard by the sudden shift of focus onto him. He paused for 2 seconds, then began to reflect carefully on the matter, following Yin Muqing's lead. After a moment, he remarked, "Indeed, there are quite a few." Gu Xinshi found it amusing as he reminisced. When the company was newly established and still modest in scale, they received a significant order. Consequently, a certain company attempted to procure our confidential information by bribing the security guard with a mere 200 yuan. Yin Muqing slowly typed a question mark. The following day, upon arriving at the office, they discovered it had been ransacked. A review of the surveillance footage revealed that a thief had entered. So, was the confidential information stolen? Yin Muqing asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No, Gu Xinshi replied with a hint of pride, as if transported back to his youthful days at 20. All the secrets were stored on my computer, which I had taken back to school. Yin Muqing found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the world of business warfare resembled a child's play. Gu Xinshi continued, however, that company was undeterred and attempted to bribe my roommate. So, you were betrayed? Yin Muqing sensed that events were not unfolding as he had speculated. Indeed, Gu Xinshi shook his head and laughed heartily. My roommate is my business partner. Bribing him would be akin to digging his own grave. Initially, we reported the incident, but since nothing was stolen, no case was filed. Just as we were fuming over how to catch that person, he delivered himself right to us, and we gave him a good beating. Yin Muqing was left speechless. He now believed that Gu Xinshi's entrepreneurial success was solely attributed to his own capabilities, rather than relying on his family's lineage. Especially since even the police were of no assistance. He hesitantly remarked, if only you would proclaim your grandparentage, every setback would be effortlessly resolved. Where can one find such an obedient descendant of officials? Chapter 72. I consider you a brother. Gu Xinshi decided to first escort Li Xiao home, as he had plans to go out with Yin Muqing in the afternoon and could not keep an eye on him. Li Xiao, with a wandering gaze, suggested, Brother, how about I wait for you at the hospital? You'll return after finishing your errands anyway? Aren't you bored at the hospital? Not at all, brother. I just made a new friend here. He is also hospitalized, and I'm keeping him company. Gu Xinshi was speechless in just a few minutes. He had already made a new friend? That's quite normal. It's fate. After all, there is a predetermined connection, Li Xiao insisted with conviction. Gu Xinshi hesitated a bit more. Li Xiao pressed on, otherwise you'll have to make multiple trips, wasting time. Still somewhat uneasy, Gu Xinshi cautioned, just stay in a hospital and don't wander off. Thank you, brother. Li Xiao hugged him briefly before running off. In a small town on the outskirts of Deep City, a dilapidated van was parked by the roadside, with one person seated in the driver's seat and another in the passenger seat. Bai Li, with a brooding gaze and gritted teeth, lamented, I considered you a brother, yet you sought to usurp my position. I did not, Quan Gue retorted. You claim you did not? The young master himself told me otherwise. Bai Li, visibly frustrata, prasa. What did he say? He said you were smarter than I am, more capable. Bai Li looked incredulous. That was merely flattery from the young master, Quan Gue replied. Bai Li pouted, but eventually calmed down. At least you know your place. As he sat in the passenger seat, he gazed at Quan Gue's extraordinarily robust physique, his face betraying an envious admiration, despite his belief that he was concealing it well. He raised his chin proudly, his face adorned with an expression of longing, and proclaimed, Do not presume that just because you are an alpha and I am a beta, you can look down upon me. I fear you not. When the time came to choose a personal bodyguard, the young master selected me from a crowd of alphas. I am indeed quite special. Handing him a bottle of water, I inquired, Would you like a drink? Yes, he replied. Upon finishing, he felt a significant relief in his throat and his spirits lifted. Yet, gazing at the half-empty bottle in his hand, he fell back into a state of melancholy, realizing that, indeed, the other seemed to possess a certain advantage. Having noticed his thirst, he begrudgingly acknowledged that the other had a bit more perceptiveness, as he had honed his own awareness during this period of learning, narrowing the gap between them. I could keenly sense the fluctuations in his emotions. His face was an open book, clearly displaying his dissatisfaction. "What troubles you?" I asked. With a sigh, he remained silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "The young master is foolish. Do you have any solutions?" "What do you mean by foolish?" I questioned, puzzled. "Foolish simply means foolish, clumsy," he replied with a furrowed brow. At that moment, I understood why he had come to seek me out. It must pertain to the young master, and I felt a twinge of helplessness. "I don't know," I answered. He seemed satisfied with my response, chuckling softly. "In that case, we are rather similar, for I too am a loss." A smile crept onto my face as I deliberately summarized the young master's situation with the vague term foolish, clearly hoping for me to respond with a "I don't know." With his spirits lifted, he leaned closer to me and whispered, "What is it that the young master has tasked you with investigating?" Suddenly, "It's about the rose garden." "Does he intend to acquire it? Perhaps to create a romantic gesture for Mr. Gu?" "Yet, that seems implausible, if that were the case. Why not simply purchase it outright, rather than conducting a covert investigation?" He was quite close, and, as a beta, devoid of any pheromones. He carried only the faint scent of dry laundry detergent. I subtly shifted away, keeping my gaze fixed ahead. The young master was collaborating with Mr. Gu on a case involving missing children, and had uncovered that the missing individuals were concealed in an area near the rose garden. This information was relayed to me by Yin Muqing, who did not elaborate further but merely provided the crucial details, mentioning the proximity of a rose garden and another significant element: meat sandwiches. I recalled the young master's expression, barely containing his laughter, as if he found the peculiar details amusing. "Are you suggesting that the young master intends to rescue someone?" he asked, bewildered. "Indeed," I affirmed. While it was not explicitly stated, the current developments indicated that the purpose of this operation was indeed a rescue, and the young master seemed quite invested in the matter. He fell silent for a while, tilting his head back against the chair, murmuring, "Do you think Mr. Gu is a little sprite?" Although phrased as a question. His tone was filled with certainty, almost conviction. I had not anticipated such a rapid and wild shift in the conversation. I replied earnestly, "I have not had much contact with Mr. Gu, so I cannot say." "What a pity that is," he remarked. "Baililangitli ramarka." A hint of pride gracing his brow. "Though I yearn to share with you, this is the secret of the eldest son, known only to me." He continued, "The eldest son treats you exceedingly well." Quan Gui's gaze drifted past the car window, fixating on a few figures traversing the street. Scattered along the road were a handful of eateries, with the most popular being a shop renowned for its rujiamo, where patrons flocked in a continuous stream, some purchasing dozens at a time. A kilometer away lay vast fields of roses, their vibrant red hues igniting the landscape, infusing the air of the quaint town with a fragrant bouquet. The aroma of the rujiamo intertwined with the scent of roses, creating a uniquely delightful experience. "Are you hungry?" "Guanggi inkirat." "I am starving," Bailey blurted out, his exclamation resonating with an almost primal urgency, startling Quan Gui. "Actually, not that hungry," Bailey quickly corrected himself. Suppressing a laugh, Quan Gui asked, "Will you have rujiamo?" Bailey replied with a hint of grievance, "I will." The duo exited the vehicle, making their way toward the rujiamo shop across the street. The street was remarkably sparse of people. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass by. Yet numerous cars were parked along the curb, their dilapidated forms camouflaging their own vehicle with ease. Bailey donned a gray cotton shirt and glasses, his naive expression rendering him reminiscent of an innocent high school student. In contrast, Quan Gui wore a faded black short-sleeve shirt, loose-fitting enough to obscure his robust physique, thereby softening his demeanor. A cool touch brushed against his arm, prompting him to look down. Bailey playfully jabbed his finger into Quan Gui's forearm, and upon seeing him glance down, adjusted his glasses and conspiratorially whispered, "Shouldn't we have a false identity? Perhaps something about discussing business? College students on a budget," he mused. "Indeed, our attire certainly conveys a sense of poverty," Bailey sighed, tugging at his clothing, his gaze drifting toward the rujiamo sign a few meters away. "Does this mean we'll have to settle for a lower quality rujiamo?" Chapter 73. 2. Ruggiamo family sets. The Ruggiamo establishment was a modest affair, its facade barely 2 meters wide. On a countertop wrapped in cardboard sat a pressure cooker and a cutting board, while a red sign adorned the door, listing various meal options. The proprietor deftly layered meat onto the cutting board while engaging in light banter with the waiting customers, a clear indication of their familiarity with the establishment. When it was by Lee's turn, the owner cast a few glances his way before suddenly lifting his gaze, fixing his eyes on by Lee's face. Without pausing in his shopping, he chuckled, "Young man, you look a bit unfamiliar. Are you from out of town? What brings you to our humble abode?" Bailipota. His tone somewhat curt. "A poor college student on a budget. I have no money, so I can only wander here." "Oh, how pitiable. What would you like, young scholar?" "I shall add an extra slice of meat for you," the owner replied with a warm smile. Quan Gue subtly stepped forward, positioning himself beside Bai Li and wrapping an arm around his shoulder, his gaze fixed firmly on the owner. "2 family sets of Ruggiamo," he declared. "Yay!" Bai Li exclaimed. The owner's eyes twinkled with mischief as he chuckled. "Ah, so you're traveling with your boyfriend. With the 2 of you looking this way, I can't help but wonder if you're eloping." Bailey, with his fair complexion and an innocent expression, indeed embodies the essence of a wealthy young master. In contrast, Quan Gue towers close to 2 meters, with sun-kissed skin and tattered, menacing attire, clearly portraying the image of a poor lad who has whisked away the young master. When Bailey felt the weight of Quan Gue's arm pressing down on him, he nearly stumbled, pondering whether the shopkeeper was being overly chatty. It was any since Quan Gue's fingers grip his arm. Stiffening instantly, Bailey's extensive observation training allowed him to grasp Quan Gue's intent. He lifted his gaze, wearing an expression of impatience. "What nonsense are you spouting? Eloping? Huh? Do you think this is a drama? We are merely impoverished university students on a budget trip." The shopkeeper exchanged glances with the customers queued behind Bailey, a knowing look crossing his face. He continued, "Do not be upset, my friend. Budget traveling is a source of pride, achieving the greatest return on minimal investment. Do not be misled by our remote location. Our scenery is splendid." Bailey's demeanor softened, his hostility dissipating gradually. The shopkeeper pressed on, "You just arrived here. Haven't you found a place to stay yet?" Bailey replied, "Yes. We just got here and plan to stay a few days." The shopkeeper inquired, "Aren't your parents worried about you traveling?" Just as Bailey was about to respond, a large hand pressed down on his head, and he stumbled, his face colliding with a wall of flesh. Quan Gue embraced Bailey, casting a cold glance at the shopkeeper. "Can you engage in conversation? We have no parents." This was indeed the truth. The Yin family had adopted several orphans over a decade ago, raising them, and Bailey and Quan Gue were among them, though they hadn't known each other in their youth. With his face buried in Quan Gue's chest, Bailey felt no stir of emotion at Quan Gue's words. Some voids, when unfilled, become habitual, and the absence of possession does not evoke sorrow. He silently chastised Quan Gue for not briefing him on their fabricated familial background beforehand, nearly causing him to err in his words. The customers behind them sparkled with intrigue, nodding at the shopkeeper, who wore an apologetic expression. "My apologies, young man, I was unaware. Here, let me treat you to this meat sandwich. No charge." The shopkeeper deftly sliced some meat, stuffed it into a bun, skillfully packaged it, and handed it to Quan Gue, who did not accept it. Suddenly, a person emerged from behind them, wearing a friendly smile. "Just accept it. This is nothing for the owner. By the way, have you found a place to stay? I know a hotel that is both affordable and clean. Don't misunderstand. I am also an orphan. I merely wish to assist you." The shopkeeper added, "Indeed, indeed." Quan Gue lifted his eyes and asked the shopkeeper, "Are you also an orphan?" Caught off guard by the unexpected question, the shopkeeper was about to deny it when he noticed his companion's encouraging gestures, indicating he should confirm it. With a slight blush, he forced out, "I indeed am." Before he could finish, an elderly woman entered, cheerfully greeting him. "Dogger, your mother asked me to tell you that you needn't bring back any buns tonight. She has prepared noodles for you." The shopkeeper, feeling a surge of determination, boldly declared, "But I am kind-hearted. My mother was an orphan, and she recounted her difficult childhood to me." Bailey was a loss for words. Was being an orphan truly a noble status? Was there a contest to claim it? The audacity of con artists had become so brazen, it seemed. He pressed his hands against Quan Gui's chest, forcefully extricating himself from that suffocating embrace, and turned to accept the meat sandwich, saying, "Thank you, boss. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished." However, the persistent patron continued, "It's the Dammy Hotel. You can mention my name for discount." The meat sandwich vendor's eyes widened in shock. "Mention my name, and you'll receive an even greater discount." The two began to bicker. Li remarked, "Has the audacity of con artists reached such heights? They are competing for victims and performance right in front of the victims." He handed the meat sandwich to Quan Gui, who silently accepted it. Clearing his throat, Li interrupted their quarrel. "All right, we appreciate your enthusiasm. There are two of us. We can mention both your names. That should suffice." The shopkeeper and the clearly complicit customer exchanged glances, locking eyes for a few seconds before reluctantly conceding. The shopkeeper declared, "I am Jean Dazue." The customer replied, "I am Lier." They then donned grins that resembled blooming chrysanthemums, saying, "He, don't mix it up, and I wish you both a delightful time." Li waved goodbye to them, then walked to a large locust tree and sat on a smooth stone bench beneath it. Quan Gui handed the meat sandwich to Li, who accepted it with a furrowed brow, scrutinizing the minced meat within. Quan Gui opened his portion and took a bite. Noticing Li's hesitation, he asked, "What's wrong?" Li glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, before conspiratorially whispering, "Do you think they might have slipped something into this meat sandwich? To drug us and then, you know?" Quan Gui reassured him, "No, I was watching closely. The condiments they gave us are no different from those given to others." Li sighed in relief, just as he was about to take a bite. He split the bun to inspect the minced meat again, swallowing hard. He inquired, "Quan Gui, have you ever eaten human flesh?" Quan Gui replied, "Not that I know of." Li reasoned, "Then if it were human flesh, you wouldn't be able to tell." Li's expression grew serious. "But I have eaten pork. This tastes like pork." Quan Gui sighed in exasperation. Now reassured, Li, wishing to maintain his image, cheerfully remarked, "I was just making conversation. It's nice to chat while eating." He took a bite, realizing why this shop was so popular. The stewed meat was tender and fragrant, utterly delightful. Chapter 74. Eyes are faucets. As they were halfway through their meal, they suddenly noticed the lean man who had been bantering with the shopkeeper, the one who introduced himself as Lier, approaching them from across the street. Li and Quan Gui exchanged glances but remained still. Lier reached the corner but did not step onto the road. Instead, he concealed himself around the bend, beckoning them with a wave and whispering, "Hey, little brothers, come here for a moment." "What for?" Li remained seated firmly on the stone bench. "Shoo, lower your voice." Lier cautiously peered into the meat sandwich shop, quickly scanning the surroundings before easing a sigh of relief. "Do you know where the Dammy Hotel is?" "I could take you there," he offered. "We're aware, no need," responded Quan Gui coldly. "Oh, come now, my young friend. Do not harbor such hostility. We share a common plight as orphans and should naturally lend a helping hand to one another." Lier chuckled slyly, his eyes narrowing like those of a rodent. "Is it enough if you just share my name?" Noticing that neither of them acknowledged him, he dramatically rolled his eyes, filling them with tears, and with a blink, they cascaded down his cheeks. Li stood dumbfounded. Is the threshold for deception this high now? His eyes are like faucets, turning on the tears with ease. Lier's lips drooped as tears streamed down his gaunt, dark visage. He choked out, "Let me be sincere with you. The reason I asked for your name is that when you stay at the hotel, the proprietress will give me 10 yuan. I am parentless, the sole occupant of my home." Li replied, "Does that not mean you can eat your fill without worrying for anyone else?" "That sounds splendid. You could simply work to sustain yourself." This statement left Lier bewildered, standing there with his mouth agape, still glistening with tears. Quan Gui smirked slightly before quickly suppressing it. Having cried, he could not waste his tears. Lier pressed on, "But the owner of the meat sandwich shop is wealthier than I. He runs a small business with daily profits. I, on the other hand, am unemployed at present, and that 10 yuan is crucial for me. Please, just share my name as a kindness." Li stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth, cheeks puffed out, and he glanced up at Quan Gui, silently urging him to respond. Given that Quan Gui was a head taller, Li had to look up, unable to meet his gaze otherwise. Quan Gui, noticing Bai Li's appearance, felt a wave of affection wash over him, softening his expression. He turned to the weeping man and said, "We can simply provide your name." In an instant, Li ceased his tears, nearly bursting into laughter. With an effort befitting a seasoned deceiver, he forced a smile back down and murmured, "Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted." He then skipped away, humming a tune. His exuberance seemed disproportionate to the mere 10 yuan. Bai Li, still with food in his mouth, spoke somewhat indistinctly. "Who do you think is worth more? The two of us?" Quan Gu, accustomed to his abrupt shifts in conversation, replied, "You are worth more." He always responded to the most ludicrous questions with utmost seriousness, endowing his answers with a sense of sincerity, though no one could truly discern his thoughts while addressing such inquiries, while others might have answered with a hint of insincerity. Quan Gu's responses, even if somewhat perfunctory, were delivered earnestly. "Ah, your emotional intelligence must be quite high," Bai Li mused, following closely behind Quan Gu. He always managed to cheer him up. Resting his chin on his hand, his eyes sparkling, he inquired, "Could you teach me how to win people over?" "I do not know how to win people over." Quan Gu stood up, pinching his cheek. "Let us first report to the young master." Bai Li covered his face in astonishment, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He appeared somewhat plump, prompting a desire to pinch him to ascertain if his imagined softness was indeed reality. Quan Gu, with unerring honesty, confirmed that he was indeed soft. Suspicious, Bai Li inquired, "Are you trying to teach me something?" "What? How to please others?" "I suppose so." Quan Gu chose to descend the slope of the conversation. Bai Li, convinced, muttered, "But I cannot use your method. I dare not pinch the eldest young master's face, or he might sever my hand." "Oh," Quan Gu replied. The two settled into the vehicle, as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, warm yet gentle on their faces. "I shall report shortly," Bai Li declared with utmost confidence, eager to demonstrate his research capabilities to the eldest young master. "Very well." At Luhua Hospital, Yin sat in a wheelchair, practicing its use in the park below the hospital, with a physician trailing behind, his face exhibiting a numb yet gentle demeanor, repetitively stating, "Young master, your legs are still intact." Lost in thought, Yin became increasingly annoyed by the interruption. "I heard you. You've said it countless times. I am not deaf. You are truly bothersome." The doctor, grappling with unspoken frustrations, understood this was merely a form of therapy, suggestive treatment that required the patient as full cooperation. Unfortunately, the patient was currently resistant, rendering this method ineffective, while the option of medication was met with even greater aversion. After instructing the nurse with a few words, the doctor departed with a furrowed brow. The nurse gazed wistfully in the direction of the doctor's retreat, then tilted her chin upwards, staring into the sky at a 45-degree angle, her expression melancholic. Standing behind Yin like a statue, Li Xiao, having liberated himself from his brother, headed straight here and even greeted the nurse, who responded with a relieved smile. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Yin, in a state of urgency, nearly stood up, bracing himself on the arms of his wheelchair, his cheeks flushed. "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you." "Breathless," Li Xiao replied. "I rushed here without pause." Yin glanced at the dutiful nurse behind him and cleared his throat. "My classmate has arrived. You may return now." After the nurse left, Li Xiao pushed Yin into the sunlight, saying, "You should soak up some sun. I asked the doctor, and he said sunlight aids healing from fractures." Yin pursed his lips, tears welling in his eyes. "I am not." "Oh dear," Li Xiao exclaimed, flustered as he scrambled to comfort him. "What do you mean?" "Even if it's not a fracture, don't cry." Yin seemed at a loss for words, looking at him with pitiful eyes, pouting. "I must tell you. You won't despise me, will you?" "Of course not." Li Xiao hurriedly circled the wheelchair. "I thought I'd lost my leg. I believe my left calf was gone. It is still there, but I feel nothing." Tears streamed down Yin face as he spoke. Li Xiao, in a state of panic, raked his fingers through his hair. "It's all right, Aiken," the doctor said with some treatment. "You will recover." Yin continued to weep. "I feel so useless. My brother advises me, yet I do not believe him. Does he think I am foolish? Will he come to dislike me?" Li Xiao, lacking experience in comforting others, blurted out without thought, "Don't worry. If your brother calls you foolish, I'll help you teach him a lesson." Yin Muqing ceased his tears. He widened his eyes, tears glistening on his eyelashes. "My brother can flatten you with just one finger." Chapter 75. Two love-struck minds. The timeline returned to the morning. Li Xiao had declined the enthusiastic invitation of the doctor. After leaping over a meter high to prove his legs were fine, he wandered alone in the park. The path was nearly deserted, likely due to the hospital receiving fewer patients. It was not until he passed through a corridor adorned with wisteria and approached a small pond that he spotted a figure. From a distance, he could not see clearly, so he walked a few steps closer. He observed a young boy standing beneath a willow tree, one hand resting against the trunk. His head tilted back as he conversed with the doctor. "Young master, try standing on both feet." The doctor spoke softly, seemingly cautious not to startle the boy. "I don't want to. I'll fall." Li Xiao gradually approached. The doctor instinctively glanced up at him upon hearing his footsteps, then returned his attention to the boy, soothing him. "You want to fall? I'll support you." The boy fell silent, slowly extending his left leg, his toes attempting to touch the ground. It was then that Li Xiao realized the boy had been standing on his right foot alone, with a wheelchair beside him. Yin Muqing furrowed his brow. If it weren't for his brother's insistence to heed the doctor's words, he would not endure such humiliation just to please him. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He genuinely felt disconnected from his legs. As he caught a glimpse of a figure standing by the roadside, a pang of shame struck him. Resolutely, he placed his left foot on the ground, only to feel as if he had stepped into thin air. His leg buckled, and he lost his balance, teetering dangerously forward. The doctor had initially steadied him, but due to his own nerves, when Yin Muqing began to fall, the doctor's weight shifted forward as well, his feet failing to react in time. Just as he needed to reposition his footing for balance, his left foot stumbled over his right. "Doctor!" Yin Muqing. Li Xiao had been quietly observing from the side. Seeing this predicament, he quickly dashed forward, extending his arms to catch the boy in his embrace. Unfortunately, the doctor was not as fortunate, landing with a thud on the stone path. Yin Muqing instinctively clutched the clothing of the person who had caught him, hopping on one foot for a moment before finding his balance. He lifted his gaze, and his face met Li Xiao's, their faces mere inches apart. Yin Muqing inhaled the faint scent of the other, reminiscent of oolong tea, and in that moment, his mind seemed to dance among countless stars. Oh no, this is the sensation of a heartbeat. After a moment, Yin Muqing, blushing, settled into the wheelchair, while Li Xiao stood beside him, equally flushed. The doctor rubbed his chin, which had taken a hit in the fall, and dusted off his white coat, awkwardly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I lost my balance." He then turned to Li Xiao, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. I owe you one." In that moment, he realized he was not only supporting a young boy, but also the fragile trust he had built in his profession. Internally, he lamented the situation. His assurance of stability had nearly resulted in disaster, threatening the delicate trust that had taken so long to establish. Yin Muqing replied lightly, "It's all right. You didn't do it on purpose." Those words were like a sweet treat following a stinging slap, warming the doctor's heart and leaving him profoundly moved, though he would never admit to having a masochistic tendency. "Shall we practice again?" Seizing the moment while the other was in high spirits, one might practice more. Perhaps today would be the day to unlock the meridians and reclaim control of the left leg. Yin Muqing shook his head gently. "You should return for now. I wish to be alone for a while." He understood the doctor's dilemma and gestured towards Li Xiao beside him. "I've encountered a classmate. Is it not permissible to chat for a while?" The student, evidently clad in a school uniform, stepped forward, a shy smile adorning his face. "Indeed, doctor, we are classmates." "Oh, classmates," the doctor remarked, his gaze fixated on the emblem on Li Xiao's chest, where the words Shunshan First High School were distinctly visible. Yet, he distinctly remembered that the young master had worn the uniform of an international high school that day. The elder master had repeatedly instructed him to keep an eye on the young master, cautioning against mingling with peculiar friends, especially classmates. Torn between the elder master's directives and the young master's insistence, the doctor found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he devised a plan. bidding farewell to Yin Chen with a smile, then positioning himself strategically within the hospital building, armed with binoculars to observe the two. A passing colleague inquired about his endeavors. He responded with a mysterious smile, work. The resolute never lament their circumstances. Indeed, his task was to monitor Yin Chen by any means necessary. By the pond's edge, several pairs of small birds flitted about. A gust of wind stirred the willow branches, causing the birds perched upon them to take flight and then settle once more. Yin Chen, suppressing his shyness, initiated the conversation. What is your name? The fact that an Omega had taken the initiative to speak was unprecedented and a source of embarrassment for the Alpha. Li Xiao blushed deeply, crouching before the young man, his voice trembling. I am Li Xiao, and you? Yin Chen. The youth, as is often the case, found themselves with an abundance of topics to discuss, ranging from academics to future careers, and from prospective partners to life's myriad adventures. If you're taking a break from school, want to you fall behind in your studies? I could tutor you, he offered confidently. Despite being the third from the bottom in class rankings, my grades are quite good. Then you can accompany me on walks. I adore sports, exclaimed the athletic enthusiast, brimming with joy. Li Xiao perched on the stone steps, tilting his head to inquire. Which school do you attend? Shuncheng International High School. Wow, it's right next to mine. Li Xiao exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Once you recover, I'll come find you after school, and I'll escort you home. The romantic campus love story that he had only read about was finally unfolding for him. He envisioned riding his bicycle with Yin Chen, gliding along the tree-lined streets, and pedaling vigorously up hills amidst Yin Chen's encouraging shouts. But my brother forbids me from playing with classmates, Yin Chen interjected. Really? How can your brother be so unreasonable? Li Xiao thought to himself, relieved that Gu Xinshi had never imposed such restrictions on him. What do you understand? Yin Chen replied with a tinge of pride. This is his way of showing he cares about me. Li Xiao disagreed slightly. How can controlling your friendships be considered caring? Because my classmates always cause me trouble. Yin Chen murmured, look at my leg. It was my classmates who did this to me. Oh, and my father nearly met a similar fate at the hands of my classmates. Li Xiao, hearing this, felt a shiver run through him, his face twitching. Your brother is right. You should steer clear of those classmates. Having a doctor by one side for personal care indicates that the individual comes from an extraordinary background, and it is not unusual to find oneself surrounded by those with less than pure intentions. While it is unjust to generalize, those who are overly eager often harbor ulterior motives. Yin Chen recalled the words of Yin Muqing from the previous day. I've already contacted your homeroom teacher and arranged for you to be transferred to another class. When choosing your friends, exercise some discernment. Do not let every nefarious character into your heart. With a glance at Yin Chen's foolish demeanor, Yin Muqing added, it will be best if you refrain from forming relationships with classmates. You are too naive. Yin Chen thought blissfully that even his father had never received such meticulous care from his elder brother. Indeed, his brother cherished him the most. Time passed swiftly amidst their idle chatter. Li Xiao, noticing an inquiry from Gu Xinshi on his phone, suddenly set it aside and knelt before Yin Chen on one knee. Yin Chen, I like you. Young love often arrives unexpectedly, catching one off guard. A mere fleeting glance can lead to the conviction that the other is one's destined partner. In truth, it was merely two love-struck minds colliding. Chapter 76. You can't possibly like me, can you? For Yin Chen, it was a day of wonder. He suddenly found himself with a boyfriend, one he had known for less than 4 hours. This was difficult to articulate. Indeed, love at first sight truly existed. It was akin to a deeper rebellion against arranged marriages, as he acted impulsively and accepted the romantic proposal from this boy named Li Xiao. Two newly minted adults, filled with boundless dreams of romance, confirmed their clandestine relationship in a somewhat hasty manner on a crisp autumn afternoon. Li Xiao was aware of his impulsiveness, yet he feared that if he did not take the initiative, he might miss the chance to claim his beloved. Thankfully, he confessed his feelings. Fortuitously, he was now in a relationship, as he bid farewell to Yin Chen. The reluctance in their parting resembled that of longtime lovers who had just confirmed their bond and were now faced with separation, a parting he wished to avoid. Therefore, When Gu Xinshi offered to escort him home, he declined without a moment's hesitation. This was a precious afternoon he wished to savor. At last, he had a tender omega to cherish. In the hospital office, Yin Muqing was placing an earpiece into his ear when his phone rang. After unlocking the screen and answering the call on speakerphone, Gu Xinshi noticed his actions and stood up, intending to leave him some privacy. However, Yin Muqing gestured for him to sit down and listen together. Bailey's call. He and Quan Gue are investigating and should have new developments. You might as well listen in to save me from relaying everything. Gu Xinshi complied and settled back into his seat. The phone was positioned in the center of the table, the call timer ticking away, yet silence prevailed until a heavy object fell, followed by indistinct exclamations from the other end. Yin Muqing furrowed his brow. Bailey? After a flurry of rustling sounds, Bailey's clear voice emerged from the phone. Young master, I'm here. What just happened? I dropped the phone. Yin Muqing rubbed his forehead. Well then, what is the purpose of the call? Esteemed young master, we have made a new discovery. This quaint town is far more intricate than we had anticipated. Bailey recounted their recent experiences in detail. Thus, we surmise that the number of criminals may exceed our expectations. Should we proceed with a hasty rescue, it is certain that some will evade capture. Initially, Yin Muqing had merely tasked Chu Gue with locating the site of the imprisonment. He had considered that the individuals in proximity to the location might not be entirely innocent, yet he had not anticipated that they were accomplices. However, this was of little concern to him. His singular aim was to assist Gu Xinshi in rescuing the abducted children, not to act as the city's law enforcement and apprehend all wrongdoers. Just as he was about to express that it was unnecessary to interfere, he felt the shadow on the table drawn nearer. He raised his gaze to find Gu Xinshi slightly leaning forward, blocking the sunlight, his expression earnest and contemplative. Then, as if sensing his stare, Gu Xinshi looked up, momentarily lost in thought, and instinctively smiled. What is it? Gu Xinshi inquired. Nothing, came the reply. This was but a fleeting, inconsequential interlude. Nonetheless, he altered his response. Esteemed young master, he declared, apprehending criminals is merely a trivial task. You too. Do not put yourselves in danger. Prioritize your safety. Investigate as much as you can, and if you cannot uncover anything, so be it. Bailey replied, Rest assured. Esteemed young master, we shall thoroughly unearth this den of iniquity. Yin Muqing chuckled lightly. Did you bring your computer? Bailey affirmed, Indeed, I did. I am a technician. After all, after a moment's contemplation, Yin Muqing added, Chu Gue, ensure that Bailey is well protected. Watch over him and prevent him from consuming anything unsavory. Chu Gue responded affirmatively. Understood. Bailey's murmurs could be heard through his phone, accompanied by Chu Gue's soft reassurances. Yin Muqing rapped the table and inquired of the individual across from him. Do you have anything to add? Gu Xinshi, exuding an air of envy masked by a faint bitterness, replied, I have nothing to contribute. Yin Muqing raised an eyebrow. What expression is that? Gu Xinshi, reluctant to speak, waited until Yin Muqing ended the call before softly asking, Are you currently single? What? Yin Muqing momentarily failed to grasp the question. Gu Xinshi repeated his inquiry. Yin Muqing was rendered speechless, pondering why Gu Xinshi had suddenly taken an interest in his personal life. The shift in topic was rather abrupt. Gu Xinshi gazed at him intently, reiterating, Are you? Indeed, Yin Muqing propped his head on his hand, observing him. Why? Do you wish to introduce someone to me? With no outsiders to interrupt, Gu Xinshi easily gleaned the answer he sought. This was not mere self-delusion. It was a tangible reality. What type do you prefer? Are you truly going to make an introduction? Yin Muqing inquired with a smile. No, I'm merely curious about what kind of person would catch your eye. Your curiosity is rather pronounced, Gu Xinshi noted. Can you satisfy my curiosity? Gu Xinshi remained undeterred. Certainly, Yin Muqing replied nonchalantly, There is nothing to conceal. If it were an omega, I would prefer a pleasant scent of pheromones, not overpowering. For a beta, the absence of pheromones would perfectly meet my criteria. And if it were an alpha? Gu Xinshi frowned. Are you mocking me? It was not previously stated that the alpha youth from the Withered Leaf Manor was merely acting. Why then do you still dredge up old matters? No, I am simply inquiring about your standards for a partner, Gu Xinshi hastily clarified, not intending to be sarcastic. Is there no place for an alpha in your criteria? Yin Muqing responded, did you not attend physiology classes in middle school? Alphas are inherently competitive, their pheromones repelling one another. How could one who perpetually exudes hostility ever evolve into a lover? Though rare, instances of dual alphas do exist in society. They are pathological and unhealthy. An alpha in heat possesses heightened aggression, instinctively rejecting the presence of other alphas, while omegas are naturally drawn to alphas. The most common dynamic between alphas is one of perpetrator and victim, often involving younger and unwilling participants. Yin Muqing's choice of the alpha youth at Withered Leaf Manor stemmed from the fact that certain high-ranking alphas are frequently accompanied by an uncontrollable propensity for brutality. Some choose to suppress and control it, while others opt for release and indulgence. This accounts for the prevalence of serial offenders and suspects of heinous crimes among alphas. Exceptional genetics bestow upon alphas towering physiques, superior intellect, and striking appearances, along with the capacity for criminality. Gu Xinshi countered, not all alphas are mutually repellent. Research has shown, Yin Muqing interrupted, so you would deliberately seek out non-repellent alphas for relationships? Gu Xinshi pressed his fingers to his nose. We seem to have lost sight of the main point. What I mean is, would you ever find yourself attracted to someone, only to discover that individual happens to be an alpha? A profound silence enveloped the room. You wouldn't harbor feelings for me, would you? Yin Muqing's expression darkened. Chapter 77. Seeking counsel from a brother, Gu Xinshi's breath hitched. To admit, revealing his plan to Yin Muqing would surely result in the dissolution of his engagement to Yin Chen, jeopardizing his grandfather's health. To deny? He was reluctant to dismiss the notion. Oh, are you frightened? Yin Muqing leaned over the table, propping himself up with his hands, tilting his head with a smile. Gu Xinshi felt a chill as he wished that the other party were indeed serious, peeling back the layers of his own cowardice. Yin Muqing's eyes glinted with coldness as he languidly remarked, after all, I believe that there should be no one in this world who is engaged to the young master of the Yin family and dares to entertain other affections. The Yin family, regardless of who it comprises, does not tolerate insult from outsiders. Should one dare to harbor ulterior motives after committing to an engagement with Yin Chen, they would face dire consequences from Gu Xinshi. No matter how formidable the Gu family may be, could they unravel a cold case? Gu Xinshi realized that after spending time together, he could discern Yin Muqing's emotional shifts. At this moment, he sensed the palpable aura of menace emanating from him. A chill washed over Gu Xinshi, coming to the disheartening realization that his pursuit had made no progress whatsoever. He had assumed that pursuing from the standpoint of friendship would be far superior to approaching as a stranger, only to find that the outcome was no different. A profound sense of desolation arose within him. Yin Muqing settled back into his seat, contemplating how to absolve the Yin family of any suspicion should Gu Xinshi truly entertain ulterior motives. He noticed Gu Xinshi's eyelashes drooping, occasionally stealing glances at him, only to avert his gaze when caught. Yin Muqing sighed inwardly. After all, they had shared several months of camaraderie. If matters escalated to that extent, dissolving their engagement would be the solution. Gu Xinshi keenly sensed that Yin Muqing's murderous intent was gradually dissipating, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Indeed, their bond was markedly superior to that of mere strangers. So, are we still going this afternoon? Gu Xinshi deftly shifted the topic. Upon mentioning business, Yin Muqing's countenance softened considerably. No, let the entire matter rest for now, he replied, stretching languidly. Have you observed how the owners of other companies are as busy as we are, constantly engaged in field work? It's time to let go. Micromanaging is an inefficient approach. Gu Xinshi wholeheartedly agreed, casting a glance at his phone, which displayed a message from Fongnan. Chairman, there are several documents requiring your review. Additionally, there is an international conference at 8 this evening regarding the report on the D Country project. The chat history revealed that Fongnan routinely updated him on work and scheduling each afternoon. This encapsulated the reality of his supposed vacation, delegating unnecessary tasks to subordinates while unavoidable duties were compiled and sent to him by his secretary, effectively realizing a semblance of remote and home office work. With the hospital conveniently near the company, Gu Xinshu contemplated a brief visit and extended an invitation to Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing teased, "I had thought you had resigned. It appears that is not the case. Shall we tour the premises?" Gu Xinshu opened the window, allowing the refreshing breeze to tousle his hair as he gazed down at the verdant park below. "Not going. I've already visited last time." Yin Muqing rejected without hesitation, following up with a quip, "Are you a child of 3, requiring an adult's accompaniment?" "Child of 3? Perhaps I truly am," Gu Xinshu retorted. "You are utterly shameless." Yin Muqing shot back. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Gu Xinshu mused that he ought to learn from the rapport between Li and Yin Muqing, rather than from that book detailing 100 ways to please a benefactor. How did Li typically interact with Yin Muqing? "Young master," Gu Xinshu exclaimed, eyes widening. "Can you accompany me to the company?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Yin Muqing wore an expression as if struck by lightning. Gu Xinshu wished he could disappear into a crack in the floor, but at 5 stories up, even if such a fissure existed, he would only manage to reach the 4th floor. He lamented that he had absorbed Li's foolishness rather than his cleverness. Had he suddenly lost his wits? Ultimately, Gu Xinshu, under the weight of Yin Muqing's incredulous gaze, held his head high to preserve his remaining dignity and feigned calmness. "Can you forget what just transpired?" Yin Muqing shook his head, pointing to the surveillance camera in the upper left corner of the office. "I'll send you the footage for your repeated enjoyment." "Very well." Gu Xinshu replied awkwardly, "I shall take my leave." Yin Muqing grimaced, "Safe travels. No need to see you off." As Gu Xinshu walked alone down the deserted corridor, he heard Yin Muqing's suppressed laughter behind him, which soon erupted into unabashed guffaws. He muttered, "Could you not laugh until I walk far away, Yin Muqing?" Nevertheless, bringing joy to his admired one felt like a commendable achievement. Since departure was imminent, taking Li Xiao along was inevitable. Gu Xinshi recalled the moment in Yin Muqing's office when he opened the window and looked down, spotting Li Xiao in close proximity to a boy in a wheelchair. Both turned away from the building. He recognized Li Xiao by his school uniform. He remembered they were by a small pond and following the trail in his memory. He walked along the wisteria corridor, crushing a carpet of fallen petals beneath his feet. Li Xiao was feeding Yin Chen with milk tea, while an array of delightful snacks adorned the stone table nearby. After finishing the milk tea, Li Xiao set the cup down and began to knead Yin Chen's legs. This technique, learned recently online, was somewhat awkward, yet earnest in its execution. "Can you feel anything?" he asked. "A little," Yin Chen replied, savoring the sensation. "Then shall we stand and try walking?" Li Xiao suggested. Supporting Yin Chen, he helped him rise, planning to take a few steps along the path by the pond. As Yin Chen's feet touched the ground, he felt the sensation beneath him, joy illuminating his face. "I can feel my legs." Li Xiao was even more exhilarated. Indeed, this was the power of love. He and Yin Chen were destined to be together. Hidden behind a stone pillar, Gu Xinshi wore a puzzled expression. So, Yin Chen and Li Xiao were acquainted. Were they classmates or childhood friends? Yin Chen, holding onto Li Xiao's arm, stepped forward, releasing his grip to embrace him tightly around the waist, while Li Xiao sheltered him in his arms. Gu Xinshi frowned, questioning the depth of their bond. Why had he never heard Li Xiao mention such a friend? Li Xiao hadn't invited Yin Chen to his birthday. They should not have known each other prior to today. Yin Chen straightened up, wrapping his arms around Li Xiao's neck, then tiptoed to plant a kiss on his chin. Li Xiao's face flushed instantly as he leaned down to kiss the lips of the one in his embrace, their contact fleeting. Gu Xinshi was taken aback. Were they a couple? Just yesterday, Li Xiao had adamantly declared he would not date before graduating from university. And now he had a boyfriend? This boyfriend was even his nominal fiancé. So, Li Xiao had only met Yin Chen today. In a day. No, in half a day, and they were already kissing? Gu Xinshi suddenly felt an urge to consult his younger brother. Chapter 78. The lemon essence. Gu Xinshi returned to the hospital entrance with a complex expression, pulling out his phone to call Li Xiao. The call was answered just as the ringing was about to conclude, and he heard Li Xiao's anxious voice on the other end. "Hello, brother. What's wrong?" The sound of 2 breaths was particularly distinct through the receiver, indicating their close proximity. I need to return to the company to handle some matters. You should come with me. Huh? Lizio Sundaraluktan. Brother, could you finish your tasks first, and then pick me up, or I could just take a taxi back? It was not every day he had a boyfriend, and they had barely begun to warm up to each other. Gu Xinshi scoffed. I only granted you half a day's leave. You still have school tomorrow. Have you completed your homework? Lizio Raplia. No. Are we going or not? Let's go. A faint voice echoed through the receiver, somewhat discernible. You should head back. I'll be able to attend school in a couple of days, and we can chat on our phones. Li Xiao, with a bright smile, responded. You're such a good baby. Gu Xinshi thought that Yin Muqing probably did not appreciate that term of endearment. 10 minutes later, Li Xiao appeared before Gu Xinshi. His cheeks flushed like a peach. Noticing Gu Xinshi's gaze upon him, he shyly touched his lips. Let it be destroyed, Gu Xinshi remarked. Li Xiao, radiating uppinas, settled into the passenger's seat, exuding a faint scent of pheromones that made Gu Xinshi frown. He suddenly understood what Li Xiao meant by the sour scent of love. It was the aroma of an alpha in heat, not merely during the heat cycle, but the pheromones released when one is enamored. Indeed, it was quite unpleasant. Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Xinshi caught a glimpse of Li Xiao, who was engrossed in messaging Ini-chan. It wasn't that he was intentionally eavesdropping. Li Xiao's expressions were simply too blatant. How was it that Li Xiao managed to win someone over so quickly? His curiosity piqued, he decided to inquire. Are you in love? Huh? Li Xiao exclaimed, taken aback. How did you know, brother? No, I'm not dating anyone. I'm very well behaved. How did he know? Huh? The pheromones were already spilling out, and he still questioned how he could tell. Gu Xinshi turned the steering wheel around a bend, chuckling, don't be anxious. I have no intention of breaking you two apart. Li Xiao remained jittery. Brother, I truly am not. Gu Xinshi interrupted. I can smell the sour scent of love on you. Li Xiao instantly changed his tune. My boyfriend is incredibly adorable. Gu Xinshi, with a complex expression, asked, what is your boyfriend's name? Brother, I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell Mom and Dad, Li Xiao said seriously. I certainly want to disclose it. Gu Xinshi replied, his lips twitching, revealing it would be disastrous. My boyfriend's name is Ini-chan. Doesn't it sound nice? He. Li Xiao giggled. It does sound pleasant. Gu Xinshi said, stifling a laugh. Just be careful not to spill the beans. Don't tell anyone. Li Xiao assured, of course, if my parents found out, they would certainly break us apart. I'll reveal it once I enter university. Gu Xinshi held back laughter, especially Grandpa. Do not mention it to him. Okay. Gu Xinshi began to comprehend that Li Xiao was entirely unaware of which family the Gu family intended to ally with. After all, this child spent his days at school and hardly ever stayed at the Gu family estate at night, having virtually no interaction with the old master of the Gu family. Even when the old master spoke of Ini-chan, he merely referred to him as the younger son of the Yin family. Deep City was not solely composed of the Yin family, a lineage of arms dealers. He and Ini-chan were destined to part ways. But since Li Xiao and Ini-chan had mutual feelings, he would pretend to be oblivious. When did you two meet? Gu Xinshi still found it hard to believe that the two had only just met. This morning, I encountered him at the hospital park. That was our first meeting. Li Xiao snapped his fingers. When did you confirm your romantic relationship? Gu Xinshi asked, his eyes widening. Also this morning, it was love at first sight. Li Xiao's joy was palpable. All right, no need to say more, Gu Xinshi remarked, feeling somewhat envious. His secret crush had just contemplated ending his life. Gu Xinshi parked the car and, with a hint of melancholy, entered the Gu Technology building. Secretary Li was descending to collect a package and fortuitously shared the elevator with him. Upon seeing Gu Xinshi, Secretary Li felt a twinge of guilt and greeted him. Good day, Chairman. Gu Xinshi nodded in acknowledgement. Secretary Li's career had been relatively smooth, although he had inadvertently leaked false information about the chairman's private life, tarnishing his reputation. Fortunately, the chairman had not yet heard the rumors before embarking on a business trip, and even more fortuitously, he subsequently took an extended leave, and even more fortunate still, he opted to work from home. Thus, the rumors continued to circulate among colleagues. It was even rumored that the vice chairman was aware of them. Yet they ultimately never reached the chairman's ears. Since then, Secretary.He had diligently worked behind the scenes to clear the chairman's name, successfully restoring his reputation and simultaneously establishing an image of the chairman as a paragon of justice among his peers. Despite all these remedial measures, he remained anxious that there might be colleagues who had not been re-educated, which explained his unease upon encountering the chairman. Gu Xinshi, oblivious to Secretary.He's tumultuous thoughts, stepped out of the elevator and entered his office, followed closely by Fong Nan. Fong Nan, cradling a stack of documents, placed them on the desk before Gu Xinshi. "Chairman, these require your attention." Gu Xinshi picked up the first document, perused it, signed it, and set it aside, then proceeded to the next. Li Xiao tilted his head in curiosity and asked, "Is signing it sufficient? Will there be any documents that are not approved? These have all been meticulously vetted. By the time they reach me, it's merely a formality. There won't be any issues," Gu Xinshi replied as he swiftly signed. "Chairman, there is another matter. The government of F country wishes to collaborate with our company." F country? Aren't they in the midst of a war? What do they want to collaborate on? Gu Xinshi's hand paused as he opened the document. "Indeed, that is the case. The details of the collaboration have been sent to your personal email." "All right, I understand," Gu Xinshi said, finishing with the documents. He then instructed Fong Nan, "Advance tonight's meeting by half an hour." "Yes, Chairman." Fong Nan departed, clutching the documents. Gu Xinshi opened his computer and accessed his email, quickly spotting an overseas message. He skimmed through the content, frowning in deep contemplation. Li Xiao, brimming with excitement, attempted to decipher it, but found it beyond his understanding. He shook Gu Xinshi's shoulder and queried, "Are we gearing up for a technological warfare, like breaching enemy systems?" Gu Xinshi remained non-committal. The likelihood of that was virtually nil. Did F country not have its own technology firms? He recalled that 2 of the top 10 global technology companies hailed from F country. What could be the purpose of this email? Was it possible that F country sought to embroil S country in its internal strife? Their appetite seemed insatiable. After all, even in retirement, Gu's influence remained formidable. Not to mention that Gu's father still wielded considerable military power over S country. Chapter 79. Re-entering the dungeon, Gu Xinshi's fingers danced across the keyboard, crafting a response resplendent in eloquence, yet marked by a rather indifferent demeanor, as he formally declined the proposal for collaboration. The Gu family had no shortage of partnerships and saw no necessity to wade into murky waters. The email confirmed successful transmission, and he promptly closed his laptop. Fong Nan rapped on the door, announcing, "Chairman, the meeting is prepared." Gu Xinshi nodded, gesturing for Li Xiao to wait in the office. As he reached the doorway, he remembered that he did not intend to return to the residence that evening and inquired of Li Xiao, "I will not be heading back tonight. Would you prefer that I escort you after the meeting, or shall you return now? If you choose the latter, I can have my secretary drive you home." Li Xiao, engrossed in his phone, was oblivious to Gu Xinshi's words as his fingers swiftly tapped the screen. Gu Xinshi instructed Fong Nan, "Have Xiao take him home later." Fong Nan acknowledged with a nod. With purposeful strides, Gu Xinshi entered the meeting room and took his seat at the table under the scrutinizing gazes of the upper management. He paid little mind to their curiosity. After all, the previous meetings had been conducted online. He signaled for the meeting to commence. The technical lead, having received the cue, began his presentation, which was thorough and meticulous. Gu Xinshi perused the data before him. Due to the unique nature of the principal party involved, the collaboration process was bound to be intricate and protracted. Nevertheless, the data indicated that everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The meeting extended for an hour and a half, and upon its conclusion, Secretary Xiao Li returned after having escorted Li Xiao home. Gu Xinshi intended to venture into the dungeon to seek his fortunes, hoping to discover a bounty hunter capable of uncovering the layout of the Withered Leaf Manor. Previously, he had employed bounty hunters to investigate the true identity of the manor's elusive master, only to uncover connections to the Gao family, with no further leads. Not even a whisper of the fox's true identity. This individual seemed to have emerged from thin air, remaining concealed within the manor, never venturing elsewhere. Arriving at the dungeon before sunset, Gu Xinshi found the main district ablaze with lights and revelry, as bright as day. while the shadowy alleys behind the glitz buzzed with various transactions. Through the window, he observed scattered figures loitering on streets. In the corners, addicts huddled, muttering incoherently, their minds clouded. Upon spotting passers-by, they lunged forward like vigilant leopards, begging for alms, only to be kicked back into the refuse. Enchanting courtesans beckoned to patrons, their beauty captivating as tendrils of smoke curled around their fingers, every smile and frown dripping with allure. As his vehicle traversed the dim streets and entered the vibrant main district, Gu Xinshi parked in front of a dilapidated building. After scanning the vicinity for any suspicious individuals, he exited the car and briskly approached the entrance, rapping on the iron door reinforced with layers of steel. The door was thick, pitted with sporadic bullet holes, a testament to its storied past. In a place where scattered bounty hunters lacked the protection of power, such a door was indeed a coveted barrier. The bullet holes whispered of past encounters, of desperate outlaws attempting to breach the door for robbery, only to be thwarted by the steel barrier. A faint voice emanated from behind the door. "Who is it?" "Gu, the one you just arranged to meet." The surveillance camera atop flickered with a crimson light, appearing freshly installed, its casing pristine. In addition, several rows of defunct cameras hung askew on the wall. The door creaked heavily as a woman in her 30s opened it. Upon seeing Gu Xinshi, she cautiously stepped aside, inviting him in. Gu Xinshi entered, and the woman swiftly closed the door, locking it securely before picking up a kettle from the foyer. "Would you like some water?" she inquired. "No, thank you," he replied. The woman's name was Lily, and Gu Xinshi had collaborated with her on numerous occasions. Lily was meticulous, highly confidential, and remarkably efficient. Gu Xinshi settled onto the sofa in the living room and stated his purpose. "Can you obtain a map of the Withered Leaf estate?" Lily's expression shifted slightly, and Gu Xinshi surmised she was aware of the secret banquet at the estate. "I cannot guarantee anything at this moment," Lily replied cautiously, always leaving room for ambiguity in her words. "I need some time." 3 days. The timeline is rather tight, he emphasized. It was Wednesday, and the banquet commenced on Sunday evening. He needed the map before then to avert numerous dangers. "I will do my best," Lily said, grasping a pen, seemingly recording something on paper. Gu Xinshi was unaware of her methods of information acquisition, but he recognized her prowess and extensive network. If a task was deemed impossible, Lily would refuse the commission outright. If she accepted, even without a definitive promise, she would surely complete it on time. Gu Xinshi paid a deposit. Lily stated, "As per our usual arrangement, this commission must remain entirely confidential. Neither party may disclose any information about the other." "I understand," Gu Xinshi affirmed. On the blue-lit screen in the center of the living room, the surveillance footage displayed 2 addicts loitering around Gu Xinshi's vehicle, occasionally peering through the windows. Lily frowned. "I hope there's nothing incriminating in your car." Gu Xinshi recalled, "There shouldn't be. And no valuables, I presume?" Lily pointed at the screen, where the footage showed the 2 attempting to pry open the car window. Although the glass was bulletproof, it was not immune to being forced open. Lily suggested he call the Underground's waste disposal service. They could handle any refuse, including such living trash, albeit with a higher fee for living entities. Gu Xinshi declined, not out of concern for the cost, but because by the time the waste disposal team arrived, his car would likely be dismantled. He bid farewell to Lily, who opened the door to let him out. The moment he stepped outside, she swiftly shut the door and locked it with a click. As Gu Xinshi approached his car, he warned the 2 addicts to leave. They exchanged glances, their expressions not only unyielding, but greedy. Reeking and disheveled, they advanced toward Gu Xinshi. "Hey, lend us some cash, will you?" one of them said. "Yeah, your car looks quite valuable. Repairs must cost a fortune," the other added. Gu Xinshi loosened his tie and asked, "Are you planning to resort to violence?" Their bravado was palpable, laughter escaping one of the men, who then revealed a cunning grin. "Did you think we were the only 2? In an instant, a dozen individuals emerged from the narrow alley between the towering buildings, brandishing steel pipes, clubs, and even knives. These were desperate souls, reckless and undeterred by the identity of their prey. They resembled hyenas fixated on a solitary lion, heedless of the inevitable retribution from the lioness pride, for if they did not seize their chance, they would surely succumb to hunger that very night. Their fear of withdrawal from drugs outweighed their dread of death. Chapter 80. Do you miss me? Would you like me to call the waste removal service? You surely cannot handle so many on your own. Lily's calm voice emanated from the surveillance camera. Her words were worth thousands. As she was prepared to replace the old cameras, knowing full well that these relentless pests bore grudges and were utterly fearless. She intended to dismantle the broken cameras and install new ones, as space was now a premium. Not necessary. Gu Xinshi loosened his tie, wrapping it around his fist. It was unclear who took the first step, but a brawl ensued. Gu Xinshi sidestepped a swinging iron rod, delivering a powerful punch to his opponent's temple, enough to render the assailant momentarily unconscious. The rush of wind whistled past his ears as he raised his arm to shield himself, disregarding the sharp pain in his limb, and delivered a downward strike to the assailant's wrist, disarming him of the iron bar, while simultaneously kicking him away, sending him crashing into several others behind him. Gripping the iron pipe tightly, Gu Xinshi's brows furrowed with intensity. With a sweeping motion, he incapacitated the nearest adversaries. In such chaotic skirmishes involving numerous opponents, the essence of combat lay in swiftly incapacitating foes to prevent exhausting one's energy. The leader among them flashed a sinister grin, signaling to his comrades to advance. In an instant, several rushed at him from various directions. Gu Xinshi repelled one attack with the iron pipe, maintaining the momentum to send a dagger flying from another assailant's grasp, the clash producing a sharp, ringing sound. Cautiously, a third adversary approached from behind, a malevolent expression on his face, brandishing a short knife with both hands raised, poised to stab Gu Xinshi in the back. Meanwhile, in the hospital office, Yin Muqing stared pensively at the photograph in her hand, while the doctor beside her lowered his head in silence. In the picture, Yin Chen was seen embracing someone, standing on tiptoes to plant a kiss on the person's chin, an action initiated by Yin Chen. Pressing her temples, Yin Muqing realized that the individual was not Gu Xinshi, but rather his younger brother, Li Xiao. A wave of frustration washed over her. The doctor endeavored to minimize his presence. Who would have anticipated that a seemingly mundane surveillance task would yield such explosive revelations? His assignment was to monitor those close to Yin Chen, documenting their every move with a miniature high-definition camera, capturing any indiscretions. This included spies attempting to extract secrets from the Yin family through the young master, or those employing various manipulative tactics to befriend him for nefarious purposes. The doctor surmised that today fell into the latter category. Consider this matter unseen. I do not wish to hear any rumors. Yin Muqing cast a fleeting glance at him, her tone icy. Keep what you witnessed today to yourself. Understood. All right. I believe Yin Chen is stable enough now. You may return to your post and no longer accompany him. With a wave of her hand, she urged him to depart, assuring him that the bonus would be duly issued. Thank you, young master. The door swung open and then shut with a soft thud. Yin Muqing lifted the photograph, her gaze vacant as she stared at the two individuals of similar age captured within, murmuring, "Children these days indulge in such extravagance. I seem to have unjustly accused Gu Xinshi. What now?" Gu Xinshi remains steadfast, yet Yin Chen has already found a romantic interest, and this paramour happens to be Gu Xinshi's younger brother. Alas, poor Gu Xinshi, his brother, and his future fiancée have become entangled. When did they even meet? Yin Muqing pondered aloud. They are not from the same school. Could it be a case of online romance? That seems improbable. Such coincidences are rare. She dialed a number. Investigate when Yin Chen and Gu family's grandson, Li Xiao, became acquainted. 2 minutes later, Yin Muqing answered the call, receiving a meticulous report from her subordinate. Young master, upon investigation, the two are not acquainted. Their schedules reveal no overlap. They simply happen to be in the same hospital today. Yin Muqing hung up the phone, picked up the photograph once more, and furrowed her brow. First day of acquaintance? Huh. Could it be that Yin Chen does not harbor feelings for Gu Xinshi? If so, how unfortunate for Gu Xinshi. Does Li Xiao know about Yin Chen's relationship with Gu Xinshi? He probably doesn't. The child appears quite innocent. After a while, Yin Muqing casually tossed the photograph into her drawer, locking it with a decisive click, then reclined on the sofa, feigning indifference. What does it matter to me? Let them be. 20 minutes later, Yin Muqing found herself in Yin Chen's hospital room. Upon seeing her, Yin Chen bounded over, proudly displaying his uninjured left leg. Once he had sufficiently shown off, Yin Muqing asked, "How are you feeling?" Yin Chen smiled sweetly. "Suddenly, I feel completely well." Yin Muqing paused for a moment before inquiring, "Have you encountered anything distressing lately?" "Not at all. I am quite happy," Yin Chen replied, bewildered, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow across the sky and illuminating both the setting sun and the crescent moon. Yin Muqing sensed that her words lacked directness. Thus, she straightforwardly asked, "Are you dissatisfied with this engagement? You are not yet betrothed. If you are unhappy, you may end it." "I am satisfied, brother. Why would you ask such a thing?" Yin Chen's eyes widened in earnestness. "Did Mr. Gu say something?" "Oh no. Has Mr. Gu had a change of heart? He specifically requested that I not tell you. He even has a grand gift for father and dad. He didn't mention anything." Yin Muqing stroked her chin, her expression inscrutable. "Never mind, just rest well." As she took a few steps away, she turned back for one final reminder. "I heard from father that the engagement might be arranged in a couple of days. Have you truly considered this?" Yin Chen nodded vigorously. Yin Muqing exited with a countenance full of complexity. Back in her office, she retrieved the photograph from the drawer, gazing at it for a mere 2 seconds before producing a lighter and igniting a corner of the image. The flames swiftly licked the photograph, which he then discarded into the ashtray, where it was gradually consumed by the fire, leaving behind only a few fragments of blackened ash after a mere 10 seconds. Yin Muqing rested his chin on his hand, lightly tapping the ashes with his fingertips, which he then pinched together, revealing a dark smudge. He withdrew a tissue to clean his fingers, but it did not suffice, as a faint gray residue lingered. Rising, Yin Muqing made his way to the restroom. Turning on the faucet, the icy water flowed through his fingers, washing away the gray until his fingertips returned to their original pallor. His phone rang, and the name flashing on the screen caught him by surprise. As the ringtone drew to a close, he answered, placing the device to his ear without uttering a word, waiting for the other party to speak first. A cacophony of electrical static followed, soon accompanied by a familiar voice. "Yin, do you miss me?" Chapter 81. Once coexisting in peace, do you wish to see me? What brings you here? Yin Muqing inquired, noting that the caller was in S country. He scoffed. What? Did you lose and come running for your life? Yin, do you lack confidence in me? Fox's voice was husky. Yin Muqing lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers. "So, why have you come to S country? You ought to be commanding at the front lines." "I missed you, so I came to see you," Fox replied with a boisterous laugh. Yin Muqing disregarded his nonsensical banter, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Did you come here illegally?" "Indeed. Haha, I sacrificed my dignity for you." "For me? Are you here to deliver the final payment?" Yin Muqing chuckled lightly. "Yin, discussing money between us is rather unromantic," Fox pouted. "What did you find out? You want to extend the hospitality of a host? Buy me a drink. I'll report back in person." Fox's voice dropped. "I just landed. It's a foreign land. Aren't you even come and fetch me?" Yin Muqing flicked the ash from his cigarette, skeptical that this cunning fox would venture to S country alone. "Are you in Deep City?" "I'm at Deep City International Airport, breathing the same air as you." Yin Muqing mused, breathed deeply. "The air pollution here is notoriously severe across the nation. It would be best for you to catch a cold before you leave." "Yin, are you listening?" Yin Muqing snapped back to attention. "I am. Don't you want a drink?" Fox's tone was exaggerated. "It's been ages since we shared a drink together. Last time in the mortal realm, we promised to drink together, but you stood me up." Yin Muqing lost himself in thought. Indeed, he had promised Fox a drink, but he had been too occupied with Gu Xinshi, leaving immediately after signing the contract. Propping his chin in his hand, he idly played with the pen on the table. "Luhua Hospital," Yin Muqing stated firmly, letting the pen fall into the drawer like a parabolic arc. "If I do not see you in 20 minutes, you need not show up at all." At Deep City International Airport, a tall man clad in a black trench coat leaned against the car door, flanked by 3 neatly organized bodyguards. Passers-by were drawn by the spectacle, casting curious glances. Fox lifted his head. his white mask obscuring his face save for a pair of emerald green eyes, which crinkled with a smile. 20 minutes, such a stringent demand. Fox hung up the phone, and a man in a suit approached respectfully, a perfectly measured smile gracing his face. "Brother, is there anything I can do for you? I have a date. What do you wish to do for me?" Fox shot him a glance. The man froze in place, cold sweat instantly soaking him. Fox chuckled, elegantly stepping into the car, deftly pulling out his phone for navigation and pressing the accelerator, the car roaring to life. With only 20 minutes to spare, his time was indeed invaluable. Once Fox departed, two other men approached, heads bowed in inquiry. "Boss, what should we do now? Isn't the elder brother's intention clear enough?" One man licked his lips, a rapturous expression crossing his face. "He doesn't need us at the moment. We should obediently return and wait for him." This was not Fox's first visit to S Country. He had come a decade prior, hurriedly arriving and just as swiftly departing. The most vivid memory he retained was of that night, Yin Muqing's icy gaze, and the chilling sensation of a gun pressed against his forehead. The roads were congested, as it was just past 6, the peak hour for commuters. The streetlights cast shifting shadows across Fox's face. "If I'm late, he certainly won't wait for me," Fox murmured, as the red light illuminated. This once indomitable man had no choice but to patiently await, lest he attract the attention of the police and incur greater troubles. At Luhua Hospital, Yin Muqing ended the call, rising to gather his belongings in preparation to leave. He thought to himself that there were plenty of people to accompany him for drinks, and there was no need to wait for a cunning old fox with ulterior motives. He swung open the door, finding Yin leaning against the wall outside. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Yin Muqing pressed his palm against Yin forehead to prevent the latter's enthusiastic embrace. This kid seemed to have taken some strange medication lately, sticking to him closely these days, and no amount of intimidation seemed to work. He genuinely suspected that the kidnapping incident had left the boy somewhat dazed. Yin adjusted his disheveled bangs, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by someone else. "I need to speak with you." Yang Xiwenjin emerged from around the corner, a gentle smile upon his face. "Muqing, I owe you a debt of gratitude these past few days." Clad in casual attire, he appeared considerably younger. Yin Muqing remained impassive, responding, "I haven't done anything. It's all Yin own merit." He found himself a boyfriend and, with the power of love, overcame his inner fears. "Yin, you should head downstairs first. I need to discuss a few matters with your brother." Yang Xiwenjin gestured towards the elevator. Yin pouted, "Got it." As he walked away, he grumbled, "What's so important that you can't tell me? Honestly, you guys are always plotting behind my back." The elevator doors closed, descending quietly. "Speak." Yin Muqing leaned against the door, casting a glance at him. "What madness do you wish to indulge in today?" Yang Xiwenjin chuckled lightly, stepping closer to Yin Muqing. "I merely wish to see you. I've suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to be near you today." Yin Muqing replied in a flat tone. "What is it about me that has caught your interest?" He had never fully grasped when Yang Xiwenjin had developed such feelings for him. Nor did he understand what joy such meaningless antics could bring to Yang Xiwenjin. Tearing away the facade to reveal one's sordid intentions merely indicates his increasing distance. Yin Muqing could never acquiesce to such an immoral relationship. "All of yours." Yang Xiwenjin gazed at Yin Muqing's countenance, momentarily entranced, murmuring, "Has no one ever told you how alluring you are? Just standing there, you exude an irresistible charm." Yin Muqing blinked, pondering that perhaps it was indeed challenging for a rational individual to fathom the logic of a madman. He harbored suspicions that Yang Xiwenjin might suffer from some form of mental affliction. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how one could transform so drastically overnight. When Yin Muqing was 16, he had coexisted harmoniously with Yang Xiwenjin for 6 years, during which the latter dutifully played the role of a caring father, never once treating Yin Muqing unjustly. This was a source of comfort and pride for Yin Yanshan. After all, in a large family, the inner quarters were often rife with chaos and unsavory affairs, while his home was characterized by brotherly respect and harmony. Once, Yin Muqing had shared this sentiment, having no recollection of his biological mother and not resenting Yang Xiwenjing's presence. That was until the fateful night of his 16th birthday. Chapter 82. Pursued with an iron rod, do you not believe me? Noticing Yin Muqing's prolonged silence, Yang Xuanjing stepped closer. I am still young, and our ages are not vastly different. Why do you continually reject me? Yin Muqing gazed skyward, at a loss for words. Was this truly a matter of age? A hint of bitterness flickered across Yang Xuanjing's brow. He never regretted the decision he made that night. Had he not acted as he did, their relationship would have remained one of mere stepfather and stepson, and he would have forever been deprived of any deeper affection from Yin Muqing. Thus, he boldly took a step forward and, at last, the respectful regard in Yin Muqing's eyes shifted to one of wariness and distance. In Yin Muqing's perception, Yang Xuanjing had finally shed the identity of a stepfather, becoming a man harboring inappropriate desires for him. This was the outcome he sought. If he was destined not to possess that person, he would ensure that the other was aware of his love. Yin Muqing remarked, "Do you truly believe I would not dare to act against you?" He lowered his gaze, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "If you truly provoke my ire, you know not what I am capable of." Yang Xuanjing chuckled lightly. "Your father often says you are a dutiful child. I share that sentiment." Yin Muqing shot him a cold glance. "So, you do understand whose favor your existence relies upon." Cautiously maintaining the facade of familial tranquility stemmed from Yin Yunshan's foolish yearning for a conventional family life. The sound of the elevator doors opening resonated sharply in the quiet corridor, prompting Yin Muqing to turn his head. Yin Yichen peeked in, followed by a tall man. "Yin, I truly did not expect you to wait for me," Fox exclaimed, his face alight with exaggerated surprise. "It is my honor." Yin Muqing remained silent. Yang Xuanjing, smiling, inquired, "Muqing, will you not introduce me to your friend?" Fox stepped forward unreservedly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fox, a friend of Yin." He scrutinized Yang Xuanjing with an overly familiar gaze, then beamed, "I know you. You are Yin's stepfather." The smile on Yang Xuanjing's face faltered. Fox scratched his head in apparent distress. "You are merely 2 years my senior. How should I address you? Uncle or brother?" Yin Yichen blinked, gazing in confusion at the man who claimed to be a friend of his brother. "What should I call you, Yin?" Fox patted Yin Muqing's shoulder. Yin Muqing closed his eyes. Despite the lack of a response, Fox remained exuberant. "Then I shall address you as Mr. Yang." Yin Muqing departed. "Hey, Yin, wait for me." Fox hurriedly followed. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he wedged his hand between them and leaned halfway out, casting a glance at the two outside. "Farewell, my fellow Omegas." Yin Muqing remained silent, his hand persistently pressing the close button. Fox inquired, "What is wrong?" Yin Muqing retracted his hand. Standing in front of the car, he was surprised to see that Fox had indeed driven here. Fox opened the back door. "Yin, please take a seat. Tonight, I shall be your chauffeur." Once Yin Muqing settled in, he closed the door and then entered the driver's seat. To the underground city, Yin Muqing stated flatly. Fox paused momentarily while fastening his seatbelt. Then, catching a glimpse of Yin Muqing's dark eyes in the rearview mirror, narrowed his emerald gaze. "As you wish." As the vehicle surged forward under the calm voice of the navigation system, they sped along, weaving through the streets, just grazing the yellow traffic lights. The cacophony gradually faded, indicating they had left the bustling downtown area. The outskirts of the underground city were dimly lit and eerily silent. They passed a block and spotted a humanoid figure lying on the ground. Yin Muqing inquired, "Which ruthless killer is wreaking havoc here?" He pulled gloves from his pocket and donned them. With one hand on the steering wheel, Fox turned to ask, "Is this a peculiar feature of the underground city? A human carpet? Can I run over them?" Yin Muqing's forehead twitched with irritation. "Do not run over them. It's filthy." "Oh, there is someone standing," he continued, following Fox's gaze. Indeed, a man stood there with an iron rod, instinctively looking up as they approached. As they passed, Yin Muqing locked eyes with the man for a brief moment. Fox glanced at the rearview mirror, raising an eyebrow. "Yin, is that man your enemy? Why is he chasing us with a stick?" At this, Yin Muqing straightened up and looked back through the rear windshield. Gu Xinshi was indeed running after the car, wielding the iron rod, giving the impression of a pursuit. However, he stopped after a few hundred meters. Yin Muqing withdrew his gaze. "I do not know him." "Oh." Fox chuckled lightly. "You do not know him, then?" Gu Xinshi, slightly out of breath, shook the iron rod in his hand before tossing it into a nearby trash bin. He then hurried towards his own vehicle, while some of the people on the ground began to groan softly, gradually regaining consciousness. He settled into the car, rubbing his stiff fingers. The prolonged grip had rendered them somewhat rigid. A sense of unease washed over him. What was Yin Muqing doing here? The man behind the wheel smoothly maneuvered the vehicle as Gu Xinshi pressed the accelerator, racing towards the direction where the other car had just departed. This establishment, the most renowned entertainment venue in Jiangnan, monopolized the entire underground city's liquor industry. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was relatively tranquil. Yin Muqing ordered several bottles of wine and inquired of Fox, "Would you care to join me in a drink?" Fox replied, "Am I some frivolous person? Do I need to call for companions to drink with my friends?" 2. Then, Yin Muqing gestured for the waiter to show him the photos. Fox, with a look of disdain, meticulously selected 2 that were somewhat appealing. Yin Muqing inadvertently caught a glimpse, and his expression darkened. "You chose 2 alphas? Are you out of your mind?" Fox waved a finger dismissively. "Fear not. I am confident I can handle them. Who cares whether you can handle them or not?" Yin Muqing poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp, the liquid sliding down his throat with a fiery intensity. Meanwhile, Fox discreetly ordered a bottle of brandy. He poured it into his glass, the aroma of the brandy cautiously mingling with the robust scent of the whiskey, the amber liquid in the glass appearing exquisitely beautiful. Fox took a sip, then poured the brandy over the head of the accompanying alpha, the liquid cascading down the strands of hair, flowing along the neck and into the fabric, disappearing into the unseen springtime. The white shirt clung to the skin, outlining the alpha's distinct muscular physique. He grasped the alpha's chin, examining him. Only the pair of jet-black eyes bore a hint of resemblance. But this minuscule similarity appeared utterly incongruous against the alpha's enticing expression. "What is your name?" "I have no name. We only have code names." The alpha replied in a stiff manner. As Yin Muqing caught the scent of brandy, he mistakenly believed his pheromones had leaked, and he absent-mindedly touched the gland at the nape of his neck. Then, he noticed Fox pointing at the accompanying alpha, accusingly declaring Yin. He poured the wrong drink and spilled it. Yin Muqing ignored him, thinking him to be insane. Chapter 83. He wants to kiss you. Yin Muqing had consumed several drinks. His tolerance was not particularly high, and he was beginning to feel slightly lightheaded. His phone rang, and upon answering, Gu Xinshi's tentative voice came through. "Yin Muqing. Was it you just now? Who are you?" Yin Muqing replied, his breath heavy. Gu Xinshi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively glanced at the name displayed on the screen. It was indeed Yin Muqing. Just as he was about to respond, an unfamiliar male voice interjected. "Yin, who are you talking to?" Gu Xinshi's mind exploded with confusion. The clarity of the voice on the other end indicated that the speaker was very close to Yin Muqing's phone. "Yin Muqing, where are you?" Gu Xinshi asked, his impatience rising. Yin Muqing, slightly more alert, pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, "Jiangnan, come over. I'll treat you to a drink." The phone was snatched away by Fox, abruptly ending the call. Yin Muqing looked up, casting a cold glance at him. "What are you doing? Having promised to treat me to drinks, you unilaterally invited outsiders without consulting my opinion." "Yin, you lack a sense of contractual spirit," Fox teased. "Did I ever say that?" Yin Muqing scoffed. "It's always been your assumption." "You seem a bit intoxicated," Fox remarked, reaching towards Yin Muqing's face. Yin Muqing tilted his head to evade him, impatiently saying, "Get away." Fox blinked and returned to his previous seat. As he sat down, 2 alphas flanked him, with one pouring him a drink, vodka, as ordered by Yin Muqing. Fox raised his hand momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at the man. "What happened to my bottle of brandy?" The alpha bowed his head respectfully. "Mister, Yin does not favor this flavor. Do you know him? Does he come often?" Fox inquired with curiosity. The alpha fell silent. Yin Muqing began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Indeed, he had acted recklessly today, venturing into the underground city alone with Fox and getting drunk. In the past, such an occurrence would have been nearly impossible, as he disliked placing himself in an inebriated state. However, recent troubles had plagued him incessantly, leading him to impulsively accompany Fox. Although he had connections in Jiangnan, which mitigated potential dangers, Fox himself was a considerable risk, harboring unknown ulterior motives. This was precisely why he had summoned Gu Xinshi, to ensure a sober presence for his safety. Yin Muqing raised his hand to shield himself from the overhead lights. Feeling somewhat drowsy, where was Gu Xinshi? He was supposed to be nearby. He wondered if he had decided against coming. Feeling irritated as he recalled that he had not heard Gu Xinshi's affirmative response. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in his ears. Startled, Yin Muqing sat up, instinctively reaching for the gun tucked at his lower back. He swiftly disengaged the safety, gripping the weapon and aiming it at the man standing before him. His heart raced uncontrollably as he realized he had indeed fallen asleep. As his eyes adjusted to the room's lighting, they met Gu Xinshi's injured gaze. Yin Muqing. Before he could process this, his peripheral vision caught Fox bare-chested, revealing tan muscles adorned with tattoos and several dark red kiss marks on his neck. Noticing Yin Muqing's stare, Fox winked at him provocatively before clenching his fist and striking Gu Xinshi. Yin Muqing. Although Gu Xinshi faced Yin Muqing, his ears were attuned to the movements behind him, and upon hearing the commotion, he immediately turned to confront it. Yin Muqing frowned, pointing at the silent alpha who had accompanied them. Come here. What is going on between the two of them? The shock on the alpha's face had yet to fade as he quickly approached and knelt before Yin Muqing, swallowing hard. Fox intended to make advances towards you, and we hadn't the chance to intervene before this gentleman intervened and knocked him out with a single punch. The weight of this statement was significant. Yin Muqing's expression darkened. In what manner did he intend to make advances on me? He wanted to kiss you. 3 minutes earlier, Fox lay sprawled on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the steadily breathing Yin Muqing across from him. The alpha, who had just been doused in alcohol, stood before him, obstructing his view. Are you capable of serving others? Fox removed his form-fitting tank top and drew the alpha into his embrace, inhaling the potent scent of alcohol that clung to him. Can you kiss? I can. The alpha leaned in, yet Fox's expression remained unchanged. His gaze devoid of emotion as he studied the face so close to his own. The damp sensation on his lips failed to ignite any interest within him. He grasped the alpha's hair at the back of his head, creating distance between them, and chuckled with a roguish grin in the presence of the main character. Your allure is rather lacking. The alpha gasped slightly, tilting his head back due to the pain of the tug. Hush, don't speak. Fox extended his finger and gently tapped the alpha's lips. Then, with a nimble movement, he stood and approached Yin Muqing, who was seated on the sofa, shielding his eyes with his hand, his head resting against the backrest, breathing steadily. He had fallen asleep. Fox revealed a mischievous smile, softly resting his hand on the sofa as he leaned toward Yin Muqing's face. The alpha's pupils constricted, and he scrambled to launch himself at Fox. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a guiding waiter, behind whom stood a man. Upon witnessing the scene inside, the man's calm demeanor transformed into shock, followed swiftly by a tempest of rage. He shoved the waiter aside and charged into the room. Fox, irritated by the noise, turned his head, only to be seized by the shoulder and struck squarely in the face. The force of the blow was immense, sending a jolt of pain through his cheek. He felt as though his teeth had loosened. As he fell, he knocked over a bottle of alcohol, shattering it on the floor. Rising, he touched his back, his hand stained with blood. Fox cast a glance at Yin Muqing, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face. Yun, your friend lacks manners. Yin Muqing lit a cigarette, sitting quietly in a corner of the sofa, silently smoking while observing the two men engaged in a fierce scuffle. To his surprise, Gu Xinshi was quite formidable at present. He seemed to have the upper hand, though not without consequence. Yin Muqing frowned as he watched Fox land several kicks to Gu Xinshi's legs. The room's furniture suffered greatly, splintering into scattered wooden fragments, while the alpha observed in trepidation. Stop it. The two continued to fight, seemingly oblivious to his plea. Yin Muqing exhaled a plume of smoke and instructed the accompanying alpha to leave, also ordering him to close the door. Though the alpha felt a twinge of concern, he could only obey. Soon, only 3 individuals remained in the room. More accurately, 1 person and 2 beasts who did not comprehend human language. Gu Xinshi stumbled over a broken bottle, and Fox seized the opportunity to kick him in the chest, manifesting a pained expression on Gu Xinshi's face. Yin Muqing raised his hand and pulled the trigger, the gunshot shattering the vase that stood between the two combatants. Cease. He aimed the gun at Fox, his expression unyielding. I do not wish to repeat myself for a third time. Chapter 84. Rivals meet with unbridled hostility. Yin Muqing, donning gloves, rested his index finger lightly on the trigger. Reclining on the sofa with an air of languor, the barrel of the gun pointed distantly at Fox's chest. The current state of the other party is indeed quite dire. His lips are torn, a significant bruise mars his face, and his body is lacerated by shards of glass scattered on the floor. Fox gnashes his teeth. After all, he was the first to strike. Why did you not aim your gun at him? Yin Muqing's smile carries a hint of inebriation, and a flush graces his cheeks. Because he is far more obedient than you. Gu Xinshi, come here. Upon hearing his name called, Gu Xinshi's eyes momentarily sparkled with interest, and he shot Fox a defiant glance before obediently approaching Yin Muqing. Yin Muqing holstered his weapon. Fox, unwilling to concede, retorted, I am quite obedient too, Yin. I only heed your words. What would you like to drink? Yin Muqing inquired of Gu Xinshi. Vodka? Fox licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. I wager he prefers brandy. Vodka, Gu Xinshi replied. Fox scoffed, coward. With such a brutal approach, his thoughts were clearly etched upon his brow. Yet he lacked the courage to express them openly, concealing his intentions like a timid soul, hardly comparable to him. Gu Xinshi remained unfazed, asking, How much have you had to drink? Does your head ache? He was close enough to Yin Muqing to detect the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. Just a few drinks, Yin Muqing mused, tousling his hair. I'm fine. While alcohol doesn't give me a headache. Witnessing the verbal sparring between Fox and Gu Xinshi certainly does. A server inquired whether they wished to change rooms, given that nearly everything in the room was in disarray, leaving only the sofa and table unscathed. Indifferent, Yin Muqing instructed them to tidy up the room simply and bring a few more bottles of liquor. What is your tolerance for alcohol? Yin Muqing asked. Gu Xinshi humbly replied, I've never been drunk. Relieved, Yin Muqing felt free to enjoy himself. Fox, treated as if he were invisible, remained unperturbed. He opened a bottle of liquor and poured it directly onto his back, the alcohol stinging as it washed over his wounds, provoking a sharp pain in his head. The blood vessels in his back made his snake tattoo appear more vividly red, and he carelessly wrapped a bandage around himself after accepting it from the server, sitting nonchalantly on the sofa. Yin, do you have any cigarettes? Give me one. Yin Muqing tossed him an entire pack. Gu Xinshi pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed in evident hostility. This man seemed intent on stealing a kiss from Yin Muqing. Why hadn't Yin Muqing dealt with him? How could they interact so naturally when he had been the one to have his leg broken by Yin Muqing? Fox smiled slightly. Oh, little brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fox, and I have known Yin for over a decade. Apart from Xiao Bailey, I have known him the longest. By the way, where is Xiao Bailey? Fox seemed to suddenly realize. I sent him out. Yin Muqing replied dismissively. Oh, what could be so important that Xiao Bailey had to handle it himself? Isn't he your personal bodyguard? Fox inquired curiously. Things you are unaware of. Yin Muqing continued to be evasive. Gu Xinshi interjected suddenly. I know. Yin Muqing glanced at him. Yes, you do. Childish, Fox remarked. Yin Muqing noticed Gu Xinshi's unwavering gaze upon him, making him somewhat uncomfortable. He poured a glass of wine and pushed it toward Gu Xinshi. Do not speak. Drink more. Thus, Gu Xinshi fell silent, downing cup after cup of liquor, causing Yin Muqing's throat to ache. TCH. Fox rolled his eyes, muttering curses under his breath. Feigning innocence and pity. How could an alpha stoop to such weakness like an omega? He cast a disdainful glance at Gu Xinshi, his contempt palpable. For how could Yin possibly be swayed by such tactics? Yin's frown deepened with every passing moment. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he reached out to halt Gu Xinshi's relentless drinking, struggling to say, Drink more slowly. One might think I'm mistreating you. All right, Gu Xinshi replied, his voice slightly hoarse. I merely wish to keep you company. Pouring himself another drink, Yin clinked his glass against Gu Xinshi's and said resignedly, Let us drink slowly together. Drinking is meant for leisure, not suffering. Good, Gu Xinshi responded. Fox, incredulous, stood up abruptly, pointing at Gu Xinshi and exclaimed, "Yin, are you actually interested in this little brat?" Yin Muqing was taken aback. Gu Xinshi was merely 2 years his junior, hardly a fitting description. Gu Xinshi had long harbored a dislike for Fox and retorted, "At least I'm not as old as you." That S called maturity. Fox gritted through his teeth. "Little brat," he muttered. Yin Muqing decided it best to leave for the restroom, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Before departing, he specifically instructed the two in the room not to spill any drinks. As the door closed behind him, the expressions on the faces of the two transformed in an instant, and they simultaneously moved, circling around the table to face each other in the empty space of the room. Fox suddenly boasted, "Have you ever seen Yin at 18? Gu Xinshi clenched his fists. Fox continued proudly, "I have." He was youthful and spirited, a sight to behold, truly unforgettable. Gu Xinshi remained expressionless. "And so what? No matter how exceptional Yin Muqing is, what does that have to do with you? After 10 years, does he still hold a place for you in his heart?" Fox twisted his neck. "Are you looking for a fight?" Gu Xinshi glanced at the various hickeys adorning Fox's body and smirked. "He will never choose you, filthy creature." The tone was remarkably flat, even the last 3 words devoid of inflection, yet the impact was profound, striking at Fox's core. Fox's pupils constricted, and his anger surged uncontrollably. The two soon engaged in a primal brawl, relying solely on their physical strength and bare hands. Fox, with more combat experience, quickly deciphered Gu Xinshi's moves, landing a heavy punch squarely on Gu Xinshi's face. Gu Xinshi felt the rush of wind by his ear, stepping back to create distance. Yet he was still grazed on the left cheek. Warm liquid trickled down his face, followed by a slight sting. Fox displayed the ring on his finger, smirking, "Blood, what a stroke of bad luck." But it was merely a fleeting victory through words, Gu Xinshi mused. Any discerning eye could see who bore the brunt of the injury. Gu Xinshi was dressed, concealing his injuries, while Fox stood bare-chested, his wounds starkly visible. Bruises of deep indigo and violet marred his skin, accompanied by numerous small lacerations. Particularly a conspicuous contusion at the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. He mentally calculated the time. Yin Muqing would likely return soon, and he decided not to linger any longer in this confrontation, opting to resume his previous position. "Are you the scion of the Gu family?" Fox seemed to recall something, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "I remember that Yin's brother is betrothed to a scion of the Gu family." It was not unusual for Fox to have informants in S country. Individuals with even a modicum of power often engaged in such practices. Gu Xinshi remained composed. "Yin Muqing's brother is betrothed to my brother." Fox frowned. "You have a brother?" "Yes, they are currently in the throes of romance." This was indeed the truth.